Chapter 1. Called out by the teacher. In the northern region, September heralds the season of the autumn heat. As the pleasant sound of the dismissal bell resonates, the students in the classroom have already let their minds wander elsewhere. Yuan, stay after class. Mr. Zhang, while tidying up his lesson plans on the podium, spoke in a calm tone. The students seated in the front discreetly turned their heads towards the last row, where a boy with a crew cut and distinct features, rather handsome in a youthful way, gazed out. The window, they began to whisper among themselves. Looks like he's been kept after again. Indeed, it's only the start of the school year. What has he done this time? Honestly, he just thinks about playing football every day, dragging down our average. I wonder what the school is thinking, letting a specialist student into our class. Don't say that. What if he becomes a football star in the future? Upon hearing this, everyone shared a knowing laugh, mindful of the teacher's presence. Longqi lightly patted Yuan, who was still lost in his thoughts, and whispered, Xiaomi, the teacher wants you to stay. Did you hear? Yuan finally snapped back to reality, pointing at himself in confusion. Me? Go on, don't irritate her, she might assign more work. All right, Longqi swung his legs, shifting his body to make room. Yuan stood up and walked toward the podium, unaware of what the teacher wanted him for, a fate that often brings both fortune and misfortune. Over the weekend, the team had two special guests who observed their training and the five-a-side match from yesterday. Coach Lee had advised him before he took the field, make sure to perform well, scouts are watching. Upon hearing the word scout, he felt a surge of energy, a rare opportunity for their small team. During the 40-minute match, he played with great enthusiasm, and as the game neared its conclusion, he struck a powerful shot that secured a victory, turning the tide in their favor. However, immediately after that shot, his legs suddenly grew weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Though the match ended in triumph, and his performance was commendable, he was acutely aware that something was amiss with his body. After the game, he mechanically celebrated with his teammates, dazedly gathered his belongings, and headed straight to the hospital for a checkup. He had always known about the family history of ankylosing spondylitis, but had held onto a glimmer of hope. His love for football was profound since the introduction of the sport into his life. It had become his only companion. Today, the results of his examination would be revealed, casting a pall over his mood. If diagnosed, he would be unable to play football. The thought of a life without the sport was unbearable. Reaching the podium, he forced a smile and said, Mr. Zhang, I stayed awake in class today. Mr. Zhang shot him a disbelieving glance, urging him to follow. They exited the classroom and stepped into the corridor. Coach Lee asked you to return his call. He has something to discuss with you. All right, we'll do that right away. Since phones were prohibited at school and were managed by the gatekeeper, he had to retrieve his phone to make the call. Just as he turned to leave, a brand new iPhone appeared before him. Use this, just call back directly. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. He accepted the phone without hesitation and promptly dialed the number. The phone connected swiftly, and the resonant voice of Coach Lee echoed through the receiver, imbued with a palpable cheerfulness. Teacher Zhang, are your classes over? It's me, Team Lee. Xiaomi, the scouts have taken notice of you. Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his face betraying no trace of joy as he inquired softly, which club is it? The Hague Club in the Eredivisie, a commendable establishment. Would you like me to assist you in requesting leave? You should come over directly. I wish to discuss this with you in detail. All right, I understand. Thank you, Team Lee. Li Liang, hearing the dial tone, felt a bit bewildered. This lad, such a splendid opportunity, yet he displayed no signs of elation whatsoever. He wiped the screen of his phone with his t-shirt and handed it over to Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, I need to. Before he could utter the words request leave, Teacher Zhang interjected. Go on, this noisy phone, I heard it. Old Zhang, keep it low-key with your phone's quality, don't go spreading it around. He wished to spare Teacher Zhang any worry and thus jested lightly with her. Originally, he had planned to retrieve the results at noon, but with Team Lee's call, he could go ahead of schedule. Hurry up, all you do is jest. Thank you, Teacher Zhang will take my leave now. Teacher Zhang waved her hand, clutching her teaching materials as she departed. Though they were in the corridor, curious classmates remained attentive to the unfolding events within the classroom. Noticing that Yuan not only escaped reprimand, but also made a phone call with Teacher Zhang's device, their curiosity intensified. This was indeed the last opportunity for class division before the senior year, and most students were unaware of Yuan's circumstances at this juncture. Only top students attracted a crowd. Yuan, languishing at the bottom of the rankings, was naturally someone others preferred to avoid. Regardless of the time, being at the bottom of the list rendered one a target for disdain. What's going on? Aren't they supposed to reprimand him? He seems rather familiar with old Zhang. Indeed, did you see that? The latest model of iPhone, just released less than a week ago. Are old Zhang and he relatives? Enough talk, he's coming. Yuan returned directly to his seat, preparing to leave. Xiaomi, where are you off to? There's something at the team, I just asked for leave. How fortunate. With just a mention of team matters, you can legally skip class. I still have to endure till evening. Quit pretending to be cautious with your comics during class, or they'll be confiscated. You underestimate me. With such a tall book as cover, the teacher won't notice as long as I keep silent. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he ignored Long Chi and departed without further ado. Athletic students enjoyed certain privileges while others had to attend evening classes. He was exempt. Typically, teachers approved leave requests for team matters. Yet, he was devoid of the joy that should accompany selection. Instead, his mood grew heavier. Why did his condition flare up at this moment? Why this hereditary affliction? All he desired was to play football, to become a professional athlete. Why must this modest dream be snatched away? If his parents were watching over him from beyond, why did they not come to his aid in this trying time? Setting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he stepped into the bicycle shed. Mounting his bicycle, he pedaled swiftly towards the hospital. The establishment was conveniently situated between the school and the club, not far from his home. After approximately 20 minutes, he arrived at the hospital to collect his medical images. Having obtained the MRI and CT scans, he inhaled deeply and sought refuge in an empty stairwell. With his eyes closed, he carefully felt for the diagnostic report within his grasp. Silently, he chanted, "May my parents bless me, may my parents bless me." After swallowing hard, he slightly opened one-eyed to glance at the report in his hands. To his dismay, he was met with a stark expanse of white. Realizing he had held it upside down, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he steeled himself, thinking that whether life ended sooner or later, death was inevitable. He flipped the report over and began to read. Chapter 2, Diagnosis. A turning point. The upper section, filled with technical jargon, eluded his comprehension, yet the diagnostic results were unmistakably clear. Diagnosis: suspected ankylosing spondylitis. Further examination required. This line of text was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. His vision blurred, and he slumped against the wall, sliding down to the floor in utter defeat. Bitten lip firmly in place, he struggled to maintain composure, yet tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. A young man's dreams had been irrevocably shattered, particularly at a moment when hope was within reach. Feelings of helplessness and despondency surged forth, overwhelming him and truly breaking him apart. During the car accident that left him the sole survivor, he hadn't cried like this. Upon awakening to the news of his parents' departure, he had managed to hold himself together. His father once said, "A man must not shed tears. Do not disguise your weakness with your tears." He recalled every word his father had uttered. He was vibrant and optimistic, akin to the gentle spring breeze, always perceived as the sunlit youth by others. Yet this time, he could no longer maintain his fod. He could not fathom why everything he cherished had to be taken from him: his loving parents, his passion for football. In the dimly lit stairwell, only a sobbing boy remained. Suddenly, a voice echoed. "Do you wish to play football?" He paid no heed to the source of the voice, responding instinctively with fervor. "Yes, as long as I can play. Even if it means playing until my last breath, I am willing. Please wait." Matching in progress. Yuan was taken aback, the sound of his own fervent cry still reverberating through the stairwell. Yet there was no one around him. Where had that voice come from? He propped himself up, leaning over the stair railing to peer down, but saw no one. Raising his gaze once more, he was met with the same emptiness. As he pondered the origin of the voice, it resounded again. "Match successful. Congratulations on becoming the 101st beta host for the Dream Football program. Yuan, 16 years old, 178 centimeters tall, weighing 63 kg. Please select your preferred position. Forward, midfielder, defender." Yuan, still bewildered, instinctively replied. "Forward. Character setup complete. Sending new player package. New player package sent successfully. Would you like to receive it?" "Yes. Congratulations, host. You have received a body enhancement serum." Body modification agent? What is its purpose? He then noticed a new interface materializing before him, suspended in midair. This interface resembled that of a treasure chest in a game, with a blue potion quietly resting within a grid. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. Body modification agent, capable of enhancing physical constitution and eliminating certain bodily ailments upon consumption. All pain is eradicated. Upon reading the description, Yuan was stunned. Was this not tailor-made for him? Eradication of pain. Was it akin to the cleansing elixirs of novels? With this thought in mind, he promptly claimed the potion. To his surprise, it was contained within a test tube, only partially filled, but he did not linger to observe further and tilted his head back to drink it. Expecting it to be bitter and unpleasant, he held his breath and gulped it down in one go. However, to his astonishment, it bore no bitterness whatsoever, only a subtle hint of mint. As soon as he finished, the test tube vanished, and a warm sensation enveloped his body. Yet, this feeling was fleeting. He felt as though the fatigue from cycling had completely dissipated, invigorating him considerably. He planned to take another X-ray shortly. Although he could not do so here, he needed to seek out Captain Lee first. Retrieving his thoughts, he realized the previously suspended interface had vanished. "May I inquire how to address you?" He waited for a response, but none came. "Is that interface visible to others?" "No." A reminder for the host. You need not speak aloud, simply think the words you wish to convey. Upon hearing this, Yuan felt a weight lift. He mentally posed a question. "I am the 101st individual to possess a system. What has become of the previous 100? After a prolonged silence, there was still no answer. Glancing at the time, he realized he needed to hurry to the team. He had already wasted considerable time. With this thought, he tucked the X-ray into his bag and turned towards the restroom. He splashed water on his face and checked his slightly reddened and dry eyes before donning his sunglasses and exiting the hospital. Upon reaching the door of Captain Lee's office, just as he was about to knock, he overheard voices from within. He leaned in to eavesdrop. He had never heard Old Lee praise him before, and he could not let this opportunity slip away. His linguistic abilities were exceptional. In addition to his native tongue, he had mastered 6 other languages. There was no other choice, as he had been passionate about football since childhood. Many matches were not broadcast domestically, forcing him to circumvent restrictions to watch them. Those were all foreign languages without subtitles. While other children engaged in calligraphy, piano, dance, and art, he navigated through various foreign language classes. His parents held prestigious positions in foreign enterprises, which afforded him ample opportunities to practice speaking. In his youth, he was often regarded as the ideal child, yet his passion for football led many to doubt him. In a place devoid of a football culture, pursuing the sport seemed futile, merely a fleeting youth endeavor, seen as brutish and uncivilized. Only those who could not gain admission to schools or aspired to pursue sports professions would engage in it. After all, football was the weakest sporting discipline in the entirety of the Great Xia, the foremost power in the East, surpassed even by small territories. Xiaomi too was once affected, shaken to the core, that on that day he was preparing for training, balancing the ball beneath his feet. A parent's admonition directed at their child pierced his tender heart deeply. A bespectacled boy, with a backpack in tow, gazed at him with envy. Yet the parent forcefully turned the boy's head away, disregarding the volume of their voice, and bluntly declared to the bespectacled child, "Do you know what kind of children play football? They're the ones who cannot gain admission to university, the misguided ones without a future. You must aspire to be a pianist, to become a pillar of society, and not learn from those wayward children." Each word fell upon Xiaomi's ears like heavy stones. He did not step forward to argue, but silently went about his training. However, upon returning home, his eyes were swollen from tears. This scene was witnessed by his father, who was returning home late from work, leading to his father's first adage, "A man may bleed, but he must not shed tears." His father's second adage fortified his resolve. "Child, everyone has their own choices. The road less traveled is not necessarily the wrong one. Which renowned scientists, be it Newton, Einstein, or Madame Curie, walked the path of conformity? Without the first brave soul to taste crabs, our dining tables would lack a delightful dish. Without Shinong tasting herbs, humanity might have faced extinction millennia ago. As long as you believe in what is right, and it does not betray your principles or ethics, even if the world criticizes you, your mother and I will always stand by you." That night, father and son conversed extensively, though the young boy grasped only fragments of the conversation. Chapter 3. Decision to study abroad. As he matured, he increasingly cherished the fact that he possessed the most open-minded parents in the world. Therefore, he pursued knowledge, dedicating 1/3 of his efforts to learning for learning's sake, while devoting the remaining 2/3 toward the realization of his dreams. His aspiration was to become a professional football player, to compete in the top 5 leagues, to best the world's most formidable forwards, and to emerge as a true striker. He overheard Coach Lee introducing his situation, with the translator at his side. Sensing that Coach Lee's praise sounded somewhat forced, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon hearing Coach Lee's voice, Yuan pushed the door open. Inside were only 3 individuals: Coach Lee, yesterday's scout, and the translator. "Hello, Coach Lee." "Greetings to you both, gentlemen," Xiaomi greeted with a distinctly articulate London accent, instantly capturing the scout's attention. Coach Lee chuckled and gestured, teasing, "You little rascal, now flaunting your foreign accent. Come over here. Weren't you just blending in with a mix of local and foreign yourself?" This was, of course, said in his mother tongue, leaving the translator in an awkward position, unsure how to convey as he approached. Coach Lee introduced, "This is Mr. Smith, the scout from the Hague. And this is Mr. He, the translator." After Xiaomi exchanged handshakes and greetings with the two, he took a seat beside them. Xiaomi, Mr. Smith observed your training yesterday and believes your speed and vision are commendable, though your physical stamina is relatively lacking. He has invited you to a trial in The Hague, however. Whether you remain with the U16 tier team or are relegated to the amateur league will depend on your performance during the trial. The trial period lasts for 3 months. If you are deemed unsuitable, you may be sent back or required to fund your own training there, and he cannot guarantee your future development. We have just discussed your technical attributes, the positions you're suited for, and your usual training regimen. Now it primarily hinges on your own willingness. At your age, it may be somewhat late to go there. The training intensity will be significantly greater, and as you're already in your final year of high school, it may hinder your academic pursuits. Coach Lee briefly outlined the situation to him and ultimately inquired about his thoughts in such matters. Yuan need not deliberate extensively. This was an opportunity he had long yearned for. I am willing to give it a try. I just do not know what procedures are required. Upon hearing his response, Coach Lee nodded and then spoke earnestly. You must understand, life outside is not like being at home. No one will be there to assist you. You will have to confront numerous challenges alone, along with the endless solitude and loneliness. Without friends there, if anything arises, we will be unable to offer you any assistance. Captain Lee, I am well aware of all this, and you are quite familiar with the circumstances of my household. I possess no particular aspirations, save for the desire to play football and become a professional player. Observing the resolve in his eyes, Captain Lee chose to refrain from further discussion. Mr. He, what documentation is required for Xiaomi to proceed? An hour later, a group of individuals ventured out for a working meal. Yuan returned home to prepare documents and asset verification. Upon arriving, he discovered that his roommate had not yet returned. He quickly gathered his belongings and departed. Yuan's life is quite affluent, as his parents' untimely passing not only left him with 2 properties, but also a 7-figure bank account beginning with the number 6. The insurance company compensated him with an 8-figure sum, allowing him to live comfortably without the need for employment, as long as he refrains from extravagant spending. Residing in a spacious 200-square-meter apartment, he felt a sense of emptiness. Consequently, he listed 2 rooms for rent on 58.com. And fortune smiled upon him as he attracted 2 graduate exam candidates as tenants. The 2 young women, though friends, possessed strikingly contrasting personalities, one a vivacious and spirited individual, the other a gentle and graceful lady from the Jiangnan region. In his daily life, he practiced frugality, bordering on stinginess. This was a consequence of his father's learned philosophy on raising children in a financially austere manner. Had it not been for his parents' demise, he would have continued to believe his family was impoverished. His parents worked tirelessly, taking on extra shifts and traveling for work to support his aspirations in football, education, and language acquisition. Even though his savings could evoke envy in many, he never squandered a single penny. The bank's procedures were remarkably straightforward once they understood the purpose of his transactions. After completing his errands, he returned to his team, delivering the prepared materials to Captain Lee. Administrative tasks were not his concern. During this period, he could attend school and training as usual, with plans to depart for The Hague in approximately a month. While he was well-versed in the major European leagues, his knowledge of the Eredivisie was somewhat limited, primarily encompassing Ajax, PSV Eindhoven, and Feyenoord, the 3 dominant clubs. After selecting a private hospital and undergoing new MR and CT scans, he recalled that he had yet to consume any rice today. During his meal, he utilized his phone to research information about The Hague and the AD0 club. Upon discovering that The Hague had recently been acquired by a large summer company, he finally understood the presence of Dutch scouts in the area, with the headquarters of the funding entity located right at his doorstep. It was only natural that this would be the first stop for talent scouts. This realization dispelled his lingering doubts. He had previously contemplated sneaking out to ascertain the legitimacy of Smith's identity. Although this club is not particularly renowned, boasting a century of history, its youth training program ranks among the top 10 in the country. Despite its modest size, the Netherlands is home to over 3,000 clubs of varying scales. Every aspiring footballer in this nation has access to opportunities to play. The youth training program in The Hague is systematic prior to age 9. The focus is on fostering children's interest. Between ages 9 and 13, the emphasis shifts to fundamental skills and technical training. From ages 14 to 16, while technical training becomes less dominant, there is a heightened focus on physical conditioning, tactical awareness, and on-field consciousness. Upon reviewing this information, Xiaomi realized that he had not faltered at the starting line, but had instead stumbled at the most crucial juncture on the path to a professional career. He understood that this time he could not afford to miss the opportunity. Once he turned 18 and his physique became fully developed, it would be too late. He wondered what assistance this dream of football could offer him and pondered whether he should inquire further. "Could you help me become a striking powerhouse?" he asked. After a lengthy silence, there was still no response. It seemed that the system would only activate upon triggering some special condition, so he decided to dismiss the thought. During that day's training, he exhibited an even greater enthusiasm than usual. The feeling of having regained something precious fueled his desire to hone his skills. Aspiring to become a professional player. In his homeland, he needed to obtain a Level 2 athlete qualification to pursue a career in professional football. Moreover, he had yet to reach the required age, as registration for professional players necessitated being at least 18 years old. He remained unhurried, for he had trained alongside Captain Lee since childhood, and he trusted that Captain Lee would contemplate the matters ahead on his behalf. He believes that he must first participate in the college entrance examination, at the very least to qualify as a student with athletic prowess. With the opportunity to undergo training abroad now available, he is determined to seize this chance. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 9 o'clock. He cradled a large pomelo in his hands, intending to provide some vitamin nourishment for his 2 overworked roommates. Chapter 4. The eve before departure, his roommates had yet to return, so he peeled the pomelo and placed it directly in the refrigerator, leaving a note on its surface before retreating to his room. "Dear Miss Wei, I have prepared fruit for both of you." Throughout the day, he felt as though he were on a roller coaster, experiencing highs and lows. However, now filled with purpose, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke to attend school in the morning, his roommates were still asleep. The 3 of them seemed to inhabit 2 distinct worlds within the same space, with their primary communication limited to notes on the refrigerator and brief messages. He, however, rarely used his phone, as they were collectively stored with the security guard during school hours. Should anyone be caught using their phone during class, the only outcome would be confiscation. As he settled into his seat, Long Chi leaned over to inquire. "You left so hastily yesterday. Was something amiss? You didn't seem quite yourself." "Nothing significant. But I need to request a long leave soon for a training trial." "Really? How long will you be gone? Will you return before the finals?" "It should be about 3 months, though I can't say for certain. I might not make it back." "You're so fortunate, escaping exams. It makes me a bit envious." "Stop joking. I still don't know the outcome of my trial. It's merely an attempt." The attentive classmate in front overheard their exchange and turned around. "Me Yuan, if you don't take the exam, Long Chi sees your position?" Long Chi looked puzzled. "What position am I seizing?" "Haha, the throne of last place." Upon hearing this, Long Chi became indignant, and the 2 began to playfully tussle. Me Yuan, watching their antics, couldn't help but chuckle along. Although he ranks last in his class, it does not necessarily imply that his academic performance is truly poor. Rather, it signifies that this class is filled with exceptionally talented individuals, with the top students of the entire year gathered here. Managing to maintain a position at the bottom is, in itself, a testament to one's capabilities. The most peculiar among them is Long Chi, who spends his class time engrossed in comics, with textbooks lying idly on his desk, and his backpack overflowing with popular manga such as Naruto, One Piece, and Detective Conan. During examinations, this lad seems to have a knack for scoring just 1 or 2 points more than him. Consequently, they have become the class's hidden gems. One a sportsman and the other a perennial runner-up, the son of a wealthy family. As the class bell rings, everyone rises to greet their teacher. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has slipped by. When he arrives at the team, just as he is about to change his clothes, Coach Lee calls him outside. "Your visa has been processed, but you will need to wait another half-month before departure, along with other players." "All right. I shall prepare in the meantime. There is no rush. I have a few books on tactics and strategies. Come to my office after training today to pick them up." "Thank you for your consideration, Coach Lee. Keep up the good work. If you get selected, the development of my little team will be assured." Me Yuan smiled, fully aware of Coach Lee's intentions. As the great Xia enters the golden age of football, the 36-year-old Coach Lee, hindered by injuries, has been unable to seize the opportunity to profit during this prosperous era. After obtaining his coaching certification, he established this modest club, which at its peak had only around 30 students. The age range is quite diverse, with many children ceasing to play by the age of 12. Consequently, this club struggles to find suitable opponents for matches, often resorting to hastily assembled teams. Achieving commendable results under such circumstances is exceedingly challenging. This predicament is also the reason why he has been unable to apply for a secondary athlete certificate. This small team is Coach Li's sole source of livelihood. In a city like Yanjing, such income barely suffices for subsistence. Fortunate as he is to be a local, his family initially chose to send him here for his studies. Recognizing that Coach Li was a retired player and that the location was conveniently close to home, he was one of the first disciples of Coach Li. Over the course of 11 years, he has persevered through trials and tribulations, training diligently. Coach Li regards him as a son, always considering him first when good fortune arises. His selection this time can be seen as a reciprocal gesture, and regardless of what the future holds, this alone is sufficient for Coach Li to attract more students. Coach Li once contemplated enrolling him in the Youth Hero Training Program organized by the Football Association and Adidas. Upon selection, the young players would embark on a journey to Portugal, where they would undergo 2 years of training. They would not only train alongside foreign children, but also absorb the most advanced football philosophies, serving as a means to cultivate talents capable of entering the 2022 World Cup. However, he was deemed too young to meet the initial criteria. In the same year, Qingda launched a 3-year program for studying abroad in Spain. Yet he missed the eligibility by merely a month. At that time, Coach Li helplessly expressed to his parents that this child was unfortunate, despite his evident talent. He always fell short due to age restrictions. Mr. Mi, at that moment, was unconcerned and smiled, saying, "Such opportunities may not necessarily be beneficial. The most expensive things in this world are often free. I do not wish for Xiaomi's football journey to become tainted. I only desire for him to transform his passion into skill. I have some connections. Perhaps we could adjust his age." Coach Li remained undeterred, as they were only a month apart, and there was still a chance for adjustment. However, such matters required financial expenditure, and he could not take unilateral action. No need for that. Learning under your guidance is quite good. At that time, he did not comprehend fully, but he trusted his father's decisions, knowing they were always right. Though he envied those children, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of joyful football. Time would prove that his exclusion was indeed fortuitous. As the youth heroes became ensnared in despair, and the stars of hope failed to achieve results. Once the departure time was confirmed, it marked the final moments of preparation. After completing the last week of classes, he bid farewell to his teachers and classmates. He took the initiative to send a message in the small group of 3. "Dear sisters, it has been a month since we last met. How about enjoying some skewers tonight?" After sending the message, he waited for a considerable time. Yet no one responded. He paid no heed and commenced today's training. During a water break, he noticed messages from the 2 elder sisters. One wrote, "Of course. The landlord will definitely be there." The other inquired, "Is there meat and tendons? I want the kind of clay pot instant noodles, with eggs and sausages added." Upon seeing their replies, he wore an expression of utter exasperation. The landlord is already coming, yet these 2 ladies are still quite demanding. Xiaomi added, "Let us meet at home at 10 Miss Wei." He is certainly not one to suffer losses. He had intended to treat them all along. Yet, feeling the need to reclaim his dignity, he could not resist delivering a few scathing remarks. Miss Wei's intention was to indulge them, but one might wonder what kind of creature she had in mind. The first, named Qin Yu, was born on the 1st day of January and affectionately nicknamed Yi. Yuan preferred to call him Yao Yao, as it rolled off the tongue more easily. Xiao Yu, a girl hailing from Jiangnan, was born Li Yu. It is evident that her parents named her after the weather. Simple, yet memorable. After 9 o'clock, he returned home to find they had not yet arrived. So he decided to take a shower. During this season in Yanjing, one quickly becomes drenched in sweat, especially after physical exertion. Once he had finished bathing, he pulled out a pair of floral shorts and a white t-shirt. Then, donning flip-flops, he settled into the living room to await the arrival of the 2 young ladies. At 9:59, the front door swung open, and the 2 long-missed ladies finally made their appearance. Chapter 5, Departure. Before he could utter a word, the beaming Yao Yao exclaimed, "Landlord, it's been ages since we last met, and you've only grown more handsome." Just as Xiaomi was about to retort, Xiao Yu tugged at Yao Yao and inquired, "Xiaomi, what prompted you to invite us for a meal?" Xiaomi replied, "I have a trial training coming up and will be departing after the 11th. I fear that when we meet again, you might not recognize me due to my newfound charm." Unable to contain herself, Yao Yao erupted into laughter, teasing, "You're so self-absorbed. When I say you're overweight, you actually take it to heart." Stop joking around. Let us check in with Xiaomi about the situation," Xiao Yu interjected, adopting a sisterly tone. Upon hearing of his impending trial, A look of concern immediately crossed her face. After a while of eating and chatting, she urged, "You both should set your things down." The two then turned back to the house to drop off their bags before the trio ventured out, not far from the community. They ordered their meals, each savoring a chilled bottle of Beibinjiang before diving into conversation. Although the three had known each other for less than a year and rarely met daily, the news of his overseas journey prompted playful banter from Yao Yao. Ultimately, after consuming 2 bottles of Beibinjiang, the 2 roommates finally set aside their worries. One advised him to take care of his health and avoid injuries, while the other straightforwardly began searching for local specialties, insisting he bring some back upon his return. He could never fathom why those 2 rather plump young ladies, each weighing barely 100 pounds, possessed such capacious appetites. The skewers from the north are quite substantial, typically comprising 2 parts fat and 3 parts lean. Not to mention the other delicacies, such as the secret recipe chicken wings and tender lamb legs. While he indulged in a hearty meal amounting to over 500 grams, they barely felt satisfied, having consumed only 8/10 of their capacity. With such appetites, how will you 2 ever find husbands in the future? He couldn't help but mutter a phrase, and immediately, Yao Yao ceased her protests. She directly embraced Xiao Yu and planted a kiss on her cheek. "We make a perfect pair. We can thrive just the same." Witnessing Yao Yao's antics, Yuan was rendered speechless. Whenever someone spoke of flowers adorning cow dung or cabbage being ravaged by pigs, he would become anxious. He was aware that Yao Yao was merely jesting, yet he found it difficult to accept the notion wholeheartedly. If he were to switch places with Yao Yao, he might be more amenable to the idea. Upon returning home, the 3 of them retreated to their respective rooms. The 2 young ladies were nearing examination time, and he understood their fervent desire to excel in their studies. However, gaining admission to their school required not only meeting the score threshold, but also securing a favorable mentor. Esteemed mentors often had limited slots available, making it exceedingly challenging for students from other regions. In the days that followed, with no school to attend, he found himself with ample time for personal development. He had long since finished the books that Team Leaderly provided, and whenever he encountered difficulties, he would promptly consult with him or seek knowledge online. The results of his recent medical examination had also arrived, revealing that his health was excellent. Before long, the eve of their departure arrived. Yao Yao and Xiao Yu returned home unusually early, each carrying 2 large bags filled with food. They reopened the suitcase he had meticulously packed and began to stuff it with additional items while chattering incessantly. Life abroad is not like at home, where delicious meals abound. These instant noodles are essential. We must also pack plenty of Laoganma, at least 3 bottles for 3 months. And don't forget the common medications. Those available there may not suit your constitution. I've placed your raincoat here. Be cautious, as that environment can be quite liberal. At first, Yuan felt indifferent, sitting on the bed with a smile as he listened to their banter. These 2 sisters were genuinely kind to him, and their companionship alleviated his solitude. However, when the topic of the raincoat arose, he was taken aback. "Qin Yao Yao, what are you doing?" "I'm doing this for your own good," Yao Yao retorted, abroad. "There are many temptations, and you're still a young pup. What if you lose control? This is a necessity." Qin Yu, with an air of defiance, rose to interject, hands on her hips, firmly countering him. Yuan's face flushed crimson. "Sister Yao Yao, I'm only 16. I'm still a child." "Child, my foot. What have you not developed? Want me to conduct a physical exam?" As the 2 engaged in playful banter, Xiao Yu quickly positioned herself between them, genuinely concerned that Yao Yao might insist on a physical examination. Medical students have seen it all, with no distinctions based on gender. "Xiaomi, just take it. Your sister Yao Yao has a point. Moreover, the raincoat holds other connotations." Yuan was taken aback, staring blankly at Xiao Yu. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao burst into laughter. "Xiao Yu, you are truly insightful. You can derive such meanings." Xiao Yu promptly covered Yao Yao's mouth, feeling somewhat awkward as she explained. "Your sister Yao Yao hopes for your safety and a safe return." Yuan was utterly defeated by these 2 women, and it is indeed somewhat reasonable to say so. On the final night at home, the 3 of them ventured out for a meal of boiled fish. For who knows how long it would be until they could indulge in such a feast again, with their lips adorned like sausages. They slurped on yogurt while engaging in light-hearted banter. Entrusting the house to these 2 fastidious sisters did not cause him any concern, should everything proceed smoothly. The timing of his return to his homeland remained uncertain. Conversely, if he did not stay, he would return in 3 months to prepare for the college entrance examination. The night passed without conversation, and before dawn broke the next day, He quietly grasped his suitcase and made his way to the airport. They boarded the earliest flight, necessitating an early departure. Upon arriving at the airport, he noticed a group of individuals and promptly approached with his luggage in tow. "I hope I'm not late," he exclaimed, greeting the translator while surveying the surrounding youth. "Not at all. Just a moment. 2 more team members have yet to arrive. We will complete the formalities together shortly." "How many people are there in total?" he inquired. 15 talented players have been selected, ensuring that you won't feel isolated once you arrive there. With a general understanding of the situation, he settled quietly onto his suitcase and began to engage in a game. His personality is somewhat reserved. Although he is to become a teammate in the future, he presently feels like a mere acquaintance. Moreover, while the others are accompanied by their parents, he is alone. Soon, the last 2 individuals arrived, and he, the translator, guided them through the administrative procedures. The check-in and baggage handling proceeded smoothly, yet the scene at the entrance was somewhat poignant. Finally, they boarded the plane. His seat was by the window, adjacent to a robust young lad. After fastening his seatbelt, the boy took the initiative to introduce himself, saying, "Hey, I'm Zhang Lei, from the youth team in Hague City." Zhang Lei's accent, rich with the local flavor, made it impossible to doubt his origins. "Hello, I'm Yuan, an amateur player. Why haven't you registered, buddy? You sound local." "Well, I've been focused on my studies and haven't had time for competitions." Their conversation flowed, punctuated by Zhang Lei's characteristic northern boldness. His chatter was as lively as that of any local, and they quickly grew familiar with one another. After the plane took off and breakfast was served, everyone began to catch up on sleep, for in the midst of a lengthy journey, slumber was the wisest choice. Throughout the protracted hours of travel, Yuan dozed off intermittently. Upon their arrival at Schiphol Airport, they were greeted by brilliant sunshine, despite it being just past 10 in the morning. Chapter 6. Arrival at the youth training base in The Hague. Given the 7-hour time difference, they found themselves in need of adjustment upon their arrival. The team members were all exhilarated, peering out the windows to marvel at the unfamiliar city. The youth training squad had arranged for a bus, and as they boarded, the air was filled with their excited chatter. Every sight was akin to the discovery of a new world, particularly the uniquely styled architecture. Upon reaching The Hague, it was nearly noon. He, the translator, led the players alongside the staff on a tour of the club. Smith, bearing their documentation, went off to report on their arrival. After enjoying a Western-style lunch in the dining hall, they collected their uniforms, room cards, and phone cards. With room cards in hand, they finally took their luggage to the dormitory. The accommodation comprised shared rooms, and it was quite fortuitous that Yuan and Zhang Lei ended up in the same one. With a serious demeanor, he produced a sheet of paper and began to outline the training regulations and the upcoming schedule. He concluded by informing them, "You may rest for now. Dinner will be served in the dining hall tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany you for a health check, and over the next few days, you should familiarize yourselves with the environment. The trial training will commence on Monday." Upon returning to their room, Zhang Lei collapsed onto the bed. "Finally, I can relax. I've been holding it in." "Then why don't you go to the restroom?" Yuan replied half-jokingly, beginning to organize his belongings. "It's not just that. It's a profound sense of repression and inner struggle. It appears to be your first time venturing so far from home. Do not burden yourself with undue pressure. I find it peculiar that you seem remarkably at ease, without any apparent discomfort. Although it is an unfamiliar experience, I am here primarily to engage in football and hone my skills. Everything else is of little consequence." "Indeed, your words hold merit. I too am here for the love of the game. My family has made considerable sacrifices to support my journey, having borrowed money to send me here, and I cannot afford to let them down. Your family seems quite supportive of your football pursuits. Give it your all, as I have high hopes for you." I sense a resemblance between Zhang Lei and Long Qi in terms of their personalities, and it would be beneficial for them to meet. However, reflecting on the fact that his family borrowed money to facilitate his departure fills him with a sense of fortune in this regard. Soon, he gathered his belongings, ready to explore. As he contemplated inviting Zhang Lei to join him, he noticed that he had fallen into a deep slumber. After donning his athletic shoes, he exited the room. Whether it was the midday hour or the weekend that contributed to it, the football field was eerily deserted. Having been cooped up on a plane for over 10 hours, he felt his body stiffening. He stepped into the small training ground, where a basket of footballs awaited. Selecting one, he commenced his ball handling drills. He began with a customary warm-up, positioning the ball in front of him and alternatingly tapping it with both feet. Following this, He executed a series of rapid footwork, spinning in circles while maintaining contact with the ball. Eventually, he transitioned into dribbling at a brisk pace. After a sequence of movements that lasted over 10 minutes, he felt his body thoroughly warmed up. Engrossed in his training, he remained oblivious to the figure seated quietly at the edge of the field, observing his practice. After honing his skills of alternating dribbling with both feet, he proceeded to perform a continuous series of 12 juggles. Upon completing approximately 10 sets, he allowed his body to relax and unleashed a powerful shot at the goal. After this exertion, fatigue began to set in, prompting him to stroll to the sidelines for a drink of water. It was then that he noticed the presence of another individual on the field, and with a hint of embarrassment, he approached. "Excuse me, sir, have I disturbed you?" he inquired. "Not at all. I merely happened to pass by and was curious to watch. Are you one of the trial players who just arrived today?" "Yes, sir. I saw the footballs and could not resist." "That's perfectly fine. Footballs are meant to be played with, not merely displayed." The man stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued. "From what I observed during your training, your fundamentals appear quite solid. I wonder how adept you are at passing. During training back home, my passing was satisfactory. But I am uncertain of my level here," Yuan responded modestly, fully aware of his own circumstances and the insufficient intensity of training within his team. "How old are you?" 16. He merely observed the man's brow furrow slightly, remaining silent, which instilled a sense of unease within him. After all, he was unaware of the training methods employed here. To his knowledge, many football stars had already honed their skills by the age of 16, even ascending to the first team with opportunities to play. "Have you rested well? I shall accompany you for some practice." Upon hearing these words from the man, Yuan felt a surge of joy within him. "Thank you so much, sir. How should I address you?" "You will know soon enough. Let us begin." The man promptly took the ball from beneath Yuan's feet and, after a few strides, unexpectedly passed it. The two commenced their practice on the field. Initially, Yuan struggled to adapt to the force of the man's passes, resulting in overly large stops. As the man continued to pass the ball, he instructed Yuan on how to receive it and how to exert force. 10 minutes later, Yuan grasped the essentials and gradually fell into rhythm. "Can you touch the ball with one foot?" the man shouted. Yuan nodded in affirmation. They practiced together on the field for an entire hour, culminating in the man lifting the ball and skillfully kicking it into the basket. This spectacle left Yuan momentarily speechless. "You are quite impressive, young man. Stretch a bit, and then practice your strength. Do not overexert yourself. You have a physical examination tomorrow." "All right, thank you." The man patted his shoulder and departed. As he stretched, Yuan contemplated that this individual must be a coach at the club, likely to be his mentor in the future. The standards here were indeed different. This brief session had exhausted him more than 3 hours of his previous practice. He began to look forward to his future life, yearning to acquire more knowledge here and to realize his dream of becoming a professional athlete. After completing his stretches, he made his way to the indoor gym. The myriad of fitness equipment within left him momentarily speechless, as if he were Lala wandering through the Grandview Garden, feeling somewhat embarrassed. There were so many machines that he did not know how to operate. After surveying the area, he opted for the equipment he was familiar with and began his workout. Half an hour later, his stomach began to protest, prompting him to return to his dormitory for a shower in preparation for a visit to the dining hall. Upon returning to his room, he found that Zhang Lei was still asleep. He took a change of clothes and proceeded to take a shower. When he emerged, Zhang Lei sat on the bed, looking utterly bewildered. "You're awake? Why are you showering in broad daylight?" "I just went out for a run and I'm all sweaty." "Oh, what time is it?" "It's almost time for dinner. Would you like to join?" "I'm actually a bit hungry." "Let us go." The following morning, he, the translator, took his team for a physical examination. Following the instructions, everyone lined up and underwent various tests. An hour later, the examination was complete. The results would be directly submitted to the responsible personnel. With no further arrangements for the day, Yuan prepared to practice football. He turned to Zhang Lei and asked, "Would you like to practice? Is that even possible?" "I've been eager to practice for a long time." Chapter 7. The first training session, the two of them hit it off immediately. Returning to their room to change clothes and shoes before heading directly to the small field where he had practiced the previous day. Once again, there was no one else present, and he thought little of it. Practicing together was far more enjoyable than alone, especially during one-on-one drills. The tall and robust Zhang Lei found himself unable to gain any advantage over him. At this age, young boys are quite energetic, and upon hearing the sound of a football being kicked, many of them quickly donned their gear and rushed over. They were all football enthusiasts, realizing that playing was far better than being cooped up indoors. The field, once quiet, soon buzzed with activity. In addition to Zhang Lei and Xiaomi, 9 others joined in. After warming up, Zhang Lei noticed the growing crowd and, panting heavily, suggested, "With so many of us, why don't we have a match?" Great idea. Instantly, enthusiasm surged among the group as they gathered to form teams. Thanks to the guidance he received from the men yesterday, Xiaomi felt that his passing and ball control were notably improved today. Eager to participate in the competition, he was more than willing to join in. With 11 players, they decided who would be the referee through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Young Fan, looking quite dejected, ended up being the referee, lamenting his unfortunate luck as he had wanted to play. Once the teams were formed, the young players began to run across the field. The once tranquil base was soon filled with the shouts of the boys. "Stop him! Pass the ball! Give it to me! That was terrible!" Again, an hour later, the weary youths reclined on the grass, gazing up at the sky. In this moment, they were no longer strangers, but a collective of dream-chasing adolescents. On the field, Xiaomi's performance was remarkable. Everyone was taken aback to learn that he was merely an amateur player. In this realm, only the strong earn the admiration of others. Here, they disregard scores and focus solely on skill. Young Fan, who had not yet played, felt a twinge of regret. Yet he knew there would be ample opportunities to play together in the future. After a sufficient rest, the group agreed to reconvene in the afternoon and return to their respective rooms. Xiaomi gained much from this confrontation. Previously, he had been oblivious to his own shortcomings, believing he was performing adequately. Yesterday, he had practiced for only a short while, and his opponent had casually pointed out areas that needed tightening, as well as the proper techniques for exertion. Today, during the competition, he dominated his teammates. He is now eagerly anticipating the commencement of formal training, as this will expedite his growth. At 7 a.m. on Monday, he, the translator, arrived again to escort them to the training session. Upon reaching the field, he spotted the man who had been practicing with him, standing next to a younger gentleman. There were nearly 10 coaches in total, and once they arrived, they began with self-introductions. The young man stepped forward and introduced himself, saying, "You may call me Marvin. I am the head coach for the U16 team. This is our technical coach, Mr. Jason, the assistant coach, Will, and Hansen." Marvin briefly introduced the coaching staff and continued, "Now, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves, along with your positions and technical attributes. I must remind you that you only have this week to keep up with the training pace. Those who cannot will be transferred to the amateur team. On Wednesday evening, you will engage in a scrimmage with the U16 players, and I hope you can perform admirably." Yuan comprehended Marvin's words, feeling somewhat astonished by the brevity of the time frame. Is it truly possible for him to adapt in just 1 week? After he translated simultaneously, the expressions of all the players turned grave. However, a spark ignited in their eyes, an indomitable flame that belongs to youth. Subsequently, the players introduced themselves in English. Center back, Zhang Lei. Left midfielder, Yang Fan. Right back, Gao Liang. Midfielder, Su Jia. Midfielder, Lin Yanxiao. Forward, Bai Wenkong. Midfielder, Wang Nan. Midfielder, Li Wenbin. Defender, Yu Chong. Goalkeeper, Li Bo. Midfielder, Yang Rui. Defender, Wang Haoren. Defender, Lu Ziyu. Midfielder, Xiao Jinglong. With so many names, it would be challenging for an ordinary person to remember them all at once. However, Marvin was unconcerned, as he had the list along with the numbers. Forward, Yuan. Upon introducing himself, he was momentarily taken aback. The dormant system activated, issuing a new task, challenge task. Complete the apprentice signing within 3 months to remain at the club. Upon completion, corresponding rewards will be granted. Please confirm your decision. Silently, he replied, "Yes." The system vanished once more, solidifying his resolve to stay. After everyone had introduced themselves, training for the day commenced, beginning with warm-ups. Following a 20-minute warm-up, they proceeded to group fundamental skill training. One group practiced dribbling by running back and forth around cone markers. Another group engaged in obstacle courses leading to shooting. A third group focused on circle drills, and the last group worked on agility and reaction. The entire field was divided into 4 sections, where the sounds of young players calling out to their teammates echoed throughout. Everyone was highly motivated and believed they performed well. However, the assistant coach overseeing the training, along with Marvin, maintained a furrowed brow throughout. They can discern that these young players possess potential, yet their skills remain rather unrefined. It is difficult for them to fathom why these evidently gifted children exhibit such a significant disparity compared to their peers in the youth training team. Jason has consistently monitored Xiaomi, as he is particularly intrigued by this player. Xiaomi plays somewhat tensely, while he is well acquainted with the training exercises. The coach's expectations diverge entirely from those in his home country. He understood that he must adapt swiftly. He aspired to join the official U16 team rather than face relegation to the amateur league. He was the most technically proficient among the 15. And the other members of the team were even less impressive. They frequently faltered on simple tasks, such as weaving around the markers, let alone dribbling. The coaches diligently recorded their observations, uttering little else. Even if they did speak, most of the children would scarcely comprehend. Ma Wen keenly observed the situation on the field, continuously taking notes. After half an hour of training, they took a brief respite before commencing a new training exercise. As the morning's training concluded, they finally finished the session. Everyone was utterly exhausted, their clothes drenched in sweat, yet each face was adorned with an expression of exhilaration. This morning had proven to be immensely rewarding for them. They are unafraid of hardship, yet they dread the prospect of not acquiring skills. With merely a few casual pointers from the coach, they experience significant growth, an opportunity they had not encountered during their previous training. Xiaomi sips water thoughtfully, contemplating the additional training sessions that lie ahead. Xiaomi, why are you silent? I am pondering the evening's extra practice, she replies. You intend to train more? Yang Fan's eyes gleam with excitement as he turns to inquire. Yes. I feel there is much I need to improve. Count me in, exclaimed another. I shall join as well. Soon, everyone agreed to gather for extra practice in the evening. Xiaomi smiled with joy, grateful for the companionship of his fellow teammates who shared his passion for football. At least he was not alone in his fervor for the sport. After lunch, there was a 2-hour rest period. Chapter 8. The Diligent Youngsters of Daxia. In the afternoon, an hour of strength training awaited them. As most of these young athletes lacked adequate physical power, Ma Wen pondered whether it was due to their physical constitution or something else. Despite their decent height, they had rather slender frames. Such physiques were utterly ill-suited for high-intensity physical confrontations. A few players appeared robust, yet their strength was merely superficial, struggling to complete even 10 sets with a 50-pound weight. They paled in comparison to their peers of the same age in AD0. And Ma Wen worried about the risk of injury for these Eastern youths during the Wednesday scrimmage. The strength training was overseen by specialized coaches. And Xiaomi finally grasped the purpose of each piece of equipment. He resolved that if he were to become a professional player with a stable income, he would undoubtedly establish a gym of his own. After the strength training concluded and they had a brief rest, they were escorted to the swimming pool. Among the 15, for were unable to swim. However, with the guidance of a professional coach, this posed no challenge. Swimming lessons offered numerous benefits for the players' physiques, enhancing lung capacity, fortifying the respiratory system, and improving muscular capabilities. Even those who could swim struggled with their technique, prompting the coach to start from the very basics. After an intense strength session, the players relished the opportunity to swim, fully enjoying the experience. It was a novel and joyous encounter for them. The swimming class lasted only an hour, and upon its conclusion, the players attended their language class. Here, English was the official language. Mastering it would ensure a seamless life for them. He, however, was not their English teacher, but rather a somewhat stern Miss Chen, who wore glasses. She had settled here after studying abroad, and was proficient not only in English, but also in Dutch. Xiaomi was instantly intrigued, as he had yet to learn Dutch. And once he found his footing, he intended to ask Ms. Chun for additional lessons. With a foundation in 6 languages, he believed his language acquisition would be swift. He was already well-versed in English and German, and since these 3 languages were closely related, he was confident that grasping the essentials would not prove difficult. Despite his commendable English skills, he chose not to skip class, but instead joined his peers in their studies. After dinner, they had no further classes for the day. In the evening, the coaches were set to train the U16 team, whose players arrived for a 3-hour session after attending school during the day. An hour post-dinner, the 15 youngsters made their way to the field, where the U16 players had already begun their warm-up. The group gathered curiously, eager to discern the differences in training methods. Ma Wen observed the children arriving with their soccer shoes, feeling a surge of happiness. Clearly, these youngsters were diligent and understood the importance of additional practice. During the warm-up on the field, the initial excitement was palpable. However, as the U16 players commenced dribbling, weaving around cones, and practicing passes, the disparity became evident, leaving everyone agape with astonishment. During their morning training, They had noted the intense atmosphere surrounding football here, which contrasted sharply with their previous experiences. They had repeatedly faltered in dribbling and lacked power in their passes. Their instinct was to stabilize the ball before passing, resulting in a complete lack of precision. In stark contrast, the U16 players not only struck the ball with a resounding clarity, but also demonstrated remarkable speed and accuracy. The youngsters immediately recognized their shortcomings. Exchanging glances before swiftly turning towards another training area to commence their own practice, they understood that without extra effort, they would only face humiliation against these players in the upcoming match. Fortunately, they had left quickly. Had they witnessed the physical confrontations that followed, they would likely have been too intimidated to engage. The 15 youths tirelessly trained on the field, each moment underscoring their awareness of the gap between themselves and others. They were determined not to fall behind, nor did they wish to face relegation. This drive stemmed from an intrinsic stubbornness. They had come here with their own resources to realize their football dreams. After the outdoor training of the U16 team concluded, when they moved on to strength training, they observed the Daxia youths training on the field, filled with curiosity. They attempted to approach for a closer look, only to be promptly halted by Yuan, who urged them to leave. They were aware that a competitive match was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and they were equally curious about the prowess of these young athletes. As Wednesday arrived, following the conclusion of their training session, Marvin inquired, "Are you ready?" "Absolutely ready." The team members responded in unison, their voices resonating with fervor. Marvin smiled faintly, expressing hope that they would maintain such spirit post-match. He emphasized a singular point. While there are many emerging football stars, numerous careers have been marred by injuries. Thus, while competition is important, avoiding injury is paramount. The team members, undeterred by his caution, were eager to test the fruits of their recent training. They consider themselves to be quite diligent. And even in the face of failure, they do not see themselves as weaklings. When Smith was selecting players, he adhered to the framework of a standard 11-man team. Initially, he had chosen over 20 players, but ultimately only 15 arrived in The Hague. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the formation of a complete team, which comprised 1 goalkeeper, 6 defenders, 6 midfielders, and 2 forwards. Given the scarcity of promising forwards, he selected only 3, and fortunately, 2 of them showed up. In such competitive matches, the coach refrained from assigning tactics, dividing the game into 2 halves. Considering the physical conditions of the young players, he reduced the duration of each half to 20 minutes. After a day of training, the 15 youths gathered to discuss their strategy for the evening's match. They ultimately settled on a 4-4-2 formation, with Yang Rui and Wang Nen as substitutes in the midfield, and Yu Chang and Gao Liang as backup defenders. As for the forwards and goalkeeper, they had no surplus options. Having devised a semblance of a strategy, everyone returned to their dormitories to rest and prepare for the match later that night. Zhang Lei, while polishing his football boots, expressed his apprehension. "Tizi, I feel uncertain." To which the reply came, "That uncertainty is precisely what the coach intends for us to confront tonight. He wants us to grasp the distance that separates us from the U16 players. They wish for us to have a direction in our endeavors in this competition. The only concern should be to avoid an embarrassing defeat. My friend, you are not offering me solace. Rather, you are dousing my spirits with cold water." Haha. What is there to fear? It is not that. It is simply about recognizing the issues early and maturing accordingly. As long as we are prepared, that suffices. Do not overdo it. Soon, the leather will be worn down to nothing. When I am anxious, I have an uncontrollable urge to polish my shoes. I still have 3 more pairs. I might as well take care of them. I shall rest for a while. Zhang Lei was momentarily speechless. He set his shoes aside and lay down on the bed to ponder. Similar dialogues occurred in other rooms as well, yet everyone remained quite confident. They do not believe they lack the capability to compete. At the very least, they are worthy of being scouted, as they possess a solid foundation. Evening arrived swiftly, and all players of the Great Xia team donned their training uniforms and made their way to the field. This was a standard 11-a-side pitch, typically unoccupied except for during matches when it would be opened for play. Chapter 9. Great Xia Youth Training versus The Hague U16 Youth Training during regular training sessions. They utilized a smaller field, thereby negating the necessity of practicing on a standard pitch. The stands of the field are rather modest, with few spectators in attendance. As both teams commenced their warm-up on the field, the assistant coach brought over the training vests. The young players of Great Xia received their vests and donned them for ease of identification, with the numbers on the vest assigned at random. Yuan showed restraint by selecting only the substitute players from the U16 team, refraining from fielding the main players. While it was essential for the great Xia team to recognize the gap in their abilities, it was equally important not to dishearten them excessively. After 20 minutes of warm-up, Yuan gathered the players from both sides. In the forthcoming match, I expect to see no unsportsmanlike conduct. This is a friendly match. In the future, you may very well become teammates, and injuring a fellow player on the field is a foolish act. Yuan succinctly outlined the points of caution for the match and signaled for both teams to assume their positions. In comparison to the well-coordinated U16 team, the great Xia team displayed a noticeable lack of synergy. Nonetheless, the language barrier served as an advantage. They could simply shout commands that the opposition would not comprehend. Jason, cradling the ball, approached the center of the pitch, assuming the role of the match referee. The great Xia team initiated the kickoff, with Xiaomi positioned at the start point. At the sound of Jason's whistle, Xiaomi passed the ball to Su Jie and sprinted towards the offensive zone. The U16 team employed a 4-3-3 formation, and as soon as the ball was in play, the three forwards and midfielders surged forward rapidly. Xiaomi observed their formation holding remarkably well and thought to himself that this boded poorly, prompting him to shout, "Focus on defense. Xiaobai, stay up front to disrupt. I'll track back." With a broad field of vision, Xiaomi realized that this match would prove more challenging than anticipated. He could only retreat to bolster the defense, ensuring the connection between the midfield and the forward line remained intact. Initially, Su Jie intended to control the ball at the back. However, upon seeing the opponents charging towards him, he felt a flicker of panic. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and upon hearing Xiaomi's call, he promptly passed the ball to Zhang Lei, who executed a long pass. At this moment, the most effective solution is undoubtedly to shift the front line. Zhang Lei, after receiving the ball, unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the forward, Xiaobai. Unfortunately, his strength fell short. The ball began to descend before reaching Xiaobai's vicinity. Xiaobai had no choice but to turn back and attempt to regain possession. How could the opposition grant him such an opportunity? One player intercepted directly in front of Xiaobai, preventing him from reaching the ball's landing point. Another player swiftly advanced to the spot, effortlessly controlling the ball and distributing it to a teammate. The U16 team launched an immediate offensive. Although their speed was unremarkable, their dribbling prowess was evidently superior to that of the Daxia team. Lin Yunxiao dared not allow them to breach the midfield, and he charged forward to intercept. Standing at 175 centimeters and weighing 69 kilograms, he was relatively robust. However, upon their first encounter, the opponent deftly nudged the ball away before Lin could react. A simple physical collision caused Lin to stumble and fall. The opponent did not hesitate, continuing their advance along the flanks. This initial confrontation revealed Daxia's physical shortcomings. Lazy, Yang Fan together, Xiaomi observed keenly, immediately calling for his teammates to converge and pressing forward. If the opposition managed to deliver a cross from the byline, Daxiao's goal would be in jeopardy. The U16 players evidently possessed more experience in physical confrontations. The ball carrier, upon seeing two defenders approaching, chose not to force his way through but instead executed a precise lateral pass. The ball was transferred to a teammate positioned at his side, who then made a diagonal run straight into the penalty area. This astute collaboration was reminiscent of professional play, rendering Daxia's defense fragmented. The U16 team advanced with overwhelming force, launching a fierce assault on Daxia. At this age level, the Daxia team lacked any coherent defensive or offensive strategies. Fortunately, these players had been trained from a young age and frequently watched matches, thus possessing a modicum of tactical awareness. However, they typically relied on their coaches for guidance and had the advantage of familiar teammates, often facing opponents of similar skill levels, frequently competing against school teams. They believed in their own capabilities, unaware that as soon as they faced the U16 team from The Hague, they would encounter a formidable challenge. Now, comprised of players from various teams, their time to gel was limited to just a few days, relying solely on vocal communication for synergy. In the midst of their rapid sprinting, there was little breath left for shouting. Before they could articulate their intentions, the opposing team swiftly transitioned the ball. The Daxia team found themselves on the back foot, forced to focus solely on their defensive zone. In one-on-one confrontations, they struggled to withstand the pressure. Even Zhang Lei, tall and robust, found it difficult to gain an advantage. At present, their only recourse was to diligently position themselves, employing a compact defense to withstand the onslaught. Yet, their naivety was evident. lacking in physical power, they were easily overturned upon contact. The U16 players, not lacking in awareness, deliberately targeted the weaker defenders. The ball was swiftly maneuvered into the penalty area, throwing Dacia into disarray. Inside the box, they hesitated to commit fouls, fearing the repercussions of conceding a penalty. A U16 player, bearing the brunt of the defensive pressure, unleashed a shot, sending the ball hurtling towards the far corner amidst the chaos. Lebo reacted with remarkable speed, leaping to make a side dive. Fortunately, the shot had overly sought precision, veering away from the post. Dacia's players exhaled in relief. The match had only just commenced, yet they were already acutely aware of the mounting pressure. It was not that they were inadequate, but rather that their opponents were overwhelmingly strong. This felt like a significant disparity in skill, and they had to devise a strategy to break the deadlock. Otherwise, they would find themselves besieged around their goal. Xiaomi, gasping for breath, called out to his teammates, "Park the bus." Dacia's players felt a sense of helplessness. This was their contingency plan, initially meant to be employed after scoring. Yet now it was being implemented right from the start. Indeed, this was a desperate measure, tight defense, waiting for a counterattack. Securing even a single goal would be ideal. But at the very least, they aimed to avoid conceding. After the goal kick was taken, 2 quick passes led directly to Xiaomi. He initially intended to exploit his speed to surge forward and take a shot. However, upon noticing his rapid pace, the U16 team promptly became alert, sending 3 players to close in, resulting in the ball being intercepted. After regaining possession, the U16 players found themselves facing the Dacia team's defensive setup, which caused them some frustration. The coach had clearly stated that this was a friendly match, with an implicit understanding that normal physical contact was permissible. Should they injure their opponents, there would be significant consequences to bear. After passing the ball around in their own half, they reorganized their offensive strategy. The defense of Dacia was positioned very deep, compacting within a 30-meter radius of their goal. At this age, the players lacked significant long-range shooting abilities. Relying on high shots would not resolve the issue. They could only attempt to penetrate through the defense. With the bus formation firmly established, the connections among Dacia's players became more convenient. Whenever the opposing team attempted a forced breakthrough, 3 or even 4 players would swarm in to intercept. The match became intensely competitive, exhibiting a palpable tension. Mawen was pleasantly surprised to witness the tactical awareness of Dacia's young players. Filled with excitement, he began to take notes and sketch in his notebook. Chapter 10. The bus formation is not a sustainable strategy. He recorded while conversing with the analysis coach beside him, saying, after the match, "Please organize the video meticulously. It serves as an excellent instructional film." The coaches who have grown up in Europe seldom encounter players from Dacia, let alone observe the Dacia League or national team matches. They merely perceive Eastern players as physically frail and technically unrefined. However, the tactical adjustments displayed by the young talents of the summer have indeed unveiled a new realm of possibilities for him. He even contemplated whether nurturing these players would earn him the favor of the new B0SS. The first half swiftly elapsed in just 20 minutes, and Jason sounded the whistle to conclude the match. The score remained 0-0, indicating the success of the defensive strategy employed by Dacia. Upon hearing the whistle, the players of Dacia promptly collapsed onto the grass. Their 4 teammates, who had not participated in the match, rushed over, lifting a bottle of mineral water in celebration. They were acutely aware of their teammates' need for hydration. Upon their arrival, the 4 immediately distributed water to everyone. Lin Yuxiao poured water over his head, took a small sip, and called out to Gao Liang, "Liangzi, warm up. I doubt I can hold on for the second half." "All right," Gao Liang responded promptly, beginning his warm-up without hesitation. Su Jie then turned to Yu Chang. "Xiao Yu, you take my place." Xiao Bai glanced at Wang Nan. "My defense is weak. How about you substitute for me?" Just as Xiaomi was about to replace Yang Rui, whose defensive capabilities were also average, he realized that switching him out would be timely. However, Xiao Jinglong interjected. "Xiaomi, you need to stay on the field. The brothers rely on you to organize. I will switch out Lao Yang." Reluctantly, Xiaomi nodded and began communicating the tactics for the second half. "We're now adopting a 6-3-1 defensive formation. It looks rather unappealing, but we have no choice. Everyone has noticed our disadvantages. If they weren't easing up, we would struggle to defend against them. Losing this match is not a concern. We are here to learn. Our current limitations do not dictate our future potential. Let us not dwell on passing the assessment or avoiding relegation. Even if we drop to the amateur league, the intensity there will likely be as fierce, if not more so, than today. Let us showcase our strengths and endure the final 20 minutes. After speaking, he extended his hand, palm facing downward, towards the center. His teammates placed their hands atop his, a dozen youthful spirits inspiring one another in this manner. On the sidelines, Yuan watched this scene with a smile, noting the remarkable unity among these young players. The second half promised to be even more intriguing. Glancing at the time, he raised his hand to signal Jason. Jason nodded in acknowledgement, blowing the whistle to indicate that it was time for the teams to switch sides. The Daxia team submitted a substitution request, changing 4 players, resulting in yet another shift in formation on the field. The U16 team observed this development, recognizing their intent to adopt a defensive strategy to the fullest, casting a glance towards Yuan. They are truly eager to substitute their key players. But even with their main lineup on the field, the summer team's defensive strategy proves ineffective. Marvin, however, shook his head. They could only engage in hushed discussions on how to breach the opponent's defense. Jason blew the whistle to signal the commencement of the second half, and the U16 team initiated the play. Xiaomi positioned himself at the forefront, serving as the first line of defense. Behind him stood his teammates, forming a solid wall. As long as they steadfastly held their ground in the half, they could pose significant challenges for the opposing team. They believed that each other's physical exertion was considerable, patiently waiting for an opportunity to counterattack when the other showed signs of fatigue. Such thoughts reveal a certain naivety. These are players capable of enduring a full 90 minutes on the field, possessing ample reserves of stamina. However, their lack of experience in matches left them momentarily at a loss when faced with the formidable defense of Daxia, unable to penetrate the central defense. The U16 team began to explore breakthroughs along the flanks, successfully drawing the attention of Daxia's defensive formation. A swift long pass was executed to shift the play to the opposite side. This tactic proved effective, causing difficulties for Daxia's defenders stationed on the wings. Fortunately, the U16 players struggled with precision in their long passes, failing to deliver the ball accurately to their teammates, which offered Daxia an opportunity to disrupt the play and thwart any threatening attacks. In the second half, the U16 defenders joined the offensive efforts, leaving only 2 players to guard the midfield. Xiaomi recognized this as a prime opportunity for a sneak attack. Yet, without possession of the ball and still laboring under defensive pressure, they dared not indulge in lofty aspirations. Observing the effectiveness of long passes, the U16 team began to hone their strategy. If one pass failed, they would attempt several more. After persistent efforts, they finally executed a precise long pass 13 minutes into the second half. Upon receiving the ball, a teammate swiftly dribbled diagonally, cutting into the 30-meter zone before suddenly veering inward and delivering a direct through ball to the front of the goal. Before Daxia's players could intercept, AU16 players surged from behind, unleashing a powerful shot. Positioned near the penalty spot, the shot was swift and forceful, despite Li Bo's valiant attempt to save. He was unable to match the ball's speed. The U16 team finally scored, an overwhelming wave of joy washing over them. After more than half an hour of frustration, they had felt stifled. They had not anticipated that Daxia would resort to such underhanded tactics to keep them from scoring. Following the goal, the U16 players gathered to celebrate exuberantly. However, Xiaomi consoled his teammates, reassuring them that this outcome had been anticipated. "Did you notice? Their defense has pushed forward," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei nodded in understanding. "Yes, I saw it. They have been quite bold in the second half, yet we have struggled to break through. Do you know what our advantage is?" He continued, "Speed and agility. Come, I have a strategy for a sneak attack." As he spoke, he gathered everyone together and initiated the plan to infiltrate the home. No sooner had he finished than Jason blew his whistle, urging the match to continue. Xiaomi deftly passed the ball to Wang Nan, who immediately returned it to Liangzi. Ma Wen's eyes brightened as he observed the ball being exchanged amongst several youths. These young players were undoubtedly the finest in training, excelling in their passing. Their play exhibited the essence of Barcelona's short passing style, executed with one-touch precision. Furthermore, their formation had transformed into a 2-3-2-3, with every trio of players forming an equilateral triangle, maintaining an optimal distance for short passes. This realization prompted him to recall a certain individual, Guardiola, the man who once led Barcelona's dream team to secure 14 trophies. Guardiola's tactics were an extension of Cruyff's 4-3-3, yet he employed them with remarkable adaptability. Many Dutch coaches have attempted to replicate this approach, but few have achieved significant success. To witness this group of young players from Daxia employing such a strategy was indeed amusing to him. He sensed that the score would not merely be a simplistic 0-1. Rather, it was likely to undergo new developments. His gaze inevitably fell upon the boy on the field who was directing his teammates' movements, filling him with curiosity. Jason, who had been playing the role of the main referee on the field, also appeared somewhat taken aback. However, his current position did not permit him to dwell on such thoughts. After the Daxia team adjusted their formation, the dynamics on the field became subtly intricate. The U16 players pressed forward relentlessly, yet just as they were about to make a tackle, their opponents executed a swift short pass, shifting the play. They pursued relentlessly, even attempting to intercept the opponent's passing lanes. The positioning in an equilateral triangle rendered their efforts futile. The U16 team, unable to cope, saw an increasing number of players pressing forward into the attacking zone, teetering on the brink of a man-to-man situation. Zhang Lei shouted, "Now is the moment." His teammates understood his intent perfectly. After a few minutes of swift short passes, the frantic U16 players failed to notice that a member of the Daxia team had already positioned himself at the right side of the midfield line. Chapter 11. A breakthrough in adversity. Simultaneously, the ball found its way to Gao Liang's feet. Heeding Zhang Lei's call, Gao Liang did not hesitate and passed directly to Yang Rui. As Yang Rui received the ball, he instinctively nudged it towards Xiaomi. The speed at which they passed the ball is remarkably swift. The U16 players have barely approached when the football has already been dispatched. The coaches on the sidelines, along with the U16 players, observed this with great clarity. Their gaze was fixated on the ball, and the smile on Marvin's face was increasingly difficult to contain. The key players of the U16 team were thoroughly agitated, rushing to the sidelines and shouting fervently to their teammates, "Back! Back!" The players on the field had already sensed something amiss and turned to chase back. As Yang Rui passed the ball, Xiaomi had already initiated her run, darting in from the flanks to intercept the ball's trajectory. Simultaneously, the U16 defenders surged forward to intercept. The two arrived almost at the same moment. But Xiaomi deftly extended her foot to nudge the ball away, swiftly changing direction to evade the first defender. As he raced towards the football, another defender closed in. Xiaomi deftly used his arm to hinder the opponent behind him, nudging the ball forward and swiftly advancing. Upon reaching the left side of the penalty area, he executed 2 consecutive outside cuts with his feet, skillfully maneuvering past the goalkeeper before unleashing a powerful shot. Everything transpired in an instant. The retreating players had yet to position themselves, and the defenders lingering in the back line were elegantly outmaneuvered by Xiaomi. In the face of the goalkeeper, Xiaomi remained composed, striking the ball with precision. His remarkable performance vividly showcased both his individual prowess and formidable psychological resilience. Unable to contain his excitement, Ma Wen leaped up and made a gesture of throwing a punch into the air. The U16 players on the sidelines were initially taken aback, but soon they too could not help but applaud in admiration. The goal was simply extraordinary. Their applause not only reflected respect for the players of Daxia, but also acknowledged their commendable skill. In the realm of football, it has always been a domain where the strong reign supreme. Witnessing the ball find the net, the 4 substitutes, Xiao Bai and his companions, embraced each other tightly in jubilation. They never anticipated the possibility of leveling the score, as long as they were not breached by 3 or 5 goals from their opponents. They would already feel exceedingly content. They were unaware of what Xiaomi had said to rally the team following the recent goal conceded. However, afterwards, it seemed that the teammates' passing and defense became more structured and cohesive. Once they gained possession of the ball, they did not relinquish it again. This surprised the 4 players, who had always believed the match would proceed in this manner until its conclusion. To their astonishment, Xiaomi managed to break through and score with a solitary advance. They longed to rush onto the field, yet they understood that it was impossible. They could only celebrate from the sidelines. After scoring, Xiaomi made a complete circuit around the pitch, embracing and celebrating with the approaching teammates. He himself did not anticipate that he could accomplish it so splendidly. It is worth noting that they had been under relentless pressure for nearly 40 minutes. He initially intended to simply test his luck, to take a chance. Little did he expect that it would truly come to fruition, equalizing the score just before the match concluded. This triumph is the result of the collective effort and unwavering spirit of all his teammates. This joy belongs not only to him, but also to every young player of Daxia. At this moment, Jason's astonishment is no less than Marvin's. He somewhat regrets his decision to officiate the match. Had he been on the sidelines, he could have celebrated alongside Marvin. From the very first encounter with this young lad, he sensed great potential. To his surprise, after merely 3 days of training, the boy has developed so rapidly. What delights him even more is the young man's mastery of the game and his ability to read the match. Although his strength still requires improvement, with methodical training, these deficiencies will soon be addressed. At merely 16 years of age, he possesses an innate sense of the game and an extraordinary ability to command the field. Given time, one can confidently believe that he will undoubtedly secure a position as an official player for the U16 team. It has been quite some time since The Hague has witnessed such a prodigiously talented player, provided he chooses to remain in Europe. He is destined for remarkable development in due course. Glancing instinctively at the clock, there were fewer than 4 minutes remaining until the match concluded. The referee's whistle urged both teams to resume their positions, and the game continued. Naturally, the U16 team, having been equalized, felt a sense of indignation. The underhanded tactics of the Dachau team left them feeling quite vexed. Following the kickoff, they immediately launched a counterattack. Confronted by the formidable U16, Xiaomi bellowed, "Brothers, hold your ground." His goal rekindled the confidence of his teammates, which had been momentarily diminished. They steadfastly held their positions, erecting an impenetrable barrier. A singular thought consumed them. They must not allow the U16 team to advance. In the final moments of the match, numerous players from the opposing team fell to the ground. In terms of physical confrontation, they were undeniably at a disadvantage. Yet, disregarding the pain of their falls, they resolutely rose and continued to defend. They resembled fierce beasts, refusing to relent as long as they could still move. In the final moments, the young players from Dachau fought with a certain ferocity. Jason timely blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. At the sound of the whistle, Su Jia, Xiao Bai, Yin Xiao, and Xiao Jinglong rushed to the field. It was only then that the 15 youths allowed themselves to relax and erupted into jubilant celebration. Ma Wen did not interrupt their revelry. Instead, he gathered the U16 players together. "Do you understand why you did not achieve victory today?" he inquired. "Coach, it was because they parked the bus. They played too cunningly. Their tactical execution was superb." Upon hearing this, Ma Wen nodded with a smile. Indeed, their tactics were commendable. "Tomorrow, we will meticulously analyze the video of this match. You all performed admirably today. In this friendly match, there are no losers. Each of you showcased your individual strengths remarkably well." He then encouraged everyone to meet each other. "All right, you have been here for a few days now. Let us take this opportunity to introduce yourselves to the U16 teammates. Who shall begin?" To everyone's surprise, the first to step forward was the U16 goalkeeper. "I am Sam." Following that, both sides introduced themselves. Despite their origins from different countries and their varying skin tones, they shared a common passion, football. At that moment, Xiaomi was quietly conversing with the defender Hicks, whom he had shielded with his body. Through their simple exchange, he discovered the reason behind the absence of training over the weekend. They had gone to play a match and then took a day to rest. This left Xiaomi filled with anticipation, as what he lacked most was experience in competition. Even if he did not have the opportunity to play, he could still observe from the sidelines. Noticing the eagerness in his expression, Hicks smiled and said, "Do not rush, Xiaomi. There will be another match this weekend right here, and you shall have the chance to witness it. Thank you for informing me." Hicks's command of English was not particularly strong, yet he managed to engage in simple exchanges. Most of the children communicated in their native tongue, and their conversations merely grazed the surface during practice. There were numerous technical terms that he could not readily grasp. Chapter 12. Video Analysis Class. Seeing the camaraderie among the youths, Marvin clapped his hands to garner their attention. He reminded them that they would analyze the video of the match tomorrow evening, gathering promptly at 6 in the multimedia classroom. That concludes today's training. You may all return to rest. See you tomorrow. Marvin was eager to return and thoroughly review the recorded footage, especially Xiaomi's final goal. Jason and several assistant coaches shared this sentiment, as the 15 young talents brought to them by Dachau had provided an abundance of surprises. They were under the impression that the great Xia possessed no commendable players, lacking both physical prowess and technical skill, merely representing a feeble entity. In their eyes, it was merely a promising ground for fortune. However, they were taken aback to discover such gifted young footballers. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope that Xiaomi's goal was not a fleeting stroke of luck, but rather a testament to genuine talent. A group of coaches convened in the multimedia classroom, promptly presenting the footage from today's match. Upon returning to their dormitory, the young players bore expressions of determination. their teeth gritted in fierce resolve. Although they had escaped serious injuries, their bodies were undoubtedly adorned with numerous bruises. They fought fiercely, particularly in the final moments. Upon returning to the dormitory, they immediately dragged their weary bodies to the shower. The roommates, unconcerned about modesty, rushed into the bathroom together. Each of them bore bruises, a testament to the hardships endured during the match. After showering, the roommates applied ointment to each other, attempting to alleviate the soreness from their injuries. Upon noticing each other's bruises, Xiaomi and Zhonglei could not help but burst into laughter. The match had been exhilarating and passionate, especially your goal, which stemmed from the trust we share. I never expected to equalize. By the way, did you learn those peculiar tactics from watching games? Not at all. Before I left, my coach provided me with numerous books on techniques and strategies, and I am merely applying what I learned. Really? That works? Did you bring the books? I would like to take a look. No, they were too heavy to carry. Then you must tell me more about them later. I am eager to learn. Enough of that. Hurry up and wash so we can apply the ointment. After they finished applying the ointment to each other, Zhonglei sighed and said, with this level of training, we still lag far behind them. It appears that trying to keep up will be quite challenging. What are you talking about? You performed admirably today. Progressing even a little each day is still progress. We came here to learn. They have undergone systematic training since childhood, while we only have the opportunity to play amidst our studies. You must have noticed that their experience in matches far surpasses ours. Indeed. Their gameplay is distinctly different from our aimless attacks. I inquired earlier, and they have matches every week. The best way to improve is through actual competition. We have been focused solely on technical training without any match experience, whether in amateur leagues or against U16 teams. As long as we continuously challenge ourselves through matches and supplement our training during our free time, we will eventually catch up to them. Let us hope so. But it really hurts. I never experienced this kind of pain within the team. This encapsulates the gap between us and the West. The development of football has been hindered for various reasons. That night, the two engaged in extensive conversation, mutually analyzing their current shortcomings and preparing to enhance their training accordingly. The next morning, they arrived punctually at the field. Having experienced the confrontation the previous day, everyone recognized their deficiencies and trained with renewed vigor. By 6 in the evening, all players gathered in the multimedia classroom. First, watch the video. I hope you will reflect deeply while viewing it. After Ma Wen's opening remarks, he immediately began playing the video. Once the video concluded, Ma Wen stood before the tactical board and began to pose questions. Who can tell me how many adjustments Da Xiao made during the match? The U16 players actively participated in the discussions below. The tactical analysis class was far from rigid in its teaching approach. The coach encouraged free expression among the players through a series of probing questions, diligently noting their responses on the whiteboard. This method of instruction left the young athletes from Da Xiao both astonished and delighted. They all donned headphones that provided simultaneous translation. With no language barriers, their learning was significantly enhanced, and they listened intently. Once it became apparent that the responses were largely aligned, Ma Wen signaled to the video analysis coach to replay the footage. The video showcased the transformations following the changes in the Da Xiao team's formation, while he concurrently analyzed the mistakes made by the U16 team post-transition. Drawing from the video, Ma Wen elucidated not only the tactical adjustments of both teams, but also rectified their handling of the situation for optimal results. At the conclusion of the video session, Ma Wen's gaze fell upon Xiaomi. Xiaomi, please share your thoughts on why you opted for this approach during the match. Xiaomi stood up and inquired, Coach, may I explain in my native language? Of course. Upon receiving permission, he approached the front and retrieved the tactical board. Dear teammates, my understanding of the tactics is not comprehensive. I am also experimenting with Guardiola's strategies. In this match, our team's deficiencies were glaringly apparent. We were at a disadvantage in physical confrontations and lacked experience. The only aspects we excelled in were speed and short passing. Thus, our pre-match contingency plan was to adopt a defensive stance, which is the most effective strategy for the weaker side against the stronger. After you scored, we were unwilling to concede and aimed to snatch another goal. He spoke of stealing a goal, and the laughter of the crowd erupted uncontrollably. The atmosphere instantly lightened, and only then did he turn to illustrate his tactical formation on the board. Mr. Cruyff, not only the Flying Dutchman but also the godfather of Barcelona, epitomizes the essence of total football and is a pioneer of the tiki-taka strategy. He employed a 4-3-3 formation, establishing a philosophy centered on possession, passing, and technique, thereby dismantling the traditional paradigms of the game. Upon hearing Xiaomi's explanation, the mention of the Dutch legend captivated the coaches and the U16 players, who immediately straightened in their seats. To them, he was an undefeated deity, a source of pride and admiration. After achieving the desired effect, Xiaomi continued. Guardiola, the inheritor and proponent of the tiki-taka strategy, integrated this approach into the Spanish football framework, leading to its ongoing evolution. However, he made alterations during his tenure at Barcelona, dividing the pitch into 20 zones. Prior to this theoretical advancement, we typically segmented the field into 18 areas. At this juncture, he began to illustrate Guardiola's zoning method alongside traditional analytical approaches on the tactical board. This visual representation facilitated his subsequent explanations. Chapter 13. The first viewing of the U16 match. Once the diagram was complete, he assessed the audience's engagement and proceeded. From the illustration, the distinctions between the two zoning methods were evident. He transformed the original vertical 3 columns into 5, introducing 2 additional flank zones. We all understand that on the field, to ascertain whether one's positioning is correct, one must observe the formation of an equilateral triangle with the 2 nearest teammates. It was this realization that prompted me to adjust the final formation to a 2-3-2-3 layout. Each player can effectively cover for one another, fostering stable connections. Consequently, our passing speed would increase, and support would be more timely. Within this possession-based system, we can deliver passes efficiently in tight spaces before you initiate your pressing. During the match, we consistently advanced forward. However, your eagerness to extend your lead overshadowed this fact. This lapse in defensive solidity granted me the opportunity to seize the moment. Xiaomi provided an intricate explanation, continuously demonstrating his thoughts and the prevailing circumstances on the tactical board. Once he concluded, Maven was the first to offer a round of applause, soon followed by the collective clapping of all present. It was unexpected that this was merely a spontaneous idea that emerged after conceding a goal, effectively mitigating the inherent disadvantages faced by the Dacia team. Everyone expressed their admiration for Xiaomi's adaptability and analytical prowess on the field. In the end, Xiaomi bowed in gratitude for the applause. The success in executing this strategy was largely attributed to luck, given the significant physical exertion endured. Had the match extended for another 20 minutes, their disadvantages would have become pronounced, rendering such coordination impossible. Xiaomi was acutely aware of the team's challenges. They were there to learn, and the more issues that surfaced, the swifter their growth would be. Maven delivered the final summary, marking the conclusion of the video analysis class. This session proved immensely beneficial for both sides, particularly Xiaomi's final remarks, which further ignited the youthful participants' competitive spirit. Time flowed like water, swiftly ushering in the weekend. During this period, in addition to their regular training sessions, they engaged in intense practice each night. Observing their dedication, Maven would invite them to participate in the U16's regular training, accelerating the progress of the 15 young talents. On Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock, the Hague U16 faced off against Rotterdam U16 on their home ground. The audience was sparse, primarily consisting of team families and some local residents. As the match commenced, Xiaomi watched intently. The two teams were evenly matched, with rapid transitions between offense and defense, and physical confrontations were fierce. What astonished him most was the sheer power displayed by the opposing players, with resounding thuds echoing across the field. He was not merely an onlooker. Rather, he placed himself in the midst of the action, contemplating how he would manage under similar circumstances. This exemplifies the aptitude for reading the game. Possessing such a skill, as long as his field of vision remains sufficiently broad, he can adeptly adapt and respond to the evolving dynamics of the match. The first half concluded without any goals, ending in a stalemate of 0-0 at halftime. The match lacked a designated locker room, prompting both teams to return to the sidelines for respite. Marvin found himself encircled, analyzing the issues from the first half and devising strategies for the second. At this juncture, his ability to comprehend English provided him with a distinct advantage. Although certain technical terms eluded his understanding, he could grasp the general context based on the unfolding events on the field. Observing his focused attention, Zhang Lei, who had been holding back, finally inquired after the restart, "Did you understand what was said?" "Pretty much," he replied. "Could you explain it to me?" As they exchanged thoughts while keeping an eye on the game's progression, the 73rd minute arrived with the Rota team pressing forward, launching an onslaught on the Heerenveen goal. The Heerenveen goalkeeper exhibited remarkable skill, thwarting the most threatening shots from the opposition. As the ball soared beyond the penalty area, Herenveen's right back seized it and swiftly advanced. Xiaomi and Zhang Lei leapt to their feet in excitement, envisioning a potential goal should the play succeed. Yet, despite the right back's ball-handling prowess, his speed proved insufficient, and he was ultimately dispossessed by a pursuing Rota player, who sent the ball out of bounds. A cry of distress echoed across the pitch as the right back clutched his leg, writhing on the ground. Zhang Lei instinctively recoiled, a flicker of fear crossing his face. After all, he occupied the same position, and such a blow would indeed be painful. The Herenveen team doctor rushed to provide treatment. And while the player's cries were distressing, fortunately, no serious injury ensued. After a brief assessment, the match resumed. Herenveen was awarded a free kick, albeit from a considerable distance, necessitating a tactical approach to maintain their offensive momentum. It was then that Xiaomi seized the opportunity to teasingly question Zhang Lei. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Well, a little," he admitted. "You play even more fiercely than they do. That's just part of the tactic." Aiming for the free kick, he had taken precautions prior to the collision. As the gaze returned to the field, Herenveen's forward made a powerful strike in front of the goal, only to send the ball soaring over the bar. Following the goal kick from Rota, they continued their relentless assault, eager to secure 3 points on the road. Herenveen's defense proved formidable. However, their forwards lacked the ability to capitalize on opportunities, their shooting skills failing to keep pace, resulting in numerous squandered chances. Xiaomi watched in dismay, feeling the urgency build within him as they failed to convert such readily available opportunities. Immersed in the match, he remained oblivious to Jason's discreet observation of him. As a technical coach, Jason's interest in Xiaomi had intensified since the last match. In the final minutes, Herenveen managed to execute 2 fluid attacks, yet the forwards, drained of energy, delivered feeble shots that missed the goal, failing to convert potential scoring opportunities. With the final whistle, both teams shook hands in a display of mutual respect. After a brief summary from Coach Marvin, the players were dismissed to return home. However, Jason called out to Xiaomi, "Wait a moment. Mr. Jason, is there something you need?" Xiaomi paused and turned to inquire. "I would like to discuss your perspective on the match." Xiaomi was taken aback, not expecting Jason to pose such a question. "Mr. Jason, Coach Marvin has already provided a comprehensive analysis post-match. I am unable to offer such a wide-ranging perspective." "Haha. Young one, I am curious to know where you would focus your attention if you were on the field and how you would seize opportunities." Xiaomi shyly scratched his head, wondering if he could truly speak candidly. "Of course, this is a private conversation." "Very well. I have noticed that our forward speed is a significant issue, and in the opposing half, they often become disconnected from the midfield. If I were on the field, I would place greater emphasis on positioning, skillfully drawing the attention of the opposing defenders." The two engaged in a lengthy conversation, leaving Zhang Lei utterly bewildered. Xiaomi was seen squatting on the ground, scribbling with a key as if it were a pen. Ultimately, during this exchange, Jason merely pressed down on Xiaomi's shoulder with a firm hand before departing. Chapter 14. Christmas. It was then that Zhang Lei approached, voicing the questions that lingered in his mind. With the holidays upon them, there were no scheduled training sessions. However, a sense of camaraderie had already formed among them, and they all gathered in the gym. The growth of strength cannot be achieved overnight. The young men believed that as long as they put forth effort, rewards would surely follow. The atmosphere among the youth of Daxia was vibrant, as they devoted their spare time to remedying their tactical deficiencies. Unbeknownst to them, come Monday, their futures in U16 remained uncertain. Yet, even if they were to train with the amateur team, their spirits would not wane, for as long as there was a ball to play with. As time swiftly passed, Monday arrived, the day of their fate's announcement. During breakfast, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. Xiaomi did not resort to overly enthusiastic motivational speeches or serve-up platitudes. He is acutely aware of a profound truth. Should he choose to step forward at this moment, it would only yield counterproductive results. Recently, he has been rather prominent. If he were to rise and proclaim, "Do not give up, do not be disheartened. You are all the best," it might evoke resentment among the crowd, leading some to interpret his words as mere boasting. When all arrived at the training ground with trepidation, they were greeted by Mawan, who stood there with a beaming smile, just as he did before their usual training sessions. Mawan was well aware of these children's sentiments. Once everyone was assembled, he announced, "A week is far too brief. We have unanimously decided to extend your training period with the team. For the upcoming month, they would incorporate additional tactical training sessions in the evenings, and every Wednesday would feature an opportunity to practice against the U16 team. Furthermore, we do not rule out the possibility of allowing some of you to participate in amateur leagues to gain valuable match experience. Upon hearing the head coach's words, the young players were elated. As long as they were not relegated to a lower tier, they would not miss the chance to learn. The technical training in The Hague is unique to the Netherlands, even surpassing that of elite clubs like Ajax's youth academy. It embodies a distinctive Dutch characteristic. With the weight lifted from their hearts, they commenced today's training. At 6 o'clock in the evening, they arrived punctually at the training ground for their inaugural technical training session. Jason led them through warm-ups on the small pitch. After an hour and a half of training, Jason cheerfully suggested, "Come, let us engage in a practice match." The players, filled with excitement, followed Jason to the other side of the training ground. Yuan and Jason randomly divided the players into two groups. This time, the players from Dasha were split between Group A and Group B. The practice match consisted of two halves of 15 minutes each, with a singular objective, to foster their growth through competition. As the match commenced, Group B initiated the play, passing the ball within their defensive zone, waiting for Group A to press forward before launching their offensive. The formation of Group A advanced, with Xiaomi and another player weaving through, disrupting the opposition in anticipation of a steal. Group B passed the ball back, and as a teammate prepared to return it to the goalkeeper, Xiaomi dashed forward. The experienced defenders of Group B managed to shield Xiaomi effectively, sending the ball out. Xiaomi remained relentless in the front line, persistently disrupting the opposing offense, providing valuable time for his defenders to establish their formation. This was his duty as a forward. Group B broke through on the right flank, crossing midfield before sending a long pass to a teammate ahead. The match was a dynamic exchange, with everyone learning and identifying their shortcomings. The objective was not merely to score, but to communicate and collaborate. All played with ease. And with only a 5-minute break at halftime, Yuan rotated in another set of players. Football became their sole language, expediting Dasha's integration into the U16 team. In the span of a month, the 15 young men from the East experienced rapid growth. Their progress is visibly remarkable. However, they have not become complacent due to these modest advancements. Throughout this month, every individual has eschewed frivolity, dedicating themselves earnestly to training and learning. Marvin is exceedingly pleased with their performance, and the duration of their trial period continues to extend. The highlight of this month has been their exhilarating encounters against the U16 second team, where they no longer had to adopt a defensive stance, showcasing their burgeoning competitive spirit. The youth training program in The Hague employs a unique evaluation system, assessing each player across 4 dimensions: technical foundation, tactical capability, physical attributes, and character. Through a series of practical matches, they reinforce all the offensive and defensive techniques and tactical principles learned. The competitive environment fosters teamwork, a desire to win, and a sense of honor, all while ensuring they relish the joys of football. Interestingly, their weekly Wednesday matches do not always culminate in full-length games. Whenever a flaw is detected during training, play is halted, and players remain in their positions as Marvin steps in to elucidate the recent mistakes. For instance, he might highlight issues such as insufficient ball speed or softness, which hinder swift transitions across the field. Poor passing direction can also impede teammates' ability to quickly process and advance the ball, leading to interceptions. By addressing these errors in real time during matches, players develop a more profound understanding of the key points emphasized in their previous drills. Attention to detail through on-site explanations can significantly enhance players' retention, effectively reducing mistakes during matches. Training focused on each positional role is particularly valued within the youth academy, as such targeted practice greatly benefits player development. Unbeknownst to them, the team has approached the Christmas holiday. In the West, Christmas holds immense significance, akin to the Spring Festival in the East. While many cities in the East create a festive atmosphere during Christmas, particularly in major urban centers, these efforts often serve as marketing strategies, providing justification for promotions. In contrast, the Western world, predominantly Christian, imbues Christmas with a profound meaning. This marks the first Christmas for the young players from the East, who experience the true essence of the holiday. To ensure that the young athletes can fully appreciate the occasion, the staff of the Youth Academy, along with coaches and U16 players, have been fervently preparing. On Christmas Eve, he mysteriously led them to a restaurant, heightening the anticipation of the celebration. As they arrived at the periphery, a plethora of festive lights greeted their eyes. Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, they were intercepted by 2 jovial Santas, who presented them with beautifully wrapped gifts. A sense of bewilderment washed over them, yet their hearts brimmed with emotion. Thousands of miles from home, they had anticipated a week of rigorous training, but the unexpected arrival of such generosity caught them off guard. The club had bestowed upon them an unforeseen delight. In that moment, the youth felt not only surprise, but also a profound warmth within. After expressing her gratitude, when Xiaomi stepped into the restaurant, she was taken aback by a towering 3-meter Christmas tree. The familiar strains of the Christmas carol Jingle Bells filled the air. Everyone gathered before the tree, singing in unison to welcome them. The round tables in the restaurant had been transformed into a long banquet table, laden with an array of delectable dishes. All traditional fare for a Western Christmas celebration: a grand turkey, Yule log cake, pudding, gingerbread, seafood, steak, and fries. As all 15 team members entered, a resounding cheer erupted, and colorful streamers cascaded down, marking the official commencement of the Christmas feast prepared for the players of Daxia. Chapter 15. A day trip to The Hague at the tender age of 16 or 17. These youths thrived in lively atmospheres. The past 2 months, akin to ascetic monks, had made them forget the playful spirit of their youth. During this time, simple daily interactions had rendered them quite adept in communicating with one another. Soon, they immersed themselves in the festivities, enjoying a joyful evening together. After 2 hours of merriment, Hifani surprised them once more with delightful news. Rest well tonight, for tomorrow I shall take you out to sea. The announcement was met with jubilant cheers. Had it not been for the immense pressure of training, they would have eagerly sought leisure long ago. Yet, they were acutely aware that if they did not strive, they would fall further behind. Upon returning to the dormitory, the excitement on Zhang Lei's face had yet to fade. "Xiaomi, what gift did you receive?" he inquired. Xiaomi shook her head, replying, "I haven't unwrapped it yet. I plan to do so when I return. I'm so happy. The people here are truly wonderful. I wish I could stay," she added. Hearing this, Xiaomi cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Lin Yunxiao, nearby, reflected, "Indeed, I wonder if we will ever have a team, even if it's just an amateur one." "Yes, my progress is the slowest," he lamented. Wang Haoran, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked that the earlier joy had utterly dissipated. It was then that Xiaomi realized, indeed, nearly 3 months had passed. If they could not remain, many would have to return. Yet, how many among this cohort would be able to stay? Suddenly, Xiaomi's gaze fell upon the snow accumulated by the roadside. He quietly bent down, scooped up a handful, and stealthily approached Zhang Lei from behind, shoving the snow into the nape of his neck. This unexpected act elicited a startled shiver from Zhang Lei, who had not anticipated such mischief from Xiaomi. In retaliation, he quickly bent down to form a snowball and hurled it at Xiaomi. Reacting with remarkable agility, Xiaomi swiftly pulled Xiaobai in front of him and made his escape. What youth does not revel in play? This solitary snowball ignited a spirited skirmish among the 15 adolescents, dispelling the earlier gloom. The moonlight bathed the snowy ground in a gentle glow as the group energetically tossed snow at one another. It was not until they grew weary from their frolic that they collapsed onto the snow, gasping for breath, having released their pent-up emotions. They had long forgotten their previous discontent. After a brief respite, they began to hum songs and returned to their dormitories, arms slung around each other's shoulders. After completing his evening routine, Xiaomi lay on his bed, wide awake and devoid of slumber. He had long been aware that several teammates had already received news from the club regarding their imminent return to their homeland for U16 training, in preparation for next year's Asian Youth Championship qualifiers. Many of his companions, even if unable to remain, had clubs to which they could return. It seemed that he alone, in his pursuit of a career in professional leagues, had but one path: to stay in The Hague, to remain in Europe. With approximately half a month remaining, the completion of the system's tasks hinged upon these final weeks. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei had already succumbed to slumber, his rhythmic snoring filling the air, and he too drifted into unconsciousness. The following day, the 15 young players embarked on their inaugural journey beyond the training base. Under the guidance of he and teacher Chun, they boarded a bus destined for the seaside. Their destination, Scheveningen, is renowned as the most illustrious coastal resort, situated adjacent to The Hague, and they arrived in a remarkably short time. Despite the winter season, marked by strong winds and a mere 6°C, the spirits of the youth remained undeterred. At least the sky was clear. How splendid it would be to visit during the summer. When Gao Liang uttered this sentiment, the bus fell into a hushed silence, and all present exchanged knowing smiles, for they were spirited youths on the cusp of maturity, navigating the most innocent phase of their lives. It was evident to everyone what Gaoliang meant. They retained a semblance of Eastern shyness, refraining from further discussion on the matter. The bus came to a halt in the parking lot by the dock, and the group took a moment to admire the surrounding scenery as they made their way toward the pier in preparation for boarding. This season rendered the beach somewhat desolate, with few visitors partaking in leisure activities. The waves incessantly crashed against the shore, revealing faint silhouettes of small figures riding the surf. For many of the players, the prospect of venturing out to sea was a source of great yearning. Many of them grew up by the seaside. Yet few have truly ventured out on a yacht for leisure. In a bid to ensure their enjoyment, the club has chartered a small yacht. Embracing the sea breeze and reveling in the maritime scenery, everything feels remarkably fresh and delightful to them. Standing at the bow, Xiaomi is enveloped by the invigorating salty wind. He observes the few fishing boats and leisure crafts bobbing rhythmically on the waves, reminiscent of his own existence, precariously poised to be swallowed by the sea at any moment. Is this your first time seeing the ocean? Zhang Lei suddenly appears beside him. It's my first time on a yacht, though I visited the beach as a child. The wind here is quite strong and not very enjoyable. If you come to our harbor, I can show you a better experience. Sounds good. Just don't back out when the time comes. The two engage in a light-hearted conversation, and more teammates gradually gather around. The bow proves to be an excellent vantage point, offering splendid views. Their collective regret lies in the inability to truly swim in the sea. 2 hours later, they return to the dock. Before noon, Teacher Chen will take them to visit a museum and ride the Ferris wheel. Teacher Chen, what are they doing over there? Yuchang inquires curiously, pointing towards a busy stretch of beach. There are many people working there. It seems they are constructing something. That is a traditional event held every New Year's Eve, where each district builds bonfires on the north and south beaches, which are lit on New Year's night. It is a unique celebratory ritual, akin to our custom of setting off firecrackers during the Spring Festival. With Teacher Chen's explanation, curiosity peaks among the group, prompting them to pause and observe. Can we come that day? Yuchang immediately asks. That depends on the club's arrangements, but safety must be a priority. After exploring the beach and visiting the museum, they arrived at a restaurant where they would partake in a sumptuous seafood lunch. Following the meal, they proceeded to the Peace Palace, the Parliament Building, and an art gallery. As night descended, the city was illuminated, suffused with the joyous spirit of celebration. After dinner, they concluded their day of adventure and returned to their base. At times, leisure proved more exhausting than training, with only the delightful cuisine providing a modicum of relief for the young ones. The club ultimately declined their request to attend the New Year's Eve bonfire party due to the high risks associated with crowded places. Should any unfortunate incidents occur, the club would be held accountable for the children's safety. After a day of relaxation, the team resumed training the following day, acutely aware that their time here was limited, leaving no room for further delays. The other players from the club would see their holidays conclude after January 6th, as they were on trial here. The coach returned on December 29th to continue their training. With the deadline for the trial approaching in 3 months, the players intensified their efforts. On January 12th, they would receive their final results. During this period, Xiaomi sensed the immense pressure weighing on everyone, himself included, feeling a touch of pre-exam anxiety. While they trained, numerous scouts from various clubs were present, a notion that Xiaomi speculated upon. He also encountered numerous faces of Eastern descent, though he was unfamiliar with these individuals. After a month, Mawan appeared infrequently at the training grounds, as he was preoccupied with a multitude of meetings. On the evening of the 7th, Jason summoned Xiaomi to his office. Surprised by the call, Xiaomi handed her belongings to Zhang Lei before heading straight to Jason. Chapter 16, Negotiation. As Xiaomi made her way to Jason's office, a sense of unease stirred within her. He is acutely aware that Jason has been attentive to him and has invested considerable effort into his training. Having resided here for 3 months, he understands that in AD0, personal connections hold no value. Opportunities can only be seized through one's own strength. The trial period in AD0 has profoundly impacted him. He has come to realize the distance that lies between himself and professional athletes. His progress has been remarkable, and his physique has undergone significant transformation. He now stands nearly 180 centimeters tall and weighs 73 kilograms. His body fat percentage had decreased from an initial 21 to 17. And he had developed a chiseled abdomen with 4 distinct muscles. His physical coordination and foot speed had also improved significantly. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he met the requirements to join the U16 team. Soon, he arrived outside the office, where the door was ajar. The office was partitioned with glass walls, and upon his arrival, he spotted Jason and Marvin waving at him. Swallowing nervously, he greeted the two coaches with a smile. "Good afternoon, Mr. Marvin. Good afternoon, Mr. Jason. Please, take a seat," Marvin invited, motioning for him to sit opposite them. As he settled into his chair, contemplating how to pose his questions, a cup of aromatic coffee was placed before him. Jason set his cup down and inquired with a grin, "What's the matter? Feeling anxious?" "Just a little." Marvin laughed heartily. "I didn't see any signs of nervousness when you were explaining the tactics. That's different." "All right, young lad. You should have an inkling as to why we summoned you here." Xiaomi glanced at Marvin and then at Jason, who was quietly sipping his coffee, and tentatively asked, "Can I stay?" "Very astute." "Yes, but we need to hear your thoughts as well." After a period of observation and a collective vote from the coaching staff, "We believe you possess considerable potential for growth." At this point, Marvin deliberately lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. Xiaomi felt a pang of irritation. Why couldn't they just be straightforward? Yet, he realized that discussions about contracts would inevitably involve his salary. Without an agent, he knew that the youth training wages ranged from 200 to 800 euros a month. Was Marvin attempting to negotiate a lower offer? With this thought, he relaxed and took a sip of his coffee, complimenting, "This coffee has a delightful bitterness with a hint of sweetness and a subtle nutty aroma. It must be freshly roasted." Marvin was taken aback. This boy should be eagerly awaiting the terms we would propose, not savoring the coffee. His psychological resilience was indeed commendable. Realizing that engaging in a psychological game with Xiaomi might not be the best approach, Marvin decided to be more forthright. After all, this young man had vast potential for growth, and securing him would be beneficial for the club's future development. Jason observed the two with a restrained smile. Having long warned Marvin that Xiaomi was quite clever and that he should refrain from employing clumsy negotiation tactics. "The club is eager to sign you as a U16 youth player. How do you feel about that?" Xiaomi did not rush to respond. He understood the importance of not agreeing too hastily, even though he was inclined to do so. He furrowed his brow, took a sip of his coffee, and then spoke slowly. "I am truly grateful for the guidance I have received from the coaches during this period, and I appreciate the opportunity you have provided me. However, I remain uncertain about the number of matches I might be afforded in the youth training program and the resources that will be available to me. You are indeed a clever lad. You should be well aware of the club's current situation. Here is our youth apprenticeship contract. You may take a moment to review it." Jason placed a contract before him. Xiaomi picked up the contract and began to read it carefully. He is still a minor, and according to UEFA regulations, he can only sign an apprenticeship contract. The terms of the contract are quite straightforward and standardized. His focus lies on the stipulations concerning salary and penalties for breach of contract, as well as the additional incentives related to goals scored and assists provided. His salary amounts to 300 euros, placing him at the lower end of the spectrum. The penalty for breach of contract for apprentices is uniformly set at 500,000, a fact that does not concern him. Scoring a goal garners a bonus of 50 euros, while an assist is rewarded with 20 euros. This aligns with his understanding. Leaving little to discuss, the contract does not specify the number of appearances, a detail he does not insist upon, yet he feels compelled to state his reservations in advance. He set down the contract and, with a serious expression, inquired, "Mr. Yuan, may I ask how many opportunities one will have to play this year?" Yuan, stroking the stubble on his chin, pondered for a moment before responding, "I cannot make any promises at this time, as you still struggle to play a full match. You will need to undergo intensive training for at least 3 to 6 months. During this period, I can only offer you opportunities to come on as a substitute based on your performance. If you demonstrate the ability to endure 120 minutes of play, I would be more than willing to elevate you to a starting position on the team. You must understand that we have many players, each hoping for a chance to play. Opportunities are granted to those who are prepared, not merely inscribed in contracts." Xiaomi recognized the sincerity in Ma Wen's words and believed in his ability to earn playing time. With Ma Wen's assertion, it became clear that he would need to fight for his chances on the field. "How do I resolve my accommodation issue?" he asked. "We have 3 solutions. You may continue residing in the dormitory, or we can assist you in finding a host family for a monthly fee of 100 euros. Alternatively, if you prefer an apartment, we can facilitate that as well. The specific expenses will depend on your choice. Staying in the dormitory would be convenient for training." Upon hearing Xiaomi's latter comment, a smile spread across Ma Wen's face as he appreciated the diligence of this young man. 300 euros is too low for me. I can accept other conditions, but this aspect does not satisfy me. Ma Wen, having anticipated this, contemplated briefly before replying. We must assist you in registering as a professional player and handle various formalities for foreign players, which incurs considerable costs. I can only increase your offer by an additional 100 euros. Mr. Yuan, your statement suggests a lack of sincerity. I admire Ad0's philosophy and am eager to commence my professional career here. However, with such a meager income, I see little indication of your commitment to retaining me. Recently, I have observed numerous scouts visiting the club, and I believe I can secure trial opportunities with other teams, where I am confident I could succeed. Yuan was taken aback by Xiaomi's keen observation, as he wished to retain him, and the supervisor had granted him the authority to offer a higher salary. He adhered to the principle of limited understanding regarding the club's affairs, and thus did not propose a salary commensurate with Xiaomi's capabilities. In reality, Xiaomi's contention extends beyond mere financial compensation. It is a simple truth that the team does not accommodate idle individuals without purpose. They nurture youth players and scout for those with potential, with the primary aim of generating profit. This is a pragmatic approach and constitutes one of the operational strategies of football clubs. Chapter 17. Contracting. Although they invest a certain amount in salaries, it pales in comparison to the future benefits generated by the players. When smaller players attract the attention of other clubs and those clubs wish to acquire them, they must pay the appropriate price. While 500,000 may seem substantial, it is, in fact, quite modest within the context of Eredivisie clubs. It merely represents a baseline standard. He was chosen not solely for the talent he exhibited or his ardent passion for football, but primarily because among the 15 players selected, he alone had not registered with the Football Association and had not signed with any club. The remaining players, who genuinely wished to remain, were entangled in numerous relationships. Xiaomi was acutely aware of this. He had to advocate for his own interests. As long as his salary was no less than 500 euros, his chances of being on the pitch would significantly increase. With the opportunity to play, he would attract the attention of scouts from the top 5 leagues. The Eredivisie was merely a stepping stone towards a grander stage. It would not be his final destination. Despite his tender age, he is far from naïve, navigating the intricate labyrinth of a bustling metropolis. Lacking the nurturing embrace of family, he has sharpened his wits considerably over the past 2 years. Yuan adopted a visibly troubled expression, conversing in hushed tones with Jason in Dutch. Xiaomi, however, remained unfazed, quietly sipping her coffee. For everything seemed to require negotiation. Even the purchase of fruits came with a need for haggling. Their discussion did not linger for long before Jason spoke up. Xiaomi, I sincerely apologize. We just communicated in our native tongue. Regrettably, we cannot offer you the highest salary. Considering you are relatively new to the club and have yet to participate in professional matches, you are aware of my keen interest in your development. Xiaomi nodded, expressing her gratitude earnestly. Over these past 3 months, I have learned so much from you, and I truly appreciate your guidance. Of course. Xiaomi understood the necessity of making her position clear, though she found humor in the duo's contrasting expressions. This is part of my responsibility as a coach. After deliberation with Yuan, we can only extend a salary of 500 euros, as the club's financial situation is currently precarious. This is the highest salary we can offer. Xiaomi did not rush to respond. This figure aligned with her expectations. However, she knew she must not concede too quickly, as it would be a misstep in negotiations. After finishing her coffee, she slightly nodded. I am grateful for your trust. I am willing to stay. I truly admire the AD0 team and cherish the environment here. Once Xiaomi acquiesced, both men visibly relaxed. I will revise the contract. Today we will sign a letter of intent, and on Monday, we will invite journalists to formalize the contract. Sounds good. No problem, Jason replied, stepping out of the office, leaving Xiaomi and Yuan alone. Mr. Yuan, please forgive my seeming rudeness when advocating for my interests. Oh, Xiaomi, I must also apologize. You see, I have numerous considerations to weigh, as I am merely an ordinary coach within the hierarchy. Their candid exchange alleviated the awkwardness left in Jason's wake. Mr. Yuan, may I inquire about my teammates? Are there none suitable for retention? Hearing Xiaomi's question, Yuan appeared quite exasperated. I find it perplexing why their club demands such exorbitant fees. This group of players is commendable, hardworking, and diligent. While I cannot guarantee that each one will ascend to the status of a footballing titan, I am confident that with another year of training under my guidance, they will all emerge as exceptional players, capable of making their mark in both the Eredivisie and Eredivisie. However, the terms dictated by their club are simply untenable. I have been overwhelmed with these matters recently. Nevertheless, Your decision to remain brings me some solace." As Marvin recounted the story, an expression of profound helplessness and indignation adorned his face. He opened up as if he had finally discovered an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Xiaomi remained silent, simply listening intently. He was well aware of this outcome, as his teammates often discussed the matter in private. Many of his companions were reluctant to return, yet found themselves with no alternative. Due to various obligations from both the club and their families, they had no choice but to go back. Among them, Zhang Lei was the most frustrated regarding this situation. He once lamented to Xiaomi, expressing his genuine reluctance to return. However, if he were to abstain from coming back, he would be liable to compensate the club with a substantial sum in breach penalties, and might even face the revocation of his professional athlete status. Such grievances have become the most frequently heard by Xiaomi of late. He felt a sense of relief in being a free man, unregistered and devoid of any club affiliations. Even with his parents still present, they would support his decision to remain here, for this was his dream. It appeared that after Monday, AD0 would only have him left. This thought cast a shadow of melancholy over him, unnoticed by the ever-complaining Marvin. Jason returned, bearing the revised contract. "Marvin, are you once again lamenting those unfortunate matters?" "Alas, there is no remedy. It is truly a pity." Jason sighed in agreement as he handed the contract to Xiaomi. "Take a look, and if nothing is amiss, let us proceed with the signing." Xiaomi received the contract and scrutinized it carefully. This time, he did not hesitate and promptly affixed his signature. He had just finished signing when the system's voice echoed in his mind. Mission accomplished, a body enhancement serum and a pair of high-tech sneakers awarded. Xiaomi felt a surge of joy, though regrettably, he had no time to examine the rewards. Handing the signed contract to Jason, he smiled and said, "I shall return to take a shower, having just completed training and feeling rather uncomfortable." "Wait a moment, there is one more thing," Marvin called out to him, a grin on his face. "Mr. Marvin, what else is there?" "The number. Do you have any preferences regarding your jersey number? Currently, we have 6, 14, and 18 available." "Mr. Marvin, is number 30 available?" "Number 30? Yes, it is." "Then I shall take 30, as I have a fondness for that number." Having confirmed his number, Xiaomi made his way towards the dormitory. He feels a profound sense of regret for his teammates, yet he finds himself powerless to change their circumstances. They truly exert themselves, striving to avoid being relegated to the amateur team, pouring their sweat on the verdant field each day. However, many circumstances lie beyond their control. After this farewell, it remains uncertain how long it will be until they can meet again. He once envied them for signing with a club at such a young age. However, now he feels no envy at all. Rather, he is filled with a sense of relief. He harbors a profound passion for the beautiful game of football, aspiring to become a professional player and to grace the fields of the prestigious top 5 leagues, which stands as his ultimate dream. He is not particularly fond of the current atmosphere surrounding domestic football, often listening to Team Lee's complaints until his ears nearly develop calluses. Each person's destiny is unique. He only wishes to play well for the brief span of a decade or so, beyond which he feels he has no control or ability to influence. Chapter 18. The solitude after farewell. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Lei leapt off his bed. "Xiaomi, what did the coach want with you?" "Nothing much. Just asked if I would be willing to stay." "Really? That's fantastic. Among our 15, at last, someone can remain." As he spoke, Zhang Lei's expression suddenly turned melancholic. Xiaomi approached him and patted his shoulder. "You are doing well too. You'll be going to the U16 training camp, a chance many would envy. Attending the training camp doesn't hinder my ability to continue training here." But Zhang Lei could not finish his sentence, and Xiaomi was at a loss for words of comfort. "I'll take a shower first. Don't dwell on it too much." When he emerged from the shower, the room was filled with people, startling him. Curiously, he asked, "Aren't you all going to sleep tonight?" "Sleep? With such wonderful news? Why didn't you mention it?" Lin Yunxiao was the first to confront him. "Yeah, are you not planning to share this with us?" Bai Wenkong brandished his fist menacingly. Gao Liang was more direct, landing a punch. "You rascal, soon you'll be gallivanting on European fields." One after another, people came to congratulate him, filling his heart with warmth, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled the pent-up frustration. "I haven't had the chance to mention it yet. I just stepped out for a shower." "Don't feign ignorance. You were afraid we'd be disheartened, weren't you?" "Indeed. We're not lacking a group chat. Why didn't you shout it out there?" "Are you afraid we de-envy you?" Xiaomi, feeling helpless, quickly bowed. "Forgive the oversight of a younger brother. I hope the esteemed heroes will be gracious." That night, everyone conversed in his room for a long time, with the predominant topic being the aspiration to excel and become a footballer more renowned than those of Manchester City. They encouraged one another to not shy away from their ambitions and to make their mark known, unafraid of rivalries. We must keep communicating in the group. When you return, you must tell them all. A group of naive and pure-hearted youths, united by football, would soon embark on vastly different paths due to their shared passion. After the final 2 days of training, it was time for the teammates to return home. On Saturday, a farewell party was held for them at the base's dining hall. Except for Xiaomi, everyone received a certificate issued by AD0. This certificate was earned through their sweat and dedication to AD0. Along with the certificate, there was a detailed evaluation report. They possessed this report, which allows the future head coach to effortlessly comprehend their circumstances, facilitating targeted development. With this assessment report, it also becomes easier for scouts to unearth their potential. After the farewell gathering on Saturday, the players packed their bags that evening and reconvened in the dormitory of Xiaomi and Zhonglei. Throughout that night, they engaged in extensive conversations, envisioning a promising future. Having spent the night in wakefulness, Xiaomi embraced each of his teammates early the next morning, offering them his heartfelt blessings as they boarded the bus. He waved goodbye as the bus disappeared into the distance, aware that this parting might lead to an indefinite separation. On that day, Xiaomi slept through the morning, and upon awakening, he instinctively called out, "Lazy, what time is it?" After shouting, he gazed at the empty bed across from him and smiled wryly. Truly, he felt like a solitary soul. As his teammates had all departed, they were likely still aboard the plane. After a quick shower, he felt rejuvenated enough to head to the gym for training. He privately resolved never to stay up late again, as it significantly affects one's physical condition. In the vast gymnasium, he found himself alone, running on the treadmill and vigorously pedaling on the stationary bike. He trained relentlessly, seeking to erase the echoes of laughter that had lingered here for 3 months. Only when exhaustion overcame him did he collapse onto the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. No feast lasts forever. What has become of me? With a self-deprecating smile, he made his way to the dining hall, only to be taken aback by the sight of its doors firmly shut. It was only then that he realized he was the sole occupant of the station, accompanied only by the elderly gatekeeper. With a sense of resignation, he returned to his dormitory. The instant noodles he had set aside for so long finally found their purpose. Since arriving here, his diet had been remarkably nutritious, and it had been ages since he last indulged in instant noodles. As he soaked a bowl of pickled cabbage, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to check his system rewards. He discreetly communicated with the system and summoned the interface. In the grid, the first slot contained a vial of pale yellow reagent, while the second held a pair of black sneakers. Body enhancer, primary body enhancer, which, when consumed, can augment strength, stamina, and speed. Primary? Are there higher levels? Indeed, there are 3 tiers in total: primary, intermediate, and advanced. But the host's current physique is only suited for the primary level. Xiaomi was merely murmuring to himself, not expecting the system to respond. Without further hesitation, he instinctively retrieved the vial and tilted his head back to consume it. This time, he felt no fear as he had during his initial experience with the body-enhancing potion. Instead, he savored the flavor. Delightful. This time it bore the taste of orange, which he favored. A familiar warmth surged through him, dissipating all his fatigue. Instinctively lifting his shirt, he was immediately greeted by a smile. 4 abs had transformed into 8. He now possessed a well-defined abdomen. Continuing, he clicked on the icon for the sneakers, high-tech footwear, suitable for any turf, resistant to damage, and offering a degree of protection. Upon reading the description, the aspect that most captivated Xiaomi was the assurance of durability. He brought a total of 6 pairs of sneakers, originally believing they would suffice for an extended period. He underestimated the intensity of training here. Now, he is left with only 1 pair that remains wearable, while the others have been rendered unusable. He had originally planned to take a vacation next week to purchase a pair of sneakers, but the system unexpectedly gifted him a delightful surprise. The shoes materialized before him, fitting snugly upon his feet, as if they had been tailor-made to his exact specifications. They felt so light that he could scarcely perceive their presence. Elated, he twirled around his room, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. They felt like an extension of his own body, providing unparalleled comfort. Upon removing the sneakers, he scrutinized them closely. They bore no logos, appearing rather unremarkable at first glance, yet the leather was exquisitely soft to the touch. Treating the sneakers like a treasured find, He carefully set them aside before indulging in a bowl of instant noodles. After consuming the medication, he was no longer hungry. However, he was reluctant to waste the meticulously prepared noodles. After all, every grain represented effort, and he had carried them from afar, making waste out of the question. Having savored his meal, he resisted the urge to rush to the basketball court and instead took out his phone to send a message in a group chat named Landlord. Nowadays, he found himself devoid of conversation partners, leaving him with no choice but to reach out to his roommate for a chat. Upon his arrival in The Hague, he sent them a message confirming his safe arrival. He had not been in contact with them for at least 3 months, subsisting on instant noodles. Naturally curious about the circumstances of his 2 roommates, and he thought to share his own situation as well. Xiaomi, I stayed in AD0's youth training program. I'm signing tomorrow. Chapter 19, U16 debut. After sending the message, he initially thought it would sink into oblivion, but unexpectedly, Yao Yao responded quickly. You rascal. It's been 3 months without news from you. I thought the house was mine. Xiaoyu. Can't you say something nice? No need to be polite with capitalist Xiaoyu. Stop it. How's life on Xiaomi's side? Xiaomi, I've gotten used to it. I've been busy training. And my phone has mostly remained in the dormitory, so I haven't been in touch. Xiaoyu, that's good. If anything comes up, be sure to let us know. Xiaomi. All right, Sister Xiaoyu. Xiaomi, why are you both back so early today? We've finished our exams, okay? We're finally liberated. Xiaomi. I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. Missed out on a fortune. I thought you were living it up over there. Xiaomi. Xiaoyu, can you two stop bickering? Xiaomi lay on the bed, happily conversing with the two, feeling more relaxed than he had in a long time. He could easily envision those 2 individuals sitting on the sofa, each cradling a mobile phone, engaged in conversation with him. After a brief exchange, the 2 young ladies announced their intention to retire for a beauty sleep. He glanced at the clock. An hour had already slipped by. He swiftly changed into his attire and grabbed his sneakers, heading to the court for training. Although training alone felt somewhat solitary, it did not significantly hinder his resolve. He wished to explore the changes within himself after consuming the potion. With the same intensity of training, not only did he endure for a longer duration, but his shooting power and sprinting speed also saw significant enhancement. He firmly believed that with the team during training, he would not be inferior to the official players. After the training session, he purchased a bottle of milk from a vending machine and returned directly to his room. Next weekend, he needed to venture out to procure some fresh food, as he could no longer subsist on instant noodles. The signing ceremony commenced at 10 o'clock the following morning. It was a simple affair. Beneath the club's logo, he affixed his signature to the formal contract. The ceremony concluded after he showcased his personal jersey, number 30. Although reporters sought to interview him, they were denied by the club's press officer. Given his youth, he was within his rights to decline media interactions at this juncture. Following the signing, he received a bank card emblazoned with the club's logo. This card served as his salary card, preloaded with a month's wages by the club. The team practiced in the evening, while daytime hours were filled with various etiquette courses and tactical training, essentially serving as remedial education, as he lacked substantial professional training. Fortunately, he experienced no language barriers, making it all relatively manageable for him. As life gradually returned to normal, a month passed by unnoticed. After a week of training with the team, Marvin observed changes in his stamina and strength. Half a month later, he found himself on the substitute list. With the winter transfer window opening, several U16 players were selected, and the already thin forward roster of AD0 soon saw Xiaomi included among the substitutes. This weekend, the team traveled for an away match against 20 U16, where Xiaomi sat quietly on the bench. This match was crucial for them, a battle for relegation. The disparity in strength between the 2 teams was significant, and from the outset, the contest was fierce. In the 36th minute of the first half, 20 scored the first goal. The young players of AD0 grew anxious, intensifying their efforts. At the 43rd minute, forward Bowen was brought down by a defender while dribbling along the sideline. The referee halted the match, and the team doctor swiftly entered the field to attend to him. Marvin felt a pang of urgency. If Bowen was injured, who could replace him? Jason approached him and suggested, "Let Xiaomi come on. He has only half a match of competitive time, and I believe in him." Heeding Jason's advice, Marvin turned to Xiaomi. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured for Xiaomi to prepare. "Xiaomi, warm up. You're replacing Bowen." Initially concerned about Bowen's injury, Xiaomi was invigorated by the coach's words. He promptly donned his cleats, while his teammates rallied around him with encouragement. Go, Xiaomi. Show them what you've got. Perform well. After nodding in gratitude to his teammates, he removed his substitute vest and began to warm up swiftly on the sidelines. The chill of the season was palpable, although they engaged in warm-up activities on the sidelines. The intensity was far from sufficient. With the urgency of the moment, he needed to expedite his preparations. As Bourne was carried off, he exchanged words with Xiaomi, who, despite the pain, urged him, "Me, win this for us." Xiaomi nodded, patted his shoulder, and sprinted onto the field. The instant he stepped onto the pitch, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Lead the team to victory in this match and complete your debut. Upon fulfilling this task, rewards shall be granted. Upon hearing the system's mission, he felt an invigorated confidence in securing a win. There were at least 5 minutes remaining in the first half, including stoppage time. Xiaomi's objective was clear: to level the score. His teammate executed a free kick, sending the ball directly towards the near post of the penalty area. Eric, while attempting to contest for the aerial ball, was impeded by an opposing defender and failed to connect. The possession returned to 20, who played a long pass directly to the midfield. The defenders of AD0 swiftly positioned themselves to intercept the ball, regaining control. They passed it back to a teammate to reorganize their offensive strategy. The forward players rapidly transitioned to defense, returning to their positions. 20's formation expanded, with their defensive line pressing forward. Xiaomi and his teammates continuously interchanged their runs in the front line, stretching the attention of the opposing defenders. The ball reached the vicinity of the center circle, where Captain Robinson executed a precise through ball. The soccer ball threaded through the gaps between defenders, landing at Xiaomi's feet as he dropped back to receive it. With a deft touch, Xiaomi relayed it to Field, who, in turn, returned the ball to him. Xiaomi advanced with the ball through the center, drawing the attention of 2 opposing defenders. He did not reduce his speed, seemingly intent on colliding directly with the 2 individuals. Upon seeing this, the opposing party, now sporting an Eastern countenance, displayed an unmistakable expression of disdain. The 2 approached the center, preparing to close the door. Throughout the run, Xiaomi remained vigilant, attentively observing the positioning of his teammates. He had long been aware of Keppel, who lay in ambush on the right flank. As he approached the 2 defenders, mere meters away, Xiaomi deftly flicked the ball with his right foot. The soccer ball soared high, arching over the heads of the defenders, and sailed behind them. With a powerful push off his right foot, Xiaomi suddenly changed direction before colliding with the 2, eluding their grasp and regaining possession. Confirming that Keppel was onside, he sent a precise through ball with his left foot. Keppel reacted swiftly, evading the defender at his side and making a diagonal run into the penalty area. Upon seeing the ball enter the box, the 20 goalkeeper instinctively rushed forward. In a flash, Keppel unleashed a shot just as the goalkeeper dove to save. The ball skimmed along the grass, hurtling towards the goal. The AD0 players on the sidelines rose to their feet, anxiously watching the impending strike. Marvin and Jason, equally tense, shared in the suspense. Would the shot find its mark? Could they equalize before halftime? Chapter 20, Assist and Equalizer. All eyes were fixed on the ball. Bang! It struck the goalpost directly, ricocheting in a bizarre arc into the net. The ball had perfectly hit the inside of the right post, finding its way into the goal. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the end of the play as he pointed towards the center circle. In the first minute of stoppage time, AD0 had leveled the score, 1-1. Keppel was overwhelmed with joy. He had scarcely had time to compose himself. That shot was purely instinctual. He had not expected it to succeed. Yet fortune had smiled upon him. He dashed excitedly towards Xiaomi, leaping onto him with exuberance. "Me, you are simply amazing. Thank you for your assist," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Your luck is extraordinary. It was so close. Just moments ago." Xiaomi had felt a chill of apprehension as he witnessed the shot on goal. To their surprise, the goalpost had intervened on their behalf. All the teammates rushed over, encircling the 2 in a jubilant celebration. This goal was pivotal, granting them a glimmer of hope for survival. As long as both sides returned to the same starting line, they would have an opportunity to adjust during halftime. On the sidelines, Marwan joyfully embraced Jason, his voice tinged with excitement as he declared, "Me has given us hope." Jason, maintaining a semblance of composure, reminded him, "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. There is still the second half to consider." He remained aware of Xiaomi's current prowess. He was simultaneously apprehensive about the possibility of a more ferocious counterattack from the opposing team, leaving the A0 players in a quandary regarding their defense. Following a brief celebration, Captain Robinson clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention and proclaimed loudly, "Focus your attention. We must hold our ground for the final 2 minutes." His teammates responded with a resounding "all right," and returned to their respective positions, bracing for the opponent's kickoff. The players of 20 had never anticipated that they would be equalized, especially as the first half was drawing to a close. They were exceedingly indignant. After the kickoff, they swiftly launched a counterattack, confronted by the advancing 20 players. The three forwards of AD0 became the initial line of defense. They advanced with fervor, applying pressure and denying the opponent any opportunity to pass the ball. Faced with a trio of adversaries, the ball could only be returned to the defense for a shift in play. Impatient, a 20-player executed a long pass from the backfield. The football soared towards the right flank of the forward line, where a teammate was making a rapid run. Despite the player's swift advance, he ultimately failed to keep pace with the ball. It sailed out of bounds, and he leapt desperately in an attempt to retrieve it. The assistant referee had already raised his flag, signaling a throw-in for AD0. Robinson approached the sideline, signaling to his teammate to prepare for the throw and to hand him the ball. Naturally, his teammate understood the captain's intent and promptly passed the ball to him. Robinson lifted the ball above his head, gathered momentum, and executed the throw. The ball traveled to a teammate on the defensive line, but just as the teammate received it, the referee's whistle marked the end of the first half. The players let out a collective sigh of relief and made their way to the bench, awaiting their coach's tactical instructions. Marvin first acknowledged their performance in the first half. "You played admirably. Despite conceding a goal, you quickly equalized. In the second half, our task remains to solidify the defense and advance the ball forward. Bon is injured, so I urge you to protect yourselves and refrain from unnecessary challenges. Xiaomi, you are our secret weapon. The opposition is unfamiliar with your capabilities, so leverage your strengths." "Understood, coach." Robinson, as the fulcrum of the midfield, must ensure. Marvin swiftly outlined the strategy to his players. The dynamics of the match were ever-changing, leaving him with little to do at this moment. He could not impose excessive pressure on his team members. He could only remind them to remain focused and vigilant in their marking. Meanwhile, the coach of 20 had adopted a rather intense demeanor. Neither defense was able to thwart the Oriental player. What were you thinking at that moment? And you, with your foolish advance, had you not rushed in, that goal would not have been conceded. In the second half, I do not wish to witness you conceding again. Attack with fervor and penetrate their defenses. Such a weak opponent, can you not overcome them?" The players of 20 hung their heads, filled with a sense of indignation. The halftime break swiftly concluded, and the match resumed with AD0 in possession. After passing the ball to Robinson, Xiaomi surged forward. The other two teammates raced along the flanks towards the opposing defense, creating havoc in the front line while seeking opportunities. AD0 did not launch a full-scale offensive. Their strategy was to focus on counterattacks. The 20 midfielders, chastised by their coach, unleashed an even more aggressive assault than in the first half. Xiaomi continuously made unmarked runs, his movements astute as he maintained contact with his midfield companions. Occasionally, he would retreat to receive the ball, shifting it to the less pressured side. This tactic proved challenging for his direct opponent, who found themselves compelled to press, yet Xiaomi shielded the ball expertly. As they prepared to intercept, he executed a precise lateral pass instead. In the 48th minute, the AD0 midfielder delivered a direct through ball. Upon seeing the pass directed toward Xiaomi, the 20 center back immediately advanced to challenge. He coordinated with his midfield teammates, waiting for the opportune moment to launch an attack. Before receiving the ball, Xiaomi was acutely aware of the positions of his forward teammates and the advancing players along the flanks. He noticed the 20 player approaching from the blind side, prompting him to deftly pull the ball back and pivot smoothly. With a combination of control and finesse, he evaded the central defender who had charged towards him. Xiaomi propelled the ball forward, while the opposing player swiftly turned, aiming to intercept laterally. This maneuver was intended to slow Xiaomi's advance, affording his teammates a chance to regroup and form a blockade to regain possession. However, Xiaomi discerned his intentions and had already advanced within 30 meters. Suddenly, he swung his right foot, feigning a long-range shot. The 20 players were left uncertain about his shooting capabilities. Even if they doubted the possibility, they dared not underestimate him. He swiftly extended his foot to intercept, yet it proved futile. Had Xiaomi truly intended to take a long-range shot, his leg extension might have had some effect. Xiaomi skillfully lifted the ball and deftly nudged it past the supporting leg of the center back, sending it soaring at high speed. He maneuvers the ball with remarkable speed and cunning. With the simplest of methods, he breaches defenses and surges towards the penalty area. The center back scrambles to recover and pursue him, while another midfielder hastens to join the chase. Upon realizing he is approaching, The opposing fullback relinquishes his mark and charges forward, executing a sliding tackle. His strategy was straightforward: to obstruct the shooting path of Xiaomi. Xiaomi had already observed that Keppel was unmarked, realizing that an opportunity had presented itself. With a deft touch, he maneuvered past his opponent once more, continuing his advance with the ball. On the edge of the penalty area stood another defender. While Keppel had made his way into position from the side, he delivered a perfectly measured diagonal pass. Once Keppel made contact with the ball, it was destined for success. The opposing goalkeeper, fixated on Xiaomi, anticipated a shot and was caught off guard by the unexpected pass. Keppel surged forward, and the football arrived precisely at his feet. Without hesitation, he struck the ball, aiming once more for the right side of the goal. Chapter 21. Debut goal. The 20 goalkeeper was positioned too far to the left, leaving him no time to intervene. Nevertheless, he instinctively attempted to make a save, executing a swift dive to the ground. Ultimately, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the ball slipped past his fingertips. On the sidelines, the 20 substitutes and coaching staff shared a sense of despair, their hearts heavy with helplessness. They fervently wished for the ball to miss its mark, countless minds silently chanting, "Fly, fly, fly." The substitutes of Team A0 were poised in anticipation, ready to celebrate the moment the football found its way into the net. This particular offensive play showcased a series of exquisite dribbles by Xiaomi, culminating in a perfectly executed assist that drew enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Should this shot find the back of the net, they would take the lead, thereby seizing control of the match and igniting their hopes for survival. Xiaomi was keenly observing, fully aware that as long as Keppel made contact, the goal would be theirs. This was merely his intuition, for every player's finishing touch varies in style and strength. The scene he most dreaded inevitably unfolded before him. His shot veered off course. The football grazed the fingertips of the goalkeeper, only to ricochet off the post and sail beyond the goal line. Keppel, consumed by frustration, buried his head in his hands, crouching despondently upon the grass. His teammates, who had long been poised to celebrate, let out a collective sigh, their hands falling in disappointment. The players from 20, breaking from their usual demeanor, erupted in jubilation. Indeed, their elation surpassed the joy of scoring. Celebration was an inescapable response. Meanwhile, the players from AD0 swiftly retreated, bracing themselves for 20's onslaught. Xiaomi rushed to Keppel's side, pulling him up. "Come on, let us press forward. There's still a chance." "Ugh, my feet stink." "Whether they do or not, I cannot say. But your positioning is commendable." The duo conversed as they exited the penalty area, awaiting the opposing goalkeeper's kick. At that moment, the goalkeeper had already cradled the ball, biding his time for their retreat before resuming play. As the match resumed, 20's offensive fervor remained unabated. They felt a mounting urgency to score first. This youth-level league attracted scant spectators, primarily consisting of players' family and friends, along with roaming scouts from various European nations. Among them, a blond man clad in a checked shirt and a cap diligently recorded notes in his notebook. After the match commenced, he began capturing the unfolding events with a DV camera. He harbored a profound interest in the Eastern boy. Yet he found himself lacking in understanding and felt the need for further observation. The confrontation between the young players on the field was fiercely intense, with physical collisions escalating as the match progressed. Although there were attempts at goal, none resulted in a score. 20 maintained a commanding presence, pressing AD0 into a defensive stance. As the match approached the 68th minute, Xiaomi skillfully maneuvered the ball forward. 20 players converged upon him, resulting in a foul. The chief referee awarded AD0 a free kick in the attacking half, with Robinson set to take it. The free kick was positioned approximately 35 meters from the goal, at an angle that rendered the likelihood of success quite low. Robinson stood over the ball, signaling to his teammates. He executed a direct delivery into the penalty area, providing an opportunity for his teammates to capitalize. As the referee's whistle echoed, Robinson initiated his run and struck the ball. The football soared high into the air, heading straight for the penalty area. Upon reaching the confines of the box, it arched over the wall and began its descent. Players from both sides swiftly maneuvered, vying for the first touch. Ultimately, the goalkeeper, in a daring leap, claimed the initial contact, soaring into the air to punch the ball out of the penalty area. The ball was propelled away, leading to a moment of chaos within the box, as players from both teams turned to survey for any available teammates. In that instant, Xiaomi darted forward like a bolt of blue lightning, donning the away team's deep blue jersey. He observed the positioning within the penalty area, meticulously calculating his steps. As he noticed an opponent rushing towards the ball, the 20 players swiftly emerged, poised to block the trajectory of the shot. Xiaomi dashed forward, neglecting to stop the ball. He leapt into the air, unleashing a powerful strike with his left foot. The football soared like a projectile, hurtling towards the goal. It was a half-high ball, traveling at an impressive speed. Should the 20 players falter even slightly, it could result in an own goal. The ball deftly maneuvered past the defenders attempting to intervene. Heading straight for the left side of the goal, Keppel, displaying remarkable intelligence, took a step back to avoid obstructing the ball's path. The 20 goalkeeper, initially positioned to the right of the goal, reacted to the incoming ball by forcefully pushing off with his right foot, tearing up the turf as he dove sideways. The ball evaded his outstretched arms, grazing the tips of his hair before finding the net. It spun rapidly in the goal for several moments before finally succumbing to gravity. The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that the substitute players and coach on the sidelines were momentarily caught off guard. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and as he pointed towards the center circle, they awakened from their daze. 1-2. AD0 led. As Xiaomi landed, he beamed with joy upon witnessing the ball's successful entry. Rushing to the sidelines to share the elation of the goal with Jason, the young talent from Daxia had returned home, navigating a solitary and monotonous existence within the team. Though he appeared cheerful and lively on the surface, the solitude and pressure he felt deep within were known only to him. He was grateful to be selected as a substitute, yet the absence of playing opportunities weighed heavily on his heart. This goal liberated all the emotions he had suppressed. In truth, he did not relish assisting. As a forward, a touch of selfishness was permissible. However, being in a foreign land, he understood that humility was paramount. He regretted the previous assist, knowing he had a scoring opportunity of his own. Yet, for the greater good, he had passed to Keppel, who squandered the chance, leaving him frustrated. Faced with this golden opportunity, he felt confident that no one would reproach him for taking the initiative. As he sprinted towards the substitute bench, his teammates on the field rushed to meet him. Ultimately, they intercepted him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Teammates surrounded him, exuberantly shouting, "Me, splendid, brilliant, well done, me." The substitutes and coaches also rushed onto the pitch to join in the celebration. It was only when the referee urged them to cease their revelry that they returned to their positions. Meanwhile, the trailing 20 team was filled with fervor after the restart. They executed a long pass into the offensive zone, seeking their advancing comrades. The defenders in the backline intensified their marking of me, with one player closely shadowing him while another provided support. Me, bewildered, thought to himself, "Am I being treated like a star player with protective guardians?" He retreated to the midfield to join the defensive effort, as long as he refrained from breaking through and minimized his ball possession. The opposition found themselves at a temporary impasse. Upon his withdrawal, he continually exchanged passes, assisting the captain in orchestrating the play. Nevertheless, despite his retreat and focus on passing, he did not relinquish the opportunity to attack. His movement on the pitch is graceful. When opportunities to attack are scarce, he deftly passes the ball. When the chance arises, he swiftly advances with the ball. Should the opposing players encroach upon him with double marking and tackles, he anticipates their moves and releases the ball early. If they attempt to pull him down, he elegantly falls to the ground, winning a free kick and creating shooting opportunities for his teammates. Upon successfully breaking through, he delivers a cross from the byline. However, his ability to intercept is still lacking, necessitating collaboration with Captain Robinson for defensive support. Chapter 22. Injured and fainting. As the match approaches the 82nd minute, the player's stamina begins to wane. The most beleaguered are the defenders from 20, tasked with marking Xiaomi. His elusive movements have significantly drained their energy. Several times they fail to keep pace, nearly leading to disastrous consequences. Robinson, panting heavily, shouts to his teammates to hold on, urging them not to allow their opponents any chance to approach the goal in these final moments. The teammates, equally fatigued, understand the gravity of the situation and grit their teeth to persevere. Xiaomi, aware of his teammates' condition, recognizes that he still possesses ample energy and seeks ways to alleviate the pressure on the defense. He signaled for Keppel and Eric to retreat to the midfield, while he himself positioned at the forefront, constantly moving to disrupt the opponent's passing. Under the influence of Xiaomi's interference, 20 found it increasingly challenging to advance with the ball, resorting instead to back passes or long balls directed forward. As their stamina waned, the accuracy of these long passes significantly diminished. Even when executed well, teammates, fatigued, could not immediately seize the ball. 20 found themselves somewhat passive, struggling to mount a cohesive offensive. Both sides began to tussle in the midfield, and the match descended into a state of tension. In the 88th minute, a 20-player passed the ball back to a teammate positioned at the edge of the penalty area. Suddenly, Xiaomi appeared in the passing lane, intercepting the ball with a deft extension of his leg. Upon regaining possession, he swiftly adjusted and propelled the ball forward into the penalty area. Witnessing Xiaomi's successful interception, Eric and Keppel immediately sprang to life, darting forward from either side to provide support. The 20 defenders panicked, with 2 rushing out to block the impending threat. Xiaomi carried the ball along the right flank of the penalty area, noting the approaching defenders. Utilizing a change of rhythm, he deftly maneuvered the ball through the legs of the first defender who had advanced to obstruct him. The supporting defender quickly closed in, attempting to physically impede him. Undeterred, Xiaomi deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, colliding shoulder first with the opponent. The force of the impact momentarily staggered Xiaomi, while the opponent also struggled to maintain balance. Instinctively reaching out to pull him back, Xiaomi leaned to the left, bracing his hand against the ground to evade the grasp. Subsequently, he stepped forward with his right foot, shielding the ball and regaining his balance. Once he had the ball firmly under control, he sensed the imminent approach of a pursuing opponent. While another player advanced ahead to intercept, he directly pushed the ball to Eric, who surged down the flank, while he himself cut into the penalty area. Upon noticing the shift in play, the opposing players hurried towards Eric. Without pausing to control the ball, Eric executed a deft flick, sending the football soaring towards the penalty spot. Both Xiaomi and the 20 goalkeeper charged forward simultaneously. Xiaomi leaped early, directing a powerful header towards the goal. The ball struck the left side of the net and bounced in. The 20 goalkeeper's jump was merely a fraction late, failing to make contact with the ball. Although he did not touch it, he was determined not to let this Eastern lad escape unscathed, recalling the scathing reprimands from the coach during halftime. After conceding 2 more goals in the second half, he became enraged. Despite attempting to retract his arm, his elbow inadvertently rose and collided with Xiaomi's head. As Xiaomi descended, his body was momentarily relaxed when a sudden sense of peril washed over him. Instinctively tilting his head, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. And in an instant, darkness enveloped him as he crashed heavily to the ground. The referee, who had just signaled the goal as valid, caught sight of someone fallen in his peripheral vision. Initially dismissive, he was about to approach when he heard the urgent cries of the AD0 coach and players. Help! Quick! Help! Foul! Malicious foul! This is attempted murder! The referee, somewhat bewildered, observed the team doctor rushing to the scene and gestured for them to enter the field. Hastening to ascertain the situation, the 20 goalkeeper raised his hands, persistently explaining, "I was aware of my arm. I didn't mean it. I never intended to harm him." Keppel, closest to the goal, was exceedingly agitated, pointing at the opponent and shouting, "You are committing murder. That is a malicious foul." Other AD0 teammates rushed forward. Although they had not seen the incident clearly, the injury to Xiaomi was undeniable. At this moment, it was imperative that the opponent faced consequences. In such matches, there are no instant replays available. Only the teams record footage on-site for video analysis. Ultimately, the referee issued only a yellow card to the 20 goalkeeper, accompanied by a warning, "Be mindful of your actions. If evidence emerges proving intent, your license will be revoked." AD0 players were evidently dissatisfied with this ruling, and arguing with the referee at this juncture seemed rather foolish. They do not possess the audacity of professional athletes to engage in physical confrontations on the field. Their hearts were heavy with concern for Xiaomi as they witnessed the team doctor carry him off the field. They were compelled to retreat to the backfield, completing the remainder of the match. On the sidelines, the coach of 20 supported his forehead with one hand, uncertain whether his frustration stemmed from the loss or the goalkeeper's foolish actions. Marvin and Jason wore expressions of anxiety and worry in a relegation battle. Losing 2 forwards was a significant blow. Fortunately, Bowen's condition was manageable, merely a strain, and he would be fit after 2 weeks of rest. However, they were acutely aware that the opposing player had directly struck Xiaomi in the neck. The opposing goalkeeper, standing at 191 centimeters and weighing at least 80 kilograms, had caused Xiaomi to lose consciousness with that impact. The team doctor had called for a stretcher, evidently indicating that Xiaomi could no longer continue in the match. Had it not been for Xiaomi's remarkable performance in the second half, they could only imagine the arduous struggle they would have faced. A promising star, so recently emerging, was now severely injured by the rival team, and they felt compelled to lodge a complaint with the Football Association. At this moment, Xiaomi lay unconscious, oblivious to everything around him. After examining him, the team doctor swiftly applied a neck brace to stabilize Xiaomi's head and prevent further injury. A stretcher was brought onto the field to carry him off. Hicks was urgently summoned and sent onto the field by Marvin, tasked solely with bolstering the defense. The man in the plaid shirt, with his golden hair, had already risen, visibly dissatisfied with the referee's earlier decision. He has just discovered a new star, only to see it tarnished in such a low-level league. Truly, it is a nation capable of producing the likes of the Three-Stick King, where every competition, regardless of its tier, is marked by such brutishness. He felt a sense of restlessness. He needed to take action. The man retrieved his phone and directly dialed a number. "Paul, this is Sven Mislintat." "Hello, Sven. What prompted you to call me?" "I require the information on that Eastern youth from your U16 team." "Oh? Have you taken an interest in him? Are you worried I might poach him?" "Certainly not. Share your email with me, and I will have my secretary send you the details." "All right, but I must forewarn you, if his injury is severe, I will cease my interest in him." "What? Another injury?" "Indeed. You should receive the results shortly." "Well, I need to assess the situation now, so I won't keep you longer. You are always welcome to visit the base. I will treat you to coffee." "All right, goodbye." Chapter 23. Task Reward. After hanging up, Sven felt a slight sense of relief. He is acutely aware that without a reminder, the club may not prioritize the treatment of the youth, particularly that of foreign players. He certainly does not wish for a promising youth to be ruined here. He sent his email address to Paul and turned away from the field. In the ambulance, Xiaomi slowly opened her eyes, the distinct electronic hum of the ambulance resonating in her ears. BBUBB. He attempted to move, but a masked nurse reached out to restrain him. "Do not move. Your neck is injured." Xiaomi felt a wave of frustration wash over him, and just as he was about to speak, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Task completed. Reward. 1 golden treasure chest." Xiaomi decided to simply close his eyes and obediently lie still. Pain coursed through his body, particularly in his neck, which felt both sore and numb. He now needed to check if there were any healing items within the treasure chest, as this would ensure his opportunity to participate in the upcoming match next week. Additionally, he was quite curious as to why a golden chest had been issued this time. Pondering the various levels of treasure chests, after closing his eyes, he silently communicated with the system in his mind. Are treasure chests categorized by levels? In competitions of differing tiers, the level of the treasure chest also varies. In the U16 League, the highest reward is a golden chest, followed by silver and bronze. In the Premier League, the highest level of treasure chest is the platinum chest, while the treasure chests for European leagues and global competitions are classified as diamond chests. After hearing the system's explanation, Xiaomi felt enlightened. It seemed he needed to continuously improve and compete at higher levels. The higher the level of the treasure chest, the greater the rewards he would presumably receive. Thus, he brought up the panel to review today's gains. Fortunately, the system was quite discreet. Upon clicking, the golden chest erupted with a dazzling light in his mind. Once the brilliance faded, he beheld the rewards of this occasion. The first thing that caught his eye was, unexpectedly, 5 vials of milky white potion. Having consumed potions twice before, he was well aware that the system provided only quality items. The small blue vial had cured his hereditary ailment, while the small yellow vial had enhanced his physical capabilities. However, both of the previous potions had been limited to a single vial each, and now he was presented with 5, which took him by surprise, prompting him to click for further details. Basic healing potion. Consuming 1 vial alleviates physical pain and mitigates ailments by 30. It is effective for fractures, muscle strains, and ligament tears. Note: only 1 vial may be consumed per week. Goodness, if the basic potion is this extraordinary, what might the more advanced ones accomplish in terms of instantaneous healing? Yet, how could he extract it for consumption with so many people watching, preventing him from moving? He resolved to seek an opportunity later to examine the remaining rewards. Subsequently, he noticed a USB drive and curiously clicked on it. USB drive contains instructional videos detailing all football techniques. This is beneficial, as it would allow him to learn more skills, aiding in his development as a player. The final reward was a pair of shin guards. Given his prior experience with football boots, he certainly understood that the shin guards would also embody advanced technology and craftsmanship. Clicking to view, as he had anticipated, the shin guards could withstand a force of 1,000 newtons, equivalent to a weight of 100 kilograms. Upon seeing this data, Xiaomi felt a surge of joy, as it would significantly reduce the likelihood of leg injuries. At that moment, he sensed the vehicle had come to a stop and promptly opened his eyes. Soon, the door swung open, and medical personnel carefully maneuvered his mobile stretcher out of the vehicle. He could distinctly perceive the sound of the wheels touching the ground, accompanied by a subtle impact upon landing. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: how he might consume the physical enhancement elixir. He discovered that the medical staff had their backs turned towards him, hastily pulling the bed towards the hospital entrance. He attempted to move his arm. It was free, unbound. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he swiftly accessed the panel, and with a click, a vial of medication materialized in his hand. Though he was aware that lying down while attempting to drink was a daunting task, fraught with the risk of missing his mouth or even choking, he had no choice but to try. Fortunately, it was a test tube. He lifted it to his lips, ensuring no spillage occurred. Once it reached his mouth, he clamped down on it, raising his hand slightly. The liquid from the test tube flowed into his mouth, and the tube vanished. Before he had the chance to swallow, the medication gently flowed directly into his esophagus. A nurse, noticing his hand instinctively rising, promptly pressed it down. "You are severely injured. Do not move around." He softly responded with a murmur of acknowledgement, secretly relieved that he had acted wisely in the moment. Closing his eyes once more, he quietly attuned himself to his body's condition. Indeed, after taking the medication, the pain in his neck had subsided, the numbness vanished, and much of the soreness in his body had diminished. Next came a series of examinations, during which he was occasionally required to answer the doctor's inquiries to ensure his consciousness remained intact. After the imaging was completed, he was wheeled into the observation room. From a distance, he could hear Ma when conversing with the doctor, though he could not discern the content of their discussion. Upon entering the observation room, someone greeted him. "Me, you also came?" With the neck brace still in place, he could not turn his head and tentatively asked, "Boren?" "It is I." "Alas, I was knocked unconscious. These opponents play far too dirty. I must seek revenge next season. Let us not dwell on that. How is your injury?" "A strain. I will need to rest for half a month." "That's good to hear. I'm still uncertain about my own condition. I barely made it onto the field when." At this thought, Me's mood soured slightly. "Do not worry. Take care of your injury. You performed exceptionally well. There will surely be an opportunity for you to return to the field after recovery." "I hope so." I can hear the boss's voice. "Has he arrived?" "He is outside discussing matters with the doctor." "How could I be aware of the game situation if he were not here?" "You should rest for a moment. I overheard the boss say that your injury involves your head. To be precise, it is my neck. It feels like a tightening spell has been cast upon me." "What is a tightening spell?" "Haha, it is a lengthy and fascinating mythological tale." Boren's interest was piqued, and just as he was about to inquire further, Mawan entered the room. Boren hastily asked, "Coach, is Me's condition serious?" Mawan sighed. "Fortunately, there is no neck injury. He has a mild concussion and will need to remain in the hospital for 48 hours of observation." "Coach, must I stay in the hospital?" "I could recuperate at the training base. We have doctors there, and I feel quite well." "No, Mr. Paul has stipulated that you must receive treatment in the hospital. It is for your own good. Once you return, there will be no one at the training facility over the weekend. What will you do about food and lodging?" "I do not have medical insurance, and I..." "Do not concern yourself with these matters. You are a contracted player of the club, and these expenses are not for you to worry about." Mawan interrupted him, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Remaining in the hospital was certainly a relief, as he was well aware that returning to the training facility meant relying solely on himself. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by this sudden display of responsibility and kindness. However, he did not dwell on it for long and replied, "Thank you, Coach, and thank you, Mr. Paul. There is no need for such formality. Your dedication to the team is commendable. The opposing team's recent foul play was egregious, and we shall certainly file an appeal. Rest well. I shall return the day after tomorrow, and I have arranged for a caregiver to attend to you. I appreciate your concern, but I am fine." "Very well. I shall escort Vuan back to the Hague. Shortly, a nurse will transfer you to your room." "Understood. I await your return in the team. Wishing you a swift recovery." Vuan is aware that his current condition does not necessitate a prolonged hospital stay. Take care and recuperate swiftly. Chapter 24. The decision of Zork and Sven Marvin wheeled Vuan away, and soon after, Xiaomi was also brought to his room. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to find himself in a private room. Though the interior remained unseen, the expense of such accommodation must surely be considerable. After changing beds, a young man remained in the room, sitting by the bedside and addressing him. "I am your caregiver. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. My name is Blake." "Thank you, Blake. May I have some water, please?" "Certainly. Just a moment. Before long, Blake used a straw to feed him some water. And then remarked, I will fetch you something to eat. I trust you must be somewhat hungry now. Thank you. Xiaomi possessed the admirable habit of refraining from dwelling on matters he could not comprehend. Answers would eventually reveal themselves. There are no acts of kindness without reason in this world. After eating, he felt somewhat fatigued and promptly fell asleep. In a hotel, Sven opened his email. After downloading the document, he began to read in silence. Name, Yuan me date of birth, December 20th, 1998. This was an analytical report concerning me Yuan, documenting his journey from the onset of his trial period to the present, summarizing each training session. For hours later, he rubbed his dry eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The report was meticulously detailed and included several video segments, footage of the young player from Daxia competing against U16, clips from amateur matches, as well as snippets from training sessions. After all, each player sold represents a significant source of revenue for the club. Ever since discovering Kagawa in the J2 League, he had never ceased his pursuit of talent from the East. However, truly suitable players from the East are few, and the clubs they belong to tend to be quite avaricious. He never anticipated that a casual viewing of a league match would lead him to discover such a gifted player. This is a naturally born forward, and with careful nurturing, his achievements could rival those of Lewandowski. He possesses a ball control and lethal delivery capability that Kagawa lacks, along with superior physical attributes and speed. While he may not be as robust as Lewandowski, he undeniably has ample room for growth. Lewandowski has departed from Dortmund, and although Aubameyang has joined, he favors a forward who embodies speed, skill, agility, strength, and leaping ability. Mayan is the future Lewandowski, representing the modern archetype of a forward. Most importantly, he is exceptionally young, just recently turned 17. Sven is somewhat exhilarated and immediately connects the DV to his computer, commencing the video editing process. Sven Mislintat was once the tactical analyst for Dortmund. In the latter half of 2004, as the only publicly traded football club in Germany at the time, it teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. Sven confided to a friend, we can no longer acquire players from the top-tier market. In the subsequent 2 years, he forsook a high salary to become a scout. After bringing Hummels to Dortmund in 2009, he became a well-known talent scout in Germany. In 2010, he introduced both Lewandowski and Kagawa, laying the groundwork for Dortmund's future youthful resurgence in the league. He has always gazed upon the world with far-reaching vision, and this recent discovery of Xiaomi has ignited a fervor within him. After meticulously editing the video, he compressed it and sent it directly to Zorc. Once the transmission was complete, he failed to notice how late it had become and called him without hesitation. Old friend, do you not pay attention to the time? A languid yet somewhat disgruntled voice responded on the other end. Come now, Zorc, do not act like an old man. I hope what you have to say next piques my interest. I have discovered a prodigious forward. Is that all? Do we not already have Aubameyang? What if I told you he is merely 17 years old, with awareness, aerial prowess, and ball control that surpasses Aubameyang? Old friend, please refrain from such jesting at this hour. Check your email. I have just sent you a video. Without waiting for Zorc to respond, he abruptly ended the call. He trembled with anticipation, quietly awaiting. His video was edited to less than 3 minutes. I believe that after 3 minutes, Zorc will certainly return his call. At that moment, he glanced at the time and realized, unbeknownst to him, that a new day had already arrived. Even before the 3 minutes had elapsed, his phone began to ring. He deliberately waited for the phone to ring several times before answering. Old buddy, don't you even glance at the time? A true man avenges his grievances on the spot. Suan, stop fooling around and tell me the specifics. What is the matter? Aren't you taking a break? My phone is always on for you. So do share what is going on. If anyone were present in the room, they would undoubtedly witness the smug expression on Suan's face. He chose not to continue teasing Zorc and simply provided a brief overview of Xiaomi's situation. Their phone conversation lasted a full hour, and upon gaining insight into Xiaomi's circumstances, Zorc was immensely excited. However, his tone suddenly shifted to one of melancholy. Old friend, there are only a few months left in the window. Might this young talent be signed by another club? I have considered your concern. I will visit him at the hospital tomorrow to establish initial contact, came the response. He has no agent, correct? Indeed. Are you suggesting? Yes, let Struis make the first move. Very well, I shall communicate with him tomorrow morning. Will this injury affect his future development? I do not yet know the specifics, but I will gather more information tomorrow. After chatting for a while longer, they concluded the call. Unbeknownst to Xiaomi, who was currently in the hospital, He had garnered the attention of the renowned scout known as the Diamond Eye. Xiaomi did not sleep much in the afternoon, primarily due to not taking a shower promptly after sweating. He felt utterly uncomfortable. After Brett helped him with a sponge bath, he felt somewhat alleviated. The doctor had instructed him not to move, and he lay in bed feeling exceedingly bored, akin to a zombie. Fortunately, there was a television in the room, and after propping himself up, he aimlessly flipped through numerous channels before drifting off into a hazy sleep once more. Early the next morning, he awoke in anticipation of the doctor's rounds. "Doctor, may I remove the neck brace? I feel there is nothing wrong with my cervical spine." After reviewing his x-rays, the doctor replied, "It can be removed, but you must refrain from any vigorous movements with your head for now." Hearing the doctor's approval, he readily agreed, "No problem, I can manage that." An hour later, a nurse finally assisted in removing the neck brace. Instinctively, he longed to stretch his limbs, but was promptly stopped by Brett. "No, you cannot do that. Didn't the doctor say you must avoid strenuous activity?" Xiaomi was acutely aware of his physical condition, yet felt powerless to act, reluctantly abandoning the notion of exercising. Chapter 25. The visit from a stranger with the neck brace gone, he instantly felt liberated. He hurried to the restroom for a thorough release. After changing into fresh clothes and enjoying a refreshing shower, he obediently returned to bed. He took out his phone and chatted with Coach Lee for a while, then succumbed to sleep after lunch. The inability to train left him feeling restless, and he could only rely on sleep to pass the time. To his surprise, upon awakening, he found a stranger seated on the sofa, engrossed in reading some documents. He sat up abruptly and inquired with curiosity, "Sir, I do not believe we are acquainted." His movement in sitting up attracted the man's attention. "Ah, greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Walker Struss, a seasoned football agent." Xiaomi, somewhat bewildered, gazed at him curiously. "Hello, my name is Yuan. May I inquire what brings you here?" "I aspire to become your agent and assist you in charting your future development." "Me?" Xiaomi said, incredulity evident as he pointed to himself. "Indeed. May we sit down and converse?" The man displayed a gentlemanly demeanor. After contemplating, Xiaomi, recognizing he had neither fame nor wealth to fear, approached him directly. Following a handshake, they settled into adjacent seats. "Mr. Struss, at this moment, I do not believe I require an agent." Xiaomi was not oblivious to the profession of agents. He was familiar with Mendez and Raiola. However, he felt uncertain about the man before him, viewing agents as potential exploiters who might not offer any tangible benefit. Noticing the wariness and skepticism etched on Xiaomi's face, Struss offered a faint smile. "It seems your impression of agents is somewhat unfavorable, or perhaps you lack a comprehensive understanding. However, in the European football landscape, mere talent is insufficient. There are numerous scouts, yet it does not guarantee that the clubs you desire will recruit you. More often than not, an agent is essential to facilitate negotiations. I do not possess the notoriety of Mendez, nor the visibility of Raiola. My focus lies in providing young players with more professional and reliable developmental guidance." At this juncture, he retrieved a tablet from his bag, opened it, and placed it before Xiaomi. "Here is an overview of my company, Snort's Total, along with the players we have signed." Yet, Xiaomi remained skeptical, perplexed as to why he had been approached, pondering why not directly contact the hospital. He continuously scrolled through the screen, perusing the introductions displayed. However, upon encountering the profiles of Cruz, Reyes, and Jidzu, he inquired, "Are you an agent from Germany?" He intentionally spoke this sentence in German. Struss responded with a smile, "Indeed, I am German. However, my employers hail from all corners of the globe." His fluent German alleviated some of the doubts in Xiaomi's heart. Struss silently praised him, recognizing that this young lad was quite intelligent, possessing a strong sense of caution, commendable psychological resilience, and impressive linguistic skills. His admiration for Xiaomi grew noticeably, and he no longer felt anger towards Siwen for providing an early morning wake-up service. He places great trust in Siwen's judgment, yet he disapproves of certain reckless actions exhibited by Siwen. He watched as Xiaomi set down the tablet and, with a smile, inquired, "Can we converse now?" "Mr. Struss, there's no rush. I still have a question." "Oh, please proceed. How did you come to know about me? Furthermore, how did you learn of my hospitalization?" "Haha, your vigilance is truly commendable. You must understand that in Europe, scouts are ubiquitous. Obtaining your information is rather simple, especially since you were quite a unique case." Though Xiaomi's question may seem rather naive, he was, in fact, probing to see if the other party would reveal the source of their information. After all, those who betray their partners for profit may also turn against themselves. The interaction between the two foxes, one large and one small, was laden with subtle implications. Upon hearing the reply, Xiaomi directed his next inquiry straight to the point. I wish to understand how you envision my future after signing me. Additionally, what are your fees, and will you respect my wishes? Or might you forcibly send me to certain clubs? With a smile, Struss patiently began to elucidate, sidestepping the directness of Xiaomi's questions. The European football industry boasts an exceptionally promising future, particularly within the 5 major leagues. The decline of Serie A, the rise of La Liga, and the captivating attacking football of the Bundesliga and Premier League have all generated significant benefits for clubs, players, and sponsors alike. Both the European and South American continents have emerged as fertile grounds for football talent. The 5 major leagues in Europe have become the focal point of global attention, with broadcasts reaching every corner of the world. For you, football is a dream, a passion. For businessmen, it serves as a pathway to profit, which has given rise to intermediary agencies and agents. We provide our clients with comprehensive services and meticulous planning aimed at advancing their careers. The foremost aspect of this future is the desires of our clients. As agents, we possess a wealth of resources from various clubs, forming the foundation for our ability to facilitate the transfer of numerous talents to elite teams. The European football landscape is rife with discrete transactions, though the primary principle remains the protection of our clients' interests. I may have spoken in broad terms earlier, so let me illustrate with a simple analogy. For instance, if a brand wishes to enlist you as a spokesperson, we will conduct thorough assessments of their brand efficacy and reputation. After all, many stars have seen their careers tarnished through endorsements, becoming embroiled in legal disputes. Moreover, we have a specialized team dedicated to selecting suitable investment opportunities for our clients, ensuring that even post-retirement, they need not fret over financial concerns. Naturally, these are minor considerations. The paramount objective in choosing a signing club is not only to secure the highest salary for you, but also to negotiate playing time and various bonuses beyond your salary. With that said, we invest considerable effort and earn a commission of 10 to 15%. Do you find that reasonable? Xiaomi felt somewhat bewildered, yet the other party assured him that there were no issues. Once he truly garnered the attention of various clubs, he would inevitably encounter numerous challenges. It was entirely reasonable to have professionals assist him in managing these matters. However, he was acutely aware that it was premature to agree so swiftly after their initial meeting. He intended to consult Coach Li to discern what advice he might offer. He pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words before speaking. I am truly grateful that you have come to meet me in person. However, our mutual understanding is still quite limited, and I am unable to make a decision at this time. I hope we can afford each other some time to get to know one another better. Of course, I can assure you that I will be here for the foreseeable future, and should you need to return to The Hague, I would be more than willing to accompany you. Xiaomi shook her head, politely declining. Tomorrow, my coach will be here to take me home from the hospital. I appreciate your kind offer. Very well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. Here is my business card. I look forward to your call. Struss understood that it was time for him to take his leave. After bidding farewell to Struss, Xiaomi found herself staring blankly at the business card. Glancing at the time, she initiated a video call to Captain Li. Chapter 26. Captain Li's analysis and advice. The video call connected swiftly, revealing Captain Li, who had evidently just finished a shower and was drying his hair. Xiaomi, what prompted you to initiate a video call today? It has been a while since we last saw each other. Let us see if you still look as charming. You sly rascal, have you been sweet-talking today? Is there something you need from me? Hee, nothing escapes your keen wisdom. Spare me the flattery. I have a workout to attend to tonight, so please get to the point. Xiaomi felt a bit disoriented, but suddenly realized the urgency of the matter and quickly replied. Today, an agent named Struss from Snorts Total approached me. I'm not very familiar with them and wanted to ask if they are trustworthy. Oh, an agency, you say? Who exactly are you referring to? Captain Li initially responded with composure, but his tone abruptly escalated in pitch. He dropped the towel he was holding and stared intently at the screen displaying Xiaomi. In the dead of night, do you wish to wake the child? A voice of complaint followed as Captain Li awkwardly bowed, a sheepish smile on his face. I apologize. I will be there within half an hour, I assure you. Humph. Xiaomi could discern the subtle tension in her mentor's tone. Upon hearing her mentor's cold huff, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, doubling over in amusement. He relished the sight of Li's embarrassment. Over the years, their relationship had blossomed into a blend of mentorship and friendship. After the departure of his family, Li's concern for him intensified. Although he never referred to him as a master, Lee held a revered position in his heart akin to that of a mentor. Why are you laughing? Quickly, tell me if you agree. Lee lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. A flicker of flame ignited as he lit a cigarette. Still the cheapest hard pack of 10 milligrams. No, I said I need to consider it. After all, I'm not yet well acquainted with the situation. You foolish lad. Such a splendid opportunity should never be squandered. I believe it's not yet time to seek an agent. The chances to play are already scarce, and there is nothing pressing to address. Your reasoning is misguided. Do you recall the 2006 World Cup? At this, Lee took a deep drag from his cigarette, the white smoke slowly wafting from his mouth and nose. Yes, the 2006 World Cup, when Italy emerged victorious. You only know part of the story. That World Cup bore the mark of Struss. During the tournament, his scarf brand, infused with football elements, garnered immense popularity among foreign fans. It was then he recognized the vast potential within the football industry and established his agency in 2008. It was also during this time that his company signed numerous exceptional young talents who are now thriving in the top 5 leagues, attracting many promising youths. In other words, though he may not possess the fame of Mendes or Raiola, he is indeed one of the hidden powerhouses within German football. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi's mouth fell agape, his face a tableau of astonishment. Struss and his team are undoubtedly among the most professional, discreet, and reliable in the football industry. It's perfectly normal for you to be oblivious to such matters, as you've always been absorbed in your training. Refusing this time is not detrimental. Given that he approached you, it likely indicates interest from a club. Trust that he will reach out to you again. Xiaomi observed as Lee took another drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt into the ashtray before lighting another. He was aware that Captain Lee was contemplating how he should engage with the other party moving forward. He did not interrupt Team Leader Lee's train of thought, patiently awaiting his response. Indeed, after a contemplative pause that lasted the duration of a cigarette, Team Leader Lee continued. Currently, we are not in a window period. Registered players cannot be traded. If a club truly has an interest in you, they cannot extricate you from The Hague. Please understand that engaging with Struis appears to be a temporary measure. I believe you have a significant chance of entering the Bundesliga, and Struis could serve as an excellent starting point. However, you must heed a few points. First, when signing with a club, ensure that you retain decision-making power. Second, your playing time must not fall below 15 matches. Avoid teams with deep benches. The more star players there are, the fewer opportunities you will have to play. Joining a prestigious club may not benefit your development. Finally, regarding your image rights, although you are not a registered player domestically, you are still a citizen of Dacia, and you have access to the world's largest fan market, a lucrative asset. When the Red Devils showed interest in young Dong, it was not solely due to his talent, but largely because of the commercial interests behind him. Xiaomi nodded, although he did not fully grasp these nuances. He understood that Team Leader Lee's intentions were for his benefit. Next time Struis reaches out to you, you might consider drafting a contract with him, and I can arrange for someone to review it. Since Struis has taken an interest in you and is personally involved, he will not leave without securing you. All right, I've made a note of that. The hour is late. I will keep you updated on any developments. Haha. Good lad, you understand. Let us leave it at that for now. I'm off to the gym. All right, when I return, I'll bring you some supplements. I've heard that middle-aged individuals often struggle with vitality. Please, I am still in my prime and require no supplements. Goodbye. Team Leader Lee hung up the video call in exasperation, while Xiaomi leaned back on the sofa and laughed heartily. He was resolute in his intention to bring back supplements for Team Leader Lee. The more he insisted he didn't want them, the more he felt compelled to procure them. Who says only women speak in contradictions? Middle-aged men can be equally disingenuous. Children of this era are quite precocious, understanding matters no less than adults. He sat on the sofa, savoring the words of Captain Lee, and he finally comprehended why the team had been so attentive to his treatment following this injury. In this nation, the standard of medical care is commendable. However, unless there is visible bleeding, injuries are typically met with routine examinations and seldom warrant such earnest concern. He could have returned to The Hague with the team, yet he was kept in the hospital. Surely someone must have intervened on behalf of the team. In light of this, he felt no further reservations, choosing instead to take each step as it came upon his eventual return to The Hague. During a conversation between Xiaomi and Team Leader Lee at a CAF not far from the hospital, Struis encountered Sven. The two settled into a corner of the establishment and began their discourse. Did you meet him? What are your impressions? Haha. He.s. a cunning young lad from the East, quite shrewd. Struis recounted the essence of their conversation, eliciting hearty laughter from Sven. Sven, could you elucidate why you hold such an affinity for players from the football desert of the East? Is it solely due to their commercial value? Not at all. In my view, Eastern players possess a greater suitability for the sport than our compatriots. What do you mean? Their path to the World Cup is fraught with difficulty, particularly for the large nation, which has only qualified once in history, and that was due to the tournament being hosted in the East. Although many Eastern players have emerged in Europe over the years, true talents like Kagawa are exceedingly rare. At the time, I found it perplexing that you would undertake the arduous journey 10 times for a diminutive player from a J2 league. Indeed, he performed admirably at the club. Yet the disparities with Western players are glaring. At that moment, the server brought over their coffees, prompting a pause in their exchange. Chapter 27. The Vision of a Diamond. Sven took a sip of his coffee and, with a smile, began to elaborate to Struis. Do you know from what sport modern football evolved? It seems to have originated from an ancient sport in the large nation, something like Kuju. Precisely, Kuju, Sven replied lightly. Then continued. Football demands an extraordinary level of physical fitness, technical prowess, and intelligence, all of which Eastern individuals possess. However, modern football found its roots in Europe, particularly in England, influenced significantly by the socio-economic context of the time. The clubs that exist today were, a century ago, merely formed by owners, farmers, and even worker groups who cherished the sport. Initially, it was merely a means to enrich people's leisure, much like how we enjoy beer while watching a match. It was a form of relaxation. While we may boast robust physiques, many tall and strong players often lack the requisite mental acuity and finesse in their footwork. Although the matches may appear fiercely competitive, igniting a surge of adrenaline, the future of football transcends mere physicality. It relies on tactical acumen from coaches and, more importantly, the adaptability and performance of players on the field. We require more cerebral athletes. Struis listened attentively and contemplated the truth in the matter. Over the years, the Netherlands has produced many remarkable players, yet they remain the uncrowned kings. Meanwhile, the Bundesliga has entered a phase of transition. While La Liga has witnessed the emergence of numerous players with astute minds and refined skills, Struis realized he had absorbed this insight and continued his discourse. At first glance, this sport appears to be heavily reliant on physical confrontation, seemingly dictated by muscular strength and stamina. However, modern football demands exceptional tactical awareness and a spirit of teamwork. It requires players to accurately assess the situation during a match and make sound decisions, coordinating seamlessly with teammates to accomplish collective objectives. These qualities can be found among Eastern players. Technical skill serves as the foundation. Without it, even the strongest physique struggles to make an impact. Awareness is crucial. A player must possess keen insight and decision-making abilities to execute correct judgments and actions on the field. Team spirit embodies the very soul of football. Each player must exhibit harmonious cooperation and collaborative capabilities for the team to function optimally. While physical attributes are necessary, they are no longer the paramount factor. Now you understand why I hold Eastern players in such high regard. It is a rarity to hear you express so much. Now, tell me about this young talent. Have I not sent you his information? You, the esteemed agent, still need to inquire? Upon hearing this, Struis burst into hearty laughter. Regrettably, this young man is not currently receptive to offers and even asks how to plan his future. You are hinting at me. This is straightforward. You can initially guide him towards Bundesliga clubs, allowing him to familiarize himself with the league. Most importantly, remind him of the areas he needs to improve during his time in The Hague. After all, before the summer transfer window, he must enhance significantly to be ready for immediate impact at Dortmund. You truly are a cunning fox. However, I worry that the youth academy in The Hague might take premature actions. Haha, that is the least of my concerns. You are here. The two conversed extensively in the CAF, as if Xiaomi were already one of their players, planning many arrangements around him. Sven sought new targets, while Struis headed directly to The Hague. As for the ongoing observation of Xiaomi, a dedicated member of Sven's team would take responsibility for that. Struis could only enjoy his time in The Hague and would leave after signing Xiaomi. He has numerous tasks to accomplish in The Hague, including finding accommodation for Xiaomi. It is not an act of generosity on his part. Rather, he wishes to spare Xiaomi from languishing in the club, devoid of social interaction and learning opportunities. Given Xiaomi's tender age, he believes residing in a dormitory is quite convenient. However, Struis contends that a dormitory will not provide Xiaomi with a sense of belonging. Only a stable living environment can furnish him with security and facilitate his adaptation to life in Europe. This approach is typical of businessmen. They first display sincerity and appeal to emotions, making subsequent matters more straightforward. Wherever there are people, there exists a web of relationships. And those from the East particularly value these interpersonal connections. Although Strauss does not fully comprehend the nuances of Eastern relationships as a highly successful businessman, he is acutely aware of the significance of networks and social ties. The following day, after conducting a thorough examination, the doctor informed Xiaomi, "I understand you are a professional athlete, and the training pressures you face are considerable. However, this week, you must refrain from intense training and limit yourself to recovery exercises. I will clearly outline this in my medical advice. Please do not underestimate your youth and push yourself too hard, as this could jeopardize your future career." Xiaomi nodded in appreciation, responding, "Thank you, doctor. I understand. How long should I rest?" The doctor replied, "At least a week. Even if there is a match this weekend, you cannot participate." "All right," Xiaomi responded, his spirits slightly dampened. Feeling disheartened at being sidelined so soon after finally stepping onto the field. Nevertheless, he resolved not to rush things. This interval could be an opportune moment to thoroughly examine the contents of the USB drive. He was curious about the nature of the study materials. Anything produced by the system surely would not be subpar. After the doctor concluded, he and the nurse made their way toward the door. At that moment, Yuan and Jason happened to encounter the medical staff. Yuan immediately inquired about Xiaomi's condition. As Jason entered, he greeted Xiaomi with a cheerful smile, asking, "Young man, how is your recovery progressing?" "Mr. Jason, I feel particularly well now and am ready to resume training," Xiaomi replied. Jason, skeptical, countered, "I cannot take your word for it. I need to see the medical advice before considering your return to training." He stepped forward to help organize Xiaomi's belongings, along with the fruits and nutritional supplements brought by Strauss. Xiaomi indulged in some of the fruits, but left the nutritional supplements untouched. He checked the expiration date, preparing to take it back to his home country during the upcoming holiday as a gift for Team Leaderly. After all, having consumed the medication provided by the system, he had no need for these items. After conversing with the doctor, Yuan proceeded to complete the discharge formalities before returning to the ward. "You look well today. Shall we head back to the team?" "Sure, thank you very much." Xiaomi politely expressed his gratitude to the two coaches, contemplating whether to test the waters regarding their thoughts. Ultimately, he dismissed this idea, believing that asking would yield no fruitful answers. The journey from Inski to The Hague spans nearly 200 kilometers, not too far, yet not too close either. The drive would take just over 2 hours, and Xiaomi sat in the back seat, gazing at the scenery along the way. The two coaches engaged in discussions about the players' training, and he refrained from interjecting. Upon returning to the club, Yuan addressed him, "Xiaomi, you should rest today. Tomorrow, the team will conduct a physical examination on you. Once we confirm that everything is in order, you will commence some recovery training." "All right, I understand, coach." Yuan and Jason noticed that he seemed somewhat downcast, prompting Yuan to pat him on the shoulder. "Silly boy, recover quickly. I intend to use you as a secret weapon in the upcoming matches." Upon hearing Yuan's words, Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you, coach. I will focus on my recovery and strive to return to the team as soon as possible. You should hurry back and rest." After bidding farewell to the two, Xiaomi returned to his dormitory. Chapter 28. The treasure of the USB drive. He promptly stuffed his clothes into the washing machine, relieved that the weather was cool. Otherwise, they would have spoiled. After a brief tidying up, he collapsed onto his bed. The tower car ride had left him with a slight discomfort in his rear. It wasn't due to poor road conditions, but rather because Yuan's old car offered no semblance of comfort, the seat being unyielding and quite unpleasant. It was even less comfortable than sitting in a taxi back home, leaving him with aches in his back and waist. Lying on the bed, he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Returning to a familiar environment always brings a sense of relaxation. Upon waking, he found his clothes had dried. After folding them neatly, he headed to the dining hall for a light meal before returning to his dormitory. He pulled out the panel and retrieved the USB drive along with his shin guards. The USB drive was rather ordinary, yet the shin guards caught his attention. They comprised a pair of inserts that felt almost weightless in his hands, exuding a remarkably soft texture, reminiscent of silicone. The sensation was delightfully smooth and supple. He felt a twinge of doubt. Could this truly withstand a force of 100 kilograms? Without further contemplation, he swiftly secured the shin guard to his leg using self-adhesive straps and gave it a try. To his astonishment, he felt no weight at all. It was considerably more comfortable than his current equipment made of inferior materials. He wielded his 20 kilograms grip strength training tool, applying merely 20% of his strength as he struck downwards. Fortunately, no one was present. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be quite alarmed by his actions. With the first blow, he felt nothing, so he increased his force to 50%. This time, he sensed a tingling in his calves. He also discovered that upon impact, the shin guards seemed to harden, effectively deflecting the force away. Remarkable! Truly remarkable! He could not help but exclaim in admiration. With these shin guards, at least in a league of this caliber, he need not worry about fracturing or breaking his leg during collisions with opponents. After securing the shin guards, he turned on his computer and plugged in the USB drive. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in delight. The sections titled Greenfield Superstar Skills included shooting techniques, dribbling techniques, defensive techniques, heading techniques, passing techniques, and ball control techniques. Xiaomi wiped away the drool. The categories were rather broad, so he directly clicked on shooting techniques to delve into the subdirectory. Once inside, he found himself salivating once more. Powerful strikes, long-range shots, ferocious volleys, bicycle kicks, chips, placements. Outside of the foot shots, long-range artillery, powerful headers, scorpion kicks, and other techniques awaited him. The next level of the subdirectory contained detailed breakdowns of corresponding techniques, methods of exertion, and video analyses of iconic player skills. For Xiaomi, this was a treasure trove. Mastering these techniques would grant him boundless opportunities within a 30-meter radius. After perusing the content, he retrieved his notebook. Effective learning requires a plan and focus. As a forward, his primary emphasis must naturally be on shooting skills, though dribbling and ball control are equally significant. He meticulously crafted a schedule for additional practice, tailored to his current circumstances, whereas he could previously execute similar movements. Through systematic learning, he has now grasped their essence. This reward from the system serves as a treasure trove of knowledge for him. With this resource, his future is boundless in its possibilities. The physical attributes among players vary significantly. For instance, shorter players possess a lower center of gravity, contributing to enhanced stability. The movements effortlessly executed by some players may not be achievable by taller athletes. Take, for instance, Messi's subtle shoulder drop to bypass defenders or Xavi's exquisite nutmeg. Such maneuvers can be mastered by any player who has undergone over 3 years of professional training, as their complexity is not insurmountable. However, these elegant moves are seldom witnessed on the pitch, not due to a lack of ability, but rather because of various factors such as the intensity of the match, its significance, and the prevailing circumstances. Just because players possess these skills does not mean they are always appropriate for competitive situations. A single misstep could adversely affect the game, branding them as the scapegoat for a loss. The football field is not a solitary stage. It emphasizes teamwork and collaboration. The signature techniques of star players are honed through relentless practice and refined in countless matches. Many masterful athletes have developed muscle memory, rendering certain actions instinctive or second nature. The data stored in a USB drive encompasses not only technical essentials, but also the sheer volume of practice undertaken. For instance, Xavi's nutmeg requires a minimum of 10,000 repetitions to become ingrained in his physique. To adeptly apply these skills in a match setting necessitates at least another 10,000 simulations of dribbling practice. Xiaomi has come to realize that his training obligations have inadvertently intensified. Yet, he remains undaunted. As long as he can evolve into an exceptional player, he is willing to invest the necessary effort. With 365 days in a year, even if he only dedicates 200 days to practice, committing to 100 repetitions each day would yield a remarkable total of 20,000 repetitions in a single year. He ardently immersed himself in his studies, completely oblivious to the passage of time. He remained oblivious to the encroaching darkness and the passage of time into the late hours of the night. It was not until a slight discomfort gripped his eyes that he realized the fatigue settling into his body. A glance at the clock revealed it had already surpassed 1 a.m, prompting him to reluctantly close his laptop and succumb to slumber. At precisely 7:30 a.m, he awakened with clarity. The day's foremost priority was to attend a medical examination, a crucial step towards resuming his training regimen. Even if confined to the gym, he could still engage in exercises that fostered strength and coordination. He feels fortunate, although he may endure some hardships. The assistance of the system alleviates his concerns regarding injuries. Even if an immediate cure is unattainable, it will not impede his professional career. He is aware that many prodigious athletes have been ruined by injuries. Such afflictions cause them to plummet like meteors, departing the beloved arena far too soon. The examination was straightforward. The team physician, after assessing him, smiled and remarked, "Youth is indeed a blessing. Your recovery is remarkable, and there are no lingering effects." Just as he was about to inquire about the possibility of resuming training, the physician continued, "However, you must remember that your injury was to the neck. And given that you have experienced fainting, you are only permitted to engage in rehabilitative training for now." He nodded in understanding. It was clear that participating in the upcoming match was out of the question, but the prospect of returning to training was a positive development. "Do not worry," the physician reassured him. "On Monday, I will reassess your progress in rehabilitation. If all goes well, you will be cleared for full training with the team." "Thank you. I will certainly be mindful of the intensity of my training in the coming days." "Very well. Take this report to Marwan. He will make the necessary arrangements." "All right. I shall do that." After bidding farewell to the physician, he made his way to Marwan's office with the report in hand. Upon reviewing the document, Marwan inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet. I went for a physical examination first." "Then go have your breakfast. Return to the gym in an hour." "Certainly, Mr. Marwan." After leaving, Marwan promptly proceeded to the assistant coach's office to begin drafting a training plan for him. On Thursday, having just completed the morning training session, he prepared to take a shower and have lunch. Upon reaching the ground floor of the dormitory, he spotted Struss. "So you have indeed come." It seems Lee's analysis was spot on. He quickened his pace, a smile gracing his face as he approached Struss. Chapter 29, the second meeting with Struss. From a distance, he called out to Struss, "Mr. Struss, what brings you here?" The question bore an air of feigned surprise, for he had to assume a faade of astonishment. Struss shrugged helplessly. "I figured that since I hadn't received your call, I would come by the team to see how your recovery is progressing." "Your words put immense pressure on me. I am merely an unaccomplished player," he replied. "Oh, come now, do not belittle yourself. Surely, you wouldn't want me to stand out here in the cold wind while we converse." "My apologies. I should have been more considerate. I was just about to take a shower. Would you mind waiting for me a moment?" he asked. "Why not invite me to your room for a drink and to warm up? Provided you don't mind, you are always welcome." The two, an old and a young fox, each with their own motives, exchanged gestures as Xiaomi invited him upstairs. Struss, seizing the opportunity to show him the accommodations he had chosen, followed suit. Thus, they arrived at the entrance of Xiaomi's dormitory, where he opened the door and, with a hint of apology, said, "The room is a bit messy. I hope you won't mind." "Not at all. At least we can sit for a moment," Struss replied. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The chaos Xiaomi mentioned was non-existent. The room was impeccably tidy, with the bed neatly made. Seated at the desk, he accepted the warm water Xiaomi offered and jested, "If this is what you call messy, then my other players' homes resemble nests." "Your words leave me at a loss for explanation," Xiaomi chuckled. "Go take your shower. I shall wait for you." Struss refrained from teasing further, urging him to hurry. Xiaomi, without hesitation, retrieved a change of clothes and proceeded to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Xiaomi emerged, refreshed, before Struss. "I am not very familiar with this area. Do you have any recommendations? I would like to treat you to lunch as a thank you for visiting me in the hospital last time. However, I have training at 3 o'clock, so I cannot be gone for too long. Time will not be an issue. I shall ensure you return promptly. I have already made a reservation this time." "It is my turn to treat," Xiaomi insisted, following Struss out of the dormitory. True to his humble nature, Struss drove a commonplace Benz business vehicle, spacious and comfortable, with excellent privacy. Yet, its unassuming exterior belied the fact that a Bundesliga boss occupied it. Once inside, Struss calmly instructed the driver to the restaurant and proceeded to raise the privacy glass between the front and back seats. "Xiaomi, do you seldom leave the training base?" he inquired. "Most of the time. I am engaged in training. I only venture to the nearby supermarket for daily necessities," Xiaomi replied. Xiaomi did not conceal this aspect. Aside from training, he often preferred to remain at home. "When your compatriots were still around, did you not venture out?" "I went out once, during Christmas, when we visited the seaside and toured a museum." "It seems you do not particularly enjoy socializing and cherish solitude." Xiaomi shook his head, clarifying that he is somewhat reclusive, yet does not reject social interactions. Currently, however, he feels a lack of accomplishments and wishes to avoid wasting time. "You should be considering further education this year, right?" "Indeed. However, I am not contemplating that just yet, as I have yet to settle down. I find the preparation for the college entrance examination here quite challenging at the moment. In my country, education is rather flexible. As long as you possess the requisite qualifications, you can apply to schools. Your proficiency in German is impressive, making the application process quite convenient for you. Struss shared insights regarding the schools and programs available in Germany, imparting valuable knowledge. Xiaomi secretly chuckled, realizing that Struss indeed considered bringing him to Germany. His inner thoughts remained concealed as he listened attentively, even exhibiting a hint of longing. Once Struss concluded his introduction, the vehicle came to a halt. The driver alighted, opened the door, and respectfully announced, "Boss, we have arrived." Struss nodded and led Xiaomi out of the car, guiding him into a large restaurant specializing in Asian cuisine. Xiaomi was taken aback, having anticipated a Western restaurant or CAF. He never imagined it would be an Asian dining establishment. Struss was pleased with his current expression, but maintained an expectant demeanor as he said, "I have always wanted to try Asian delicacies, yet I truly do not know how to order. May I indulge in a tasting this time?" The astute Xiaomi understood the underlying intention. Struss was attempting to bridge the gap between them in this manner. As far as he knew, indulging in Asian cuisine abroad was considered a rather extravagant affair. He had not savored the culinary delights of the summer for quite some time, and he found himself yearning for them. Thus, he was more than willing to indulge in Struthers' gesture. "I shall not be modest then," he remarked, though he was uncertain if the establishment's offerings were authentic. The two entered a private dining room, where no Eastern faces were in sight. All the staff were local. Upon taking their seats, Struthers pushed the menu toward him with a gesture of invitation. Xiaomi picked up the menu and inquired, "Mr. Struthers, do you have any dietary restrictions? I have heard that many of your dishes contain spice, which I may not handle well." Upon hearing this, Xiaomi felt reassured. He swiftly perused the menu, noting that this establishment offered a fusion of various culinary traditions from across the vast expanse of the summer lands. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for Zhejiang cuisine, known for its subtlety yet possessing a flavor profile that is slightly more robust than that of Cantonese fare. He selected the tiger prowl beef, dompa pork, longjing shrimp, sauteed seasonal vegetables, and a delicate silk tofu soup. This quintessential selection of 4 dishes and a soup was imbued with the distinctive essence of the East. He is adept at ordering dishes and is grateful to his father, who, whenever time permits, takes him to savor the culinary delights of various regions. Although he may not be a gourmet, he possesses a certain understanding of culinary delights. After selecting the dishes, Struss displayed an expression of eager anticipation. He then casually inquired, "Do you cook? I can prepare some home-cooked meals, but I haven't done so in quite a while, so my skills are a bit rusty." "Then why do you choose to live in the dormitory? Have you not considered moving out? Is it due to financial constraints?" "I've grown accustomed to dorm life, and it's convenient for training, so I haven't thought about moving out." "How do you typically manage your meals on weekends?" "I usually prepare some instant food. I just eat a bit when I'm hungry." "That's quite detrimental to your health, considering your daily exercise regimen." "It might be manageable in the short term, but it can significantly affect your development in the long run." "Oh, there's a point. What does he mean by that?" Xiaomi couldn't help but speculate about his intentions, silently listening without interjecting. Struss spoke a few more words, but then shifted the topic, asking, "Have you given any thought to what we discussed last time?" Xiaomi nodded slightly. "I still believe my abilities are insufficient at the moment, and I worry about disappointing your expectations." "Do not say that. My judgment is never in error. During this time, I have also inquired about your situation with your club, and am quite confident that you will evolve into a remarkably promising professional player." Xiaomi remained silent, appearing somewhat lacking in confidence. Struss sighed inwardly, thinking this lad truly needs to see the results before he takes the leap. Just as he was about to speak, there was a knock at the door, and the waiter arrived with their dishes. Xiaomi was somewhat impressed by the speed of service, as it provided a perfect opportunity to lighten the atmosphere. Once the dishes were served, the staff cheerfully announced, "Gentlemen, your meal is ready. Please enjoy." After the waiter exited and closed the door, Xiaomi took the initiative to use the communal chopsticks to place a piece of dompa pork into Struss's bowl, introducing it. Despite its fatty appearance, it is not greasy. This dish is made from the pork belly, highlighting the 3 layers of fat and meat. Rich, yet not overwhelming. Give it a taste and see if it suits your palate. Struss inwardly cursed the refinement of this troublesome young man, realizing that he would need to be more straightforward to persuade him. He picked up the fork and plunged it into the dompa pork, as if piercing the very essence of refinement, releasing the emotions that brewed within him. Chapter 30. Reaching a consensus and signing the intent contract. After sampling each dish, Struthers set down his utensils and exclaimed, "The flavors of your cuisine are remarkably rich. I wonder if the dishes here are authentic." "They are quite satisfactory. though they have incorporated some local characteristics, distinguishing them from traditional Zhejiang cuisine. Do indulge more. It seems you haven't savored your hometown-esque dishes in quite some time. Not to your liking? No, it is merely that I noticed your selections were limited, and I had a late breakfast. Xiaomi, unreserved, dove into the meal with gusto. Upon finishing, Struthers, with a beaming smile, suggested, "Let us order directly. I have selected a few suitable clubs for you. Please take the materials home to review. The main focus of my visit today is a gift I have prepared for you. I hope you will not decline." Xiaomi was taken aback, realizing that this old fellow was deviating from the norm, launching straight into a sweet surprise. He did not hastily inquire about the nature of the gift, but, with utmost seriousness, posed his question. "Mr. Struthers, there is an old saying in my homeland. No merit, no reward. I understand that all your efforts are aimed at persuading me to sign with your company." Struthers nodded in acknowledgement, offering no denial. Xiaomi continued, "To be candid, I have assessed your capabilities and am grateful for your recognition of my potential. I shall not beat around the bush. I am confident in my ability to succeed through my own efforts. However, collaborating with you would undoubtedly expedite my growth and help me avoid many pitfalls. Given that you have already reached this level, it would be inappropriate for me to engage in subterfuge." With that, Xiaomi gazed into his eyes and articulated clearly, "I have 3 conditions. Should you agree, we could certainly discuss further." Struthers, intrigued, responded, "That sounds splendid. I was concerned you might not present your terms. Please, share your conditions." He watched Xiaomi with keen interest, then took out a notebook to prepare for notes. Once assured that Struthers had no intention of deceiving him, Xiaomi took a deep breath and stated, "First, I require the final say on which club I join. Second, I need guaranteed playing time. Third, I must retain control over my image rights, which is of utmost importance. These stipulations must be clearly articulated in the contract for me to feel secure in signing." After jotting down the points, Struthers examined them earnestly before raising his head and speaking slowly. "You need not elaborate on the first 2. I shall respect your wishes. The frequency of play is crucial for a player's development, and I can assure you of that. As for the third point, I must clarify that I did not expect you to prioritize this matter at such an early stage, given that your reputation has yet to fully blossom. Negotiating this aspect should not pose significant challenges, and I can agree to it. However, you must understand that maintaining your image rights will necessitate a higher commission. If you aspire to join a club like Real Madrid, known for its stringent control over image rights, I may not be able to facilitate that." Upon hearing Struthers' words, Xiaomi nodded and replied, "I do not harbor dreams of playing for Real Madrid. I prefer the Premier League or the Bundesliga. What would be the higher commission?" The final query reflected Xiaomi's utmost concern. Struthers responded, "The specific amount would depend on the value of the brands you endorse, but it will not exceed 10%. I can assure you that your image rights will remain firmly in your control." Struss is acutely aware of the significance of image rights for an athlete. At present, Xiaomi lacks notoriety, which is somewhat manageable. However, Real Madrid has consistently maintained strict control over its players' image rights, with no exceptions for superstars like Ronaldo and Figo. Only during the negotiations with Beckham did they compel him to relinquish 50% of his rights. This concession proved detrimental to Beckham, ultimately influencing his move to the Galaxy. Although Real Madrid compensated him with a salary of $15 million annually over 2 years, they profited immensely. Following his transfer to the Galaxy, Beckham generated an income of $50 million per year. When Real Madrid signed Cristiano Ronaldo, they secured only 40% of his image rights. Such a concession was necessary to facilitate his tenure at the club. For Xiaomi, safeguarding his image rights incurs no loss. Rather, it affords him greater leverage. "Then you accept my terms?" Struss inquired. After contemplating his words, Xiaomi sought clarification. "Certainly, we can draft a letter of intent today. Subsequently, I will have my lawyer prepare the formal contract for our official signing. Naturally, I will note your requests in the letter of intent." "All right, where shall we sign?" "Oh, right here will suffice." With that, Struss retrieved the pre-prepared contract from his bag, annotated Xiaomi's requirements, and presented it to him. After a thorough review, Xiaomi, satisfied with the terms, confidently inscribed his name. Struss, visibly elated, tucked away his copy of the contract and cautiously placed it in his bag before producing a USB drive. "Here are the profiles of several Bundesliga clubs I have selected for you. Take some time to familiarize yourself with them. We have little time to waste. Let's go see the gift I prepared for you." Xiaomi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Negotiations had been exceedingly tedious. However, the future appeared simpler. as he could focus solely on playing football. Upon leaving the restaurant, the driver had already settled the bill, freeing the owner from any concerns. Once in the car, Struss engaged Xiaomi in casual conversation, and soon they arrived at their destination. Stepping out, Xiaomi felt a sense of confusion as he beheld a charming villa. Its pristine white facade complemented by an outdoor swimming pool. The lawn was meticulously manicured, and there was a private parking space. What is this? Your gift? No. It's too extravagant. Do not worry, this is one of my properties, merely intended for your temporary residence. Come, let me show you inside. Xiaomi found himself quite taken with the villa, appreciating its serene surroundings, ideal for rest. Yet, the prospect of residing there made him feel somewhat apprehensive. Maintenance workers would attend to the property twice a week, and it was only a 10-minute drive to the training facility. As Struss walked while introducing the surroundings. After entering the password, the two stepped into the villa. The ground floor featured a spacious hall adorned with a grand fireplace that provided warmth. Ascending the spiral staircase led to the second and third floors. The upper level housed 2 bedrooms and a study, while the lower level contained a gym and a wine cellar, equipped with fitness equipment and a collection of fine red wines. You are welcome to indulge, but do so in moderation. There is also a small patch of grass at the back where you can train. After touring the premises, Xiaomi truly fell in love with the quaint villa, yet he felt it was all too sudden. This was indeed a lavish arrangement that might lead to complacency and training. My young friend, property prices in Europe are not as exorbitant as you might think. I merely wish to provide you with a more comfortable environment for rest and training. Did you not say that stability requires a home? After some contemplation, Xiaomi eventually nodded in agreement. Chapter 31. A light waiting for your return. Having such an environment would indeed facilitate his extra training. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you. No need for thanks. Let us see what else might be needed, and I shall arrange it. No, I can manage on my own. I have nothing pressing to attend to here. So I can assist you in setting everything up. Once the contract is signed, I shall depart. But I will assign you a living assistant to attend to your daily needs. There is no need for a living assistant. I am accustomed to managing by myself. Xiaomi quickly declined, as he was not particularly fond of interacting with strangers. Rest assured, he will not intrude upon your life. He can help address everyday issues and assist with your training. Understanding the underlying concern for his well-being and the presence of a watchful eye, Xiaomi refrained from further refusal. Then I appreciate your efforts. How about moving in tonight? Where will you be staying? I have been residing in a hotel nearby. It's quite convenient. Very well. I shall move in after my training this afternoon. Struss was delighted and embraced him, guiding him on what needed to be purchased. After spending some time in the room and finalizing the shopping list, Xiaomi returned to his team. He was particularly fond of the small court and the swimming pool. Moving in early would allow him to commence his additional training promptly. He is acutely aware of his physical condition, having refrained from playing football recently. He feels on the verge of madness. Tomorrow, he will have the opportunity to practice alone on a small pitch, which will greatly aid in his improvement. After training, he returned to his dormitory to rinse off briefly before organizing his belongings. This evening, he bids farewell to the room he has inhabited for over 4 months. A space filled with countless memories. In the stillness of the night, he finds himself yearning for the days spent training, playing cards, and conversing with his fellow comrades. His belongings were few, and he quickly tidied them up. With his luggage in tow, he made his way to the parking lot, where Struss had been waiting for him for quite some time. First, let me treat you to some seafood. After dinner, we can head home. Struss remarked as soon as he got into the car. I feel like I'm imposing on you. He added, I want to eat too. It's merely a matter of extra cutlery, so do not be shy. A seafood feast was quite common in this city, and after their meal, Struss dropped him off at home. I've placed your things in the living room. Please organize them yourself. I will return tomorrow afternoon with the prepared contract. Thank you for your efforts today. Oh, don't be so formal. You can call me Walker. It feels more personal, doesn't it? All right, Mr. Walker. Struss made a displeased expression, prompting Xiaomi to quickly amend his words. Okay, Uncle Walker. I like that title. Let us stick with it. After bidding farewell to Struss, Xiaomi pulled his luggage toward the door. Upon unlocking and entering his room, his heart brimmed with aspirations for the future. If only it weren't so late. He would have loved to call team leader Lee to boast a little. Setting down his luggage, he noticed the bicycle positioned at the entrance and couldn't help but gently caress it. He has a profound affection for cycling. Previously, his mode of transport was a road bicycle. Upon arriving in The Hague, he observed that many individuals embrace cycling, which he admired greatly. Residing and dining at the base rendered the acquisition of a bicycle somewhat unnecessary. However, after moving out this time, possessing a bicycle has become exceedingly convenient. He merely mentioned his desire for a road bike, yet Struss unexpectedly bestowed upon him a dream machine. The Bianchi road bike, known as in translation, is a venerable Italian brand with a rich history. This model, the 0LTRE XR2 Dura ACE, debuted in 2014 as a pinnacle of road bike design. Its sleek, all-black exterior is complemented by the distinctive drop handlebars. While he was uncertain of the exact price, he knew it would undoubtedly exceed €2,000. He was taken aback by Struss's generosity. He yearned to step outside for a leisurely stroll, yet ultimately dismissed that thought. After testing the height at the entrance and finding no issues, he began to organize his belongings. His room is located on the third floor, encompassing a spacious bedroom of approximately 100 square meters. He initially intended to reside on the second floor, but upon considering the presence of a life assistant, he ultimately relinquished that idea. After 2 hours, he had finally tidied everything up, opened his computer, and commenced reviewing the materials provided to him by Struss. The information encompassed 5 clubs: Wolfsburg, Dortmund, Schalke 04, Werder Bremen, and Stuttgart. He casually skimmed through the documents, compressed them, and sent them via email to Team Leaderly. Struss, with meticulous attention to detail, took the time to translate the materials into Chinese, making it more convenient for Lee. After 2 encounters, he held Struss in high regard. The long night stretched on. He clutched a ball and made his way to the small court, ready to train for an hour before taking a break. Early the next morning, he rode his dream vehicle to the training base. The silky sensation and exhilarating speed captivated him. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the base and commenced his morning training. On his way home at noon, he spotted Struss's car from a distance. Struss did not enter immediately. He waited in the car for him. Upon his return, Struss emerged alongside a young Caucasian man, approximately 28 years of age. "Uncle Walker, thank you for your patience." Xiaomi parked his bicycle and promptly greeted Struss. With a smile, Struss introduced, "Me, this is your assistant, Kalami." He was also a professional player but had to retire prematurely due to injury. The last part of Struss's statement carried a hint of regret. "Hello, Kalami. I am delighted to be your partner." Xiaomi appeared courteous and polite, yet internally, he was elated. The primary source of his joy stemmed from Kalami's name, which held a different meaning when translated into Chinese. He once thought that foreign names were somewhat arbitrarily chosen. "Hello, me. There is no need to be overly polite with me. Feel free to entrust me with anything." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three entered the room to commence the most pivotal moment of the day, the signing of the contract. After meticulously reviewing the document and confirming that there were no issues, Xiaomi affixed his signature. Struss had finally fulfilled his task by securing a promising new talent. "Me. We should celebrate this moment. Let us go out for lunch, as I must return afterwards." "All right, Uncle Walker." Xiaomi, relieved of the burdens he had carried the previous day, found the atmosphere during lunch to be quite congenial. After returning them to the villa, Struss took his leave. Xiaomi smiled at Kalami and said, "Your room is on the second floor. I have training later this afternoon, so I shall rest for a bit. You needn't worry about me. Do you prefer dining out or at home tonight?" "Home is fine. I'll bring back some ingredients when I return." "No need for that. My task is to assist you with these matters." Xiaomi, no longer feeling the need to be courteous, retired to his room for a nap. Upon returning home after the afternoon training session, he noticed the small night light illuminating the entrance, which warmed his heart anew. It reminded him of a saying, "No matter where you go, there will always be a light shining for you. That is home, where someone awaits your return." It turned out that the person who once left the light on for him was no longer present, yet, unexpectedly, in this distant land, someone else had lit a lamp to illuminate his path. As he opened the door, Kalami was carrying 2 steaming plates toward the dining table. "Welcome back, Kalami." A quintessential German, was tall and handsome. The sight of him wearing an apron was rather amusing. "It smells delightful. I feared I would miss out if I were late." Xiaomi jested, placing his belongings down before heading to wash his hands. Thus commenced their shared living arrangement, though rest assured, this is not a romantic tale. Chapter 32. The first debut. Upon returning home at noon, Xiaomi handed Kalami the week's training schedule and, after lunch, ascended the stairs to rest. The training intensity for athletes is typically twice that of ordinary individuals, if not more. Adequate rest is crucial, and napping plays an essential role in that. As the rhythm of training resumed, Xiaomi's understanding of football deepened under the dual training regimen. After Friday's training, Marvin announced the starting lineup for the weekend match. Forwards, Eric, Keppel, and Yuan. Midfielders, Robinson, Yekis, and Charlie. Defenders, Mike, Wells, Morrison, and Hicks. Goalkeeper, Sam. With the confirmation of his starting position, Xiaomi celebrated inwardly. He understood the significance of rest before the match. Tomorrow's game would take place at home, and tonight. His priority was to reduce the intensity of his training. Upon returning to the quaint villa, he cheerfully inquired of Karami, "Will you be attending my match tomorrow?" "Of course," she replied. "Recording your games is part of my duties." His heart swelled with joy at her response. That evening, Karami encouraged him to swim for half an hour before urging him to rest. Since last week, when Karami had corrected his erroneous training methods, he had become exceedingly obedient during practice. This weekend's match would be against the U16 team from Do-Attention, with both teams possessing comparable strength, leaving the outcome dependent on who performed better. Both teams had been teetering on the brink of relegation. However, after their victory over 20, AD0 had successfully returned to the safety zone. In contrast, Do-Attention still lingered in the relegation zone, making this match crucial for them. In their two encounters during the latter half of last year, each team had claimed victory once. This upcoming match would mark the first confrontation of the year, fortuitously held at AD0's home ground. 90 minutes before the match commenced, Xiaomi consumed some fruit and then embarked on a journey to the training ground in Karami's car. He proceeded to the locker room to meet his teammates and listen to Marvin's pre-match briefing. Meanwhile, Karami found a suitable spot to set up the filming equipment. After explaining the tactics, Marvin surveyed the room with a serious expression. "For this match, a draw suffices. You must remain vigilant and avoid injuries. While the game requires tenacity, trust in your teammates and refrain from reckless play. In our last encounter against 20, we suffered injuries to 2 players. Although they have since recovered and the player responsible for the fouls faced consequences, I want you to understand that during recovery, you miss out on much. Therefore, safeguarding yourself is a crucial skill for a professional athlete." The players bowed their heads in silence, failing to respond. Marvin shouted, "Did you hear me?" "Understood." The young players chorused in unison. "All right, now go warm up and prepare for the match." 20 minutes before kickoff, the AD0 players arrived at the stadium to begin their warm-up. During this time, Xiaomi sensed someone watching him. Turning his head, he noticed a player from Do-Attention casting a cold, hostile gaze in his direction. Confused, he wondered why this stranger was staring at him. Robinson, standing behind him, followed Xiaomi's line of sight and quickened his pace to reach his side. "What's wrong?" he asked. "That guy is looking at me menacingly. Do you know him?" "Not well. I've never encountered him before. He should be a defender, so be careful." "All right, I will stay alert." Racism is not uncommon in Europe, particularly in the Netherlands. The gaze directed at him was unmistakably laden with hostility, prompting him to tread carefully. He instinctively lowered his head and muttered to his shin guards, "Buddy, I'm counting on you for protection today. Don't let me down." Due to the animosity emanating from his opponent, Xiaomi found himself subconsciously paying more attention to the other party. Once the warm-up concluded, he observed the adversary engaged in conversation with several teammates, their glances periodically drifting his way. Xiaomi realized that this match would not be devoid of challenges. Before long, the referee signaled for both teams to take the field. Though the audience was sparse, all proceedings were meticulously followed. This marked Xiaomi's inaugural start, and he felt a surge of excitement. The venue's DJ announced the names of the players, ensuring that even the few spectators recognized them. However, Xiaomi remained unfazed, preoccupied with a puzzling thought. Why had the system refrained from issuing any tasks today? The team captains flipped a coin to determine sides, and Dordrecht emerged victorious, claiming the right to kick off. After exchanging team flags, the captain of Dordrecht led his team in a handshake ritual. Standing at the rear of the line, Xiaomi extended his hand to shake with the opposing captain, only to be blatantly ignored. He immediately felt a surge of displeasure as all the players from Dordrecht bypassed him, heading straight to their positions on the field. When the player who had observed him during warm-ups ran past, he turned and spat directly in his direction. Xiaomi took note of his number, 3. He immediately understood the situation. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, the anticipated voice resonated. The mission: exact vengeance on the spot. In the face of provocation from the opponent, one must not hold back. Instead, crush them with sheer strength. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiaomi felt a surge of energy. As long as there were treasure chests involved, he could acquire items from the system. It was merely about teaching them a lesson, simple enough. The players from both teams took their positions, awaiting the referee's whistle to commence the match. Xiaomi observed the placement of his adversary, realizing that he was a center back, directly matched against him. This was fortuitous, as it would provide ample opportunities for confrontation. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the game. The opposing team transferred the ball across the midfield and surged forward, initiating a series of passes in their defensive zone. Xiaomi, along with two teammates, advanced in synchrony, with his tactical role designated as the spearhead of the attack. Kuiper and Eric were positioned on the flanks to provide support, forming a large equilateral triangle aimed at penetrating the opponent's penalty area. Xiaomi served as the fulcrum of the offensive, with the trio's positions poised to shift according to the dynamics of the game. The formations of both teams swiftly unfolded, with Kuiper and Eric disrupting the opponent's passing lanes from the wings. Teammates in the backline diligently marked the advancing players from the opposing side. The rival defense began to shift forward, encroaching upon the 35-meter mark, where Xiaomi found himself directly facing number 3. Ignoring him, Xiaomi turned away to assess the situation of his teammates. Yet, a strange voice pierced his thoughts. "Cac, go back home." Xiaomi had quickly learned the local slang, and he was well aware that cac was a vulgar term. Infuriated, he raised his left pinky and thumb while tucking the other 3 fingers into his palm, forming a gesture synonymous with the number 6. Lol, one of the most obscene expressions in the local vernacular. Whether the opponent possessed the intellect to comprehend his message was of no concern to him. He had already spotted the captain intercepting the ball, with Mike advancing down the flank. The moment he completed his gesture, Xiaomi sprang into action, moving laterally to exploit the gaps in the opposing defense. Number 3. Having seen Xiaomi's gesture, failed to grasp its meaning. His momentary hesitation allowed Xiaomi to slip out of his marking zone. "Keep an eye on that guy. Do not let him touch the ball." Number 3 could only shout a warning to his teammates, striving to deny Xiaomi any opportunity to receive the ball. Chapter 33, Confrontation with Number 3. Xiaomi had long since mastered numerous everyday phrases with his teammates. He clearly understood the intent behind Number 3's shouts. Internally assessing the situation, he concluded that if they were targeting him, it would make the game easier. At the very least, he could draw their defensive resources. As he made his runs off the ball, he quickly noticed an opposing player closing in from the side. Xiaomi continued to maneuver, and no matter how he shifted, there was always someone in pursuit. The opposition's vigilance in marking him was resolute, yet they failed to recognize that their defensive line was becoming increasingly fragmented. When they finally grasped the situation, Eric had already cut in with the ball. Xiaomi swiftly moved to the back post in support, while Keppel made a cross run, positioning himself in the center for assistance. After Eric created space, he unleashed a powerful shot. The opposing goalkeeper leapt to the side, managing to cradle the ball in his arms. This offensive maneuver was commendable, resulting in a shot on goal. The teammates applauded, offering mutual encouragement. The coach of Dordrecht sensed something amiss with the players today. He believed they were still warming up at the onset of the match. He gesticulated from the sidelines, urging the players to press on with their attack. Marvin and Jason furrowed their brows, leaning in to communicate quietly. "I have a feeling they are targeting Xiaomi." "I share that sentiment, especially during the handshake segment. There are quite a few on the right. Should we substitute Xiaomi?" "It's too early for that. There haven't been any overly aggressive actions yet. Let's observe. I hope our instincts are incorrect. Let us continue watching." Substituting players so early is uncommon unless someone is injured. The concern was palpable in their eyes, particularly since Xiaomi had only recently recovered from an injury. The director had explicitly instructed to protect him, ensuring he would not sustain further harm. Having been at the club for a considerable time, it was evident from the director's remarks and the club's attitude following Xiaomi's previous injury that he had garnered significant attention, leading to an increased focus on him. Struys had become Xiaomi's agent, which was no longer a secret within the team. The proximity between the two countries means many outstanding players have made their mark in the Bundesliga. The competition on the field was fierce, with both sides relentlessly vying for possession in midfield. Ultimately, a Dordrecht player broke through to the 30-meter zone. The AD0 defenders maintained their positions, blocking the opponent's route into the penalty area. The opposing team was left to attempt a long-range shot from outside the box, which failed to find its mark. Soaring over the goal, Xiaomi, positioned in midfield, exhaled in relief as he awaited Sam to initiate the play. Sam signaled, and they immediately understood. This was to be a direct ball toward the goal. The trio, including Xiaomi, promptly surged forward, ready to receive the pass. Just as Xiaomi advanced, The number 3 player confronted him, his tone unfriendly as he questioned, "What did your gesture signify?" Xiaomi ignored him, instead focusing intently on the positions of his teammates and the opponents. The ball was played out to the left, toward Eric. Xiaomi swiftly moved in Eric's direction, while Keppel also gravitated toward the center. The tactical synergy among the three had been honed through countless hours of training over the past week. They always maintain an appropriate distance, ready to respond at any moment. As Eric raced towards the point of the ball's descent, the opposing defender surged forward as well. Eric positioned his body to shield the ball, arms outstretched, denying any opportunity for the opponent to snatch it away. The adversary engaged in numerous covert maneuvers, subtly tugging at Eric's attire. Nevertheless, the robust Eric withstood the interference, leaning back, tucking in his chin, and allowing his arms to extend naturally. With his feet positioned apart, he slightly elevated himself off the ground before the ball made contact with his chest, simultaneously expanding his abdomen to gracefully cushion the ball in front of him. Eric shielded the ball, bracing against the defender behind him as he prepared to pivot. How could the opposing player allow him the chance to turn? They immediately wrapped their arms around his waist. Eric had already perceived a streak of green in his peripheral vision. He knew that his teammate was approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he discreetly delivered a precise cross. Xiaomi swiftly advanced, using his left foot to control the ball, all the while noticing that the opposing defenders were rapidly closing in on him. He made contact with the ball using the inner side of his left foot, pushing it into the open space, while pivoting swiftly on his right foot to turn. With remarkable speed, he touched the ball again with his left foot, directing it towards the vacant area. This was a blindside turn he had been diligently practicing lately, and he never anticipated he would have the opportunity to employ it so soon. After elegantly evading the defender, he surged forward. Player number 3, noticing this, charged towards him, while the defender he had just eluded scrambled to pursue him. They intended to corner him, and now his passing lane was obstructed, leaving him with the options to either cut inside with the ball or deliver a cross from the flank. Xiaomi quickly assessed the situation and made his decision. He was acutely aware that once player 3 approached, his movements would undoubtedly lack finesse. He deftly nudged the ball with the inside of his right foot towards the center, and then swiftly flicked it with the outside of his right foot in the opposite direction, elegantly evading player 3 and cutting into the penalty area. Infuriated, player 3 shifted his weight back, attempting once more to intercept Xiaomi. After skillfully maneuvering past his opponent, Xiaomi accelerated into the penalty area. Just before the defending player could position himself to block, he suddenly unleashed a powerful shot. The ball skimmed along the grass like a razor-sharp sword, heading straight for the near post. The approaching defender, realizing the imminent threat, lunged to intercept, but the ball was traveling too swiftly, and his response was too sluggish. The goalkeeper, stationed centrally, was caught off guard by the unexpected strike and hurriedly shifted to the right, diving in a desperate attempt to save. Meanwhile, players and coaches from the substitute bench, including AD0, rushed to the sidelines, their eyes fixated on Xiaomi's shot. The coaching staff and players of Dordrecht were even more anxious, fervently hoping that the ball would not find the back of the net. Alas, their prayers went unanswered, as the ball sailed past the goalkeeper before he could react, crashing into the net and causing it to bulge ominously. A piercing whistle cut through the air as the referee signaled towards the center circle. Teammates and coaches on the sidelines erupted in joyous celebration, bouncing and cheering for this goal. In contrast, the Dordrecht coaching staff and players wore expressions of dismay, though it was only one goal, and they still had a chance. Xiaomi cast a cold glance at player 3, beckoning him with a teasing finger, and then raised his finger, swaying it side to side. His movements were subtle, visible only to the two of them. Number 3 did not comprehend his intent, yet it was evident that this was a blatant provocation. Xiaomi was conveying in this manner, "You think you're capable? Step up if you dare. I believe you cannot." His teammates rushed toward Xiaomi, joining in the celebration. "What a splendid shot!" Kuiper exclaimed with great excitement. Just moments ago, his positioning was far from ideal. Had Xiaomi passed to him, the goal would have been forfeited. Xiaomi had recognized this before penetrating the penalty area, opting for a more self-serving approach by taking the shot himself. There was an element of risk involved. Shooting towards the near post posed significant difficulty. The ball could easily lack the necessary pace or veer off course, rendering it a miss. Fortunately, he succeeded. Recent practice had borne fruit. The players reveled on the field, while the camera focused intently on Xiaomi, capturing his exquisite blindside turn and deft maneuvers. He finally realized how crucial such a talented player was to Dortmund. Previously, he regarded it merely as a job, Now, he is more inclined to witness Xiaomi's gradual growth. Player number 3 felt disheartened and somewhat indignant, gathering his teammates together for a swift discussion amidst the celebrations in AD0. Following a brief jubilation, the match resumed. In Chapter 34, Xiaomi was substituted. After Dordrecht restarted the play, the receiving player refrained from passing back, waiting for his teammates to position themselves before initiating the attack. The player in possession advanced the ball forward, and upon encountering resistance, opted for a lateral pass to shift the play. After infiltrating through the center, they suddenly split to the flanks, with the fullback swiftly carrying the ball along the byline to deliver a cross. They must equalize the score in the first half. They cannot afford to lose this match. The interference created by the trio from Xiaomi in the attacking front has rendered the opposing defense hesitant to push forward. Unbeknownst to them, the connection between the midfield and the defense has been severed directly by AD0. Dodler's initial attempt on goal was thwarted as Sam deflected it with both fists. Unfortunately, possession was regained by the opponents, who began to orchestrate their offensive play once more. Hicks skillfully positioned himself to block the shooting lane of the adversary. Wells followed suit with a sliding tackle, nudging the ball out of play. The opponents swiftly executed a throw-in, re-establishing their attack. The contest in AD0's half was fiercely contested, with both sides engaging in intense duels. The opponents resorted to their previous tactic, driving the ball down the flank for a cross. Hicks positioned himself to intercept the pass, successfully diverting the ball out of bounds. The opposition earned a corner kick from the left side, with most players congregating in the penalty area, while defenders surged forward in anticipation. The corner was taken. Heading straight for the box, Sam, exhibiting remarkable judgment, leaped ahead of the rival players to claim the ball with both hands. The players of AD0 finally had a moment to breathe, as the recent assault from the opponents had been relentless, nearly overwhelming them. Sam distributed the ball to Mike, allowing AD0 to seize control of the match's tempo. The opponents, however, remained undeterred, pressing forward aggressively. The short passing combinations executed by AD0's players have been honed to a remarkable degree of proficiency. They firmly maintained possession of the ball, rendering the opposing team utterly incapable of intercepting it. When an opportunity for offense arose, AD0 executed a long pass directly towards his teammates in the forward line. After Xiaomi scored, number 3 immediately adopted a man-marking strategy, denying Xiaomi any chance to receive the ball, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Number 3's hands were also rather unscrupulous. Whether by tugging or outright holding him, he prevented Xiaomi from supporting his teammates. Fortunately, when the situation appeared dire, his teammates would often pass back, ensuring that possession was not lost. The referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the first half. Both teams returned to their benches, and the head coach began to strategize for the second half. Just as Xiaomi received the water tossed to him by a teammate and had not yet taken a sip, Jason pulled him aside. "Xiaomi, we are preparing to substitute you." Xiaomi was taken aback. "Is it because I didn't perform well enough?" "No, your performance has been commendable, however. The opposing team has clearly begun to target you, and we do not wish for you to be injured." Reluctant to leave the field, Xiaomi understood that the coach's decision was indeed prudent. Following his goal, the opposing team's defensive efforts against him had noticeably intensified, leaving him with no opportunities to gain possession. Moreover, the referee had clearly observed number 3's attempts to pull him down, yet there had been no warning issued. Remaining on the field would not only be futile but also posed a significant risk of injury. He comprehended that Jason's willingness to discuss matters with him, rather than simply substituting him, was a validation of his worth. However, he was uncertain whether the system would ultimately deem this task accomplished and what rewards he might receive. Yet, for the greater good, he recognized the need to temper his impulses. He nodded slightly, acknowledging, "All right, I will comply with the arrangements. Trust your teammates. Victory can be secured." Xiaomi nodded in agreement and began to hydrate, although a sense of regret lingered within him. For he possessed a reward in the form of shin guards from the system. He realized that should the opposing team resort to unsportsmanlike conduct, sustaining an injury elsewhere would be equally inappropriate. Jason returned to Marvin's side and whispered a few words to him. Marvin, with an apologetic glance towards Xiaomi, promptly instructed Morrison to warm up. Marvin planned to adopt a 5-3-2 formation for the second half, reinforcing the defense at the back. Xiaomi understood that it was time to implement a more fortified strategy and felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the coach from Dodler was infuriated, exclaiming, "What were you doing in the first half? We couldn't even gain possession. How can we mount an offense? Especially you, who told you to closely mark that Eastern lad." Do you think the referee didn't see your fouls? You won't be playing in the second half. He pointed at number 3, offering him no opportunity for defense whatsoever. The coach of Dordrecht recognized the player's misconduct immediately following the goal in AD0. These foolish players had the audacity to conspire against him. He discerned that number 3 was the most pivotal player and decisively resolved to substitute him. Trailing by a goal, he felt compelled to enhance the offensive strategy, transitioning directly from a 4-3-3 formation to a 3-4-3. The intermission concluded swiftly, and upon resuming play, Marvin executed a substitution. Morrison entered the field, replacing Xiaomi. After a brief exchange on the sidelines, Xiaomi received the jacket handed over by Jason and quietly took a seat on the bench. Upon exiting, Xiaomi noticed number 3 also leaving the pitch, which elicited an unexpected smile from him. Though unaware of the events surrounding number 3's departure during the midfield interval, his spirits lifted at the sight. As the match recommenced, Keppel passed the ball to Robinson. AD0 began to control the midfield, denying the opposition any opportunities for interception. Once the adversaries committed more players forward, they adeptly distributed the ball to their teammates upfield. With the pressure alleviated, the match resumed its normal rhythm. Keppel and Eric demonstrated rapid development, showcasing formidable abilities in wing play. Although Xiaomi's presence was missed in the center, Captain Robinson and Yekis frequently made incisive runs into the midfield, contributing to attempts on goal. The exchanges between both teams were dynamic. Yet Dodler's attacks often faltered before they could cross midfield, thwarted by AD0. Even when their goalkeeper launched the ball into AD0's half, it would be promptly returned. The tussles in midfield became increasingly fervent, marked by a flurry of challenges. As the clock ticked to the 68th minute, Dodler opted for another substitution, introducing a versatile midfielder with a clear intention to score and secure victory. Following the substitution, they indeed crafted 2 promising attacks down the flanks, but in the end, one cross was intercepted by AD0 and another went astray. Approaching the match's conclusion, Dodler's players grew anxious, leaving only one defender behind as they pressed forward in a desperate gamble. However, they underestimated AD0's determination to safeguard their goal, having targeted Xiaomi in the first half. All AD0 players were resolute in preventing any encroachment towards their net. Eric dropped back to defend in midfield while Keppel engaged Dodler's defenders up front. In the final minute, Dodler's players sought to exploit the middle, executing a lofted pass towards their winger. Eric fiercely contested his position, launching himself to challenge for the header. He directed the ball to Charlie before swiftly turning to surge forward. Charlie split the defense, passing to Captain Robinson. After drawing the ball wide, Robinson executed a sudden diagonal pass to the retreating Keppel. Dodler's players hastily regrouped, as AD0's players pressed forward in response. The tactical formations of both teams transitioned rapidly between offense and defense, with Dodler intent on not only equalizing but avoiding further concession. AD0's counterattack in the dying moments caught Dodler's coach off guard. Chapter 35, The Discontented Kalami. Both teams' players stood anxiously at the sidelines. AD0's players yearned for victory and the conclusion of the match, while Dodler's players wished to prevent the scoreline from widening, desperate to avoid relegation. The coaches on both sides exhibited a degree of tension, though they maintained greater composure than the youthful players. Robinson and Yekis surged into the offensive zone, seizing a promising opportunity. After receiving the ball, Keppel charged into the gap with vigor. The opposing defenders confronted him directly, prompting Keppel to execute a concealed pass. Yekis, following closely, received the ball and smoothly delivered a lateral pass. Robinson did not pause to control it, but instead sent a penetrating through ball. The opposing players struggled to keep pace with the rapid shifts in the ball's movement. As Eric entered the penalty area, he positioned himself and unleashed a left-footed shot. The opposing goalkeeper reacted swiftly, intervening just as the ball was about to cross the line. The ball deflected off his foot, rolling out of bounds, granting AD0 a corner kick from the right side. With less than a minute remaining in the match, they knew that once this corner was executed, the referee would soon sound the final whistle. Although a goal had not been scored, Dodler's players recognized that the prospect of leveling the score had evaporated. AD0's players refrained from celebrating prematurely. The nature of football is unpredictable, and as long as the match was ongoing, countless possibilities remained. Robinson took the corner, sending the ball directly toward the penalty spot. The contest for position within the penalty area was intense. Defender Mike managed to secure the first touch. Unfortunately, his heading technique faltered, sending the ball soaring over the goal frame and out of play. With the conclusion of the corner, The referee finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. AD0, bolstered by Xiaomi's solitary goal, successfully defended against their opponents for the majority of the match and ultimately triumphed. The substitute players rushed onto the pitch to celebrate, despite the tumultuous nature of the game. The outcome was undeniably favorable, and they relished the feeling of victory. Marvin approached Dodler's head coach, extending a friendly handshake. "Your players exhibit poor sportsmanship." Upon uttering these words, Mawin cast a deliberate glance at number 3. The opposing coach surely comprehended Mawin's implication. Their defeat was not without merit. As soon as the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match, the system resonated with the sound of task completion. Whether it was due to having played merely a half or the lesson imparted being insufficient, they ultimately secured only a bronze treasure chest. He had no time to glance over. At that moment, all he needed to do was to celebrate alongside his teammates. As he dashed onto the field, his teammates swiftly converged upon him. Before Xiaomi could fully comprehend the situation, Eric enveloped him from behind, while Keppel seized hold of his feet. Robinson, Mike, Hicks, and a host of other players united in lifting him high into the air. The AD0 players employed this gesture to ensure their opponents understood the importance of respecting every athlete. Xiaomi was not merely their hero, he was their comrade. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Dodlers players despondently tidied their belongings, trailing behind their coach in silence. Marvin and Jason observed their protégés with hearts brimming with pride. Once the players returned to the sidelines, Marvin smiled at them, saying, "Victory always brings joy, yet I hope you do not linger too long in this euphoria." This match was marred by some unpleasant occurrences. Fortunately, no one was injured. I urge you to remember that football should be pure and joyous, free from any extraneous elements. In the future, I hope you will play each match with the same sincerity as you did today. Without elaborating further, Marvin granted the team a break. As Xiaomi made his way to the parking lot, Karami awaited him in the car, maintaining a silence that struck Xiaomi as peculiar. He sensed that Karami seemed to be upset, yet he had no evidence to substantiate his feelings. As for the reason behind Karami's anger, he was, of course, oblivious. Upon returning home, Karami merely instructed him, "Take a shower and come down for something to eat." "All right." Xiaomi did not inquire further. Although the sweat on his body had long since dried, a warm bath would provide a chance to relax and reflect. Most importantly, he needed his private space to review the rewards he had received. Accessing the system panel, he promptly opened the bronze chest. After a brief flash of golden light, he finally beheld the rewards within. The contents of the bronze chest were indeed meager, comprising only 3 basic healing potions. Nonetheless, they still held value for him. He is not a greedy individual. As long as he can play football, he is satisfied. Even while reclining in the bathtub, he reflects upon his performance in the match, which was far from satisfactory. He discovered that when faced with tight defense, his performance was hindered by the fear of committing a foul. Soon, he intended to inquire with Karami for any advice he might offer. Reflecting on Karami's silence during their return journey, he felt a sense of perplexity. Had something troubled Karami? Upon descending the stairs, he found Karami seated at the table, who greeted him with a smile, urging, "Come, let us dine." "All right, are you feeling better now?" Xiaomi couldn't help but ask, sensing that Karami must have regained his composure. "It's nothing, just eat. We shall converse shortly." The two quickly finished their meal, after which Karami brought forth 2 cups of coffee. Taking a sip, he began to speak slowly. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier emotional outburst. It was not directed at you, but rather a response to the provocations from the opposing players. Europe is a continent rich in diversity, home to various ethnic groups. And unfortunately, a few extremists do exist. I hold their actions in disdain, deeming them utterly foolish. In my country, such behavior is unheard of." Xiaomi listened quietly, refraining from comment. Football is a source of joy, a pure sport. Yet, regrettably, there will always be individuals who engage in foolishness. I hope you remain unaffected by their actions, and that the conduct of a minority does not impede your future progress. At last, Xiaomi grasped the essence of Karami's words and understood the root of his anger. "Rest assured, I comprehend. The weak will always seek excuses to evade, but I shall not. I am a strong individual." Karami looked at him in surprise, astonished that this young man possessed such a formidable spirit. With his concerns alleviated, a smile returned to his face. "I recorded your match. Would you like to review it together?" "Certainly. I reflected on it earlier and have some questions for you." "Very well. Wait for me while I tidy up here." Before long, the two were seated in front of the television, and Karami began to play the video. They spent 2 hours analyzing the footage, during which Xiaomi recognized his shortcomings. Following this, they engaged in an hour of stretching, for they chose not to extend their training that evening. After a high-intensity match, players require ample rest to recover their stamina. The next day, before dawn, Karami took Xiaomi to the harbor. Chapter 36. Deep-sea fishing. The two had previously agreed to embark on a fishing trip after the weekend match. Karami was to take Xiaomi aboard a fishing boat for an outing at sea. It was Xiaomi's first experience with deep-sea fishing, and he felt a sense of curiosity bubbling within him. The fishing boat they boarded measured a mere 24 meters in length, and as he stood beneath its structure, he felt a profound sense of insignificance. Once the vessel embarked and navigated the vast ocean, that feeling of diminutiveness intensified in comparison to the boundless sea. The owner of the boat was a friend of Karami, who, after setting sail, encouraged them to rest. Xiaomi, a restless soul, found himself on the deck, sipping coffee while admiring the sunrise over the water. The sun ascended from the horizon, and seabirds soared gracefully above the waves. The beauty of it all stirred a deep sense of reflection within him, igniting a desire to compose poetry. Observing his expression of sheer enjoyment, Karami inquired with a smile. "How is it? A stroll out here is quite relaxing, isn't it?" "Indeed. It feels distinctly different from my last outing at sea." "Ah, my friend. You cannot solely immerse yourself in training. You must learn to unwind, as it alleviates a great deal of stress. We have an hour before we reach the fishing spot. Let me teach you how to rig a hook." With that, Karami departed, leaving Xiaomi bewildered. Is there a technique for rigging a hook? Isn't it simply a matter of attaching it? Before long, Karami returned with fishing gear and bait, laying them before him and commencing his explanation. "You should be familiar with this fishing rod. This is a sinker, various types of fishing line, and hooks." Karami meticulously elucidated each item and its purpose. It was then that Xiaomi realized the intricacies involved. He had previously assumed that fishing rods and lines were fixed, requiring only a change of hooks. He studied diligently, meticulously following Camilla's instructions to attach the bait to the hook. Once the boat comes to a halt, he shall cast his line. Sea fishing is simpler than river fishing. There is no need for a vigorous throw. Merely lowering the line along the side of the boat will suffice. Why do you enjoy fishing? Once you reel in a catch, you will surely understand. Camilla teased, as he initially intended to convey to Xiaomi the joy of catching a big fish. He also wished to impart that fishing not only serves as a means of relaxation but also exercises the entirety of one's muscles. Fishing does not rely on brute strength. The true delight for a man lies in the tug-of-war with the fish beneath the surface. He contemplated numerous activities to help Xiaomi unwind, ultimately deciding to lead her into the depths of the experience. Soon, the boat came to a halt, and Camilla assisted Xiaomi in casting her first line. As the lead weight and hook vanished beneath the ocean's surface, Xiaomi felt little in the way of anticipation. Unbeknownst to her, beginners often possess remarkable luck. 10 minutes passed with no action, when suddenly, Xiaomi's fishing rod began to tremble. "Have I hooked a fish?" she inquired anxiously. "Indeed." "Quickly, lift the rod to set the hook." Camilla rushed over to assist, concerned that she might struggle to reel in the catch. Seasoned anglers understand that a mere tug can reveal the size of the fish. The more experienced can even identify the species by the feel of the line. The ocean teems with diverse marine life, yet Xiaomi remained blissfully unaware, being a novice. Indeed, it must weigh around 5 or 6 pounds. Camilla speculated while guiding her in the reeling process. Observers from nearby fishing spots cast envious glances at their activity. Just as Xiaomi began to grasp the technique, Camilla also received a bite. "Follow my instructions, and I'll manage my catch as well." After several minutes, Xiaomi finally reeled in her fish. Camilla took a glance and smiled. "Well done. It's a mackerel. Wait for me to land my fish, and I'll teach you how to remove the hook." "What do you have? It seems to be putting up an even greater fight than mine," Xiaomi asked, intrigued. "I can't tell yet. It hasn't surfaced. But it's not very large, perhaps just a dozen pounds." She paused to stretch her arms, feeling a bit sore. As Xiaomi massaged her arm, her gaze remained fixed on the ocean, eager to discover what Camilla had caught. He engages in physical exercise daily. Yet he was taken aback to find his arms slightly fatigued after merely reeling in a fish. Curiously observing the fish he had caught, he noted that it appeared quite distinct from those typically seen in supermarkets. After several minutes, Camilla finally managed to haul up a large sea bass, which brought a smile to his face. "Haha, our dinner tonight will be this." After Xiaomi learned to remove the hook, Camilla tossed the fish into a foam box filled with ice. However, Camilla's sea bass was placed into a fish tank containing seawater. Confused, Xiaomi inquired. Why not put them together? Mackerel die once out of water, so they must be kept on ice. Sea bass, on the other hand, can be brought back alive. Xiaomi realized how little he truly understood, grateful for Camilla's guidance. Why is my fish so small, yet my arms feel sore? It's quite normal. While the fish may be small, the ocean is their domain, giving them a significant advantage. You must exert continuous effort to prevent the fishing rod from being dragged into the sea, which keeps your muscles in a state of tension. As Camilla explained, they set down the second rod. This fishing spot yielded no bites within 2 hours, prompting them to change locations. By 3 p.m., their day of sea fishing concluded, with Camilla having caught 7 fish, the largest weighing an impressive 53 pounds. Xiaomi held the large fish, feeling envious for quite some time. His overall count was quite substantial, totaling 9, yet the largest among them was merely the first. The subsequent catches were all diminutive calamari. This left him feeling rather disheartened and somewhat resentful. During lunch, he inquired, when shall we continue next? Camilla nearly spewed her food, taken aback by his swift immersion into the pastime. As long as the weather is favorable on the weekends, we can go. With that response, Xiaomi appeared elated. Their haul for the day was commendable, yet on the way home, Xiaomi lamented while slumped in the car, fishing is more exhausting than my daily training, and I haven't even caught a big fish. Big fish are not so easily caught. I spent over 40 minutes reeling mine in, and it was only with everyone's assistance that I succeeded. When will I ever catch such a large fish? Upon hearing this, Camilla could not contain her laughter. Xiaomi, gazing out at the sunset through the car window, silently resolved to catch a big fish in the future. As the brief day concluded, Xiaomi immersed himself once more in his daily training. The next competition was scheduled for the weekend of the following week, and it would be an away game. After 2 consecutive weeks of practice, Xiaomi had made considerable progress. Camilla meticulously documented all of this, beginning to prepare for the end-of-month summary. On the 24th, during the match against AD0 and Volendam, Xiaomi once again started. This time, the system did not issue any tasks, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. The disparity in skill between Volendam and AD0 was significant. Xiaomi scored 2 goals, his teammates added another 2, culminating in a resounding 4-0 victory. In the 65th minute of the second half, Xiaomi was substituted, and the recovering Born entered the field. Born's form was evidently not yet restored, resulting in a mediocre performance. The following day after the match, Xiaomi embarked on his second sea outing, beginning to relish the experience of being at sea. On Monday, Xiaomi returned to training. While Camilla finalized his summary, he typed the final passage with determination. His current physical condition is comparable to that of a player from the second team, and he is entirely capable of keeping pace with the rhythm of the match. During this period, his growth has been rapid, though his experience in competition remains insufficient. The U16 Youth League in The Hague has become inadequate to provide him with further developmental opportunities. I believe that Xiaomi requires more matches to hone his skills. After sending the email, he heaved a sigh of relief and descended to prepare lunch. Chapter 37. Spins thoughts in the office of Dortmund's sporting director. Zorc perused the report in his hands. Opposite him, Sven sat with a serene smile, savoring his coffee without interrupting him. You've struck gold again, Zorc exclaimed sincerely after reviewing the materials, increasingly impressed by Sven's discerning eye. It sounds as though he could join us immediately. Haven't you already arranged everything? Such a talented player is bound to attract the attention of other clubs. Do you have a plan? I think we should attempt to make contact first. Zorc contemplated briefly over his coffee. It would be wise to reach out beforehand. That way, it seems more secure. All right. But I wish to know what terms you intend to propose. Now it was Zorc's turn to be perplexed. He tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table, engaging in serious contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he cautiously inquired, when you signed Kagawa, didn't you mention that one shouldn't offer too high a salary at once? It's different. Me has a greater potential for growth. How about an annual salary of 600,000? Does that sound reasonable? That seems appropriate, considering his youth. When do you plan to make your move? I will wait until they have a home match. Karami will notify me in advance. The two conversed about various topics before Siwan took his leave. On March 3rd, AD0 faced off against Utrecht in an away match, with Xiaomi relegated to the bench, not starting the game. From the outset, AD0 found themselves under relentless pressure from their opponents. The defense was in a state of alarm, and the players on the sidelines were visibly tense. Having grown accustomed to a favorable run of games, AD0 faltered when confronted by a formidable team. Utrecht created 3 clear scoring opportunities in succession, One was thwarted by Morrison, who made a crucial save near the sideline. Another struck Robinson directly in the final attempt. A long-range shot was unfortunate enough to hit the crossbar. After a barrage of attacks, AD0 finally managed to catch their breath and slow the pace of the match. Nevertheless, the opponent's high pressing continued to pose significant challenges, and Utrecht, having struck the crossbar, lamented their misfortune after creating 5 or 6 scoring chances without converting any. AD0 eventually regained their composure, managing to hold on until the end of the first half. After a discussion, Marvin and Jason ultimately decided to adopt a defensive strategy and counterattack. During the halftime break, head coach Marvin assigned defensive duties and substituted Boren and Eric for 2 midfield players. Xiaomi realized that as long as neither side scored, his chances of playing would remain non-existent. Should the opponents find the net, he might still have an opportunity to enter the field, though given the current situation, such a prospect seemed rather bleak. He felt a tinge of regret, yet there was little that could be done. As the second half commenced, Utrecht encountered formidable challenges against AD0's staunch defense. The numerous missed attempts in the first half left the Utrecht players somewhat anxious. The sheer number of defenders surrounding the AD0 penalty area significantly hindered Utrecht's efforts. Any hesitation would result in the loss of possession. In a league of this caliber, it is exceedingly difficult for forwards to seize their opportunities. Although chances arose, they were regrettably squandered. Xiaomi observed the unfolding scenario with quiet contemplation, pondering how he might respond if faced with a similar predicament. As the match progressed to the 75th minute, the Utrecht players grew increasingly agitated, prompting their defenders to push forward aggressively. Their pressing immediately exposed vulnerabilities in the defense. A golden opportunity arose for AD0, who swiftly capitalized on the opponent's midfield error to launch a rapid counterattack. Robinson passed the ball to Keppel, who surged towards the penalty area. Although Keppel's pace was not particularly swift, he opted to take a shot as the opposing players closed in on him. The coach and teammates on the sidelines were poised for celebration, but his final strike was too straightforward and lacked sufficient power. The ball was firmly grasped by Utrecht's goalkeeper, causing him to squander a prime chance to break the deadlock. This solitary effort left Utrecht in a state of apprehension, prompting their head coach to bellow instructions, urging players not to recklessly push forward. Despite the absence of a goal, the teammates on and off the field applauded Keppel, acknowledging his attempt and the execution of a commendable counterattack. The match once again fell into a stalemate, concluding with both teams sharing the spoils. Utrecht, of course, was dissatisfied with the outcome, yet breaking through a defensively compact setup is always a formidable challenge for any team. On the journey home, Xiaomi remained silent. "What's wrong? Are you feeling down about not playing?" Karami inquired, aware of Xiaomi's eagerness to participate in every match, though the coach's decisions were not centered around him. "Not really. I've been contemplating whether I could perform better than everyone else if given the chance." "It's great that you're thinking that way. I'm concerned that your absence from the field might leave you feeling disheartened. Rest assured, I won't dwell on it. Everyone needs the opportunity to play. We all crave our chances on the pitch. Indeed, each player yearns for their moment. The coach will also adapt tactics based on the opponent's circumstances. Relying on a single formation can lead to predictability. Moreover, every team has numerous players vying for the same position, and not everyone's form remains consistently impeccable. Rest and relaxation are essential. What if we didn't adopt a defensive strategy and instead went for an all-out attack? Would we have lost this match? It's hard to say. Players in your age group often have not fully matured mentally and can be easily influenced. Could you share your experiences playing in the Bundesliga?" Karami felt a surge of delight. This was the first time Xiaomi had inquired about his Bundesliga experiences. "We excelled in powerful attacking styles, adept at leveraging physical advantages to dominate the midfield. Our tactic often involved orchestrating attacks through precise passing in the center, with strong incursions down the middle being a frequently employed strategy." As Karami drove, he recounted his past experiences on the field. Xiaomi listened attentively, not interrupting. Originally a player for Werder Bremen, Karami occupied a midfield position, characterized by his lack of speed and defensive playing style. This often led to injuries, as he was tasked with performing the grittier aspects of the game, making him a frequent target for opponents. His retirement was precipitated by a final cruciate ligament injury, which delayed his training for over a year. Although his rehabilitation progressed satisfactorily, the prolonged absence from team training rendered him unable to match the rhythm of his teammates upon his return. The ages of 22 to 28 represent the prime of a player's career, yet he spent this golden period beset by injuries and recuperation. after the expiration of his contract. If he wished to continue playing, he would only have the option of joining a lower-tier league, thus leading him to choose retirement. What manner of team is Werder Bremen? Knowing that Karami once played for them piqued Xiaomi's curiosity. The information provided by Struss included details about Werder Bremen, but inquiring directly with Karami seemed more straightforward. Werder Bremen is a resilient team. Although their current performance is lacking, they have previously achieved numerous remarkable triumphs. Throughout their journey, Karami shared many stories, and Xiaomi sensed his unfortunate timing, possessing considerable talent, yet continually plagued by injuries, missing out on Werder Bremen's most illustrious moments. This journey has been immensely rewarding for Xiaomi, as he gained insights into various Bundesliga teams and delightful anecdotes beyond the matches themselves. All of this has planted the seed of aspiration within him to pursue a career in the Bundesliga. Chapter 38. Longing for home that night, lying in bed. Xiaomi perused the materials provided by Struss and began to contemplate where to embark on his true professional career. His current physical condition, can it withstand the intensity of professional competitions? This night, he found himself sleepless, consumed by thoughts of enhancing his skills. Upon arriving in The Hague, he realized the significance of physical resilience on the European stage. While he has indeed strengthened his physique considerably, he still appears notably frail when compared to local players. The image of Cristiano Ronaldo's muscular build and his unwavering discipline suddenly made him acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Yet, he understands that such transformations cannot be rushed. They require gradual accumulation. As for which team he will ultimately join, he plans to have a thorough discussion with Coach Lee after the holidays. What he must do now is to continuously grow and achieve greater accomplishments. With only 4 matches remaining, his holiday is approaching. Unbeknownst to him, he has been living in The Hague for nearly half a year, and he truly finds himself longing for home. He yearns for the delectable dishes of home, thinks of Captain Lee, his roommates, and his classmates, and, upon returning home, he still has the opportunity to partake in the college entrance examination. Although he is not engaged in any revision, he still wishes to give it a try, believing that participation is what truly matters. He also thought of his teammates who had returned to their homeland. Their recent conversations in the group chat had dwindled, leaving him uncertain of their current circumstances. His thoughts drifted aimlessly, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. Life alone was far from joyous. Karami had been exceptionally caring and supportive. Yet, in his heart, he felt there was no one he could fully trust. Any heartfelt confessions remained buried within him. Many individuals striving alone in foreign lands might resonate with such profound solitude, a feeling that was even more pronounced for a youth in his teenage years. Nevertheless, he remained resilient, for he harbored the simplest of dreams. Time swiftly ushered in the day of the match, the final game of March. AD0 was set to face Zwolle, with the teams possessing similar prowess. Xiaomi returned to the starting lineup, while Bond took a seat on the bench. Upon his entry onto the field, Xiaomi still had not received any system tasks. He now fervently wishes that the system would issue more tasks and bestow upon him some miraculous potions, leading him to momentarily doubt whether this system was merely a promotional gimmick designed to deceive him. He must not become overly reliant on the system, for his abilities are still insufficient. The system has already bestowed upon him a considerable amount. With the kickoff from AD0, Xiaomi passed the ball to Robinson, who then made a direct advance. The football, after several transitions in AD0's defensive half, found its way back to Robinson's feet. He deftly passed the ball to Eric on the left. 2 Zwolle players immediately closed in, intercepting the ball. Zwolle launched a counterattack, forcing Xiaomi to retreat. As a Zwolle player cut inside with the ball, Wells executed a beautiful interception. He then swiftly passed to Morrison, who delivered a long ball to Eric. Upon receiving the pass, Eric swiftly advanced towards the byline. Xiaomi and Keppel rushed into the penalty area, ready to support. After Eric made a horizontal cut into the box, he delivered a back pass towards Keppel, who took a shot. Unbeknownst to Keppel, had he let the ball pass, Xiaomi would have had a better angle for a shot from behind. The attempt struck a defender and sailed out of play. AD0 earned their first corner kick, but missed the opportunity to score. The corner taken lacked quality. Eric at the near post failed to connect, and the opposing goalkeeper seized the ball. In the first few minutes of the match, both teams exchanged attacks. Xiaomi's relentless running exerted considerable pressure on the opposition. Zwolle was wary of him. His scoring ability had spread among the teams, but his limited playtime meant there was little data to analyze. In the 18th minute, Eric passed the ball centrally, as Keppel made a diagonal run into the box, drawing defenders away. Xiaomi, just outside the penalty area, skillfully maneuvered past a defender and took a shot. The effort lacked power but was cleverly concealed with a devilishly sharp angle. The opposing goalkeeper was caught off guard as the ball nestled into the net, brushing against the post. AD0 broke the deadlock, taking the lead at 1-0. Players on the sidelines leaped from their seats in jubilant celebration. Marvin and Jason wore beaming smiles, thoroughly pleased with Xiaomi's performance. In the stands, Sven nodded approvingly at Karami, noting Xiaomi's significant progress, remarking on the finesse of his shot. Xiaomi trains diligently every day. If I hadn't intervened, he would have trained 18 hours a day. This boy is indeed tough on himself. Indeed, but he is receptive to advice. After I worked with the club to devise a supplementary training plan, he has been able to execute it effectively. What astonishes me most is his remarkable ability to learn. He can master skills in less than 3 attempts. It seems bringing you in was an exceptionally wise decision. No, he needs a forward to train with. My assistance in attack isn't substantial. You must understand. What we need now are versatile warriors. A forward who can only shoot but cannot intercept holds little significance for the team. On the field, Xiaomi and his companions embraced in celebration before swiftly retreating to their own half, awaiting the opponent's kickoff. Xiaomi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his recent shot. Had the opposing goalkeeper been a player from the Premier League, that attempt would surely have faltered. He resolved to intensify his practice, aiming to enhance the speed of his shots. Following the goal, the morale of AD0 soared, and upon the opponent's kickoff, they engaged more vigorously in the contest for possession. Not to be outdone, Zwolle remained resolute, aware that time was still on their side to equalize the score. The midfield battle grew increasingly fierce, with the ball constantly exchanging hands between the two teams. Both sides attempted shots on goal, yet regrettably, these efforts amounted to distant strikes from outside the penalty area, posing no genuine threat to the net. As the first half approached the 37th minute, Hicks successfully intercepted the ball in the defensive zone, swiftly transitioning it to the left flank. After controlling the ball, Yekis initiated a counterattack. In the face of an opposing midfielder's interception, he deftly altered his pace, elegantly evading the challenge. He then surged diagonally into the penalty area, drawing the attention of 2 defenders before delivering a precise pass to Eric at the edge of the arc. Xiaomi and Keppel, seizing the opportunity, surged into the penalty area, their incessant movements disrupting the opposition's defense. Eric took a moment to adjust before striking the ball. However, the goalkeeper managed to deflect it with his leg, swiftly securing possession and denying AD0 a scoring opportunity. Unbeknownst to Eric, as he took his shot, Keppel had already eluded his defender, presenting a more favorable chance for a goal. Marvin, observing from the sidelines, sighed, noting that the young player still lacked awareness, often fixated solely on scoring. The opposing goalkeeper, cradling the ball, waited until the AD0 players withdrew from the penalty area before distributing it to a defender. Xiaomi, Eric, and Keppel commenced their collaborative efforts in the attacking front, effectively obstructing Zwolle's attempts to progress the ball to midfield. They could only repeatedly pass the ball forward, aiming to force the 3 players out of the danger zone. A player from Zwolle prepared to pass back to the goalkeeper for a long clearance. Upon discerning his intention, Xiaomi accelerated towards the trajectory of the pass. Chapter 39. The score is equalized. Xiaomi effortlessly intercepted the ball between the passer and the goalkeeper, deftly nudging it with his left foot, deceiving the goalkeeper momentarily before unleashing a shot. 2 o'clock. The sequence unfolded so swiftly that neither the players on the field nor those on the sidelines could react in time. It was only when the referee's whistle pierced the air that everyone snapped back to reality, erupting in jubilation. Although the crowd was sparse, they were nonetheless astonished by the spectacle. Is this truly the Youth League? Who is that Asian lad? When did our home team sign him? That goal was incredibly clever and beautiful. The few fans discussed animatedly, their hands a blur as they applauded. This kid always manages to surprise us. Indeed, he can rest in the second half. With a 2-goal lead, we should be fine. Marvin and Jason deliberated on the sidelines, their confidence in winning the match bolstered by that goal. Substituting Xiaomi was a reluctant decision, as many players from the youth team were eager for their chance on the field. Sven was also taken aback by Xiaomi's recent brilliance and immediately inquired of Karami. Did you catch that? I did, don't worry. This little guy is maturing. He could rival Messi and Ronaldo. It's the first time I've heard you hold such a high opinion of a young player. Really? I often praise players. You just haven't heard it before. Noting Karami's stubbornness, he chose not to respond and continued to focus on the match. After celebrating with his teammates, Xiaomi repositioned himself on the field as Zwolle attempted to break through the midfield and launch an attack. Ultimately, they were thwarted by AD0, who forced them to retreat and reorganize their offense. Minutes slipped away quickly, and the first half came to a close. Teammates linked arms with Xiaomi as they returned to the sidelines, hydrating while listening to Marvin's plans for the second half. Xiaomi, you'll rest in the second half. Born will come on. All right, coach. The coach's decision was entirely expected. Having scored 2 goals in the first half, Xiaomi would surely be closely marked in the latter half. Substituting him was a protective measure, granting his teammates more opportunities. As the brief intermission concluded, both teams returned to the pitch. After exchanging high fives and hugs with Born, Xiaomi took his seat. Instinctively, he turned to look for Karami, only to find a disheveled man with blonde hair seated beside him, wearing a plaid shirt, glasses, and a scruffy beard. He was quite curious, likely a friend of Karami, but did not dwell on it further. The second half commenced with Zwolle kicking off, and they swiftly launched an attack. Xiaomi inwardly exclaimed, "This is not good." It was evident they intended to seize the initiative before AD0's defensive formation could properly establish itself. The success of the first half had rendered the AD0 players somewhat complacent in the second half. They were utterly unprepared when their opponents launched a swift counterattack. The defenders of AD0, caught off guard, struggled to intercept the advancing players. At that moment, the AD0 defense exhibited no tactical coherence, allowing the players of Zwolle to penetrate effortlessly. The outcome was evident. Within mere moments of the match commencing, Zwolle had equalized the score. The once secure lead of 2-1 diminished by 1 goal, leaving the AD0 players feeling somewhat disheartened. Captain Robinson, amidst the celebrations of the opposing team, rallied his teammates, urging them to maintain their focus, reminding them that they had not yet succumbed to defeat. The players of AD0 regrouped, steeling themselves for the battle ahead, determined to reclaim their standing. The Zwolle players, buoyed by their recent goal, surged with renewed vigor, aggressively pursuing the ball from the outset. The two teams, of comparable strength, engaged in a fierce contest, with the outcome hinging on which side would falter first or whose stamina would wane. The intense exchanges continued into the second half until the 67th minute, when both sides finally slowed their pace. The relentless sprinting and the ceaseless transitions between offense and defense had taken a significant toll on their physical endurance. Yet the Zwolle players remained undeterred. If they could endure these next few minutes, they would mount another offensive. Xiaomi closely observed the unfolding drama on the pitch, recognizing that his teammates needed to grit their teeth and persevere. This moment was perilous. A mere lapse in concentration could grant their opponents an opportunity. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he found himself inadvertently executing a significant blunder. Frustration overwhelmed him. He lamented how he had become the harbinger of misfortune today. As soon as his thoughts settled, the opponent had already driven the ball to the baseline. He clenched his fists, anxiously observing the field. Fortunately, Hicks and Mike executed a successful double block, causing their opponents to send the ball out of bounds. After Sam initiated the play, the ball was passed back in the rear court, finding its way to Robinson's feet, prompting AD0 to launch yet another counterattack. However, Zwolle's defense in the second half proved remarkably effective. Despite Bond's trio advancing into the backfield, their final shot posed no threat. Once more, Zwolle's relentless assault commenced. Xiaomi and her teammates, filled with tension, stood at the sidelines, and upon sensing the gravity of the situation, began shouting fervently from the sidelines. They sought to alert their teammates on the field in this manner, yet the effect was not pronounced. In the 82nd minute of the match, Zwolle intercepted the ball in midfield and swiftly distributed it to the flanks. A teammate surged down the sideline and, just before an AD0 player could block, launched a pass towards the edge of the penalty area. Zwolle's forward feigned a shot, cleverly allowing the ball to slip through. The following center back unleashed a powerful strike, and the ball soared into the net like a cannonball. The score was now 2-2. The Zwolle players erupted with excitement, racing around the pitch in jubilation. This goal dealt a significant blow to the morale of the AD0 players, who stood in stunned disbelief at the goal, unable to fathom that they had squandered their lead. Marvin shouted from the sidelines, urging them to rally and remain vigilant, declaring that they had not yet lost. Captain Robinson also encouraged his teammates, imploring them not to give up. Xiaomi felt disheartened, pondering how such a promising situation could devolve into an equalizer at the last moment. Was it a lapse in focus among his teammates? Had the relentless succession of matches led them into a state of fatigue? He could not comprehend that this was not the moment to assign blame. He shouted directly, "Come on, AD0. Keep it up. AD0. Give it your all." His shout resonated, and his teammates joined in, their voices rising in unison. The spectators in the stands were similarly galvanized, rallying to support the AD0 players. With time running short and the opposing team's morale soaring, it was imperative to leverage the advantage of playing at home, spurring one another on. The players on the field, buoyed by the cheers, regained their confidence, seizing another opportunity to attack. There would be no surrender. As the match resumed, AD0 initiated the play, opting not to rush into an offensive, but instead passing the ball around in their own half. At that moment, fatigue set in, and their movements began to falter. Passing the ball in the back line was fraught with peril. Robinson recognized the precariousness of the situation and raised his hand, calling for the ball. The more one worries, the more likely the feared outcome occurs. A teammate's pass was overzealous, compounded by Robinson's significant decline in stamina. He sprinted desperately towards the ball's landing point, yet ultimately, the ball soared out of bounds. This resulted in a throw-in awarded to the opposing team, who swiftly executed the throw-in to launch an attack. The forwards of Team A hurried back to defend, but the opposition had already penetrated the penalty area. Chapter 40, A First Encounter with One. On the sidelines, Xiaomi and her teammates anxiously observed the unfolding scene. Should the opposing team score, equalizing would prove exceedingly difficult. The adversaries were resolute in their defense, and tearing through their lines with the limited time remaining seemed nearly impossible. Sam delivered an outstanding performance, successfully thwarting the opponent's attempt at goal. With a powerful throw, he passed the ball to Hicks. Upon receiving the ball, Hicks executed a long pass that seamlessly found Eric, who had retreated to the midfield. Eric brought the ball closer, swiftly maneuvering past the approaching defenders. Just before the opposing players could close in, he deftly slid the ball to Bourne. Bourne accelerated towards the ball, calculating his steps in silence as he prepared to unleash a long-range shot against the opposing defense. He remained oblivious to the opposing player retreating from the side. Just as he prepared to take his shot, he felt a gust of wind behind him, and the ball was intercepted. The player who had rushed back to defend skillfully nudged the ball away. Bourne missed his opportunity, as the defender quickly gained control of the ball and, with a slight adjustment, launched a long pass. AD0, still in an attacking formation, had not yet been able to shift their setup when Zwola's players seized possession in the front line and began their advance. The clock had already surpassed 90 minutes. Entering stoppage time, should Zwola score, it would be a decisive blow. With only 2 minutes of stoppage time remaining, AD0 was unable to mount a single attack. Zwola's coordination was remarkably fluid. With just 3 passes, they delivered the ball into the penalty area. Zwola's 2 forwards positioned themselves, one ahead of the other, inside the box, and the player at the front let the ball slip through. In a similar manner, the trailing player took a shot. The referee's whistle sounded. 2-3. Zwola had scored. They celebrated with fervor, having been consistently outpaced by AD0. In the second half, he executed the coach's strategy with precision. Finally, just before the conclusion of the match, he seized another opportunity. The players of AD0 appeared bewildered, staring vacantly at the goal. The joyous moments of the first half had transformed into sorrow. Xiaomi shook his head in disappointment, feeling somewhat disheartened. He cannot fathom why, despite the certainty of victory, he now finds himself in this predicament. He understood that, at this moment, his teammates on the field were even more disheartened than he was, and once again he shouted from the sidelines, urging them not to give up, for there was still time. The teammates watching alongside him joined in his cries, fully aware that their words might not alter the outcome. As the match resumed, the players of AD0 launched an all-out offensive, completely abandoning their defense. In this final assault, they were determined not to concede defeat. Naturally, Zwola would not grant them the opportunity to execute their attack, tightening their defense in their half with utmost vigilance. Beep, beep, the final whistle blew, and the referee did not afford AD0 any extra time. As the whistle sounded, the players of AD0 slumped helplessly onto the grass. Xiaomi and his teammates rushed onto the field to console them. No one relishes failure, particularly when one is overtaken after being in the lead. Such is the nature of football. Until the final moment, anything can happen. Xiaomi maintained a good rapport with Hicks, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It's all right. We have more matches ahead. He would have been fine without the consolation, but once comforted, Hicks's nose turned red, and he began to shed tears. Xiaomi was at a loss for words. wondering why he was crying over a mere points match, not a final. It was frustrating. They could have won. What can be said? In this world, nothing is certain. This is the arena. Until the final whistle blows, one cannot predict what will transpire. Xiaomi offered a mix of comfort and admonition, hoping he would comprehend. After expressing his thoughts, he continued to console other teammates. Fortunately, most of them managed to cope well. Although disappointed, none broke down in tears. A few minutes later, all returned to the sidelines. Everyone initially expected Ma Wan to reprimand them, but instead, he simply remarked, "Failure is the mother of success. We lost this match, but there will be another." He instructed them to rest well, as they would analyze the game on Monday. Dismissed. The players were entirely unprepared for their coach's change in demeanor. Thankfully, he refrained from using the hairdryer, and they began to gather their belongings, gradually leaving the court. Xiaomi quickly slung his bag over his shoulder and headed to the parking lot to find Karami. From afar, he noticed Karami engaged in conversation with a man. He hastened over. "Sorry for the wait. We can head home now." Xiaomi curiously sized up the unfamiliar man, who merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Karami took Xiaomi's bag and introduced, "Xiaomi, this is Mr. Mislintat from Dortmund. He came specifically to watch your match today." Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, but politely extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Mislintat, my name is Yuan." The gentleman grasped his hand warmly, smiling as he said, "Pleasure to meet you, Yuan. You performed excellently today. May we have a conversation?" Xiaomi pondered for a moment, then inquired, "Why not speak with Mr. Struess? He is my agent." Xiaomi was reluctant to engage with scouts so soon, as he had yet to determine which club he should join. "Haha, you are quite cautious. Before my arrival, I spoke with Mr. Struess. He sent me your match footage, urging me to keep an eye on you." Xiaomi was momentarily stunned, glancing at Karami for confirmation. Karami nodded and smiled. "Yes, Mr. Struess contacted me." Receiving affirmation, Xiaomi apologetically said, "I just finished my match. Would it be all right to chat at my place?" "Of course, let us be on our way." Mr. Mislintat had no objections regarding the location. He simply wished to connect with Xiaomi beforehand, not wanting to lose such a promising player. The three of them got into the car and headed towards the villa. Upon arriving home, Xiaomi expressed regret. "I apologize, I need to take a shower first. Please wait for me a moment." "All right, we will wait for you downstairs." Xiaomi hurried upstairs and immediately called Captain Li. He is currently far too preoccupied to regard the passage of time, at most allowing Li to rise for a moment to relieve himself. Li has just finished a game of poker and has lit a cigarette. Beside him, his wife leans against him, tracing circles upon his chest. "Have you heard? The policy on having a second child is about to be relaxed." Li takes a deep drag from his cigarette, poised to inquire further when the phone suddenly rings. Glancing at the screen, he sees it is yet another video call and quickly switches it to voice mode. "What do you want, you rascal?" Li's tone is laced with displeasure, causing a flicker of alarm in Xiaomi. She hopes she hasn't interrupted Li's workout. "I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, Li. A scout from Dortmund. A man named Mislintat wishes to speak with me, and I require your assistance." "What?" Li's voice rises an octave, followed by a cry of pain. "Ouch!" His waist was forcefully twisted by his wife, prompting him to leap out of bed and saunter casually towards the window, where he settled onto the chaise longue. Little did Xiaomi know the myriad of events that ensued after Li's earlier remarks. Li finally confirmed that his hearing was intact. This young man's fortune was extraordinary. Not only was he signed by a prestigious talent agency, but he also crossed paths with the renowned scout, Mislintat. "Young man, engage well. He is the finest scout in Europe, the steadfast anchor for Dortmund, and famously known for his discerning eye. His admiration for you signifies that your future development is undoubtedly promising. Borussia Dortmund is indeed an admirable team, particularly renowned for their head coach, Klopp. That remarkable man of the people possesses tactical philosophies that rival those of Guardiola and Mourinho." "All right, I understand. He is still waiting for me, so I shall not disturb you further." "Thank you, Captain Li." With the information I sought now in hand, Xiaomi felt reassured and hurriedly made her way, ensuring that Mr. Mislintat would not be kept waiting too long. Captain Li chuckled heartily for a while, extinguishing his cigarette into the ashtray before collapsing onto the bed. "Darling, shall we consider having a companion for our child?" Captain Li exclaimed joyfully, as Xiaomi's success abroad brought him even greater delight. He seemed to be transported back to those years when he would dribble past opponents on the field, charging forward, skillfully evading one after another, and then unleashing a powerful shot. Chapter 41. Inviting Xiaomi to join Dortmund. After Xiaomi descended the stairs, Sven and Karami were sipping coffee, waiting for him. With a hint of apology, he said, "I apologize for the wait, Mr. Mislintat. It hasn't been long. The coffee has just been brewed." Sven smiled as he savored the coffee in his cup, gesturing for Xiaomi to take a seat beside him. "What would you like to discuss today?" Aware of the other's identity, Xiaomi wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Sven set down his coffee, gazing intently into Xiaomi's eyes, and inquired with a smile, "I would like to invite you to join Borussia Dortmund." Sven had long since discerned Xiaomi's character. This young man was astute, and beating around the bush would only squander time. Directness would yield swifter results. Xiaomi paused momentarily, taking a serious look at Mislintat. This foreigner was intriguing, getting straight to the point. "Are you suggesting a trial?" Xiaomi was well aware that clubs often favored trial periods. A 3-month trial would squander the prime transfer window, and he had no desire to waste such precious time. "No trial is necessary. We can proceed with a direct contract." Mislintat's response left him momentarily stunned. Was this some kind of fortuitous windfall? Was this individual a fraud? No, Karami knew him, and Coach Lee was also familiar with his name. A fraud he could not be. A bold thought began to take shape in Xiaomi's mind, and his eyes narrowed as he contemplated the implications. "Mr. Mislintat, I believe it would be prudent for you to discuss this with my agent. I am acutely aware of my current level, and there remains a significant gap before I can compete in a professional league. My understanding of Borussia Dortmund is limited to what I have seen on television and in newspapers. Therefore, if you truly wish for me to join, please reach out to my agent." Sven, observing Xiaomi's demeanor, realized he had been somewhat hasty, inadvertently raising the young man's guard, and he burst into hearty laughter. "Very well, I shall liaise with Mr. Struss. However, I do have a question I would like to pose to you. Please proceed." Xiaomi paid little heed to Sven's amusement, his mind still racing with thoughts about why he had attracted Mislintat's attention. Was Struss' approach related to Mislintat? "I would like to hear your analysis of today's match." Xiaomi furrowed his brow. "Was this a test? I wouldn't call it an analysis. I merely feel a sense of regret." "Elaborate on that. What exactly do you regret?" "We were somewhat lax in the second half, and we failed to capitalize on our opportunities." Xiaomi spoke softly, sharing his thoughts while one listened intently. Nowadays, most players merely execute their coach's tactics, often neglecting to infuse their own insights into the finer details, and they seldom adapt their strategies in response to the dynamics of the game. Of course, many players possess a broad perspective and play with intellect. However, these players are typically found in prestigious clubs. Xiaomi, at such a tender age, already exhibits this comprehensive awareness, which is what he cherishes most. The primary distinction between players in youth academies and those in reserve or professional teams lies in their awareness during matches. Players should not merely focus on honing their skills in isolation. Forwards must not only master their shooting techniques, but also remain vigilant of the on-field situation, coordinating with teammates to position themselves optimally for scoring opportunities. Particularly, the awareness of off-the-ball movements and timely positioning in front of the goal is fundamental for an exceptional striker. Take, for instance, the legendary striker, who, despite lacking a robust physique, became a lethal force on the front line. His ability to evade the offside trap and seize opportunities in front of goal even left the formidable Mourinho perplexed. Balotelli, on the other hand, embodies a player with a keen sense for scoring coupled with formidable physical attributes. Though he may have flickered like a shooting star, how many forwards can still create opportunities for their teammates after falling to the ground, thus altering the outcome of the match? Midfield players can generally be categorized into attacking and defensive roles. Regardless of their type, they must possess a broad vision and deliver passes with surgical precision. The midfield serves as the pivotal fulcrum between the defensive and offensive lines, and the impact of different midfielders varies throughout the course of the game. Pirlo, who retired at the age of 39, remains an unequivocal master of the midfield. He is akin to a maestro on the field, orchestrating the rhythm of the match, delivering exquisite passes at critical moments to aid his team in clinching victory. Another luminary, the bald midfield maestro Zinedine Zidane, was the very heart and organizer of the team before his retirement. But alas, he was prematurely cast aside from the verdant pitch due to a notorious incident. In contemporary football, the demands placed upon defensive players have escalated significantly. They not only require a keen sense of defense and the ability to anticipate, but must also be ready to launch unexpected counterattacks at any moment, particularly the defensive midfielders on the flanks. Paolo Maldini of the Rossoneri is heralded as the greatest left-back and a natural leader. His charisma on the field, a fierce yet non-injurious playing style, clean but not brutish tackles, exceptional skills, outstanding physical attributes, a broad perspective, astute judgment of the game situation, and timely assists make him an unforgettable star for fans of an era. The young Xiaomi still possesses a certain naivety. Yet Sven believes in his potential to surpass many stars, perhaps even the king of football. Sven listens intently as Xiaomi analyzes the game, occasionally interjecting with his own insights. Noticing their engaging conversation, Kalami busies himself with preparing dinner. Since introducing Xiaomi to the sport, their household has never lacked an array of fresh seafood. The nutritional value of seafood is immensely rich, containing not only minerals, but also an abundance of vitamins. The protein content is particularly noteworthy, making it ideal for crafting various nutritious meals for Xiaomi. Once the meal is ready, Kalami calls the engrossed duo to dine together. Shortly after the meal, Sven departs from the villa. This meeting has been relatively successful, having at least sown the seeds of Borussia Dortmund in Xiaomi's mind. The remaining task is to foster synergy with Struss. Xiaomi's life returns to a state of tranquility, with only one match scheduled in April, occurring in the middle of the month, allowing ample time for training. Sven visits again mid-April, observing Xiaomi and his teammates practice, though this time he arrives unannounced, and Xiaomi is unaware of his presence. In the April match, Xiaomi starts as a starter, contributing 1 goal and 1 assist before being substituted in the second half. However, despite leading by 2 goals, 80-0 allows the opponent to score, narrowly winning 2-1 without repeating the previous comeback scenario. Subsequently, in the final 2 matches of mid-May, the first match sees Marvin starting Xiaomi. Yet again, after leading 2-0, Xiaomi is substituted. Ultimately, the opponent equalizes, and both teams settle for a draw. Xiaomi feels disheartened, sensing that the coach merely wishes to maintain his form, substituting him as soon as he scores, with the simple aim of training the team. The coach should have been aware long ago that he would be departing from 80-0 next season. As long as they do not lose and avoid relegation, he would not have the opportunity to play. The last match was against the Volendam youth team, the very team that marked Xiaomi's first double goal. The outcome of this match was inconsequential, as Xiaomi was not even included in the squad. He felt a sense of resignation towards the head coach's arrangements, yet accepted them with equanimity. This was the final match of their season, after which the team would embark on a holiday. The players needed to focus on their studies and prepare for examinations. On that day, Xiaomi and Karami sat in the stands to watch the game, while Marvin fielded numerous reserve players. Shortly after the match commenced, they conceded a goal. Volendam was there for vengeance. In their previous encounter, they had suffered a humiliating defeat, conceding 4 goals at home, which placed significant pressure upon them. However, they were unprepared for AD0's apparent lack of seriousness regarding this match. In the 28th minute of the first half, Volendam scored again, leading 2-0. Marvin, feeling the urgency, substituted in Robinson in hopes of turning the tide. Yet, Robinson alone could not galvanize the entire team. Marvin exhausted all his substitution opportunities, ultimately failing to spark any improvement in AD0's performance. The match concluded with a resounding 4-0 victory for Volendam, a satisfactory revenge. Marvin could only sigh in resignation at the outcome. After the match, he conducted a summary, and following a health check for all players the next day, the official holiday commenced. Chapter 42. Homeward-bound Xiaomi declined Karami's invitation to visit Germany and instead booked a flight back to his homeland. Having been away for so long, he yearned to return and explore. On the 20th, Xiaomi, dragging 2 large suitcases, was escorted to the airport by Karami. Upon his return, he would not neglect his regular training. Before the summer transfer window opened, Mr. Struss would communicate with him regarding transfer matters. Moreover, while he was aware of the exquisite cuisine in Dacia, as an athlete, he must not indulge excessively. Karami, like a concerned guardian, incessantly reminded him. Observing Karami's demeanor, Xiaomi chuckled and inquired, "As my assistant, are you not returning with me?" Karami's face reflected hesitation. "I wish I could, but the paperwork for traveling to Dacia is a bit complicated, and time is too short. I lack self-discipline. What if I come back heavier?" Upon hearing this, Xiaomi realized he had successfully outmaneuvered Karami. Karami, in a huff, playfully shoved him and said, "Hurry through customs. See you in Berlin. See you in Berlin." Xiaomi bid farewell to Kalami and directly entered the country. This time, he returned home without informing anyone, intending to surprise everyone. Within 2 large suitcases lay gifts he had brought back, Aside from sneakers and shin guards, he had packed no change of clothes. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather a lack of space. After a lengthy flight of several hours, the plane gradually descended. Gazing at the familiar scenery, Xiaomi yearned to burst out of the cabin and inhale the air of his homeland. The moment he stepped out of the aircraft, he greedily took a deep breath. Such is the nature of the wanderer returning home. No matter how wonderful the outside world may be, it pales in comparison to the comforts of home. After a long wait, he finally retrieved his luggage and hurried to the taxi stand to queue for a ride. It was just past 10 in the morning in Yanjing. After standing in line for over 20 minutes, he finally boarded a vehicle. One suitcase was placed in the back seat, while the other was stowed in the trunk. The driver, quite talkative, inquired about the address before cheerfully asking, "Where are you coming from with all this luggage?" Upon hearing the familiar dialect, Xiaomi felt an added warmth and replied with a smile, "I just returned from abroad." The driver, full of camaraderie, responded, "Ah, so you went abroad for further studies? You look quite young. Did your parents really let you go? A friend of mine also sent his child overseas, but the expenses there are significantly higher than here." Xiaomi didn't need to respond. The driver continued to chat animatedly. He simply smiled and nodded in agreement, enjoying the conversation. After exiting the airport expressway, they sped towards the 4th Ring Road. It was not peak hours, and traffic was smooth. After paying the fare and tolls, the driver assisted him with his luggage. Xiaomi found himself standing at the entrance of his residential community, lost in thought. Having been away for over half a year, he noticed that while not much had changed, 2 new snack shops had opened nearby. He pulled his suitcase and returned home. As he opened the door, a subtle smile graced his lips. His 2 roommates had transformed the house into a more inviting haven, adorned with an abundance of greenery. The house was empty, and it was evident they had gone to school. Pushing the door to his room, he noticed that while the arrangement remained unchanged, the atmosphere had shifted. A delicate fragrance filled the air, unmistakably indicating that they had been tidying up, eagerly awaiting his return. He greedily flopped onto the bed, surrendering to relaxation and slipping into slumber. He slept soundly, completely oblivious to the passage of time. In the afternoon, with no classes, Xiaoyu and Yaoyao returned home after purchasing groceries. Upon opening the door, they immediately sensed something amiss. 2 large suitcases lay at the entrance. The landlord must have returned. They decided to investigate. The room was quiet as they tiptoed towards Xiaomi's quarters. The door was not fully shut, and Yaoyao gently pushed it open. They beheld Xiaomi, peacefully asleep, and exchanged knowing smiles. Rarely did Yaoyao refrain from teasing him, but this time she softly closed the door and suggested, "Shall we buy something to enhance his meal?" Indeed, after placing their items in the kitchen, they turned to leave once more. Xiaomi was roused by the enticing aroma of braised meat, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth as he followed the scent out of his room. Observing the busy figures in the kitchen warmed his heart. Quietly, he opened the kitchen door and leaned in, curiously asking, "What for dinner tonight?" "Ah, my goodness!" came 2 shrill screams, followed by Xiaomi's playful yelps. There was no escape. The women's formidable energy had swiftly ousted him from the kitchen. Yao Yao, brandishing a spatula, pointed at him with mock indignation. "You little rascal, not only do you return without a word, but you also frighten me. Let us see if I don't teach you a lesson today." Xiaomi quickly bowed in supplication. "Dear sister, I was merely trying to surprise you. Besides, can you possibly eat that much meat?" He peered into the kitchen again, sniffing eagerly. Xiaoyu chuckled at his antics and seized the spatula from Yao Yao. "You two continue. I'll tend to the fire." She knew all too well that if she didn't team monitor the cooking, they would soon have to dine out. Sure enough, Yao Yao was not ready to let Xiaomi off the hook. She lunged at him, grabbing his ear. "You little rascal, this matter isn't over." Xiaomi immediately crouched down, pleading with exaggerated expressions of innocence, unleashing his trump card. "Sister Yao Yao, I brought you a gift. Don't you want to see it?" Upon hearing this, Yao Yao relaxed her grip, and Xiaomi swiftly dodged, rubbing his ear while pitifully offering a suitcase to her. "This box is filled with goodies for you and Xiaoyu, and it completely drained my savings from the past few months." Upon hearing this, Yao Yao was taken aback by the generosity of the miserly figure, and with a beaming smile, she eagerly began to rummage through the boxes. Meanwhile, Xiaomi finally breathed a sigh of relief, settled onto the sofa, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it down with gusto. He felt a bit parched. After disembarking from the plane, he had not consumed a single drop of water. After savoring 3 glasses, he beamed at the delighted Yao Yao, ready to tease her, when he heard Sister Xiaoyu's voice calling out, "Dinner is ready. Hurry and bring the dishes." Without delay, Xiaomi dashed into the kitchen to assist, bringing out the delectable offerings. Indeed, Xiaomi had brought an entire box of gifts for them, filled with an assortment of candies, chocolates, skincare products, and books on medical topics that he had come across at the bookstore. Though he did not pursue a medical career, he understood that physicians required a vast accumulation of knowledge. Whenever he came across relevant literature, he would purchase it without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed a box full of books for the two of them, although they were mostly in foreign languages. He recognized that this posed no challenge for the two academic prodigies. As Xiaoyu emerged with bowls and chopsticks, she was puzzled to find Yao seated on the floor, engrossed in her reading. Yao, it's one thing for you not to help, but must we serve our meal to you? Do not jest, Xiaoyu. Come here and look. This case seems to be the one our professor discussed in today's lecture. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu promptly set down her utensils and hurried over. Xiaomi, feeling exasperated, gazed at the delectable dishes on the table: braised fish, braised pork, tomato eggs, and spicy sour potato shreds, swallowing hard but hesitating to touch them. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, witnessing their engrossed discussion, he finally voiced his frustration. "Dear ladies, do you intend to starve your only brother?" Only then did Xiaoyu realize the situation. She tugged at Yao, reluctantly urging her to set down her book. "Let us eat. Eat first, then we can continue our discussion." A simple home-cooked meal stretched over 2 hours as they relished each other's company. After being apart for over half a year, there was an abundance of topics to discuss. What delighted Xiaomi the most was the news that both of his roommates had been accepted into their desired majors, ensuring that he would have company for the next 3 years. He, too, shared amusing anecdotes, particularly his experiences with sea fishing. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Xiaomi took on the responsibility of washing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen, while the two resumed their examination of the medical cases in their books. Singing softly to himself, Xiaomi felt an unexpected sense of accomplishment, realizing that the books he had casually purchased could be of assistance to them. Chapter 43. Visiting Team Leader Li on the first day back home, Xiaomi felt a profound sense of fulfillment. It had been a long time since he had experienced such warmth, likely due to his prolonged absence from home. Upon awakening the next day, he prepared the gifts he had assembled for Team Leader Li, intending to pay him a visit. After searching downstairs, he finally spotted his bicycle, which had accumulated a thick layer of dust in a corner. The seat was missing, the wheels had vanished, leaving only an empty frame. Xiaomi felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How had he forgotten to store the bicycle upstairs? Now it was essentially rendered useless. Over the years, the convenience of transportation in Yanjing had made public transport both affordable and accessible. Most individuals had opted for cars, with cycling primarily limited to students. Selling spare parts was deemed safer than selling complete bicycles, as one could easily get into trouble if caught. Reluctantly, Xiaomi decided to venture out and take a taxi to the training facility. Navigating familiar streets, he arrived at Team Leader Li's office, where the door was ajar, and he could faintly hear voices within. Straining to listen, he discovered it was a parent consulting about their child's training. He knocked on the door and, without waiting for Captain Li to respond, pushed the door open. The cigarette in Captain Li's hand fell to the floor, his eyes wide with astonishment. How surprising, how unexpected. Xiaomi raised the items he had brought with both hands, smiling at him. "You little rascal," returning without so much as a greeting. Xiaomi placed the items on the desk and subtly gestured for Captain Li to attend to the guests first. It was only then that Captain Li regained his composure and apologized to the parents who were consulting him. "This kid ambushed me just a few days ago. He was conversing with me from abroad, and now he stands before me, startling me quite a bit." Upon hearing Captain Li's words, Xiaomi was at a loss for words, finally understanding what it meant to exude an invisible air of superiority. This did not concern him in the slightest. He was well aware of the principle of leveraging others' power. The more students Captain Li had, the greater his income, which was certainly preferable to laboring for love. Xiaomi casually picked up a magazine. Indifferent to the few individuals engaged in conversation nearby, he could faintly sense eyes scrutinizing him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. After what felt like hours, although only a mere 15 minutes had passed, Captain Li cheerfully bid farewell to the parents and returned to give Xiaomi a hearty embrace, playfully thumping his chest twice. "You've toughened up and grown taller. You must have endured quite a bit. So have you signed?" Xiaomi raised an eyebrow, ready to treat Captain Li to a lavish meal. "Yes, I've signed. In the past 6 months, quite a few players have joined. What have you brought me?" Captain Li, with no hesitation, began rummaging through the bag. "Oh my, What fine cigarettes. This liquor is also quite good. And what is this large box? For the missus and the kids, take it home to them tonight. You're thoughtful. What do you want to eat? Let us go out. Xiaomi had been waiting for this invitation, beaming as he replied, hot pot. All right, let us go. Captain Li swiftly opened a pack of cigarettes, filled 2 boxes, locked the rest in a cabinet, and took Xiaomi to a nearby hot pot restaurant. Beijing is never short of hot pot establishments. While renowned old brands reside in the city center, there are also commendable traditional shops in the nearby alleys, especially when paired with high-quality lamb from large suppliers and a rich dipping sauce. The two settled in a corner, eating and chatting, with Xiaomi doing most of the talking while Captain Li listened. Xiaomi's training experience in The Hague proved invaluable for Captain Li's future trainees. Once they had nearly finished their meal, Xiaomi finally broached the subject. Captain Li, what conditions can Dortmund offer me? I consulted on this matter. For a player of your age, the initial salary won't be substantial. When Kagawa went over, his annual salary was only 300,000. Based on all the information you provided, I believe your speculation is correct. They must have had their eye on you for some time. But it was not during the transfer window. As for the remuneration, Struis will handle that. It should be around 500,000. However, what he requires is playing time. And he should not sign a contract for an extended period. After discussing important matters, Xiaomi took his leave. This time, he can stay for at least a month. And his utmost priority now is to find a gym. While he can practice basketball at the training ground in the evenings, it lacks fitness equipment. Thus, he must seek a well-equipped fitness center. Having satisfied his cravings over the past few days, he knows he cannot continue this way, as the excess calories must be expended. He found a commendable gym nearby, paid for a month's membership, and headed home to gather his belongings in preparation for his workout. After completing his exercise session, he purchased some groceries, one portion for himself and another for his 2 roommates. Tomorrow, he plans to visit the school to catch up with his teacher and his mischief-making friends. After having a meal and preparing dinner, Xiaomi sent a message in the group chat. Xiaomi, dinner is in the kitchen. I'm off to practice. Shortly after, responses began to appear in the group, with a message from Sister Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, great. We're on our way back. Xiaomi smiled at his phone and made his way to the training ground. Upon arriving, he was taken aback. How many young players has Captain Li recruited in the past 6 months? There were over 30 in the beginners class alone, along with the intermediate and the advanced classes he had previously attended. Seeing the situation, Xiaomi decided to turn around and head to the small court within his community, which was more suitable for his training. Early the next morning, he first went to the gym to stretch and train. Arriving at school just in time for the last class of the morning, he made his way directly to Teacher Zhang's office, just as he spotted her reviewing papers. Knock. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door, and upon hearing Teacher Zhang call, come in, he entered. He entered the office, and upon seeing him, Teacher Zhang's face lit up with joy. When did you return? The day before yesterday, he replied with a smile, handing over a bag. What is this? It's so beautiful. Candy. I wasn't sure what to bring, so I just bought some randomly. You silly child, wasting money, Teacher Zhang chided, though the joy on her face remained unabated. After chatting for a while, Xiaomi ultimately decided against participating in the college entrance examination. With 5 minutes left before class ended, he waited by the main entrance of the teaching building for Longqi. The last bag in his hand contained a figurine he had brought for Longqi. Throughout these 3 years of high school, Longqi was his only friend. As the bell rang, students hurriedly exited the classroom, cherishing the blissful moments of freedom after school. Before long, he spotted Longqi, adorned with black Monster Beats headphones, bobbing his head as he stepped out, oblivious to the gaze upon him. Longqi turned right to fetch his bicycle and head home. Xiaomi, donning a cap, trailed him closely, wrapping his arms around Longqi's neck. Startled, Longqi turned to see Xiaomi and instantly enveloped him in a bear hug. When did you return? The day before yesterday. Shall we have lunch together? It's on you. I've taken the figurine back. See you later. Xiaomi had no intention of treating him. After all, Longqi was a wealthy heir, and if not him, who else would he take advantage of? Minutes later, Longqi was engrossed in admiring the entire set of pirate figurines, completely ignoring Xiaomi. Disinterested, Xiaomi began to eat on his own. Longqi's lunch break was short. After a brief chat, they agreed to meet again after the exams and parted ways. With the gifts delivered, Xiaomi felt a burden lift, and now he could enjoy the holiday. However, plans often shift swiftly, and just 2 days later, a piece of news shattered his tranquil break. Chapter 44. An unexpected turn on that day. He followed his usual routine, heading to the gym for training in the morning, returning home for a meal, and then collapsing onto his bed to browse trending topics on Weibo. When he stumbled upon a trending topic about an injured player, he clicked on it immediately. The moment he saw the picture, he was taken aback. The image depicted a familiar figure, with an ankle grotesquely twisted at a 90-degree angle. Xiaomi understood all too well what this meant for a football player, and a wave of concern washed over him as he continued to scroll. The next image captured the moment of the player's reception, where an opposing player had directly targeted his ankle with a harsh tackle. It was evident that this was an intentional act aimed at incapacitating Zhang Lei. He did not continue watching and immediately dialed Zhang Lei's phone number. The phone rang for quite some time before it was finally answered, revealing a somewhat hoarse and fatigued voice on the other end. "Who is this?" "Hello, uncle. I am Zhang Lei's teammate in The Hague. How is he doing?" "Ah, his teammate. He has just undergone surgery, and we still need to observe his condition." "Uncle, which hospital are you at? I would like to go see him." "There's no need for such trouble. Don't you have a match?" "No, I don't. Please tell me the address quickly." "All right. We are at the General Hospital of Jingguang University." Upon receiving the address from Zhang Lei's father, Xiaomi wasted no time. Grabbed a backpack with a charger and headed straight to the South Station. The train from Yanjing to Jingguang was swift, taking just over half an hour. He purchased a ticket, his heart filled with concern. Zhang Lei's family was considered middle class, engaged in the hardware business, and their circumstances were relatively stable. After he began playing football, his family had been very supportive. Before Zhang Lei went to The Hague, his club had invested some resources, hoping he would gain some recognition. Originally, it was believed that upon returning to the country, his career would flourish, but it was unexpected that domestic matches would be so brutal. The players involved in football typically had average academic performances, and if Zhang Lei's recovery did not go well, his future would be bleak. Injuries are a common occurrence in sports, yet this particular injury seemed utterly unwarranted. Zhang Lei's passion for football was no less than his own, and he could hardly fathom the burden of a future without it for Zhang Lei. The train sped along, and 35 minutes later, he arrived at Jingguang. He took a taxi straight to the hospital, inquiring along the way, but before reaching Zhang Lei's ward, he heard cries of anguish. The child was injured on the field. "How can you say you want help?" The woman's wails were piercing, and Xiaomi hurried towards the sound, confronted by a scene that left him speechless. The corridor was packed with onlookers, and a group of middle-aged men, slicked back hair and connected to various local factions, found themselves surrounded. They seemed to be evading someone, their faces subtly displaying hints of impatience. In that instant, Xiaomi comprehended that they wished to disengage. It was futile to persist with them. This was a decision made by higher authorities, and they had fulfilled their obligations. A Mediterranean man spoke and gestured to leave. The onlookers in the corridor whispered among themselves. "Is this a workplace injury? Trying to extort money?" "Sister, he is just a child who plays football." "How could a child break his leg while playing football?" "You wouldn't understand." Xiaomi, uninterested in their discussions, suppressed the urge to intervene and, after a brief assessment, made his way directly to the doctor's office. This was a hospital. Such chaos would not persist for long, as someone would inevitably take charge. What he must do now is to ascertain Zhang Lei's injury and whether it will result in any lingering repercussions. An ankle injury can vary in severity. However, given their youth, recovery should not pose a significant issue, though the question of whether he can continue playing remains. Zhang Lei's ankle has twisted outward at a right angle, and a fracture is certain. What concerns Xiaomi most is the extent of the severity. He knocked gently on the door before entering the doctor's office. "Excuse me, who is Zhang Lei's attending physician?" The doctor in the office, an older gentleman with spectacles, looked up at him with a hint of skepticism. "And you are?" "Good day, doctor. I wish to inquire about Zhang Lei's condition. I am his teammate." The doctor gestured for him to approach, and Xiaomi walked over. He bowed respectfully, and upon noticing the doctor's invitation to sit, he settled onto a nearby stool. The doctor promptly retrieved an X-ray and placed it against the viewing light, addressing Xiaomi directly. "Your teammate has sustained a serious injury. It is not limited to his ankle." The doctor explained in detail. Although Xiaomi did not grasp everything, he understood enough to realize that Zhang Lei had not only injured his ankle, but also suffered a rupture of the ligament and joint capsule. Due to the force of impact, a high fibula fracture occurred as well. Zhang Lei will be unable to participate in matches for at least a year. And even upon recovery, whether he can return to play will depend on his rehabilitation progress. Following the surgery, 7 steel pins were inserted into both of Zhang Lei's ankles. The costs incurred are substantial. The club has only covered 50,000, leaving over 100,000 in outstanding bills post-surgery. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi realized that it would be impossible for Zhang Lei to be discharged from the hospital without at least 30 days of hospitalization. This does not even account for future rehabilitation expenses and daily living costs, as he came to compete, not to reside here. Xiaomi felt considerable dissatisfaction with the club's attempt to shift responsibility, and, furrowing his brow after the doctor's explanation, he inquired, how long until he can be discharged? And where is rehabilitation best conducted? He can be discharged in 2 weeks. Afterwards, the steel pins can be removed. The best rehabilitation is at the 3rd Hospital of Medical University, although the costs there are quite high, the doctor began, but his sentence trailed off. Xiaomi understood the implication. During this period, approximately how much will it cost? After inquiring about the details, Xiaomi expressed his gratitude to the doctor and, armed with the invoice, proceeded directly to the payment office on the 1st floor. He is not a mere do-gooder, yet he places great significance on the bonds of brotherhood. He was unaware of the difficulties that the Zhang family was facing. During his time in The Hague, he had a wonderful rapport with Zhang Lei, who truly regarded him as a brother. Within the bounds of his capabilities, he was willing to extend a helping hand to Zhang Lei. After making the payment, he gazed at his card, feeling a twinge of discomfort. This constituted his most significant expenditure. During his time in The Hague, he had earned little. However, if the transfer proceeded smoothly, and he were to secure an annual salary of 500,000 euros, this amount would become trivial in comparison. Once he had finished his tasks, he returned to the ward, only to find that the crowd had already dispersed. He approached the doorway of Zhang Lei's hospital room, where he could hear the sounds of weeping and the sighs of Zhang's father, and he gently pushed the door open to enter. This was a 3-person ward, with Zhang Lei occupying the bed closest to the entrance, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the ceiling. His right foot, encased in a cast, lay rigidly upon the bed. His parents were oblivious to him, murmuring something with their heads down. Xiaomi strode directly to Zhang Lei's bedside, playfully delivering a light punch to his chest. Zhang Lei was startled, staring at him with wide eyes. Just as he was about to utter a word, tears cascaded down his cheeks. What on earth? Why are you crying? Are you so overwhelmed to see me? Zhang Lei sobbed softly, his heart heavy with grievance. A grown man crying for what? Who hasn't endured pain? Surely, such a minor injury cannot shatter you. Xiaomi, feeling a mix of frustration and determination, raised his voice slightly. Zhang Lei's parents exchanged confused glances, their expressions filled with inquiry. Chapter 45. A beacon for the lost at last. Zhang Lei could no longer suppress the tumult of emotions within him and shouted at Xiaomi. You speak so freely, yet you do not bear the burden. Even if I recover, I can no longer play football. I am not yet 18, the prime age for a footballer. They unilaterally terminated my contract, throwing me a mere 50,000, and effectively sentenced me to despair. Why is this fair? At one point, I had the chance to stay in The Hague. Had I chosen to remain and not return for this cursed match, would it have mattered? You cannot fathom the plight of the few of us who returned. Not one of us was spared from targeting, and not one was given the opportunity to shine. We simply wished to play football, to join the national team, and to bring hope to our fans. Have we erred? Zhang Lei's fervor intensified, drawing the attention of a nurse. Bed 9, what are you shouting about? This is a hospital. Do not disturb others, she admonished, briefly opening the door before shutting it again and leaving. Zhang Lei's face flushed, his tears and snot mingling together. Meanwhile, his parents embraced, quietly weeping. Xiaomi furrowed his brows, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the revelations, struggling to comprehend what had transpired with these teammates upon their return. Were they not sent for training by the club? How is it that upon their return, they are not only overlooked, but also targeted? An abundance of questions lingers, yet now is hardly the time for queries. With a disdainful expression, one tossed a box of tissues to Zhang Lei, saying, wipe off your filth. Regardless of what the future holds, lying here accomplishes nothing. You have a fracture, not an amputation. The expenses have been settled. Let your uncle and aunt rest well. You cannot burden them with worry. As these words were spoken, receipts were flung directly at Zhang Lei. Silence enveloped the room, an eerie stillness. Zhang Lei and his parents were left in shock, as were the fellow patients and their families in the adjacent beds. The collective thought among the patients and their kin was, what kind of relationship is this? The club has abandoned them, and now a wealthy benefactor has emerged to resolve the issue. They could not help but steal glances at Xiaomi, an apparently ordinary young man who, although strong and handsome, still bore the remnants of youthfulness. They are well aware that the expenses at this establishment are considerable. This morning, they still owed the hospital over 100,000. The payment was made without the family's knowledge. Observing their unremarkable attire, it was evident that their clothing was not from any prestigious brand, totaling perhaps no more than 100 yuan. Xiaomi, indifferent to the gazes of others, turned apologetically towards Zhang Lei's parents. Uncle, Aunt, I sincerely apologize for taking the liberty to cover the expenses. It should suffice for Lei's needs during this period. For his subsequent rehabilitation, I hope to send him to Yanjing, as the doctors have indicated that the facilities there are superior. Zhang Lei's parents were left utterly astonished. As Zhang's father had already recognized this was the young man he had spoken to on the phone, he was the first to regain his composure. Gently patting his wife's back before rising to his feet, he turned to Xiaomi and spoke, "Child, this sum of money is considerable. You two are brothers, and I shall not stand on ceremony. I will write you an IOU right away." With that, he rummaged through his bag for paper and pen to draft the note. However, Xiaomi swiftly moved around to intercept Zhang's father. "Uncle, I came in a rush. Shall we step out for lunch first?" Zhang's father, being a businessman, clearly understood Xiaomi's subtle hint. He nodded slightly, ensuring that Zhang Lei and Zhang's mother were settled before departing with Xiaomi. It was only after Xiaomi left that Zhang Lei seemed to awaken from a dream. He wiped his face with his arm, and a glimmer of light returned to his eyes. He could not comprehend the source of such abundant funds for Xiaomi, yet he understood the essence of gratitude. During their 3 months in The Hague, they cohabited harmoniously, though their bond did not extend to the extent that Xiaomi would concern herself deeply with his personal affairs. He had endured various adversities upon returning to his homeland, but this recent injury, coupled with the feeling of being discarded like refuse, had truly extinguished his hope. Xiaomi emerged as a beacon of light, illuminating his path. At that moment, his mother ceased her tears, after washing her face. She returned to assist Zhang Lei with a towel and inquired, "When did you meet this friend?" Zhang Lei then softly recounted to his mother the life he shared with Xiaomi in The Hague. Xiaomi and Zhang's father were seated in a bun shop, where they ordered 2 baskets of buns and 2 bowls of lamb soup, engaging in conversation as they dined. Through Zhang's father's narration, Xiaomi finally grasped the circumstances surrounding Zhang Lei's return. After their homecoming, Zhang Lei and his companions had joined the National Youth Team.S training squad. Following the training, they aspired to remain in the team, which necessitated both connections and financial resources. However, the expenses for traveling to The Hague were exorbitant, and initially, the club merely promised to facilitate their overseas training. Upon their return, the club bluntly stated that they would have to bear the expenses incurred in The Hague. Otherwise, they would face penalties for breach of contract. A penalty of 5 million is beyond the means of any middle-class individual. Ultimately, Zhang Jia managed to cobble together 500,000 for the overseas training expenses. Zhang Lei's family is engaged in business, and those in commerce seldom possess such substantial liquid assets. With the decline in steel prices, most traders in hardware prefer to stock up when prices are low. The major clients do not pay up front, leaving Zhang Jia with a plethora of IOUs, but lacking cash. They dare not offend their clients and are forced to rob Peter to pay Paul. It is only at the year-end settlement that the family finds themselves in a somewhat more comfortable position. Just as they resolve the expenses for Zhang Lei's overseas training, he sustained an injury. Asking the Zhang family to cover such exorbitant medical costs is utterly implausible. Zhang's father initially believed this to be a work-related injury, expecting the club to take responsibility. However, today a few individuals arrived and abruptly presented a termination contract, completely shirking any responsibility for Zhang Lei's subsequent treatment and the outstanding hospital bills. Essentially, Xiaomi has managed to clarify nearly all the matters, cursing inwardly. If a mere club behaves in such a manner, what can one expect from other institutions? He is grateful that he did not join any clubs or play football domestically. After he savored the final sip of lamb soup, he inquired, "Uncle Zhang, now that you are all here, have the family business arrangements been made?" He requested his aunt to assist for a few days, as the child had been injured, and their presence was essential. "Where are you staying?" "In a small inn near the hospital. It is more convenient to care for Lazy." "Uncle Zhang, do you think this arrangement is acceptable? You mentioned the debt acknowledgement. Let that be forgotten. Once Zhang Lei recovers, he will surely be able to kick a ball again, and he will repay it. You and Auntie can take turns looking after him. After his discharge, we will head directly to Yanjing, where I will help him connect with a rehabilitation center. My home is in Yanjing, and my vacation concludes next month. Lazy can stay with me. It will be more convenient for hospital visits. Xiaomi shared her thoughts with Zhang's father, who was initially reluctant to impose on her. Xiaomi emphasized that playing football was Zhang Lei's sole aspiration, and they should not allow him to lose his dream so prematurely. Eventually, Zhang's father acquiesced, and the two returned to the hospital room with packed food. After Zhang Lei and his mother finished their meal, Xiaomi suggested that Zhang's parents return home to rest while she stayed to accompany Zhang Lei. Zhang's mother hesitated to leave, but Zhang's father urged her away. Xiaomi looked at Zhang Lei and asked, "Are you no longer crying?" "No more tears. Only a coward would cry. I will repay you. Just give me some time." Xiaomi waved her hand dismissively and stated earnestly, "Now, tell me, why did the opponent strike so ruthlessly?" Chapter 46. The story of Lei Zizhang Lei sighed deeply before slowly recounting the events that transpired after their return. Upon returning home with his teammates, they were filled with hope, eager to showcase their talents and join the national team to bring glory to their country. This way, they would validate their years of hard work and inspire the nation. The group joyfully reported back to the club before heading directly to the training camp. Initially, everything seemed well, and they all displayed enthusiasm. During their 3 months in The Hague, they experienced rapid growth. However, their displayed prowess failed to garner the attention of the coaching staff, instead inciting jealousy among the other training players. The disparity in skill was painfully evident, and the returning players from The Hague found the training sessions akin to a one-sided game. The most frustrating part was that what they believed to be the correct approach was perceived by the coach as disobedience, as they disregarded his commands. They gradually found themselves marginalized, and the training team divided into two factions. One faction comprised players returning from The Hague, known as the Hague crew. The other faction consisted of the remaining players, referred to as the local crew. Although there were no overt confrontations, tensions simmered continuously. With just 20 days remaining until the conclusion of the training, the team leader approached them, his words laden with heavy implications. If they wished to remain in the training squad and secure their qualification for the final selection, they must make a financial contribution, which the team leader can facilitate. Should they choose not to contribute, the solution is simple. They may pack their bags and return home. 14 young individuals, brimming with youthful exuberance, find it difficult to endure such circumstances. Their families have already invested substantial sums in overseas training fees for the club, and now, to gain entry into the selection, they are required to pay yet again. They were incensed and abruptly packed their belongings, leaving the training squad in a huff. Initially, they presumed that the club would remain silent if they were not selected. Little did they know that the chain of interests flowed from the top down. Upon returning to the club, they faced punishment and were suspended for a month. This was a significant blow to them. Yet they still naively believed that as long as they remained true to their original aspirations, they could undoubtedly realize their dreams. Everyone was diligently training, striving to carve out a future. The recent FA Cup had ignited a glimmer of hope, providing everyone with an opportunity. The individual responsible for injuring Zhang Lei was, in fact, a member of the local team with whom he had previous conflicts during the training camp. This incident was clearly a premeditated act of revenge, and Zhang Lei had no time to evade. He was caught off guard. What puzzled Zhang Lei even more was the club's attitude. It appeared they were intent on severing his path to continue playing, leaving him with no chance for redemption. Xiaomi began to comprehend that when they were initially sent away, the club had no intention of nurturing them wholeheartedly. It was merely a matter of profit. If they caught the attention of foreign clubs, they could sell the players at a high price. Clearly, the final offer did not satisfy the club, so they devised a clever ruse to send them to the training camp. This group of Na'vi young men was thrilled at the prospect of serving the nation, unaware that what truly mattered was not their talent, but the potential benefits they could bring. By cutting off the financial lifeline for the club, it was evident that they would not be valued upon their return. They have inadvertently offended many individuals, thereby becoming the targeted subjects of disdain. Zhang Lei's injury, whether by chance or design, has provided the club with a compelling justification. Xiaomi gently patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder, advising him to focus on his recovery, stating that he would reach out to a rehabilitation hospital for him the following day. As for the others, since you have been in frequent contact, do keep them informed. Matters concerning the future can be addressed once you have fully healed. Throughout that night, the two brothers engaged in extensive conversation, with Xiaomi refraining from disclosing any details about his transfer during the summer window. He sought to lend a hand to his comrades. Yet he was acutely aware that his own footing was precarious. His actions would not serve to assist, but rather to harm, taking one step at a time. This was the essence of Zhang Lei, while he presumed others might contemplate further. The following day, after breakfast, Xiaomi departed from the hospital and returned to Yanjing. Upon his return, his first course of action was to visit the third hospital of Medical University, where he sought counsel. Unacquainted with the harsh realities of society, Xiaomi's perspective remained rather naive. To obtain a consultation, he needed to register, but with no patients present, he received only a few cursory remarks from the staff. After enduring over an hour in line, he left in resignation within 2 minutes. With no alternatives, he found himself compelled to seek assistance. He visited Team Leader Li's base to seek his counsel. Upon seeing him, Team Leader Li was filled with joy and invited him out for a meal. Without hesitation, he accompanied Li to a nearby restaurant renowned for its spicy tripe. Spicy tripe is a local halal delicacy, featuring both beef and lamb options, with the former being the more popular choice. A bite of the tripe dipped in sesame sauce is simply divine. Xiaomi briefly recounted the situation to Team Leader Li, who, incensed, slammed his hand on the table. If this continues, the Daxiao football team will never have a chance to advance. The sudden outburst startled the surrounding diners, prompting them to quietly resume their meals and leave as soon as possible. Team Leader Li, do you have acquaintances at the hospital? You need not worry about this matter. I will take care of it. When will he be discharged? In a little over 10 days. There should be ample time. All right, leave it to me. You are quite the loyal friend to take such significant action. Team Leader Li, you know I have few friends, and even fewer with whom I share common ideals. During my time in The Hague, Lazy took great care of me. With Team Leader Li's support, Xiaomi felt a sense of assurance. In the afternoon, he procured the necessary ingredients and informed the 2 young ladies to return home for dinner before diving into the kitchen. With guests expected, he needed to ensure a proper introduction. The house belonged to him without question, yet during his absence, it was Xiao Yu and Yao Yao who looked after it. After dinner, he recounted the situation once more, feeling utterly drained. It seemed he had transformed into a mere echo, repeating the same tale twice. The 2 had no objections, but Yao Yao unexpectedly posed a question that left him momentarily speechless. Xiaomi, do you think you might encounter such situations abroad as well? Yao Yao, typically not one for seriousness, not only caught him off guard, but also elicited a look of concern from Xiao Yu. I have a formal contract, and in professional leagues abroad, player health is taken very seriously, so there is no need for concern. To reassure them, Xiaomi produced his contract with The Hague and the agreement with his agency. Only then did the 2 ladies return to their scholarly pursuits. Xiaomi, having not rested well the previous night, retired early to bed. He unexpectedly found himself afflicted by insomnia, becoming acutely aware of his own insignificance. While the situation remains perplexing domestically, it is even more incomprehensible abroad. It was the first time he realized the necessity of establishing his own entourage, of cultivating his own influence. Although he was not yet capable of achieving this, it was not too late. He still had time. Now, he had already secured a starting point that surpassed that of many others, with a professional management agency and recruitment from a Bundesliga team. He intends to make good use of these, first ensuring a firm footing. He was acutely aware that as long as he delivered results, more individuals would extend their olive branches to him. In the ensuing days, his life returned to its rightful course. On this particular day, while he was engaged in his workout, his phone incessantly rang. He quickly halted the treadmill and picked up the phone. Upon seeing it was a video call from Karami, Xiaomi smiled and answered, "Hello there, little Karami. Xiaomi, it's a pleasure to see you. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." "Not at all, I'm just working out." As she spoke, she turned the camera to show Karami her surroundings. Chapter 47. The conditions of transfer. Karami, along with Struss and Sven, glanced around, their faces lighting up with smiles. They had anticipated that upon returning to the country, Xiaomi would become lax in her training and would require significant time to readjust before rejoining the team. To their pleasant surprise, she exhibited remarkable self-discipline, diligently maintaining her training regimen, a quality they all greatly admired in such a young athlete. "All right, Xiaomi. The reason for my call is that I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Xiaomi immediately understood. He found a quiet spot, aimed the camera at himself, and spoke. "What is the matter? Mr. Struss is here. He will speak with you personally." The camera shifted to Struss, who greeted him with a smile before directly stating, "Regarding your summer transfer, I have received several offers from clubs. Ultimately, I have narrowed it down to 3, Wolfsburg, Dortmund, and Bremen. I have provided you with the details of these 3 clubs. Today, I will primarily discuss the conditions they have proposed. Xiaomi listened intently, already aware of his preferred destination, Dortmund. Struss, being an experienced businessman, began by outlining the terms from Bremen and Wolfsburg. Bremen offered an annual salary of 350,000, a 5-year contract, with a minimum of 15 appearances. Wolfsburg proposed an annual salary of 380,000, also for 5 years, with no fewer than 18 appearances. As for Dortmund, they offered an annual salary of 400,000, a 5-year contract, and 18 appearances as well. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi squinted, recognizing that it was time to articulate his demands. He then displayed a troubled expression and, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, "Mr. Struss, a 5-year contract is not advantageous for either of us. I believe 3 years would be more appropriate. Moreover, while the salary seems substantial," Xiaomi candidly expressed his dissatisfaction, leaving the remainder of the discussion to Struss. With ample time at his disposal, Xiaomi was determined to assert his interests, which was hardly unreasonable, considering it was Struss who approached him, rather than the other way around. He is not one of those Easterners accustomed to servility, who would joyfully rush to Europe for a mere 300,000. He is now intent on earning money, substantial amounts of it. In the past, he remained indifferent to such matters, content with what resided in his account. However, after experiencing the situation with Zhang Lei, he comprehended the necessity of retaining certain elements firmly within his grasp, particularly when others seek his assistance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the call concluded. Xiaomi reflected, ensuring nothing was overlooked, and resumed his fitness regimen. Struss opened the cigar box on the coffee table, offering one to Yuan before picking up the cigar cutter and remarking as he snipped away, "Old friend, you heard that, right? You need to demonstrate your sincerity. The summer transfer window is approaching, and if I weren't holding back, I believe many clubs would eagerly sign." Xiaomi Siwen was acutely aware of his implications, as he was operating under Zorc's authorization. Yet, adhering to the principle of saving money for the club, he still wished to probe further. This time, the situation had taken a turn for the worse, and he knew he had to speak candidly. After lighting his cigar and taking a deep draw, he spoke. "Old friend, you are aware of the circumstances surrounding our club. Jay Regin's resignation came as quite a surprise to me. I was in the process of selecting a suitable striker for him, and his departure has left me both saddened and astonished. Our performance this season has been far from satisfactory, and I am in dire need of Mi's inclusion." Struess flicked the ash from his cigar, contemplating before inquiring, "Have you finalized the appointment of your new head coach?" Sven shook his head, "Not yet confirmed, but it is highly likely to be Tuchel." "Tuchel, the one from Mainz?" "Indeed." Struess took another puff from his cigar, remaining silent as he pondered. He was certainly aware of Tuchel and had followed his career. Thomas Tuchel is part of a younger generation of coaches, known for his philosophy of a holistic approach to management. His integrity differs from Klopp's fluidity in movement. His can create a cohesive whole that rotates within its formation. He is an adherent of the philosophies of Gross and Rangnick, and he takes great pleasure in crafting intricate problems for his players to solve. He harbors a profound disdain for players who lack the ability to think independently, or, more aptly, to command the ball. This individual's ambition is exceedingly vast, and his perfectionist nature cannot align with the aspirations of the club. Should Xiaomi receive his attention within his team, promising development would likely ensue. This represents a significant opportunity for Xiaomi. However, encountering a rigid coach could hinder his future growth. Borussia Dortmund, often likened to a commercial entity, sells a star player each year to secure profit and serves as a commendable stepping stone. Nonetheless, the terms must be revised to prevent them from gaining undue advantage. With these thoughts in mind, Struss finally spoke up. "What are Zorc's conditions?" Sven had not anticipated Klopp's departure. Everything had transcended his control. He felt a twinge of regret for having entrusted Struss with the task of approaching Xiaomi instead of undertaking it himself. Now, the difficulty of signing Xiaomi had escalated, leaving him to candidly admit his predicament and find himself in a passive position. 600,000, with only 18 appearances. Struss furrowed his brow, clearly discontented. Camilla, witnessing the two titans engaged in a battle of wits, chose to remain silent. He quietly sipped his red wine from the sidelines, undoubtedly wishing for Xiaomi to receive a more favorable treatment and promising development, rather than merely serving as a tool for the magnates to extract wealth. After a considerable time, Struess spoke in a subdued tone. "Old friend, it is not my intention to inflate my demands. You must understand that I could facilitate Xiaomi's transfer to numerous clubs. If he were to join the Premier League, his remuneration would far surpass what he receives in the Bundesliga. You ought to recognize the latent benefits that Xiaomi possesses. Your conditions are exceedingly inadequate, especially with the grave issues arising internally. Sven sighed. Please articulate your demands, and I shall confer with Zorc upon my return. Struis was pleased to hear this and unabashedly stated, an annual salary of 1.5 million, with a contract lasting 1 years. I have no objections regarding the number of appearances. Sven was taken aback by such lofty terms, but refrained from disputing them. He nodded, very well. I shall discuss this with Zorc and provide you with a prompt response. You have merely 3 days, Struis specified without hesitation. After 3 days, all elite clubs will receive a dossier on Xiaomi. He possesses an acute understanding of the efficiency with which Europeans operate. There are no strict deadlines, allowing the other party to procrastinate until the summer transfer window concludes. By that time, any actions he wishes to undertake would be too late. He will not afford them such an opportunity. He must strive to secure the utmost benefit for Xiaomi. Since Xiaomi has placed their trust in him, it is his duty to assist them, ensuring each step is taken with precision. Sven nodded, fully aware of the advantages that signing with Xiaomi could yield. This season, Dortmund's performance has been dismal, finishing 7th in the league, which has left the management exceedingly dissatisfied. Aubameyang's form is erratic, and the other forwards lack impressive capabilities. The addition of Xiaomi could certainly instigate significant changes. He deserves a thorough discussion with Zorc. However, Strutz's demands are excessively high, and he can easily anticipate Zorc's reaction. This year, all of Dortmund's capable players have been sold, and Klopp's departure is understandable. After a brief exchange, Sven exited Strutz's office. Chapter 48. Onward to the next destination. After seeing Sven off, Karami returned, hesitant to voice his lingering doubts, and began tidying up. Strutz, savoring his cigar, suddenly spoke. Karami, convey to Xiaomi that he should exercise patience for a few days. Certainly, I will message him right away. Karami promptly took out his phone and sent a message to Xiaomi. Xiaomi did not respond immediately, as he had already retired for the evening. Upon rising the next day and seeing the message, he replied with an okay gesture, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Is it a game between the fisherman and the serpent? As long as it serves my interests, it is merely a matter of waiting for news. He possessed ample patience, firmly believing that Struss would not tarnish his reputation. To his surprise, within a mere 3 days, he received a video from Kalami. This time, upon greeting him, the camera shifted to Struss and Sven. Xiaomi exchanged pleasantries with the duo, and Struss promptly addressed the matter at hand. Xiaomi, Sven has demonstrated considerable sincerity. So allow me to outline the current situation. Xiaomi listened attentively as he detailed the offer, an annual salary of 1.2 million, over a 3-year contract, with a minimum of 18 appearances each season. Bonuses included 500 euros for each goal, 300 euros for each assist, and various accolades such as best player and top scorer, each accompanied by corresponding rewards. Additionally, 20 of jersey sales profits would be allocated to Dortmund, and should they wish to utilize his image rights, a commensurate fee would be required. Though Xiaomi maintained a stoic expression, internally, he was elated. Struss further clarified that, as his image rights were entirely personal, the salary of 1.2 million was the final outcome of negotiations. After Struss concluded, he inquired, so what do you think? Coughing discreetly to alleviate his emotions. Xiaomi hesitated before asking, does the team provide accommodations? Having savored the comforts of a villa in The Hague, he was certainly mindful of the lodging arrangements in Dortmund. He was acutely aware that if he agreed too swiftly at this moment, he would forfeit the opportunity to stipulate his own conditions. One spoke, informing him that his accommodation had already been selected, and they would proceed to confirm it upon his arrival. Xiaomi nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude to Mr. Meilenstadt. May I inquire about the penalty for breach of contract? She asked, fully cognizant that unscrupulous establishments profited by enforcing such penalties. They have invested so much that the penalty for breach of contract will undoubtedly be substantial. Struis deliberately refrained from mentioning this point, as the stipulated penalty for breach is exceedingly high. He lacked confidence that Xiaomi would acquiesce. One also understood why Struss had remained silent. He cast a glance at the latter, revealing no concealment. It was rather substantial, 15 million, and it would be adjusted in accordance with the subsequent increase in your remuneration. Upon hearing this figure, Xiaomi was taken aback. That amounted to over 100 million, far exceeding his entire fortune. He took a deep breath. realizing that he would not actively invoke the contract. Regardless of the height of the offer or whether other clubs would accept it, it was of no concern to him. Coming to this understanding, he forced a rather unsightly smile and glanced at Struss. Struss nodded slightly, indicating that this was the final offer. It was then that Xiaomi spoke. "Mr. Struss, I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. I have great trust in you." His words were quite evident. How could the old fox, Struss, possibly fail to comprehend? He smiled and said, "All right, I will take care of it. When do you plan to return? I can arrange the tickets for you. It should be a bit earlier. I have some matters to attend to, and I will inform Karami as soon as I have everything sorted out." Great. With little further ado, he waved goodbye to Struthers and Sven before ending the video call. Overcome with excitement, he jumped onto his bed, filled with joy. His initial expectation was merely 500,000, yet it had unexpectedly doubled. Converted into Xia currency, that amounted to over 10 million in annual salary. This figure only accounted for his base salary, excluding additional bonuses. His lively leaps and bounds immediately attracted the attention of two of his roommates. He was utterly oblivious to the door being pushed open until he heard a soft voice, causing him to tumble onto the bed. "Landlord, did you step on the electric switch? What brings you here? It's truly perilous for boys to leave the door unlocked." He clasped his hands protectively over his chest, his expression resembling that of a startled quail. "What madness possesses you at this hour?" I inquired. Yao Yao, in a fit of determination, made to leap onto the bed to confront him, prompting him to hastily raise his hands and surrender, ready to confess. After Xiaomi finished speaking, both Yao Yao and Xiaoyu leapt up in excitement. Although they lacked knowledge of the sport, they certainly understood the significance of a salary exceeding 10 million. For two medical students still in their formative years, such a sum was astronomical. What began as one person's frenzy soon escalated into a collective exuberance, and they promptly resolved to venture out for a celebration. Sleep was no longer on their agenda. They headed straight for a barbecue stall. Xiaomi endured a hefty feast, and only after satisfying their appetites did the two girls return to their room to rest. The annual college entrance examination had finally concluded, and as soon as he finished, Longqi eagerly arranged to meet Xiaomi. The two brothers convened at an internet CAF, indulging in an exhilarating session of League of Legends for a good part of the day before seeking a place to dine. "I might be heading to the beautiful country for my studies. Who knows when we might meet again?" Longqi's decision to study abroad came as no surprise to him. "That's splendid. Be cautious over there. I've heard it's quite tumultuous." "Not a major concern. What about you, Xiachuan? Where are you headed?" "Dortmund." "Really? That's fantastic. I can watch you play. Why don't you just come study in Europe? It would bring you closer, and we could see each other more often." Xiaomi spoke casually, unaware that Longqi would immediately dial a number on his phone. "Old man, I'm not going to the beautiful country. I'm going to Germany." Xiaomi was taken aback, staring intently as Longqi finished the call before asking, "Wait, I was just joking. Why did you actually call your dad?" "What a silly question. Isn't it all about obtaining a degree? Going to Germany means I can have fun with you while getting a diploma, rather than just returning as a puppet. I might as well be your fan and become your first admirer." Xiaomi was utterly speechless. Good grief. Are you older than me? The two brothers bickered playfully, yet Xiaomi felt a profound sense of joy within. With his brother by his side, he knew his future would not be devoid of excitement. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. These privileged second-generation individuals truly acted as they pleased, their financial prowess seemingly unmatched. When they parted ways, Longqi handed him a small notebook. It was a diminutive, maroon plastic-bound booklet, the high school diploma of Xiaomi. As he gazed at the notebook in his hands, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. 12 years of academic pursuit had culminated in this moment. A few days later, he went to Jinggang to pick up Zhang Lei upon his discharge from the hospital. Such an injury necessitated rehabilitation training commencing just a week post-surgery, aimed at promoting blood circulation and laying the groundwork for future functional exercises. Zhang Lei's mother stayed behind to care for him, and after 2 days of ensuring Zhang Lei was settled, Xiaomi departed from Yanjing. Upon his return, he found himself with 2 suitcases, yet he had left with only one. He could no longer remain at home. Despite still being in training, the rigors of dietary control had become exceedingly challenging. Even though cheat meals were permissible, the temptation of the street was perilously overwhelming. The enticing aromas of barbecued delights, spicy snacks, and hot pot were simply irresistible. Only abroad could he effectively maintain his discipline, untouched by any allure. As he boarded the flight to Berlin, Xiaomi's true professional journey commenced. Chapter 49. The arrival of the Bumblebee's number 9 jersey. Upon arriving at Berlin-Brandenburg Airport in the early morning, Xiaomi emerged from the terminal, dragging his suitcase, and was greeted by Karami, who had come to pick him up. After a long separation, Karami approached and embraced Xiaomi warmly, offering a kiss on the cheek. Xiaomi felt somewhat taken aback, bewildered by Karami's effusive enthusiasm. "Me, what's the matter?" "Nothing, just a bit tired. You need to adjust to the time difference. I'll take you to the hotel. After breakfast, you should rest a bit, and in the afternoon, I'll take you to the office." "All right. By the way, do we still need to return to The Hague?" "No, I've already packed the luggage from there. It can be shipped at any time." As they conversed, they made their way to the parking lot, where Karami's familiar van awaited. After breakfast at the hotel, Karami escorted Xiaomi back to his room for some much-needed rest. Although Xiaomi was not particularly fatigued, he took the opportunity to relax throughout the journey. He resided in a hotel near the Berlin Wall Park. Gazing out at the scenery beyond his window, he observed the graffiti adorning the low wall and the lush green lawn, unable to fathom that over 2 decades ago, a wall once stood here. This barrier, stretching 155 kilometers, not only isolated the citizens of a city, but also divided a nation. Over the course of more than 20 years, the fate of the city diverged dramatically on either side of the wall. Its collapse paved the way for the flourishing development of the nation we witness today. After a quick shower, he descended to explore the vicinity. Unlike before, his focus was no longer solely on training. He was eager to wander about, immersing himself in the local culture and its distinctive features. After more than 2 hours of exploration, he returned to the hotel and settled in the CAF downstairs, sipping coffee while perusing a sports magazine. Before long, he spotted Karami parking his car and approaching the hotel. "Karami," Xiaomi called out, momentarily taken aback to see him enjoying a cup of coffee. "Have you recovered so soon?" "Yes, I came down to sample the coffee here. Our coffee is quite exceptional." "Have you finished?" "Mr. Struss is awaiting you for lunch." "I am ready. Let us depart." The two exited the hotel, and within 10 minutes, they arrived at the dining venue. Upon arrival, Xiaomi couldn't help but internally critique the situation, merely a lunch. Yet it was held in such a lavish hotel. Truly, the insidious power of wealth. Thankfully, the bill wouldn't fall to him. Karami guided him into a private room, where, upon entering, he found not only Struss but also Meilenstadt. Xiaomi immediately understood they were there to sign the contract first. He greeted the two with a smile and quietly took a seat opposite them. "Xiaomi, what would you like to eat? You can order for yourself," Struss said as he slid the menu across the table. Xiaomi hesitated, replying, "I truly do not know what to choose, especially since I am not yet familiar with this place." After speaking, he glanced towards Karami, his personal assistant, as if seeking assistance. Struss nodded towards Karami, who then left the room to make arrangements. "We have time. Let us first review your intention contract. If there are no issues, we can proceed to sign it," Struss suggested, gesturing for Meilenstadt to present the contract to Xiaomi. Meilenstadt had eagerly awaited this moment, and upon seeing Xiaomi nod, he retrieved the document from his briefcase. Xiaomi received the contract and began to examine it thoroughly. The two executives remained silent, both feeling a sense of tension. Although Xiaomi had verbally agreed during their earlier call, nothing was certain until it was on paper. After confirming all the key points and ensuring there were no discrepancies, he picked up the pen that Struss had placed aside and confidently signed his name. The two executives finally exhaled in relief. Struss, visibly pleased, stood up and extended his hand. "Welcome to Dortmund. You are now part of our team." Xiaomi grasped his hand, feeling the strength in his grip, clearly reflecting his excitement. "Thank you for your recognition. Without you and Mr. Struss, none of this would have gone so smoothly." Once seated again, Struss organized the documents and cheerfully inquired me, "What number do you prefer?" Xiaomi paused, realizing he had not considered this aspect. However, in his mind, the numbers he favored were certainly 7, 9, 10, and 11. Prior to coming, he had done his research. Currently, number 7 belonged to Hoffman, and only number 9 appeared to be unclaimed. Numbers 10 and 11 were worn by Mkhitaryan and Reyes, respectively, and he could not usurp their numbers. He cautiously inquired, "Is number 9 available?" One was taken aback, not anticipating his immediate request for the number 9. Although this number was currently unassigned, he quickly realized that players in the Great Xia often favored numbers such as 7, 9, and 10. He nodded, indicating that the number 9 should not pose any issues, as it was currently unclaimed. "I will first call Zorc to confirm." "All right." Xiaomi understood that Millenstadt did not possess the authority to assign numbers. Even if number 9 were unavailable, it mattered little, given that he was still new to the team. However, unexpectedly, Struss, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up. Number 9 is indeed a commendable choice. Xiaomi is worthy of this number. Xiaomi glanced up at Struss, who slightly nodded in reassurance, signaling him not to worry. With Struss's support, Sven certainly understood the implications. He took the phone and exited the room to communicate. Shortly thereafter, Sven returned with a beaming smile and informed Xiaomi, "Me, you will be the number 9 player for Dortmund from now on. I eagerly anticipate your future performances. Thank you. I will certainly strive to excel on the pitch." With the formalities settled, Kalami began to arrange for a meal. During the dining experience, they finalized the departure time for the next day's journey to Westphalen. Xiaomi wished to familiarize himself with the surroundings there and learned that the head coach would be replaced by Tuchel. This was of little consequence to him. He simply desired to play well, as the identity of the head coach held no significant influence over his ambitions. Beginning in July, Dortmund would engage in 6 friendly matches. However, he needed to register before he could represent the team. Although this was somewhat disappointing, it did not hinder his participation in team training. The team would conclude its holiday at the end of the month, allowing Xiaomi to acclimate to Westphalen before officially joining. Kalami would remain by his side as his assistant, a fact that provided Xiaomi with considerable reassurance. He was indeed somewhat apprehensive that they might send someone over again. He has grown accustomed to the dynamic he shares with Karami. Should someone new be assigned, he would indeed find it somewhat disconcerting. Eventually, Xiaomi tentatively inquired, "May I apply to the local universities?" The two distinguished figures exchanged glances, as it is quite rare for a player who has signed a contract to contemplate furthering their education. Sven cautiously probed, "What field of study are you interested in? Something related to sports? I am inclined towards business management or law. I am not considering sports-related studies for the time being." Struess was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he addressed Sven. "Sven, you should have acquaintances at Münster University, correct?" "Yes, I can inquire on Xiaomi's behalf, primarily regarding the timing. I assure you, my training and matches will not be hindered. I can allocate my time judiciously." Xiaomi had long contemplated this decision, as his income increased. He recognized the necessity of mastering financial management. Football is but a fleeting pursuit of youth, and he must attain a higher degree to secure his future. "Very well. I will keep you updated with any information," Struess responded. "Additionally, I need to acquire a new SIM card, as I am still using my number from The Hague." The trio continued their conversation for a while, after which Karami escorted Xiaomi back to his hotel. Xiaomi politely declined the offer to join him for dinner, citing that he had indulged a bit too much at lunch. The grilled sausages and roasted pork knuckles were delightful, yet excessively greasy. Upon returning to his room, Xiaomi felt a surge of exhilaration. He had effortlessly obtained the coveted number 9 jersey of Borussia Dortmund. The number 9 is emblematic of a striker, the focal point of a team's offensive strategy. Throughout history, many illustrious players have donned the number 9 jersey, including the extraterrestrial Ronaldo, the King Pele, and the legendary Inzaghi. Now, he too could wear the number 9. Alongside boundless joy, he also sensed the weight of responsibility resting upon his shoulders. He eagerly anticipates meeting his future teammates, yet he cannot shake a sense of apprehension. Captain Lee has shared numerous tales from the locker room, but he remains uncertain about the unique culture that pervades the Dortmund locker room. He proudly donned the number 9 jersey. Yet whether he would earn the approval of his new teammates was a matter that required his careful contemplation. After the initial surge of excitement, he opened his computer and began to scour the news, eager to familiarize himself with his future teammates and head coach. Chapter 50. Arrival in Dortmund. Thomas Tuchel, the head coach of Mainz, captivated him with his distinctive training methods, which combined a diamond-shaped field with a circular one. Tuchel's emphasis on short passing and confined spaces stood in stark contrast to Guardiola's possession-based style. He pays particular attention to movement, orchestrating intricate plays through the continuous repositioning of players to create confined spaces. Tuchel is notably one of the younger coaches at merely 42 years of age, and he possesses a distinctive vision during matches. However, it seems that he struggles with emotional intelligence and has an excessive pursuit of perfection. Currently, the captain of Borussia Dortmund is Hummels, who serves as the backbone and core of the defense. A prominent figure on the team is the forward Aubameyang, who is the main striker for Dortmund. Aubameyang is exceptionally swift, exhibiting remarkable proficiency in shooting, ball control, key passes, and concluding matches. Nevertheless, he is somewhat lacking in aerial duels, and his form has been rather inconsistent. Although he has taken on the pivotal role of central striker in place of Lewandowski, his performance this season has been rather mediocre. Marco Reus, the German Footballer of the Year, is also an exceptionally talented midfielder for Dortmund. He possesses strikingly handsome features and exhibits remarkable aggression on the offensive line. In 2014, Borussia Dortmund appointed him as the vice-captain, highlighting his significance as a pivotal midfielder within the team. Notably, he is a homegrown talent, having cherished Borussia Dortmund since childhood, considering it his true home. Marco Reus holds a revered status among the fans. Despite battling injuries last season and having limited appearances, the club extended his contract until 2019. Ilkay Gündoğan is also an immensely vital midfielder within the squad. His interception skills are remarkably sharp, and he adeptly utilizes his physique. Though his demeanor lacks the vivacity of Reus, Kagawa returned to Dortmund from Manchester United last summer and has become the linchpin of the midfield. Despite sharing an Eastern heritage, Xiaomi harbors no particular fondness for these Oriental players. Kagawa enjoys dribbling past opponents and is fond of long passes and long-range shots. His vision and positioning are commendable, yet his defensive capabilities are rather lacking, not to mention his struggles in aerial duels. Upon observing his height, Xiaomi instantly comprehended that he would indeed find it challenging to leap on the European stage. Nevertheless, the opportunity to play in Europe inspires Xiaomi to learn humbly. As long as he is not provoked, he will not be overly confrontational. The first-choice goalkeeper, Weidenfeller, is not only the oldest player on the team, but also serves as the second captain. His greatest expertise lies in saving penalty kicks. He joined Borussia Dortmund in 2002 and has served the club ever since. As Xiaomi browses through, it becomes evident why Dortmund holds him in such high regard. The midfield is sufficiently stocked, and the defense is adequately staffed. However, the forward line, including him, comprises only 4 players. Colombia's Ramos is also a veteran approaching 30. His leaping ability is commendable, and he possesses remarkable prowess in aerial duels and headers, favoring a swift, single-touch pass. However, his ball protection and ability to evade offside traps are notably deficient. In the previous season, he participated in merely 18 matches, starting 6 times and contributing a mere 2 goals and 2 assists. Such statistics fall woefully short of the standard expected of a forward. Another notable player is number 7, Hoffmann, who serves as the primary set-piece taker for the team, second only to Royce. His concentration, passing, set-piece execution, ball control, and through-ball abilities are all remarkably strong. With less than a month until he turns 23, he is at the pinnacle of a player's career. However, he has just returned from a loan at Mainz, and it remains uncertain how he will perform upon his return. Xiaomi spent over 2 hours familiarizing himself with all the players. Truly, the youthful Sturm Yuan Drang of the Yellow Submarine is undeniable, even though their performance this season has not been commendable. Nevertheless, the foundation is solid, and he finds himself looking forward to the next 3 years of his life with Dortmund. Currently, the official website has not disclosed any information regarding players joining during the summer transfer window, leaving him unaware if any new forwards will be joining the squad. After tidying up, he took a rest. Perhaps due to the time zone difference, he lacked the appetite for dinner and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. This sleep lasted until 7 the following morning. Once he had organized his belongings, he made his way downstairs for breakfast. At exactly 8 o'clock, Karami knocked on his door. "Have you eaten?" Karami's first words nearly made Xiaomi burst into laughter. "How did you come to learn the greetings from my hometown?" "Is this a greeting from your hometown?" "Mr. Yuan was having breakfast in the dining area downstairs, and he asked me to inquire about you. It seems I misunderstood." "I have already eaten. Shall we set off?" Karami assisted him with his luggage as they descended the stairs together. This time, Sven would accompany them back to Dortmund, with Karami naturally taking the wheel. The journey was not short, requiring them to travel over 400 kilometers. Germany's highway network is exceptionally developed, boasting no speed limits and no tolls, making it a paradise for driving enthusiasts. After breakfast, Sven and Karami packed 3 cups of coffee and 3 sandwiches before embarking on their journey. Xiaomi spoke little, instead immersing himself in the scenic views along the route. Gradually, he felt his eyelids grow heavy, and he succumbed to sleep once more, indifferent to the conversation unfolding between Karami and Sven in the front seat. He indeed possesses this peculiar habit. Every time he boards a vehicle, he feels an overwhelming urge to succumb to slumber. Upon awakening, the scenery before him had transformed. They had exited the highway and entered the city of Dortmund in North Rhine-Westphalia. Dortmund is renowned as a green city, sprawling over an expanse of more than 200 square kilometers, yet home to merely around 600,000 inhabitants. Half of the city is adorned with waterways, woodlands, arable land, and verdant spaces complemented by spacious parks. It boasts the largest canal port, providing direct access to the North Sea. Upon entering the city, the ubiquitous sight of quaint red-roofed houses imbued Xiaomi with the sensation of stepping into a European fairy tale. Xiaomi, let us first head to the hotel in Dortmund. After lunch, we shall go to view the houses, Sven remarked. Upon noticing that Sven had awakened, he engaged him in conversation while driving. However, Xiaomi, having transformed into somewhat of a lost soul in this unfamiliar city, was not well acquainted with its layout. Glancing at the time, Xiaomi realized it was still before noon, surprised at how swiftly they had journeyed from Berlin to Dortmund. Sven, while driving, provided commentary on the surroundings. Though Xiaomi's interest waned, he yearned to settle in quickly. Having gone 2 days without any exercise, which stirred a sense of unease within him. After lunch, Sven escorted them to a residential area filled with villas, all adorned in white and neatly arranged in rows. This neighborhood is home to several players from Dortmund, featuring both terraced and detached villas for them to explore. Once they entered the community, Sven assumed the role of a tour guide, informing Xiaomi about the vicinity. It was approximately a 20-minute drive to the training ground, with only a few villas equipped with small practice fields. The neighborhood was tranquil and secure, ensuring that no fervent fans would disrupt their rest. The nearest supermarket was about a 15-minute drive away, though public transportation options were scarce. Before long, they arrived at a villa, and after Sven parked the car, he led Xiaomi and the others inside for a tour. Chapter 51. Preparations before joining the team. Xiaomi harbored no lofty expectations regarding accommodation, as long as it did not interfere with his training or rest. The villa featured a tall, automated gate, leading into a modest practice field. The house was a split-level 3-story structure, slightly larger than his residence in The Hague. The interiors were adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, predominantly in white tones, and the flooring was of natural wood, creating a bright and spacious ambience. The first floor comprised the living room, kitchen, and a small entertainment room, which opened onto a rear garden with a petite swimming pool. The second floor housed 3 rooms, a study, 1 large bedroom, and a smaller one. The third floor was dedicated to a grand suite, with a leisure terrace on the opposite side. This house lacked a basement, and consequently, an independent fitness space, which was the only aspect that displeased Xiaomi. Nonetheless, it was not a significant issue. He could easily convert the entertainment room into a gym. After Sven observed his tour, he inquired, "There is another villa, slightly larger than this one. Shall we go and take a look?" Upon hearing this, Xiaomi inquired, "Is it larger than this place?" "No. However, the swimming pool is an indoor heated one." Xiaomi pondered for a moment and decided, "No need to look further. This is quite satisfactory. As I have a preference for the terrace upstairs, you might still want to take a look. It is approximately 100 square meters larger than here," Sven gently suggested, hoping that Xiaomi would find ample rest to perform better on the court. "Really, this is perfectly fine," Xiaomi insisted. Observing her determination, Sven refrained from further discussion and handed them the keys, with the access code inscribed on the tag. The 3 departed the house and proceeded to the hotel. "Xiaomi, I will be waiting for you at the club the day after tomorrow. You need a medical examination, after which you will sign the official contract and have your player photo taken." "All right, what time?" "At 10 in the morning. The examination will take approximately 3 hours." "No problem. I shall arrive punctually. Do not worry about school matters. I have already made inquiries on your behalf." "Thank you, Mr. Millenstadt. You may simply call me Sven, like everyone else." "All right, Uncle Sven. Haha, I quite like that title." During their conversation, the vehicle arrived at the hotel. Xiaomi retreated to her room to rest while Kalami escorted Sven. Once back in her room, Xiaomi took out paper and pen to compile a list of items she needed to purchase. Soon, Kalami returned, visibly fatigued. "You should take a break. After dinner, we will go to get a SIM card." "Very well. I will return to my room and have my luggage sent over." After bidding farewell to Kalami, Xiaomi completed her shopping list and began to browse the hotel guide. He noticed a fitness center nearby and promptly changed into his workout attire to exercise. After 2 hours of invigorating activity, he returned to his room, feeling refreshed. That evening, Kalami took him to acquire a SIM card, leading them straight to the shopping mall. "You only have sports and leisure wear, without a formal shirt. It's essential to dress appropriately during the signing. This is basic etiquette. We not only need to purchase daily necessities, but also formal attire for you. Formal attire? I've never actually worn it. It feels rather antiquated. The mere thought of such staid clothing made Xiaomi somewhat uneasy. Kalami chuckled at his remark and unceremoniously pulled him into a men's clothing store. After an exhaustive round of shopping, Xiaomi felt more fatigued than after his workout and had little desire to continue. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Once we finish shopping, we can eat. Why do you enjoy shopping so much? My legs are aching. It's not that I relish shopping. It's your extensive list that's the problem. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi immediately regretted his previous words. If we can't find everything, it's all right. We have the essentials. We can purchase the rest later. That won't do. Today's tasks must be completed today, no procrastination. Xiaomi understood that resisting was futile. Kalami was quite meticulous and serious in his approach, embodying a typical German style. An hour later, the two finally settled in a restaurant. The next morning, they awoke and promptly began to arrange their new home. Since Xiaomi would be living here for an extended period, it was only fitting to meticulously organize the space to cultivate a sense of home. Amidst their busyness, time flew by, and before they knew it, their second day in Dortmund had come to an end. Xiaomi's jet lag had finally normalized. However, the following morning, Kalami swiftly curtailed his desire to train. You have a medical checkup today. It's not suitable for training. After breakfast, we shall head out to tour the club. All right. I can train when we return in the evening. Of course, I will accompany you. After breakfast, the two set off for Dortmund's training facility. They arrived before 9 o'clock, and after Karami completed the registration, the two were able to smoothly enter the training facility. Xiaomi was immediately captivated by the training grounds, which were adjacent to those of the first team and youth academy. The facility boasted 5 natural grass pitches and 2 artificial ones, serving not only as training grounds for various teams, but also as venues for youth academy matches. The fields were undergoing irrigation maintenance, and the two began to explore the surroundings. They discovered a gym, automatic ball feeders, and an array of high-tech training equipment that Xiaomi had never encountered before in The Hague. After a thorough tour, it was nearly time to meet Sven. The Borussia Dortmund office building was a striking structure predominantly in black, where most of the club's staff were based. They passed through security and made their way directly to Sven's office. Sven's office was spacious yet simply adorned. Upon their arrival, Sven was engaged in a phone conversation, while a video of the match played on the projector. Once he ended the call and noticed the two at the door, he promptly rose to greet them. I apologize, but I have matters to attend to right upon my return. It's quite all right. We arrived early, they replied. Here is your medical examination report. You should proceed to the health check first, and then head to the logistics department to collect your uniforms. Sven meticulously explained each step to Karami, while Xiaomi listened, feeling overwhelmed. Thankfully, with Karami's assistance, many tasks could be managed, as it was far more beneficial for him to dedicate 2 additional hours to practice than to memorize such intricate details. Soon, Xiaomi and Karami departed from Sven's office to undergo their medical examinations and assess their physical condition, followed by trying on team uniforms and taking player photographs. After the photo session, the staff also assisted them in registering social media accounts, where they could later share relevant updates. By the time they completed all procedures, the clock was nearing 3 in the afternoon. They had only managed to grab a light meal in between, but what truly tested Xiaomi's patience was the photo-taking process. He had always thought it would merely involve capturing a photograph akin to an identification picture. However, the photographer took a full hour. At times, he was instructed to hold a ball, and at others, to strike a pose as if he were about to kick it, all the while being admonished not to smile too faintly. Xiaomi harbored a deep aversion to having his picture taken. Each time, his face would become rigid, and his mouth would even take on a slight tilt. At 3:30 in the afternoon, they arrived at an expansive conference room. Soon, Xiaomi would be signing his first official contract with the senior team. Upon the signing of this contract, he would truly become a player in the professional league. Chapter 52. Stepping into the Westfalenstadion. On one side of the oval conference table sat 3 individuals, with a photographer holding a camera standing not far away. Opposite them sat Struss along with 2 staff members, engaged in a lighthearted discussion. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaomi hesitated at the door, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Go on, this is how it is. These are the club's executives and representatives from the agency. In a moment, Tuchel will join us, Karami reminded him, sensing his unease. He will be here too? Indeed, this is part of the signing process, and once the summer transfer window opens, It will all be published on the official website. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiaomi and Karami entered the meeting room. Struss greeted him with evident delight upon his arrival and promptly introduced him to the executives of Borussia Dortmund. After exchanging handshakes with everyone, Xiaomi took his seat in front of the Dortmund logo, awaiting the signing. The staff handed him the official contract, which he skimmed through briefly before glancing at Struss, who gave a slight nod of encouragement. Without hesitation, he affixed his signature to the document. During the signing, the photographer persistently urged him to lift his gaze and smile, clicking away with fervor. Next, the club executives began to sign in confirmation. At that moment, a tall, slightly hunched man strode in, clutching a jersey. Xiaomi instantly recognized him as Tuchel. With a warm smile, Tuchel greeted everyone before approaching Xiaomi. "Hello. I am your future coach. You may call me Thomas," Tuchel said enthusiastically, extending his right hand. Xiaomi politely reciprocated, their hands clasping firmly. "I am Yuan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Coach Thomas." This handshake was captured by the photographer, and shortly thereafter, Xiaomi and Tuchel lifted a corner of the jersey for a photo opportunity. The first jersey bore the number 2018, indicating the duration of his contract, while the second displayed the number 9 alongside his name, VM. Once the photo session concluded, everyone applauded in welcome of his arrival. Xiaomi graciously expressed his gratitude to all present, after which Struss and the club executives departed. He is also scheduled to visit the Westfalenstadion to complete the final procedure. There, he will film a short clip intended for future promotional purposes on the official website. As he stepped out of the conference room, preparing to find Karami, a large hand grasped him. "Do you have time tomorrow morning? Come to the base," said Tuchel with a smile. Xiaomi turned to look at him and nodded. "All right, coach." "What time?" 9 o'clock. "I'll be waiting for you at the training ground." "Great." After bidding farewell to Tuchel, Xiaomi and Karami departed. "Is there anything else after filming the video?" "Yes, Mr. Struss has invited you to dinner tonight." This day truly felt fulfilling, albeit the schedule was quite cumbersome. "This is just the beginning. After you step onto the pitch, there will be even more responsibilities awaiting you." Xiaomi covered his head. Astounded that this was merely a small affair, all he desired was to play football. As they drove closer to the Westfalenstadion, Xiaomi caught sight of the massive stadium embraced by lush greenery. The stadium's exterior exuded a strikingly modern aesthetic, with its northern wall constructed of a full steel frame supporting aluminum glass curtain walls. 8 towering yellow pillars reached for the heavens, resembling swords piercing the sky. This was his first glimpse of the Westfalenstadion, known as the most intimidating home ground in Europe and the largest stadium in Germany. Soon, he would step onto the field, where his memories of hard work would be etched. Gazing at the enormous circular BP logo, a surge of pride filled his heart. He shall embark from here and soar to great heights. In the upcoming 3 years, he aims to engrave his name in the memories of many, ensuring that more individuals recognize me Yuan from the Great Xia as the formidable Satan of the Devil's home ground. Here, he intends to triumph in numerous competitions and garner abundant accolades. "Xiaomi, it's time to disembark. The crew awaits our arrival." Upon hearing Karami's voice, Xiaomi was jolted from his reverie. "All right." The two approached the awaiting filming team, exchanging polite greetings. The photographer then began to elucidate the upcoming filming process to Xiaomi, who listened attentively. He felt a surge of excitement as he was about to step into the Westfalenstadion, a venue he had only ever experienced through the lens of a television screen. The prospect of entering the stadium in person filled him not only with exhilaration, but also with a tinge of nervousness. After a brief moment of preparation, the photographer announced that they would commence shooting in 5 minutes. As the photographer began to set up the equipment, Xiaomi gazed up at the logo on the glass facade, taking in the surrounding tourists and passionate fans. He took a deep breath and donned his personal number 9 jersey. 1, 2, 3, action. At the sound of the photographer's voice, Xiaomi stepped gracefully into the arena, following the lens. As he traversed the path leading to the pitch, he entered the exclusive tunnel reserved for Borussia Dortmund players. The tunnel was lengthy, adorned on both sides with the illustrious Dortmund logo, alongside team introductions and player posters. Following the camera's guidance, he emerged from the tunnel to behold a lush expanse of green turf. In the center circle, a temporary stage had been erected, and he ascended to it in tandem with the camera's focus. He surveyed the entire stadium, where the yellow and black insignia of Dortmund adorned every corner, alongside the logo. Numerous tourists and fans roamed the grounds, and upon witnessing players clad in Dortmund jerseys entering the arena, they settled in with eager curiosity to observe. Some even brandished their digital cameras, commencing to capture the moment. They were unfamiliar with Xiaomi, yet encountering such a scene warranted documentation. As he ascended the stage, he accepted the football handed to him by Karami and began to showcase his skills. With 12 consecutive juggles, he prompted the tourists in attendance to incessantly click their cameras. Naturally, Xiaomi remained oblivious to this excitement. Upon completing his juggling routine, he playfully executed a delicate flick, sending the ball soaring towards the goal. It is noteworthy that the distance from the center circle to the goal was a staggering 60 meters. This seemingly casual flick astonished all onlookers. The football arced gracefully through the air, soaring high and fast. 3 seconds later, it descended perfectly into the net. At that moment, applause erupted from all the tourists and staff present, with some even shouting exuberantly, "J.A." akin to jest.Having. Many visitors grew curious about Xiaomi's identity, yet they were unhurried, knowing they could simply check the official website later. The ticket price proved to be quite worthwhile, as they became witnesses to Xiaomi's joining of Dortmund. This entire spectacle was impeccably captured on film, and he had not anticipated that this young player possessed such remarkable technique. In truth, a mere recording of his juggling would have sufficed. The final shot was a spontaneous manifestation of talent. Karami, witnessing Xiaomi's shooting motion, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that a poorly executed shot would have drawn unwarranted attention. After witnessing the ball find its mark, he was the first to leap up in excitement. This young man had truly astonished me. After concluding the filming, Xiaomi and Karami departed early, as the staff still had additional shots to capture, rendering Xiaomi's presence unnecessary. "Let us change our clothes. We shall head directly to the restaurant," Karami suggested, allowing Xiaomi to change in the back seat while he drove toward their next destination. Chapter 53. The cheerful Mark Karami drove smoothly, with Xiaomi in the back seat having changed into the shirt and casual trousers he wore when leaving home. Karami, who will be joining us for dinner tonight? He was acutely aware that Struthers' personal visit was not merely a formality for signing a contract. "You, my dear fellow, are indeed unlike your contemporaries, a fact you have discerned. Furthermore, there are the likes of Watzke, the CEO of Dortmund, Zorc, the sporting director, and the seasoned sports journalist Emler. The smoothness of this collaboration is appreciated, but it undoubtedly carries deeper implications." Although Karami did not elaborate extensively, Xiaomi easily grasped Struthers' intentions from the names he mentioned. This was not only a means of paving the way for himself, but also a strategy for maintaining relationships. He did not relish such social engagements, yet found himself unable to evade them, earning a salary from others and residing in a villa they provided. He had no choice but to partake in the fundamental social niceties. "What are you pondering, my friend?" "I was contemplating that minors ought not to indulge in alcohol." "Haha. Worry not. Of course, you shall not be permitted to drink. However, what prompted you to take a shot at that moment?" "Hee, just seeking a feel for the game. If I have the chance to play, I must not let my abilities go unrecognized." As they chatted idly, they soon arrived at their destination. With Karami leading the way, they swiftly reached the venue. Xiaomi was momentarily perplexed, having expected merely a grand private room filled with guests engaged in conversation and dining. To his astonishment, Struthers had reserved an entire floor of the restaurant for a lavish buffet-style gathering. Such an affair was not merely a banquet for a select few, but rather a celebration for the entire Dortmund staff. Karami nudged him. "What are you daydreaming about? We must find Mr. Struthers." "Brother, this gathering seems rather grand." "Is this grandeur? You possess little fame now. In the future, it will be even more spectacular." Xiaomi felt somewhat overwhelmed by his words, mechanically following him into the venue. As they traversed the hall, passing a long table laden with delectable dishes, Xiaomi involuntarily swallowed. "Are you hungry? We shall eat once we meet Struthers. Do not fret." They approached a grand door, where Karami knocked before ushering Xiaomi inside. Upon entering, they found Struthers engaged in a discussion with Watzke and Zorc, who were leisurely smoking cigars. Upon noticing their arrival, Struthers smiled and beckoned Xiaomi over. "This young man will soon require your protection. Ensure he remains unscathed. Look at this, already playing the protective guardian, treating us like vampires." Watzke quipped with mild discontent. "Achim. Zorc, cease your banter and allow me to witness the spectacle." Zorc intervened diplomatically, and the three regarded Xiaomi with warm smiles, initially feeling somewhat awkward. Xiaomi soon recognized the humor in their remarks and joined in their laughter, given that it was a private gathering devoid of strict protocols. He listened to their light-hearted conversation for a while until a notification was made that most guests had arrived. Zork stepped forward, grasping Xiaomi's arm with enthusiasm. Come, let me introduce you to your future teammates. All right, thank you, Mr. Zork. Xiaomi was taken by surprise when a teammate arrived, seamlessly accompanying Zork to the venue. As Zork introduced Xiaomi to those who approached him, he was simultaneously on the lookout for a particular individual. Before long, his gaze settled on someone, and Xiaomi followed his line of sight. To his astonishment, it was none other than Reyes. Xiaomi held a fondness for this charismatic and sun-kissed player, who stood as a rising star in German football, showcasing remarkable talent. The thought of his nickname brought a smile to Xiaomi's lips. The flower of the team. This moniker, in Xiaomi's opinion, was perfectly tailored for Reyes. Embodying the essence of a soldier, Reyes looked splendid in his beige suit, which accentuated both his physique and features. After exchanging a few pleasantries with those nearby, Zork led Xiaomi directly toward Reyes, who, holding a glass of red wine, had also spotted Zork. He nodded slightly to those around him and approached. Mr. Mikhail, it's been a long time. From a distance, Royce greeted Zork, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Mark, how is your recovery progressing? I feel excellent, ready to compete at any moment. That's great. Allow me to introduce you to a new teammate. Only then did Royce's gaze settle on Xiaomi, his smile unwavering. Zork gently nudged Xiaomi forward by the waist, guiding him into position. This is me, Yuan, from the Great Summer, just 17 years old. You, as the elder brother, must take good care of him. Royce extended his right hand, a playful smile gracing his lips. I am Marco Royce, but everyone calls me Mark. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiaomi shook his hand, politely responding. You are my idol. I truly admire your playing style. You know me? I've seen you on television. Mark and Marshall exchanged amused glances, appreciating Xiaomi's candor and humor. Mark, I leave Xiaomi in your capable hands. Take good care of him. Zork patted Royce's shoulder, entrusting Xiaomi to him. Rest assured, Marshall, I will look after Xiaomi. Zork nodded at Xiaomi and turned to leave. What position do you play? Huh? Royce's sudden inquiry caught Xiaomi off guard. Relax, think of it as a buffet. Meet some new friends. Royce's large hand rested on Xiaomi's shoulder. Assuming he was merely nervous and had not heard the question clearly, he repeated it. I play as a forward. Heavens, let me see your muscles. Upon hearing Xiaomi was a forward, Royce became exhilarated, playfully squeezing Xiaomi's arm and poking at his pectoral muscles. Xiaomi was utterly bewildered, wondering what was happening. Wasn't the team flower in a relationship? Noticing Xiaomi's tense muscles, Royce grinned mischievously. Just teasing you. Would you like to grab a bite? Xiaomi realized that he had indeed heard of Royce's genial nature. He was genuinely amiable and enjoyed humor. And today he was experiencing it firsthand. I'm famished. I only had a sandwich for lunch after a busy day. Xiaomi was truly hungry. The day's events had left him somewhat exhausted. Is this your first time attending such a banquet? Yes. I never anticipated such a large turnout. Haha, that's quite normal. These gatherings serve as a platform for networking. Look over there. That's Lyle, a journalist from the sports news. And that's the team's accountant. Royce was quite talkative, continuously introducing Xiaomi to various attendees. They arrived at the dining table, and Royce handed him a plate. Select whatever food you like. We'll chat while we eat. Accompanied by Royce, Xiaomi enjoyed a delightful dinner. Over an hour later, he bid farewell to him and the others from Struis and departed from the banquet. Unlike the grand introductions seen on television, this dinner resembled more of a platform provided by Struis for him to mingle and forge friendships. Only Royce received an invitation. The other team members were not present. As a local native, it was entirely reasonable for Royce to be invited. He had a good rapport with the team and served as the vice-captain. With his assistance, Xiaomi would find it easier to integrate into the squad. Zork had introduced him to Mark, intending for the latter to serve as his guide within the team. After a busy day, Xiaomi returned home, utterly devoid of energy for training. He retired to bed early, as he had arranged to meet Tuchel the following day and needed to be in optimal condition. Chapter 1. Tuchel's assessment the next day. Xiaomi arrived at the training ground half an hour early, and from a distance, he spotted a figure diligently engaged in training. He strode briskly onto the field and observed Tuchel arranging training mannequins and cones. Coach, do you need any assistance? Xiaomi inquired loudly as he approached. Tuchel turned to him with a broad smile. What brings you here so early? I wanted to come early for warm-up and noticed you were busy. Go ahead and warm up. I need to set this up myself, and I'll be done soon. All right, I'll start my warm-up. Xiaomi changed into his cleats at the sideline and began to dribble the ball for warm-up. After several minutes, Tuchel called him over. Me, come here. Let me explain the practice. Xiaomi hurried over, and Tuchel handed him a small ball, beginning his explanation. This is the starting point. Shortly, I will pass the ball to you, and you must dribble according to the direction of the cones. Throughout this process, the ball must remain under your control. You must not touch any of the markers. Envision them as opponents on the field. When you encounter the small arches, you must dribble the ball through them. And when you reach the rebound net, you must hit the target accurately to continue your progression. Your ultimate goal is to complete the shot without touching any of the mannequins in the penalty area. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that you must accomplish this within 3 minutes. If you fall short in any aspect, you must start over. I must inform you that you have only 3 chances to make mistakes. Tuchel's instructions were meticulous, and Xiaomi listened intently. This was an entirely novel training approach for him. He surveyed the obstacles on the field, mentally simulating the dribbling path. Tuchel's demands were rigorous, and the opportunities for error were scant. He understood this was a test of his capabilities. This assessment would determine whether he would have the chance to play in the future. He had to succeed. With no opportunity for shortcuts, gazing at the small ball in his hand, he felt a sense of trepidation. If he were using a standard size 5 ball, he would have no trouble accomplishing these tasks, but the challenge lay in his possession of a size 3 ball. Typically, he trained with the standard size 5 football, and it had been ages since he had last handled a size 3 ball. Footballs are categorized into 5 sizes, with the commonly used size 5 ball having a diameter of 21.5 centimeters and a weight of no less than 410 grams. The size 1 ball, with a diameter of only 8 centimeters, is primarily used for children's play or as souvenirs. Many players enjoy using size 1 balls to train their juggling skills. The size 2 ball has a diameter of approximately 15 centimeters, serving a similar purpose to size 1. The size 3 ball, with a diameter of around 18 centimeters, is intended for youth development. The size 4 ball, with a diameter of approximately 19 centimeters, is used mainly in 5-side, 7-a-side, and indoor matches, as well as for youth training and competitions. The size 3 ball in Xiaomi's hands was not only significantly smaller than the size 5 ball, but also weighed at least 60 to 70 grams less, increasing the difficulty of his control and the precision of his strikes. Do you understand the rules? Tuchel observed him staring blankly at the field while holding the ball and inquired aloud. Understood. May I first practice with this ball? Xiaomi wished to familiarize himself with ball number 3 before embarking on Tuchel's task. Tuchel shook his head firmly in refusal. I comprehend your intentions, but that will not suffice. It has been quite some time since you last handled a small ball, and your confidence seems lacking. Allow me to impart a single lesson. A distinguished player must confront all challenges to excel on the field. Tuchel spoke with great seriousness, and Xiaomi grasped his meaning. Taking a deep breath, he handed the ball back to Tuchel. I understand, coach. We can commence at any moment. Upon hearing Xiaomi's resolute response, Tuchel finally smiled and retrieved his stopwatch. The two returned to their starting position, with Xiaomi's gaze steadfastly fixed on the obstacles on the grass, adjusting his breathing. The straight length of the obstacles measured approximately 60 meters. He needed to navigate around them while adhering to the direction indicated by the markers, spanning a total length of at least 150 meters. Once he felt prepared, he signaled to Tuchel that he was ready to begin. With skillful precision, Tuchel flicked the ball with his toe, passing it to him. Xiaomi controlled the ball with the inside of his left foot and initiated his advance. The initial phase proceeded smoothly. He maintained a moderate speed, swiftly acclimating to the small ball as he maneuvered around the markers and successfully evaded the cones. However, as he passed through the third small arch, a miscalculation occurred. He failed to control the power adequately and collided directly with the arch. Xiaomi retrieved the ball and returned to the starting point, his mind replaying the moment of his error. Tuchel diligently recorded notes without uttering a word. Taking a moment to recalibrate his breathing, Xiaomi prepared for a second attempt. This time, rather than passing the ball to him, Tuchel expertly lifted it and delivered a header. Xiaomi adjusted his position, receiving the ball on his chest and continuing his advance. This time, his speed was noticeably quicker, and he was so engrossed in his dribbling that he failed to notice the smile on Tuchel's face, who was thoroughly pleased with Xiaomi's touch, dribbling, and ball control. The latter part of the course unfolded seamlessly, but when the soccer ball struck the second rebound net, it rebounded with considerable force. Xiaomi quickly followed, narrowly managing to hook the ball with his foot. Supporting himself with his left hand, he adjusted his center of gravity and continued his advance. At last, he completed the obstacle course, facing only the final shot. The shooting position was located at the left edge of the penalty arc, approximately 20 meters from the goal. Although this position appeared ideal for a right-footed player, Tuchel had intentionally left a subtle challenge in his arrangement. Xiaomi miscalculated his steps, leaving him with no choice but to shoot with his left foot. He understood that Xiaomi was a player with remarkable balance, proficient with both feet. While most players at Dortmund predominantly favored their right foot, he was eager to discover the extent of Xiaomi's left-footed capabilities. Inside the penalty area, Tuchel had strategically positioned 8 dummies to ingeniously obstruct the pathways for both volley and ground shots. Xiaomi had only one option to execute his shot, a delicate chip. At this moment, Tuchel felt a tinge of anxiety, as they had reached the final juncture, and Xiaomi took nearly 2 minutes to prepare. It remained uncertain whether he would successfully complete this shot and pass the assessment. In that moment, Xiaomi lifted his foot, gently grazing the bottom of the ball with his left foot. The ball arced gracefully over the dummies and the head of the mock goalkeeper, finding its way into the net. As the ball crossed the line, Tuchel excitedly pressed the stopwatch in his hand, glancing at the time. 2 minutes and 7 seconds. He restrained his overwhelming emotions and walked towards Xiaomi with a smile. This test was successful. Let us proceed to another venue. All right, coach. Xiaomi inhaled deeply, relieved to have completed it on the second attempt. Missing that previous ball would have been disastrous. As they reached the doorway, Karami offered them water. Xiaomi twisted the cap open and began to hydrate, needing to unwind a bit. Although he had passed this assessment, there was indeed an element of luck involved. As he walked, he mentally replayed the events, oblivious to the exchange between Tuchel and Karami. Soon, they arrived at a solitary building and entered without hesitation. Tuchel instructed Xiaomi to take a seat and affixed 2 sensors to his sneakers. You should be aware that this is a unique training apparatus employed by Dortmund, designed to enhance ball feeding. When the red light illuminates, the ball is released, and you must strike it into the goal marked by the green light with utmost speed. You will have 20 minutes, with a brief respite every 5 minutes. I hope you can rely on your instinct and take a shot at the first opportunity. Understood, coach. Very well. Please position yourself at the center. Following Tuchel's guidance, Xiaomi stood in the middle of the white circle, observing silently. The space resembled a cage, approximately 15 meters in both length and width, with 2 ball machines on each wall. Flanking the ball machines were 8 target squares, the designated positions for his shots. Tuchel, holding a tablet, began configuring the training parameters, including the frequency of ball delivery, direction, speed, and height. Before long, he completed the setup, and the arena was filled with a series of beeping sounds. Xiaomi focused intently, preparing to commence. Chapter 2. The training session commences. The initial pace was not rapid, and Xiaomi managed it with remarkable composure. As time progressed, the speed of the ball delivery increased. In the first 5 minutes, Xiaomi took 46 shots, all accurately finding the small goal. After a minute's reprieve, the ball delivery resumed. Throughout the session, Tuchel observed and recorded diligently, his satisfaction evident in Xiaomi's performance. The probability of striking the ball on the first touch, as well as the adjusted shot probability, were notably high. This indicated that Xiaomi possessed strong judgment and shooting abilities. With careful nurturing, such a player could undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional forward. The 20 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Xiaomi emerged from the endeavor as if pulled from water, his garments thoroughly soaked with sweat. He adjusted his breathing, accepting the water handed to him by Karami, taking a generous gulp before drenching the remaining liquid over his head. Coach, is my performance satisfactory? He inquired. You barely met the standard. Continuous improvement in training is essential, Tuchel responded, withholding any praise. While he felt a sense of satisfaction within, he recognized that this was merely a training session, not a formal match. Many young players falter when stepping onto the field for the first time, often due to inadequate mental fortitude. Although Xiaomi had performed commendably in matches at The Hague, he had yet to participate in an official professional game. Tuchel, embodying the inherent meticulousness of the German character, held himself to high standards and expected even more from his players. He was uncertain whether Xiaomi was a plug-and-play player. Thus, it was imperative to temper Xiaomi at this moment. Tuchel's response did not dishearten Xiaomi. He was acutely aware of his many shortcomings. He is not an overly confident or even arrogant player. He is acutely aware that he requires more time to develop. Tuchel finally completed the recording, lifted his gaze towards Xiaomi, and said, "Come on, there is one final endurance and strength test." Xiaomi nodded and followed Tuchel to the next testing location. They arrived at the team's gym, which featured a spacious area reminiscent of a Pilates or yoga training space. On the opposite side were fitness machines. Tuchel first instructed Xiaomi to mount the electric bike. After adjusting the settings, he urged Xiaomi to commence pedaling. For an entire morning, Xiaomi was drained of every last ounce of his strength before the assessment finally concluded. That was all for today. He was to report for team training at 3 p.m. on the 23rd. Be sure to stretch well. See you on the 23rd. Tuchel remarked before turning to exit the gym. Xiaomi, bewildered, glanced at Karami, who merely shrugged in response, equally perplexed by Tuchel's words. After completing his stretches, Xiaomi opted not to have lunch at the training facility and returned home instead. With only 4 days remaining until the 23rd, he resolved to train diligently in the coming days to secure an opportunity to play. He was aware of Tuchel's concerns, having never participated in an official professional league. He needed to demonstrate his abilities during training sessions. In the ensuing days, Xiaomi's life at Dortmund began to take shape. His belongings in The Hague arrived in Dortmund on Friday. After reassembling his bicycle, Xiaomi promptly rode to the training ground, calculating the time for the round trip. He found greater pleasure in cycling to practice himself rather than relying on Karami for transportation. On the 23rd, after completing the morning training session and enjoying a midday break, he had an additional meal before heading to the training facility. Karami, what was your first encounter with your teammates at the club like? Nothing special, just a self-introduction. Karami replied. Xiaomi felt his question was somewhat futile, but then he pondered what he was so anxious about. With this thought, he quickly finished the last bite of his food, drained his juice, and said to Karami, I'll head to the team now. See you in the evening. Are you sure you don't need me to give you a ride? No, I'll eat dinner when I return. With that, Xiaomi grabbed his bag and rode away. He arrived at the training center 20 minutes early, and the parking lot was filled with numerous luxury cars, evidently belonging to the players. He did not anticipate that everyone would arrive so early. After parking the car, he proceeded directly to the changing room. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard conversations inside. The team members were sharing their vacation experiences. Xiaomi knocked on the door and entered without hesitation. The players, in the midst of changing, turned their attention towards him. Upon seeing him, Mark jogged over with his bare torso. Let me introduce our new teammate, Yuan from the Great Xia. Is this the child you mentioned? Hummed Hummels, pulling up his shorts and curiously examining Xiaomi. Indeed, he is the youngest player in our team, so let us take good care of him, Mark declared as he draped an arm around Xiaomi's shoulders, presenting him to the others. Xiaomi politely greeted everyone, and as he approached Kagawa, who had just finished changing his shoes, Kagawa stood up, performed a deep 90-degree bow, and extended his hand. With a heavy accent in his German, he said, Hello, Yuan. I am Kagawa. I look forward to your companionship. Having received such a formal gesture, Xiaomi, not one to be ungenerous, smiled and replied, Hello. After familiarizing himself with his teammates, Mark led him to locker number 9. Quickly change your clothes. We mustn't be late. Understood. Once everyone was dressed, they headed straight for the training ground. Have you met the boss in the past few days? Mark inquired, walking beside him with a hint of curiosity. Yes. The boss conducted some tests on me a few days ago, exhausting my last ounce of strength. Is his training particularly rigorous? I'm not certain, but his expectations are notably high. Well, we'll find out after today. Would you like to join us for a drink tonight? A drink? You needn't consume alcohol. We often have such gatherings. Xiaomi pondered for a moment and shook his head. Not for now. I have much to learn, and I plan to train extra this evening. You must understand the importance of balance. Do not overexert yourself. He smiled and nodded slightly, comprehending Mark's kind reminder. However, in order to secure his position, he believed that he must not exhibit any signs of complacency. Upon their arrival at the stadium, the teammates who had arrived earlier were congregated at the entrance. Unable to proceed inside, Mark patted Gundogan on the shoulder and inquired, Why is everyone stuck here? Gundogan stepped aside, allowing Mark to observe for himself. Xiaomi peered through the gap and immediately understood why no one had entered. Tuchel was engaged in strategizing with his assistant coach, and the formation was one Xiaomi was quite familiar with, albeit an upgraded version. It was evident that today's training would not be a walk in the park. Xiaomi sensed that Tuchel intended to establish his authority, embodying the adage that a new leader tends to make a strong impression. The thunderous roar of a sports car captured everyone's attention, prompting a collective turn toward the source of the sound. A striking yellow Lamborghini made its entrance into the parking space. As the scissor doors opened, a tall figure sporting a mohawk and flashing a bright smile waved at the crowd. Xiaomi recognized him instantly, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, the current star striker for Dortmund and his fiercest rival. He had not anticipated that Aubameyang would make such a grand entrance, arriving precisely on cue. "Hurry and change your clothes. You wouldn't want to be late on your first day, would you?" Mark called out to him loudly. He merely nodded in response, locking his car before heading to the changing room. Chapter 3. The friendly match. Tuchel had set up the formation and noticed some commotion at the entrance of the training ground, strolling over with a smile. "Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am your new coach, Thomas." Tuchel greeted them warmly while observing the players. The team was already aware of Tuchel's appointment as their new coach, and they were quite discontented with Klopp's departure. In response to their new coach's enthusiasm, the players remained courteous. Frankly speaking, regardless of who the head coach was, Klopp's position in their hearts was irreplaceable. Playing for Dortmund was their profession. They had no authority to contest the decisions made by the higher-ups. Their sole responsibility was to play football, earn a living, and improve their lives. After exchanging pleasantries, Tuchel continued with a cheerful demeanor. "Captain, please lead the team in warm-ups. We will commence today's training shortly." Hummels nodded in acknowledgement, clapping his hands to gather everyone for warm-ups. As they began, Aubameyang hurried over, falling in line at the back. Once the warm-up concluded, Tuchel waved at Xiaomi. "Xiaomi, please demonstrate. I will explain the rules to everyone." Xiaomi was taken aback that Tuchel had called on him to demonstrate, but he stepped forward to comply. Having learned from the previous testing experience, Xiaomi assessed today's setup and positioned himself at the starting point. Tuchel began to elucidate the rules, signaling to the assistant coach to commence. After receiving the ball, Xiaomi proceeded to advance and executed the final shot. His focus was remarkably intense, and this performance surpassed the previous one. After completing the shot, Mark led the applause, and the local players generously offered their appreciation. However, Aubameyang and Kagawa displayed a hint of disdain, finding it all too effortless in their eyes. The players were oblivious to their performance. However, Tuchel took note of it, choosing to remain silent. This assessment was intended to gauge their ball control and shooting abilities, as well as to observe the players' conditions. Tuchel was decidedly dissatisfied with their attitude. After completing a shot, Xiaomi returned to the team, nodding in gratitude for the applause from his teammates. "All right, everyone, line up and let us commence today's training," he announced without wasting a moment. Tuchel promptly divided the players into two lines to begin the assessment. Meanwhile, Xiaomi was taken aside by an assistant coach for targeted training on the next exercise. Gradually, other players began to join Xiaomi in his training, all diligently following the assistant's guidance. Half an hour later, Mark completed the assessment and approached Xiaomi. "Was the test you underwent a few days ago like this?" he inquired. "Indeed, I nearly failed," Xiaomi replied. "It took me 3 attempts to pass. It seemed so simple when you demonstrated it, but the moment I touched the ball, I was dumbfounded to discover it was a small one." Mark complained while continuing his practice. Xiaomi found himself somewhat admiring Mark's stamina to converse while training. After finishing his own training, Xiaomi rested on the sidelines, observing the players still navigating their challenges. Not everyone succeeded in their attempts, as numerous players encountered failures on 3 occasions. Sitting on the grass, Xiaomi took a break, engaging himself by juggling the ball with his head. He was uncertain about the training content scheduled for later, waiting patiently for the coach's instructions. Soon, the final player completed the challenge, and Tuchel gathered everyone together. The next phase involved grouping for a scrimmage. As I announced names, those called stepped forward to form Team A, Reyes, Jean-Duan, Stamboli, and Yuan. Upon hearing his name, Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. Once he stepped forward, he quickly realized that Team A comprised those who had just successfully passed the challenge. Aubameyang was assigned to Team B, and he clearly expressed his dissatisfaction while putting on his vest. However, he refrained from showing his frustration, acknowledging that this was merely a routine training session. After the teams were divided, Tuchel addressed everyone, stating, "In a moment, I will remove the 4 corners of the pitch. You will engage in a contest on a diamond-shaped field. Showcase your talents and demonstrate your true abilities." While Tuchel spoke, the assistant coach had already arranged the equipment on the field and marked the lines to eliminate the corners. The scrimmage was set for only 40 minutes, without divisions into halves. After the players from teams A and B were allocated their respective roles, they stepped onto the pitch. Both teams adopted a 4-3-2-1 formation, with Yuan and Aubameyang as the sole forwards. As the whistle blew, the contest commenced. In the initial minutes, Yuan actively moved, striving to integrate with his teammates. Unfortunately, Team A's players failed to deliver the ball to him, despite his advantageous positioning. It was evident that they were still hesitant and unfamiliar with his capabilities. Yuan remained composed, understanding the need for synergy. Tirelessly, he ran, attempting to draw the opposing defense's attention during his teammates' offensive plays. When it was time for defense, he eagerly pressed forward, contesting possession and disrupting the opponent's attacks. In the 13th minute of the contest, Yuan seized an opportunity, intercepting a lateral pass from B-team's Sahin. He advanced with the ball, and his teammates, awakening from their stupor, swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, moving forward to provide support. As Xiaomi dribbled the ball ahead, B-team's defender Piszczek rushed in to apply pressure. Piszczek, clearly underestimating his opponent, was met with unwavering composure from Xiaomi. With a subtle drop of his right shoulder and a deft flick of his left foot, he gracefully maneuvered past Piszczek. This unexpected move caught Piszczek off guard, causing him to lose his balance as he hastily adjusted and turned to pursue. Just as Piszczek lunged forward, Xiaomi delivered a masterful diagonal pass. Reyes, arriving just in time, deftly controlled the ball and surged towards the penalty area. Xiaomi, too, charged into the box to support Reyes. Last season, Reyes had been plagued by injuries, and it had been a long time since he had received such a perfectly timed pass. The ball from Xiaomi was a delight to receive. Reyes executed a skillful bicycle kick, evading Piszczek before unleashing a powerful shot. The football soared like a cannonball, heading straight for the goal. Birki, in a desperate attempt to save, was unable to react in time due to the ball's astonishing speed. The shot found the net, putting Team A ahead 1-0. Following the goal, Reyes was elated and immediately rushed towards Xiaomi. Xiaomi, you were brilliant. I regret not passing to you earlier. It's all right, after all. It was our first collaboration, Xiaomi graciously replied, displaying no concern for his teammates' initial lack of faith. He understood that only by demonstrating true prowess on the field could he earn the trust of his teammates. Merely excelling in practice did not signify much. Tuchel, who had been meticulously recording observations from the sidelines, expressed satisfaction with Xiaomi's recent performance. Nonetheless, he needed further scrutiny to ascertain whether Xiaomi could seamlessly integrate with his teammates. This was not a determination that could be made after just one training session. The members of Team A approached to congratulate Mark, simultaneously patting Xiaomi on the shoulder. Xiaomi recognized that he had, at least initially, garnered the trust of his teammates. In the ensuing match, Team B intensified their offensive efforts. However, the disparity between them and the predominantly first-string Team A remained substantial. Xiaomi was afforded more opportunities to handle the ball, yet the defenders from Team B heightened their focus on him. Although he did not score, each of his ball-handling decisions was judicious. He even assisted Hummels in scoring a goal, further solidifying the trust he had begun to earn. Ultimately, Team A triumphed with a score of 2-0. The players returned to the sidelines to hydrate, awaiting the head coach's subsequent directives. Chapter 4. The first official training session. Tuchel beamed at the team, acknowledging their commendable performance today. After all, this was merely the first phase of their integration. Their familiarity with one another was still in its infancy. New players were set to join, and several preseason warm-up matches lay ahead, promising a packed schedule. He expressed his hope that during this period, they would swiftly acclimatize to a state of readiness for the UEFA Europa League. This weekend, we will film a short clip for the new jerseys. I will post the specific arrangements on the bulletin board. Well, that concludes today's training. We will commence formal training tomorrow at 9 a.m. Dismissed. Tuchel clapped his hands, signaling the end of the session. Xiaomi consistently felt as though he were being watched, an unsettling sensation prickling at his back. He did not turn back, not because he was indifferent, but because he was acutely aware that not everyone would extend kindness towards him. Despite his tender years, the upheavals in his family had rendered him remarkably mature. His passion for football stemmed from the fact that on the pitch, it is solely merit that prevails. In the face of true ability, everything else pales in comparison. He never seeks to befriend everyone. He only wishes to earn a little money for himself and to leave no regrets on the court. On the way back to the locker room, Team Luo and Team Hu flanked him on either side. Xiaomi, you are not yet robust enough. Physical confrontations in official matches can be quite intense, Hu remarked, squeezing Xiaomi's arm as a reminder. Mark, that's enough. Mats, I do not appreciate such remarks. Mark retorted. Ha ha ha, look, our little one is protesting. Xiaomi observed the two about to bicker over him and took a step back, adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle. I still have time to grow. There is no rush, no rush. It was only after Xiaomi stepped back that he noticed the three of them had just walked side by side, reminiscent of a mobile signal. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he observed the two engaged in playful banter, entering the changing room. Xiaomi had never imagined that these renowned stars, celebrated in the public eye, could be so childlike in private. He felt that the days ahead should not be excessively mundane. Meanwhile, Tuchel, accompanied by a cadre of assistant coaches, had already proceeded to the conference room, signaling a clear intention to work late into the evening. Although it appeared to be a routine training session, Tuchel had a plethora of data he sought to gather. He is a person of great ambition, yearning to contend for the coveted Champions League trophy. Borussia Dortmund, as the sole publicly traded club, stands as the largest dark horse, possessing the most devoted fan base. He believes that a team of this caliber should not merely aspire to be the second in the Bundesliga or a mere participant in the Champions League, but rather to surpass Klopp and lead the team to acquire a greater number of trophies. Watzke's objectives seem excessively conservative to him. He yearns to fulfill his dreams and ambitions here. Last season, Dortmund finished in 7th place, losing their qualification for the Champions League. This season, they are relegated to the Europa League, yet he remains unperturbed, confident that next season he will guide the team back to the Champions League. This evening, he and the coaching staff are set to devise a training plan that will lay the foundation for this season. He is quite pleased with Xiaomi's performance, but he feels disheartened by the display of the team's main striker, Aubameyang. He has always known of Aubameyang's inconsistent form, yet he did not anticipate that he would also possess a petty disposition. As long as Xiaomi can maintain a steady performance on the field, he would not hesitate to part ways with Aubameyang. He has been orchestrating the integration of another Eastern player from Mainz into Dortmund, and he harbors a certain anticipation regarding the sparks that may ignite on the field among three players hailing from diverse Eastern nations. The athletes have departed from the training facility, and beneath the cloak of night at the Brackle training base, only one conference room remains illuminated. Tuchel stands at the forefront, elucidating his tactical philosophies and the training directives for the players. Meanwhile, Xiaomi has cycled home, where Kalami has already prepared dinner. As they dined, Xiaomi recounted the events of the day's training at the base. Everything unfolded in a rather mundane manner, a glimpse into the routine that would characterize Xiaomi's future life. After dinner, following an hour of stretching, Xiaomi finally returned to her room to rest. He felt a sense of anticipation for tomorrow's training, with a straightforward objective in mind, to swiftly integrate into the team. Any deficiencies he possessed needed to be addressed promptly if he wished to secure more opportunities to play. The following day, after breakfast, Xiaomi set off for the training facility, equipped with snacks prepared by Karami. He arrived earlier than the previous day, and as he reached the entrance, a silver-gray SUV honked behind him. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see Captain Mats. "Did you ride your bike here? No car?" Mats inquired. "Cycling serves as a warm-up, and I quite enjoy it," Xiaomi replied with a smile, stepping aside to allow Mats to pass and rode into the facility. Leaning against his bicycle, he awaited Mats's arrival. After parking, Mats approached with his bag slung over his shoulder, his gaze falling upon the bicycle. "This bike is impressive. It could easily fund a second-hand car. This is my dream machine. I prefer it over a compact car," Xiaomi responded. "I didn't realize you were such a cycling enthusiast," Mats remarked as they strolled into the locker room. "I have another passion, deep-sea fishing. I wonder if I will get the chance to fish while I'm here. Who would have thought you had such a hobby? We have the largest canal dock around, and Mark has a yacht. We should go out to sea together sometime." "He has a yacht. Does he enjoy fishing as well?" "Silly boy, yachts are not for fishing. They are for parties." Mats squinted, sharing a knowing look that only men understand. It dawned on Xiaomi that his naivety was to blame for his ignorance. After changing into their training kits, the group made their way to the pitch. Tuchel and his assistant coach were already waiting, and upon their arrival, Tuchel greeted everyone with a cheerful demeanor. "Let us begin our warm-up. Today marks our first formal training session." Once the warm-up concluded, Tuchel clapped his hands, calling for everyone's attention as they followed the assistant coach into recovery training. Today's session was notably distinct from yesterday's. Tuchel maintained a brisk pace and set high expectations. The veteran players from Dortmund had already acclimated to Klopp's training tempo, but they found themselves somewhat unprepared for Tuchel's meticulous scrutiny. Tuchel demanded not only rapid passing but also precision, particularly in short-range exchanges. Any errors made by the players prompted an immediate halt, with Tuchel stepping in to elucidate the correct techniques. His standards for midfielders' long passes were even more stringent. Failure to meet his expectations resulted in a restart, or even the necessity to repeat the exercise countless times. The once amiable B0SS had transformed into a perceived tyrant in the eyes of the team. Nevertheless, as professional athletes, they understood that varying coaches had distinct demands. Adaptation and cooperation were essential. During water breaks, teammates gathered to quench their thirst and began to voice their grievances. Jin never had such high expectations. It was merely a few mistakes. Refrain from uttering such words. Let us reflect on our performance from the previous season. For it is indeed imperative that we bolster our efforts. I have heard that the new boss, who previously coached at Mainz, imposes a more rigorous training regimen. Xiaomi, silently sipping water, did not partake in the discourse among his teammates. His training today was rather arduous, and he finally witnessed the stark contrast in skill between professional players and those in youth training. Chapter 5. The Unyielding Yuan. Back during his time in the youth training at the Hague, he sensed that the intensity was insufficient. Most of the time, he found it quite manageable. When practicing at home with Karami primarily guided his movements, adjusting the intensity of their confrontations according to his needs. However, today marked his inaugural experience training with a professional team, and he felt a distinct sense of discomfort. The previous day's practice, which involved merely receiving and passing the ball, had been quite effortless for him, but this targeted training was an entirely different matter. Initially, he thought he was the only one feeling this way. But after observing his teammates, he realized they too were struggling to adapt, which alleviated the burden on his mind. As he listened to his comrades' grumblings, he found little interest in participating. Instead, he focused on identifying the gap between himself and the others, contemplating how he might elevate his performance swiftly. While he was engrossed in his thoughts, the slick-haired Weidenfeller approached and draped his arm around his shoulder. "Hey there, little buddy, how are you holding up?" "Of course, but I still need to acclimate," he replied. "No rush. We all have to adjust to B0SS training methods. We're all starting from the same point." "Indeed. Just today I was penalized with 100 long passes, and my legs are sore," Jean Duan lamented, his face contorted in discomfort. His words elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. Today's training session was no easy feat for anyone. As they engaged in light-hearted chatter, their respite came to a close, and the assistant coach guided them to a modest pitch. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Tuchel began to elucidate the rules. "Today, we shall engage in internal matches. I will halt the game at any moment to rectify your errors." As Tuchel expounded on the plan, Xiaomi found this method quite familiar, reminiscent of their training sessions in The Hague. Addressing issues during the match facilitates rapid development for all players. This time, Xiaomi was placed in Group B alongside the substitute players, while the main squad was allocated to Group A, a strategic decision in preparation for the forthcoming fixtures. Tuchel aimed to discern the optimal lineup for matches through continuous internal competitions. Whether substitutes or starters, each player aspired to showcase their talents during these internal confrontations, thus earning themselves more opportunities to play. With the sound of the whistle, Aubameyang passed the ball to Reyes and surged forward. Having been assigned to the B team yesterday, Aubameyang felt a sense of imbalance within himself. He initially transferred to Dortmund to fill the void left by Lewandowski. Last season, he emerged as Dortmund's finest player, netting an impressive total of 25 goals throughout the campaign. He harbored no favorable impression of Xiaomi, perplexed as to why he had not been bestowed with the number 9 jersey, which had instead been granted to this child. He could not fathom the club's decision to sign this barely whiskered youth. And today, he intended to demonstrate to this young lad what it truly meant to be a forward. Unbeknownst to Xiaomi, Aubameyang harbored such profound animosity towards him, with countless grievances festering beneath the surface. As the match commenced, he refrained from advancing too aggressively, prioritizing collaboration with his teammates to thwart the opponent's initial offensive foray. Observing the dynamics on the field, Xiaomi discerned that Gundogan intended to pass the ball to Mark. He swiftly surged towards Mark, determined to prevent him from receiving the ball with ease. Gundogan executed a remarkably deft pass, gently flicking the bottom of the ball. The sphere arced gracefully through the air, circumventing Xiaomi and landing at Mark's feet. Mark propelled the ball forward, effortlessly breaching Xiaomi's defense and advancing with great strides. By the time Xiaomi attempted to pursue, it was already too late. He noted his teammates had moved in to obstruct and thus began to assess the situation. 2 players from Team B converged to double-team Mark, who promptly decelerated his dribble. With a sudden shift in rhythm, he propelled the ball forward, charging directly towards the baseline. Mark's subsequent acceleration caught the B-team defender off guard, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Xiaomi, sensing the impending danger, swiftly retreated to defend. Just as another teammate, who was aiding Mark, was about to catch up, Mark launched a cross. Aubameyang had already seized the moment and surged forward, while the B team's center back attempted to intercept the ball. However, Aubameyang's singular focus was on scoring. He would not be deterred. Although he was not particularly adept at heading the ball, he had no trouble with a deft flick. Aubameyang nudged the ball backward, allowing Gundogan, who was in hot pursuit, to lift his leg and control it, preparing for a shot. At that very instant, a figure emerged from his blind side, executing a sliding tackle that redirected the ball to a supporting teammate. The abrupt turn of events left Gundogan with no time to retract his foot. He could only strive to maintain control, but ultimately, the ball struck Xiaomi's leg. Fortunately, Xiaomi was wearing shin guards, which absorbed the considerable force of the impact. Gundogan also fell, yet his primary concern was for Xiaomi's well-being. The most dreaded aspect of training was the accidental injury of a teammate. He was acutely aware of the force beneath his feet, and as he rose, he immediately rushed towards Xiaomi. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" "No worries. I brought my shin guards. That kick was quite powerful." Jingduan helped Xiaomi to his feet, allowing him to move around and ascertain that he was indeed unharmed before continuing. "In our internal training matches, there is no need to exert yourself so fiercely." "Understood. I will be more cautious," Xiaomi replied. Once he was back on his feet, he noticed his teammates advancing forward, and without a second thought, he began to stride purposefully towards the midfield. Due to his defensive maneuver, he has lost his position. At this moment, it is an opportunity for Team B to launch an attack, and he is unwilling to hinder his teammates. The ball has reached the feet of a midfielder from Team B, who is poised to advance. The already harmonious cooperation of Team A now showcases their extensive experience in high-stakes matches. They pressed high, completely suffocating the midfield players and denying them any opportunity to distribute the ball. The midfield player, unable to advance with possession, found himself in a dilemma. Passing back would squander the chance for an attack. In that moment of hesitation, Xiaomi dashed beside him. "Pass it to me." Upon hearing the call, the opponent instinctively directed the ball towards the sound. As Xiaomi seized the ball, Aubameyang charged in aggressively. Although Aubameyang was only slightly taller than Xiaomi, his physique was considerably more robust. Xiaomi glanced up at him, unfazed. This was his first direct confrontation with Aubameyang, and a thrill of excitement coursed through him. With a deft flick of the ball and a graceful pivot, he maneuvered past Aubameyang. The latter was momentarily taken aback, his pride bruised by such an effortless display of skill. At that instant, Mark surged in from the side to apply pressure. Xiaomi feigned a forward thrust with his left foot, then with a single stride, he deceived Mark's balance and pulled the ball back with his right foot. Protecting the ball, he executed a delicate lob pass to a teammate who had surged into a team's attacking zone. After the pass, he advanced forward to support his teammate. On the sidelines, Tuchel was elated by Xiaomi's performance. Yesterday, Xiaomi had excelled while partnering with the first-team players, as they adjusted their play to accommodate him. However, today was different. Placing Xiaomi in the reserve team was a deliberate choice. The disparity between the first team and reserves was significant. Yet Xiaomi not only executed an effective tackle, but also swiftly collaborated in the attack, elegantly bypassing the pressing from the first-team players. Regardless of whether B Team's attack succeeded, Xiaomi's performance would undoubtedly earn him a chance to play, even if not as a starter. He would likely find himself on the bench among the first-team substitutes. The on-field confrontation persisted as Tuchel refocused his attention, analyzing the situation. Chapter 6. The disparity between teams A and B. Xiaomi's pass was aimed at Hoffmann, who initiated his run almost simultaneously with the ball. Offensive players generally hold an advantage over defenders, and although not particularly swift, Hoffmann's forward momentum allowed him to gain a half-step lead over Schmelzer in their race. Xiaomi's pass landed softly in front of Hoffmann, who received it effortlessly. He advanced with the ball in a most comfortable manner, requiring no adjustment to his movements whatsoever. At that moment, Schmelzer found himself in a passive position, already a half-step behind, intending to disrupt Hoffmann from behind as he received the ball. However, Hoffmann had no need to pause, propelling forward directly and widening the gap further. Schmelzer could only grit his teeth and pursue fervently, determined to reclaim possession. Hoffmann dribbled along the flank, assessing the positioning of his teammates, and before Schmelzer could catch up, he delivered a cross. In the center, A team's Hummels and B team's Mkhitaryan leaped almost simultaneously. Unfortunately, the quality of Hoffmann's cross was lacking, allowing Hummels to head the ball away first. Yet, his clearance was not far, landing directly at the feet of the attacking midfielder just outside the penalty area. Confronted by the aggressively advancing defenders of Team A, the B Team's midfielder managed to create a narrow opening and executed a low pass. The ball soared towards the right side of the penalty area, where there were no B Team players making a run, but instead stood the towering Piszczek. To his surprise, the ball flew toward him, filling him with delight. Being a substitute, one would not expect such a glaring passing error, presenting him with a golden opportunity for interception. He stepped forward, poised to launch a swift counterattack without pausing the ball. This is the counterattacking style in which Bundesliga players excel, seizing the opportunity to strike behind the opponent as they commit their forces to the offensive, catching them off guard. Often, the imagination is splendid, yet reality can deliver a harsh reality check. Just as Piszczek prepared to relish the delectable opportunity presented to him, a shadowy figure flashed before him like a specter. In the split second before he could make contact, the ball was skillfully diverted away. Startled, Piszczek, a key player, swiftly reacted and sprinted after it. Where did this guy come from? I hadn't even noticed him moments ago. He was acutely aware that he had missed the crucial moment for an interception and could only chase desperately, unwilling to commit such a grave error. Just moments ago, he had hoped to showcase his prowess in long passing to Tuchel, only to be met with a harsh reality check from Xiaomi. Upon witnessing Xiaomi regain possession of the ball, Subotic swiftly positioned himself to intercept. However, Xiaomi was not about to grant Subotic an opportunity for a block. With a deft sidestep past Piszczek, he made a slight adjustment in his stride. Weidenfeller quickly shifted his position, legs spread wide and arms extended, attempting to cover the maximum area to obstruct Xiaomi's shooting path. Xiaomi understood that in order to deceive such an exceptional goalkeeper, his shooting motion must be discreet and the ball's velocity swift. As he took advantage of Subotic's advance to obscure Weidenfeller's line of sight, he executed a concealed shot. A dull thud resonated through the air. The ball serenely nestled into the lower right corner of the goal. It was a goal. Weidenfeller was caught off guard, unable to react in time. He turned his head in resignation to witness the ripples emanating from the yellow net, alongside the still ball. Equally bewildered were the players in Team A's penalty area, who had just been in control, pressing forward into Team B's territory. How could it be that Team B scored so swiftly? The assistant coach, acting as the referee, blew the whistle, confirming the goal. The sound of the whistle finally restored everyone's focus, and Team B's players erupted in jubilation. They have always been dominated by Team A. Although they managed to score, they have never penetrated Team A's defense. Their goals were merely opportunistic strikes during Team A's moments of complacency. Piszczek placed his hand on Xiaomi's shoulder, expressing his helplessness. How did you manage that? It's truly a tragedy that I couldn't be on the same team as you. It was merely luck, Xiaomi replied. Although his true thoughts were that if you hadn't been waiting idly and had actively approached the ball, I would not have had such an opportunity. Hoffman also approached, beaming with enthusiasm. Well done, Xiaomi. You have brought us hope. It was your timely forward run and clever cross that created this chance. As Xiaomi chatted with his teammates, they all returned to their respective positions, preparing to resume play. On the sidelines, Tuchel's eyes sparkled. He quickly noted observations in his notebook. With a broad vision and imaginative ball handling, he adeptly seized opportunities and maintained composure under intense pressure. A promising talent, indeed, once his work permit is approved. With training from friendly matches, he could become part of the rotation and even expand Dortmund's tactical possibilities. What he needs now is synergy with his teammates and more opportunities for development. Tuchel scribbled rapidly, hardly paying attention to the ongoing match. Team B took an early lead, ringing alarm bells for Team A's players. Mark clapped to capture his teammates' attention and loudly declared, "Focus up, unless you want to pack up the equipment." Aubameyang, already in competition with Xiaomi, felt even more discontent upon witnessing Xiaomi's goal. Upon hearing Mark's words, he was even more determined to showcase what true prowess looks like. The subsequent match saw Team A unleash their fury. Hummels, the engine of the defense, continually supplied firepower to the front line. The trio of Aubameyang, Gundogan, and Reyes wreaked havoc, mercilessly overpowering their opponents. Kagawa consistently surged down the flanks, drawing B team's defenders before delivering long passes. Team A displayed their prowess on the Bundesliga stage, leaving B team's defenders in despair. The final score settled at 3-1, with Team B suffering defeat once more. Team A's seamless coordination, physicality, skill, and awareness exerted overwhelming pressure, rendering victory for Team B an arduous task. Little did Xiaomi know the level of competition that awaited him in the Bundesliga. He has come to realize the disparity between the main team and the substitutes. To earn his place on the field, he has a considerable amount of improvement to undertake. Despite the loss, he has gained invaluable experience and aims to swiftly integrate himself into the team during this limited time frame in order to secure an opportunity to play. Lunch is held in the team's modest cafeteria, which is significantly smaller than that of the Hague. This dining area is exclusively designated for the primary players and is arranged in a casual manner. It features electric bicycles and a separate leisure zone adorned with comfortable lounge chairs. The dining tables are elongated and white, allowing players to converse while enjoying their meals. Although the menu is limited and lacks sophistication, the nutritional balance is remarkably judicious. Hoffman guided Xiaomi into the cafeteria, stating, "If you have any special requests, feel free to inform the head chef. After the evening training, if you prefer not to cook, you may also take a meal home." The team maintains stringent dietary regulations to ensure proper replenishment of the energy we expend and to maintain our condition. Xiaomi listened attentively. He didn't need to pack food as his home was stocked with nutritious meals prepared by Karami. After they collected their meals, Mark beckoned to Xiaomi. "Here. There's a spot." Without hesitation, Xiaomi accepted Mark's invitation and sat beside him, along with Hoffman. Chapter 7. The long-awaited work permit after lunch. They could either rest in the dormitory or return home for a nap. The afternoon training session would be held in the gym, aimed at enhancing the player's strength while shedding the excess weight gained during the holiday. The Bundesliga season commences in mid-August, and during this period, the club's focus shifts to recruiting new talent as the summer transfer window opens. July is predominantly filled with friendly matches, aside from the Europa League qualifiers at the end of the month. During the weekend, Tuchel led the players in filming a promotional video for the new kit. However, Xiaomi was not particularly fond of the design, finding it somewhat mundane. What weighed heavily on his mind was the anticipation of receiving his work permit, as he yearned to participate in matches. At the end of June, several new teammates had joined the squad, including Castro from Bayer Leverkusen, Weigl from 1860 Munich, Pascal from the U19 selection, and Berkey, the Swiss goalkeeper from Freiburg. The addition of these new signings invigorated the training atmosphere within the team. With the summer transfer window still open, many more players were expected to join. However, this did not concern Xiaomi. His registration for the Bundesliga had yet to be completed, causing him some anxiety. Without the completion of his registration, he would not obtain his work permit or labor certificate, thereby preventing him from representing Dortmund on the field. The first friendly match is set to commence on the 2nd, and he fervently hopes to play. What he initially perceived as a straightforward process has unexpectedly presented obstacles. His mood was rather gloomy, prompting him to inquire about his work permit from Kalami. "Kalami, why hasn't my work permit been approved yet? Will it not be processed in time, affecting my participation in the matches with the team?" During dinner that evening, Xiaomi finally voiced his concerns. Kalami, fully understanding Xiaomi's feelings, offered reassurance. "Do not fret. Since Dortmund has signed you, they possess the capability to ensure your stay. You must realize that my compatriots are rather methodical in their approach. And as you are a foreign recruit, there are numerous procedures to navigate. This process may seem protracted, but rest assured, it will be completed before the season commences. All right. I simply wish to partake in more matches. The disparity between training and official games is quite significant." Xiaomi felt anxious, but even more so was Tuchel. He initially intended to utilize the 6 friendly matches in July for rigorous training, but Xiaomi's work permit has yet to be issued. He could only accompany the other players, traversing various cities to participate in matches. Xiaomi was a player he held in high regard, serving as a crucial element in his tactical framework. The absence of Xiaomi on the field significantly impacted him, prompting numerous calls to Zorc to expedite matters. Regarding the Bundesliga foreign player policy, each club is allotted 4 foreign player slots for non-EU nationals. Currently, Dortmund was not overstaffed. The inefficiency of the Football Association was the pressing issue. Zorc was anxious, yet his workload was overwhelming, preventing him from personally overseeing the situation. The repeated urgings from Tuchel compelled him to consider personally investigating when Xiaomi's work permit might be processed. Without the permit, Xiaomi could only continue training. Before each expedition, Tuchel would leave behind a specialized fitness coach and a technical coach for one-on-one training sessions. As time slipped by, it was already mid-month. In an effort to help him unwind, Karami once again took him out for a fishing trip. During this period, Xiaomi's inability to join the team had left him in a rather dismal mood. Upon arriving at the dock, The sight of bustling cargo ships on the canal astonished him. He had not anticipated the immense capacity of the Dortmund canals, where bustling cargo ships entered and exited the port in an orderly manner, with goods being continuously unloaded and new cargo setting sail. This hub not only transported colossal containers, but also coal, gravel, and even grains. Having not ventured out to sea for quite some time, Xiaomi's sole objective this time was to catch a magnificent fish. However, he was destined to be outdone by Kalami, as he once again failed to reel in the grand catch. Nevertheless, his yield was considerable. During this period, his family no longer needed to procure meat. After a day of sea fishing, Xiaomi's mindset finally achieved a state of tranquility. He has come to understand the truth that good things often require perseverance. During this period, he can fully seize the opportunity for improvement. Once the competition begins, the chances for such focused training and rapid growth will become scarce. As an old saying goes, 1 minute on stage takes 10 years of practice off stage. He cannot afford to squander the present moment. He must seize the opportunity to elevate himself, thus ensuring his eligibility for participation in future matches. With a focused mind, he trains devoid of any distractions, resulting in an ever-increasing efficiency. His mood had stabilized, yet the emotions of his teammates were affected. The opponent in the fourth warm-up match was VfL Bochum, a formidable team in the 2. Bundesliga. On paper, the match against Bochum should have been a guaranteed victory, but they conceded a goal in the first half. After scoring, Bochum's morale surged, and shortly after the second half commenced, they netted another goal. With a 2-goal lead, Bochum adopted a defensive strategy. Dortmund's persistent attacks proved futile, causing their mentality to falter. As the match drew to a close, Mark managed to score from a long-range shot, pulling one back. However, Dortmund ultimately succumbed to defeat, marking their first loss in the warm-up matches. Focused on enhancing his skills, Xiaomi paid little heed to this setback. After all, friendly matches are not official competitions, and he was solely intent on improving his personal prowess. On the evening of the 21st, after completing his evening routine, Xiaomi received a call from Zorc. As soon as he answered, before he could even greet him, Zorc's voice resonated. "Me, your work permit has arrived. I look forward to your performance on the pitch. Thank you for calling. I am delighted, and I will certainly strive to perform well." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiaomi hung up and joyfully rushed out of his room to share the good news with Karami. With only one warm-up match left this month, against Juventus, a powerhouse in Serie A that had clinched the league title for 4 consecutive seasons, Xiaomi was confident he would have the opportunity to play, and his spirits soared. After relaying the news to Karami, Xiaomi was so exhilarated that he nearly lost sleep that night. Tuchel, of course, was also informed of this news. When Zorc called to notify him, he was on the team bus returning to Dortmund. That evening's warm-up match saw Dortmund triumph with a resounding 4-1 victory over Lucerne. This one finally restored some confidence among the players. Upon learning of Xiaomi's work permit being approved, Tuchel, who had been drowsy, immediately took out his notebook to reconfigure the tactics for the next friendly match, which would take place at Dortmund's home ground against the reigning champions of Serie A. He needs to provide Xiaomi with ample playing time, as he aims to ascertain Xiaomi's position for the season through this match. On the 23rd, Xiaomi finally reunited with his long-missed teammates. Upon seeing him, Mark rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Hey buddy, we can finally play together." "Indeed. During this time, you cannot imagine how envious I have been of you all." Hummels approached with a chuckle. "Envious of what? The friendly match is not intense. No one wants to get injured before the official games." Xiaomi exchanged pleasantries with his teammates as they walked into the training ground together. The pre-match training was highly focused, primarily aimed at fine-tuning various formations. Compared to regular training sessions, the pre-match practice was notably relaxed, as the players needed recovery time after consecutive games. The training concluded after just a morning session. Xiaomi had initially planned to engage in strength training in the afternoon. However, Tuchel firmly intervened, stating, "The match this Saturday night is at our home ground. I need you to maintain good form during this period and avoid overtraining. If your physical condition does not meet the standards during the pre-match check, you will lose your eligibility to play." Xiaomi nodded obediently. "Understood, coach. I will keep my form in check." He understood that the coach had his best interests at heart. Although this warm-up match could not be considered his debut, it would be his first appearance on the field, his inaugural introduction to the fans of Dortmund. Tuchel's intentions were clear. He wanted him to take this match seriously. Upon returning home, he conveyed Tuchel's words to Karami, who also endorsed Tuchel's perspective. He adjusted Xiaomi's training regimen accordingly, preparing him with utmost dedication. The weekend arrived swiftly, and 1 hour before the match, Xiaomi accompanied the team to the Westfalen Stadion. Chapter 8. Experiencing the atmosphere of home for the first time. This was Xiaomi's first match with the team, as well as his initial arrival at the Westfalen Stadion on match day. His previous visit was a month prior when he filmed a signing video here. The emotions surrounding his two visits were starkly different. The first time, he was filled with curiosity and felt a sense of belonging as he entered the locker room. This time, it was his first opportunity to compete here. Although not in the starting lineup, he had the chance to play in the second half. He has always been aware that Dortmund's home ground is affectionately referred to as the Devil's Den by its fervent supporters. The fans here are regarded as the most passionate in the world, with the South Stand's unique TF0 boasting its own rich narrative. The bus meanders slowly along the designated route towards the parking lot entrance, as surrounding fans, restrained by fences and security personnel, shout and wave their scarves enthusiastically at the vehicle. The extensive sea of yellow welcomes the home team's players in their own distinctive manner, striving to convey their fervor and zeal. Observing Xiaomi gaze intently out the window, Mark nudged him playfully with his elbow. "What do you think? Our little bee is quite adorable, isn't he?" "Indeed, this atmosphere is unlike anything I have ever experienced. It is vibrant and exhilarating. Yes, we possess the most wonderfully passionate fans in the world. It is their unwavering support that has brought us to where we are today." Mark followed Xiaomi's gaze towards the throngs of fans outside. From a young age, he has been an ardent supporter of Borussia Dortmund. During his time as a ball boy, he was fortunate enough to hold the Bundesliga championship shield. He joined Dortmund's youth academy at the tender age of 6, yet was released at 17, leading him to leave his hometown for Borussia Mönchengladbach. After 12 years, he finally had the opportunity to return home, donning the cherished yellow and black jersey. In recent years, many of his close friends have departed from the team, yet he has resolutely declined lucrative offers, choosing to remain steadfastly loyal. Last season, a famous actress publicly professed her affection, stating she wished to be his driver for 70% of the day, under two conditions: either love her or transfer to Bayern Munich. This prompted him to renew his contract with Dortmund, ensuring his continued presence at the club. His best friend, Mario, had already moved to Bayern. They had fought side by side, proclaiming their ambition to elevate Dortmund alongside Lewandowski, who joined Bayern as a free agent. Now, only he and Hummels persist, watching former teammates leave, experiencing moments of confusion and disappointment. Nevertheless, he remains convinced that Dortmund is his ultimate sanctuary. Despite being plagued by injuries last season, he never lost hope. He persevered, yearning to guide the team out of adversity. Initially, Zorc assigned him to mentor the newcomer, Xiaomi, which he perceived as merely a job. However, as they spent time together, he began to see promise in Xiaomi, nurturing the belief that this season they would achieve commendable results and emerge from their slump. Xiaomi observed the silent Mark, choosing not to disturb him. In Mark's eyes, he discerned a myriad of unyielding emotions. However, he was not a mere worm in Mark's belly, unaware of his thoughts. Even if he is aware, he is unable to emulate Mark's unwavering loyalty to a single team throughout his life. Their pursuits of football diverge. Mark aspires for Dortmund to triumph over Bayern and seize the coveted Champions League trophy. Meanwhile, Xiaomi harbors dreams of realizing his professional aspirations on the football stage, yearning to demonstrate to the world that the people of Dacia can play beautifully and produce their own football king. In his youth, he could not comprehend why, despite the vast population of Dacia, football had failed to flourish. As he matured, he came to understand that Dacia was not devoid of talented players. Rather, it lacked a conducive environment, sound policies, and a robust association. Though the current domestic financial football scene appears to be thriving, with fans representing a significant proportion within the Blue Star, football has merely become a tool, an instrument of diplomacy, a means of amassing wealth, and a mechanism that crushes the dreams of the youth. The incident involving Zhang Lei unveiled to him the unsightly underbelly of the sport, and he resolutely refuses to be a mere instrument. His sole desire is to excel at playing the game. The future seems distant to him. He only needs to focus on himself and pursue his dreams. Should someone attempt to morally coerce him one day, he would not hesitate to respond assertively. As the bus rolled into the parking lot, Xiaomi followed the others to the changing room. After donning his attire, Matza led the team onto the field. The fans had already filled the stands, and even before Xiaomi set foot on the pitch, he could hear the jubilant songs of the buzzing bees. As he stepped onto the grass, he instinctively turned his gaze towards the sound. He did not anticipate that, despite it being merely a friendly match, the southern stands would be utterly packed. It resembled a vast ocean of yellow, and as the fans beheld the players warming up, a frenzy of ecstatic screams erupted. The enormous tifo gradually ascended, presenting a scene that all Borussia Dortmund supporters were intimately familiar with. A man with binoculars revealed an exaggerated smile. Clad in a Borussia Dortmund jersey, he gazes into the distance through binoculars. Moments later, the scene shifts dramatically, transforming into a striking depiction of the 1997 UEFA Champions League final. This recalls the last season's encounter between Dortmund and Juventus in the round of 16, where the Yellow Submarine delivered a resounding 3-0 victory. Though this occasion is merely a friendly match, the Bumblebees have already begun to exert pressure on Juventus even before the kickoff. They bid farewell to Klopp and welcome Tuchel. They eagerly anticipate that this season, Borussia Dortmund will achieve commendable results and reclaim its former glory. Xiaomi, captivated by the atmosphere, stood dazed on the field, gazing at the fervent supporters. The large screen in the stadium captured an image of a little boy, approximately 3 years old. He perched upon his father's shoulders, proudly holding aloft the scarf of Borussia Dortmund, joining the fervent fans in a spirited rendition of the team anthem. On the other side, the Juventus supporters were few in number, their demeanor subdued as they observed the home team players warming up on the pitch. Xiaomi found himself momentarily lost in thought until he heard Hoffman's call. "Me? Come on, warm up, don't dawdle." Xiaomi offered an apologetic smile and joined his teammates in their pre-match preparations. After the warm-up concluded, he returned to the locker room with the team. Mark, with a note of concern, inquired, "How are you feeling? Nervous?" "Not nervous, just somewhat overwhelmed by the electric atmosphere," Xiaomi replied. His teammates, in the midst of changing, erupted into laughter at his words. As Matza secured his shin guards, he remarked to Xiaomi, "This is merely a small affair. After all, it's just a friendly match. You'll truly witness the frenzy of the bees once the league commences." Xiaomi smiled, choosing not to respond. He had experienced it through the television screen before. Yet, being present at the stadium today was an entirely different sensation, the fervor of the fans igniting within him an intense yearning to take to the field. He eagerly anticipates the moment when he will hear the resounding cheers of thousands of fans calling his name, celebrating each goal alongside him. Previously, in The Hague, although there were spectators, they were mainly local residents and relatives of his teammates. Alone, Xiaomi had little understanding of the concept of fan support, lacking the awareness of what it meant to have devoted admirers. This time, however, it is different. He is greeted by a sea of fervent supporters. These fans passionately chant the names of their favorite players, with Mark's name ringing out the loudest. After all, Mark possesses not only a striking appearance, but also phenomenal performance on the field. For the first time, Xiaomi feels a twinge of envy. He too wishes to have his own legion of devoted fans, his own little bees. As the starting players gradually make their way to the tunnel, Xiaomi follows the coaching staff and his fellow substitutes to the bench. He needed to fully immerse himself in the atmosphere of the event, awaiting his opportunity to take the stage. Chapter 9, The Clash of the Titans. As Xiaomi settled onto the substitute bench, the players from both teams had already taken to the field, in stark contrast to Borussia Dortmund's full-strength lineup. Juventus predominantly fielded players who had recently been signed during the summer transfer window. However, Juventus's defensive line still boasted seasoned veterans, among whom Xiaomi recognized only a few: Pogba, Marchisio, Chiellini, and Bonucci. The match commenced swiftly, and unlike Dortmund, who had already played 5 consecutive matches, Juventus struggled to find their rhythm. The experienced Juventus defense posed significant challenges to Dortmund's offensive maneuvers. Feeling that the view from his seated position was inadequate, Xiaomi warmed up along the sidelines while observing the unfolding action. As the match approached the 32nd minute, Mats executed a long pass from midfield, perfectly landing the ball at the feet of Marco, who had made a forward run along the right flank. Marco skillfully dribbled down the sideline, and after drawing Juventus's defenders in for a challenge, he suddenly cut inward. Facing Chiellini's attempt to block, Marco deftly created space and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball sailed past Nito's outstretched fingers and settled securely into the net. 1-0, Dortmund had broken the deadlock, and the fans erupted in chants of Reyes's name. Reyes, arms wide open, sprinted towards the south stand to celebrate with the fans and his teammates. Witnessing this moment, Xiaomi could not help but join his warming-up companions in a triumphant cheer. He holds a profound admiration for the elder brother figure. Without Mark's guidance, his assimilation into the team would not have been so seamless. After a brief celebration, Xiaomi found himself in a trance. What kind of celebratory gesture should he adopt upon scoring a goal? It seems that every player possesses a distinctive manner of celebration. Perhaps he too should devise one. However, given his current lack of renown, an overly exuberant display might seem inappropriate. Compounding his frustration is the fact that the system has not issued any tasks for an extended period. He was uncertain whether he would receive a task from the system upon taking the field today. He felt a tinge of dissatisfaction regarding the reward from his last completed task. However, he understood that the coach's intentions were to protect him. Having recently signed with Dortmund, he was hopeful for an opportunity to play and anticipated that the system would provide some form of encouragement. His thoughts were somewhat scattered, but as he refocused on the pitch, his attention was captured by a young player from Juventus. The lad, donned in the number 21 jersey, displayed remarkable speed and impressive technical skills. As he faced Piszczek's interception, he deftly maneuvered the ball past Piszczek and surged towards the penalty area. Xiaomi's interest was piqued, and he noted the name emblazoned on the young player's back, Dybala. The prospect of encountering such a formidable opponent instantly intrigued him. Ultimately, this Juventus attack was thwarted by Hummels, resulting in a corner kick for the opposing team. The first half of the match swiftly drew to a close, with Dortmund leading thanks to a goal from Marco. As the players retreated to the locker room, Tuchel began recalibrating the team's tactics. The 4-3-2-1 formation had yielded a lead, and in the second half, they would switch to a 4-4-2 formation. Xiaomi, you and Aubameyang will form a dual-strike partnership. Focus on your synergy in the front line and be vigilant against the opponent's counterattacks, he instructed. Xiaomi nodded, offering a friendly smile to Aubameyang, who, however, remained unresponsive, leaving Xiaomi feeling somewhat disheartened. Undeterred, he attentively absorbed the coach's tactical directives. The defensive line consisted of Hummels, Piszczek, Schmelzer, and Ginter, while the midfield comprised Marco, Gundogan, Kagawa, and Mkhitaryan. The halftime respite concluded swiftly, and as they made their way back to the field, Marco embraced Xiaomi, saying, "Relax, I am looking forward to your performance. Just pass me the ball, and I assure you won't be disappointed." There were no restrictions on substitutions in this friendly match, and both teams began to make changes after the break. The fans were already accustomed to this scenario, and when they noticed the young Oriental lad clad in the number 9 jersey on the screen, they were amused. Although the Little Bees had seen the announcement on the official website and had witnessed his impressive juggling followed by a shot, seeing him in the number 9 kit felt somewhat comical to them. Nonetheless, they remained largely composed and refrained from booing Xiaomi, curious to see what strengths he would display. After exchanging high-fives with his teammates, Xiaomi stepped onto the pitch alongside the other substituted player. They positioned themselves according to Tuchel's tactical arrangement. With the sound of the referee's whistle, Aubameyang passed the ball laterally to Gundogan. Meanwhile, Xiaomi surged forward, continuously making interspersed runs to disrupt the opposing defense. The anticipated sound did not resonate, yet it failed to dampen his spirits for the match. After gaining possession, Gundogan swiftly passed the ball to Kagawa. Kagawa, skillfully maneuvering down the flank, initiated Dortmund's offensive thrust. Upon advancing into the attacking third, he refrained from passing to the nearby Xiaomi and instead executed a long ball to the far-reaching Aubameyang. Xiaomi, oblivious to any discontent, promptly made a forward run to offer support. Aubameyang, showcasing his remarkable individual prowess, received the ball and surged into the penalty area, confronted by 2 Juventus defenders. He opted against a through ball to the better-positioned Xiaomi. Instead, he created half a yard of space and unleashed a shot on goal. The ball veered off target, soaring past the goal line. Although the attempt did not find its mark, the Bumblebees expressed their appreciation for Aubameyang with a round of applause. On the sidelines, Tuchel furrowed his brow. He clearly discerned the intentional connection between Kagawa and Aubameyang. He was exceedingly displeased with the foolish actions of the two, yet he refrained from expressing his anger. In the ensuing minutes, both sides engaged in a relentless exchange of offense and defense, with Juventus ardently seeking to equalize the score. Their attack strikingly incisive. Aubameyang squandered 2 consecutive opportunities to extend the lead, failing to convert promising chances. Meanwhile, on the field, Xiaomi sensed the imbalance. Realizing they were unwilling to pass the ball to him, he resolved to seize it for himself. Upon retreating, he did not hastily advance, but rather sought opportunities to receive the ball. After Hummels passed to Gundogan, Yuan instinctively prepared to relay the ball to Kagawa. However, Mark shouted at him, urging him to pass to me. Only then did Yuan notice that me was unmarked, and without hesitation, he decisively delivered a precise through ball. This marked me's first touch, and he swiftly accelerated, bringing the ball closer and dashing towards the edge of the penalty area. The seasoned Bonucci confronted him directly. Facing a young player, Bonucci exuded confidence. Seeing Bonucci closing in to block, me instinctively slowed his pace. Bonucci, too, slightly adjusted his speed, attempting to gauge me's intentions. As Bonucci decelerated, me seized the moment to accelerate again, deftly flicking the ball to break in the opposite direction. Bonucci was utterly taken aback by the composure displayed by such a young talent. He was momentarily deceived by me's maneuver. As me edged past him, Bonucci instinctively reached out to grab him. Yet, like a player with eyes in the back of his head, me executed a half-turn and skillfully evaded Bonucci. Surging into the penalty area, Bonucci was left bewildered. Had he truly been outmaneuvered? He turned his head in bewilderment, only to find that Xiaomi had completely left him behind. The realization that he had been outpaced by a newcomer ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within him, prompting him to turn and give chase. Chapter 10. The connection between Mark and Xiaomi. Xiaomi had not lingered for long. He had already noticed Mark trailing behind. Confronted by the interception of the Juventus center-back, he deftly passed the ball to the right, where Mark was poised and ready. As Mark received the ball, he unleashed a powerful stride, effortlessly evading the Juventus defender, while keenly assessing the positioning of the opposing goalkeeper and the locations of his teammates. With a sweeping motion of his foot, the ball was sent sailing into the penalty area. Xiaomi arrived in the nick of time, unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball found the back of the net. 2-0. The spectators, known as the Little Bees, were momentarily stunned, believing that the shot was to be taken by Reyes. Instead, he opted to pass to the newcomer, the young lad from the east, who astonishingly scored. It was only when the referee's whistle pierced the air that the Little Bees awoke from their reverie, erupting in jubilant cheers. They could not call out Xiaomi's name, instead shouting, "Well done, Eastern lad." Xiaomi, unprepared for a celebratory gesture, was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the ball enter the net, raising his arms in jubilation. At that moment, Mark rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Come on, let us greet our fans." Without hesitation, Mark took Xiaomi by the hand and ran towards the south stand, lifting Xiaomi's left hand and shouting towards the fans, "Me, me, me." The fans quickly noticed Mark's voice and joined in the chant, "Me, me, me." At that moment, Xiaomi's emotions were beyond the realm of words. With so many people chanting his surname, he could only bow in gratitude to these adoring supporters. His teammates soon gathered to celebrate, and after a brief moment of jubilation, they returned to their positions to continue the match. In the midst of the celebration, Xiaomi remained unaware that Tuchel had called Aubameyang and Kagawa to the sidelines. Tuchel, harboring anger, warned them sternly, "Your actions are foolish. Football is a team sport. If you cannot cooperate, then you might as well guard the water cooler." Aubameyang, unwilling to concede, retorted defiantly, "Do you think I'm blind? Keep your thoughts to yourself and focus on the game." Kagawa, maintaining his gaze downward, remained silent, pondering, "Isn't it just a matter of passing? I refuse to believe he can receive every ball." He was fully prepared, eager to utilize his formidable skills to outmaneuver Xiaomi. It must be noted that beneath the modest facade of his daily life lies a heart filled with malice. Unbeknownst to Xiaomi, as the match resumed, he continued to make dynamic off-the-ball movements, creating opportunities for his teammates. Juventus fortified their defense, ensuring that he had no easy chances to receive the ball. Dortmund once again thwarted Juventus's offensive efforts, with Kagawa surging down the flank. Xiaomi, seizing the moment, began his off-the-ball run, drawing the opposing defense's attention. Just as he prepared to cut inside and evade Bonucci, he heard someone call out to him, "Me, receive the ball." The abruptness of the German command caught him off guard. Following the voice, he saw Kagawa chip a pass directly towards him. Xiaomi felt a wave of exasperation. Why resort to a chip pass when a straightforward one was clearly the better option? He did not ponder for long before accelerating towards the ball's descent. Bonucci, having been outmaneuvered by Xiaomi earlier, still harbored a lingering frustration. Upon seeing the ball directed toward Xiaomi, he immediately closed in, akin to a persistent adhesive. As Xiaomi's speed diminished, Bonucci mirrored his deceleration. Aware that extricating himself from Bonucci's grasp would be challenging, Xiaomi recognized that even if he gained possession, handling the ball would prove difficult. Quickly surveying the positions of his teammates, he determined that Aubameyang was in the most advantageous location. With a swift decision made, he surged forward, surpassing Bonucci by half a body length before leaping high into the air. As the ball descended, he deftly redirected it with his head towards Aubameyang. Bonucci, quick on his heels, leaped almost simultaneously to contest the header. However, Xiaomi managed to deliver the pass just in time, while Bonucci, already airborne, was unable to check his forward momentum and collided heavily with Xiaomi. Both players tumbled to the ground, fortunately unscathed. After falling, Xiaomi remained vigilant, gauging the situation concerning Aubameyang. Surprised by Xiaomi's decision to pass to him, Aubameyang instinctively controlled the ball with his chest and struck it towards the goal. Unfortunately, his shot struck Chiellini, ricocheting out of the penalty area. On the sidelines, Tuchel, exasperated, clasped his head in frustration. He had meticulously planned to refine the new lineup, yet foolish missteps persisted. Kagawa, having been substituted in the second half, was not ideally suited to be replaced again, forcing Tuchel to momentarily abandon the idea of further substitutions. Throughout the ensuing match, each time Kagawa passed to Xiaomi, it either lacked power or speed, rendering the receptions uncomfortable for Xiaomi. Nevertheless, he harbored no grievances and valiantly pursued each pass. In the 80th minute, Tuchel could no longer tolerate the situation and substituted Kagawa. Following Kagawa's exit, Xiaomi finally found rhythm in receiving the ball, leading to a corner kick opportunity. Mark took charge of the corner, and Xiaomi along with his teammates assumed their positions in the penalty area as they had practiced. Bonucci, having made it his mission to thwart Xiaomi, pressed closely as soon as he settled into position. Standing at 190 centimeters and weighing 85 kilograms, Bonucci's physical presence was imposing. Although Xiaomi had significantly strengthened his physique, he still found himself at a slight disadvantage against such a formidable opponent. His clever, limited movements rendered Bonucci unable to keep close tabs on him. Prior to taking the free kick, Mark signaled to his teammates, preparing to aim for the far post. He retreated to the corner of the advertisement board, initiating a run-up for a curling shot. The football soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc, destined for the far post. Players from both sides within the penalty area sprang into action, with the poised Aubameyang leaping to contest the first touch. The Juventus defender assigned to mark him also ascended, striving to win the aerial duel. Aubameyang made a slight contact with the ball, yet he lost both angle and power in the process. The football was deflected towards the center, where Neto had long been prepared. Faced with the clustered players in the penalty area, seizing the ball safely proved challenging, and he resorted to punching it out of the box. Outside the penalty area, Gundogan swiftly advanced, lofting the ball back into the fray. The players, initially poised to sprint out of the box to reclaim possession, hastily retreated, ready to contest the ball as descent. Chaos reigned in the penalty area as both sides vied for control of the football. Amidst the turmoil, an unseen touch altered the ball's trajectory, sending it towards the left side of the penalty area. Xiaomi, having just evaded Bonucci, sought to penetrate into the box for an opportunity. The approaching football presented itself as a fortuitous gift. However, the disorder within the penalty area left Xiaomi without a chance to shoot. He skillfully controlled the ball and drove it directly towards the baseline. Noticing that the ball had been seized by Xiaomi, the retreating Dybala sprinted forward with urgency. Xiaomi, aware of the approaching figure from his blind side, realized that the opportunity to assist within the penalty area had already slipped away. He noticed Hummels at the arc, decisively taking a shot. With a deft back pass, the ball soared directly towards Hummels. Chapter 11. Selected for the squad. As the ball approached, Hummels did not hesitate, striking it with precision. In that fleeting moment of the shot, he felt a surge of confidence. This was destined for success. 3 seconds later, the crowd erupted in jubilation. Captain Hummels, assisted by Xiaomi, unleashed a long-range shot from the arc, further extending the score to 3-0. Hummels was exhilarated. He had consistently defended the back line while orchestrating the offense. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Likewise, a player who does not yearn to score is not a good player. During training, everyone practiced shooting, and Mats had certainly honed his skills. In the match, the defensive responsibilities were substantial, requiring him to control the tempo of the game at all times. Scoring had long seemed a distant prospect. Unexpectedly, in this friendly match, Xiaomi provided such a delightful assist, allowing him to savor the sweetness of scoring once more. The pass was so exquisite that no adjustment was needed. He simply shot. Hummels joyfully raced toward Xiaomi, and the two celebrated with a high five. In this match, he realized that Xiaomi possessed a broad vision, adeptly assessing the dynamics on the field. The synergy with Xiaomi was remarkably comfortable, leading him to ponder that if Xiaomi could replicate such performance in official matches, the team would undoubtedly emerge from its slump this season. On the sidelines, Tuchel displayed a paternal smile, noting that this young talent also excelled in assisting, proving to be a promising asset on the front line. The lad's performance today was outstanding. Not only did he exhibit a courageous heart, but he also handled Kagawa's casual passes and even challenging balls with finesse. However, his physical confrontations and on-field experience still require enhancement. There is no doubt he can become a substitute, but his position as a starter remains uncertain. Tuchel swiftly jotted down notes, continuing to observe the unfolding events on the pitch. As the match resumed, it was evident that the opposing team had lost their spirit, retreating into their half. With only number 21, Dybala, and number 7 persistently seeking opportunities to counterattack. Dortmund, too, abandoned their offensive pursuits, focusing solely on preserving their lead. The referee timely blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, concluding this friendly encounter with a score of 3-0. Players from both sides shook hands amicably and exchanged jerseys. Xiaomi was on the sidelines hydrating when Mark approached him, draping a Juventus sweatshirt over his shoulder. "Let us go thank the fans," he suggested. Xiaomi tossed him a bottle of water. As all the Dortmund players made their way to the south stand to express gratitude to the supporters who attended the match, the Little Bees of Dortmund had eagerly awaited the opportunity to thank their players. During the players' farewell, fans had the chance to obtain autographs and jerseys. Such friendly matches rarely attract large crowds, nor do they garner as much media attention as official games, resembling more of a treat for the fans. Over 20 minutes later, Xiaomi, looking aggrieved, covered his chest with his hands. He was left in only a pair of shorts, as two brothers had unceremoniously stripped him of his jersey, tossing it into the south stand. Xiaomi was momentarily stunned, as the two brothers claimed it was their way of connecting with the fans. The supporters in the south stand included men and women of all ages. He still possesses an innate shyness characteristic of the Dachau people. When it comes to undressing in public, he feels a twinge of embarrassment. Now, his physique has been remarkably honed, with well-defined muscles and fair skin. However, when he was publicly stripped and teased by the crowd for his shorts, he could hardly bear it. Held down by his older brothers on the grass, he fiercely protected his shorts. It is not that the second brother lacks determination, but rather that he is fiercely protective of this boundary. It is a matter of dignity not to be compromised. If this were to be exposed, it would be a significant loss of face. Fortunately, his older brothers showed restraint, engaging playfully with the fans for a while before concluding the interaction. Upon returning to the locker room, a warm shower alleviated much of his fatigue. The team was discussing where to unwind later when Tuchel clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. "We are about to commence the UEFA qualification matches shortly. Make sure to rest well over the weekend, as we will resume training on Monday. I hope you all take the time to relax, while also reflecting on the issues that arose during this match. Do not overextend yourselves. Next week's game is crucial, as you all are well aware. I shall not elaborate further. See you on Monday." Tuchel's summary was succinct, yet he lingered on Aubameyang and Kagawa's faces for a few extra seconds. He understood the underlying competition among the players, but as he has only recently joined Dortmund, he preferred to withhold certain tactics for the time being. Moreover, internal competition is beneficial, provided it does not infringe upon his boundaries. For now, he will refrain from interference. He wishes for the players to handle their issues independently, rather than fussing over every detail like a mother hen. Xiaomi declined Mark's invitation to the bar and proceeded to the parking lot. Upon entering the vehicle, Karami handed him a sandwich. After an intense match, players require timely replenishment of energy. In Dortmund's locker room, bananas, protein powder, glucose, and compressed energy biscuits were readily available. The considerable exertion and physical confrontation during a fierce football match result in significant fatigue. The most immediate consequence of this is that players often feel ravenous. It is crucial to restore adequate energy during halftime and after the match. Xiaomi, however, did not favor bananas, despite their easy digestibility, minimal gastrointestinal irritation, and rich content of potassium, magnesium, and other trace elements, as well as vitamins. From a young age, he had found the appearance of bananas unappealing, feeling somewhat odd consuming them. Karami, as his personal assistant and nutritionist, was well aware of this and had prepared alternative sustenance for him. After returning home, Karami first provided Xiaomi with a massage before preparing their final dinner. In the following days, aside from team training, Xiaomi engaged in additional practice at home. During this friendly match, he acutely felt the gap in his abilities and recognized the need for relentless training to enhance his performance swiftly. After the training session on Wednesday morning, Tuchel announced the squad for the match against Wolfsberger. Standing among his teammates, Xiaomi felt a twinge of nervousness. This was his first official match, and he was uncertain whether he would make it onto the 18-player roster. We will employ a 4-4-2 formation. Step forward when I call your name. The forwards were Aubameyang and Hoffman. The midfield comprised Mkhitaryan, Reyes, Kagawa, and Weigl. The defense included Hummels, Piszczek, Papastathopoulos, and Schmelzer. And the goalkeeper was Birki. The players whose names were called stepped forward with enthusiasm, most of them having already secured their starting positions, making their selection a natural occurrence. Xiaomi understood that he had yet to earn a starting spot and was merely hopeful of making the roster. Tuchel continued. Substitutes: Kagawa, Castro, Campbell, Weidenfeller, Stambouli, Ginter. After calling out Ginter's name, Tuchel paused deliberately, scanning the players in the back row before smiling and nodding towards Xiaomi. "Me Yuan." Suppressing his excitement, Xiaomi stepped forward. The towering Weidenfeller enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Little guy, you've earned the recognition of the coaching staff. Give it your all." Xiaomi nodded vigorously, his joy evident. In the afternoon, we simulated tactical confrontations in preparation for our departure to Wolfsberger the following morning. Upon the conclusion of Tuchel's remarks, the players proceeded to the dining hall. Chapter 12. The commencement of the Europa League qualifiers. Xiaomi's inclusion in the roster brought great joy to his teammates. His training performances, as well as his display in the recent match, have garnered widespread recognition. Following the afternoon training session, Xiaomi rushed home to share the exhilarating news of his inclusion in the squad with Kalami. "How wonderful, me. You've swiftly gained the coaching staff's approval. This is a magnificent beginning. However, you must understand that if your performance falters on the field, you risk losing their trust." That evening, Kalami could hardly contain his excitement, incessantly recounting his experience of making the squad for the first time and the issues he faced due to nerves during the match. Xiaomi listened patiently. He understood that listening is a form of learning, one that could help him avoid repeating the same mistakes. Eventually, Kalami urged him to retire to his room for rest. Yet the overly excited Xiaomi found it difficult to sleep. Instead, he delved into research on Wolfsberger. Wolfsburg, a quaint town in southern Austria, has a modest population of just over 20,000. In the summertime, one might argue it resembles more of a village than a city. Surprisingly, this small town boasts its own football club and home ground. Despite its size, it serves as a popular winter vacation destination, offering both skiing and ice lake activities. The Wolfsberger Club, affectionately dubbed Little Wolf Castle, likely derives its name from its emblem featuring a wolf's head. This team ascended to the Austrian Bundesliga in the 2011-2012 season, having previously competed in the lower divisions. The majority of its players are local talents, yet the foreign player who captured Xiaomi's attention was Brazilian striker Silvio. Born in 1985, Silvio had previously played in the Bundesliga but had not made a significant impact, ultimately finding his way to Wolfsberger. After perusing the information on his opponents, Xiaomi finally felt at ease and drifted off to sleep. Borussia Dortmund's path to victory seemed uncomplicated. As long as they performed to their capabilities, success was assured. The available data online was limited, but the coaching staff likely possessed more comprehensive insights, which would be discussed in the tactical meeting prior to the match. The following morning, Kalami escorted him to the training facility, continuously imparting advice along the way. Xiaomi felt reminiscent of a child embarking on their first journey, with a parent offering endless reminders. It struck him as amusing. Such concern warmed his heart. Soon, Xiaomi joined his teammates on the bus to the airport. This marked his inaugural expedition, and he was filled with curiosity about everything around him. On the plane, while his teammates indulged in much-needed rest, he borrowed a tablet from the assistant coach to further examine the opponent's details. Upon arriving at Graz Airport, they boarded another bus to their hotel near the stadium. Xiaomi and Mark were assigned to share a room, but during the afternoon break, sleep eluded Xiaomi. "Why aren't you getting some rest?" Mark inquired. "I'm just too excited." Xiaomi, feeling a touch of bashfulness, confessed his genuine excitement. Although it was merely a qualifying match and he was not in the starting lineup, the Europa League would be broadcasted live. While it may not hold the same prestige as the Champions League, for Xiaomi, who has quietly played the sport, this marked his debut on such a stage, making his exhilaration entirely understandable. With a hint of vanity, Mark tossed his hair and struck what he believed to be a dashing pose, jokingly questioning whether Xiaomi feared being overshadowed by his looks. This playful banter elicited laughter from Xiaomi, who, despite their 9-year age difference, regarded Mark as a cheerful young man. Noticing Xiaomi's amusement, Mark propped his pillow against the headboard and recounted the experience of his own first debut. As Xiaomi listened to Mark's tale, he succumbed to slumber, his habitual afternoon nap overtaking him. Observing Xiaomi's rhythmic breathing, a smile crept across Mark's lips as he mused to himself about the possibility of one day having a son to whom he could pass on his legacy. Envisioning him as a player for Dortmund. Following their midday respite, Tuchel convened the players to discuss tactics. After the tactical briefing and a dinner, the team took a brief rest before heading to the Levantil Arena. This stadium was modest in size, even smaller than Dortmund's Brakel base, leading Xiaomi to mistakenly believe they were participating in a youth team match rather than a professional one. The cramped changing room confined their preparations, and once they donned their uniforms, they proceeded to warm up on the pitch. The moment Xiaomi stepped onto the grass, he sensed a distinct atmosphere. Fortunately, equipped with his specially rewarded cleats, he avoided the need to adjust his studs like his teammates. They arrived quite early, and the audience in the stands had yet to take their seats. As they concluded their warm-up and returned to the dressing room, Xiaomi noticed some staff members setting up a camera in preparation for a live broadcast. However, he was aware that such broadcasts would only be available on European sports channels, and certainly not in the vast expanse of summer. Given the modest size of the stadium, it was likely that there would be few eager fans in attendance to witness the match. A sense of disappointment lingered in his heart, yet he quickly regained his composure. His journey was still long, and if Mark could shine in the second division, how much more could he achieve in the Bundesliga? He wishes to play football not for the sake of fame, but to pursue his own dreams. Before the match commenced, both teams engaged in a warm-up on the field, after which Xiaomi took a seat on the substitute bench. He gazed longingly at the pitch, filled with envy as his starting teammates emerged from the players' tunnel. The cameras captured this eager young lad from the east, offering a close-up shot that highlighted his anticipation. A visage like his is quite rare on European fields, as most players seen there tend to be older, with heights often falling below 180 centimeters. The sight of such a fresh-faced, youthful Asian player was not one to be overlooked by professional photographers. His presence on the bench for Dortmund signifies his pivotal role within the team, a slight exposure. And perhaps this season, this young talent will become the focal point of many scouts. As the theme music of the Europa League resonated, the players took their positions on either side of the field for their introductions. The DJ and the commentators began to present the players, with the camera lingering momentarily on each athlete as their names were called. With every name announced, the sparse crowd responded with applause and cheers. After the captains decided the coin toss, the referee flipped the coin, and ultimately, Wolfsberger secured the kickoff. Following the exchange of team flags, the players engaged in a handshake ceremony. As the players took their positions, the referee and his team synchronized their watches for the final countdown. Soon, with the sound of the referee's whistle, Brazilian player Silvio initiated the game. Wolfsberger deployed a 6-3-1 formation, clearly intending to focus on defense and counterattacks. Right from the onset, Jean Duan intercepted the ball in midfield and swiftly passed it to the wing, where Marco awaited. Dortmund launched an offensive against Wolfsberger, eager to seize the first goal. Dortmund is not a team that relishes passive counterattacks. They prefer to break the deadlock and secure victory at the earliest opportunity. Aware of their inferiority in strength, Wolfsberger faced the urgency of scoring from Dortmund with trepidation. They played with remarkable composure, swiftly tightening their defense after conceding a goal. Their defense exhibited remarkable organization, posing significant challenges to Dortmund's offensive efforts. In the initial minutes of the match, Dortmund struggled to create any notable scoring opportunities. Chapter 13. Europa League debut. As the game approached the 12th minute, Silvio received a long pass from a teammate and skillfully maneuvered inward. Confronted by the seasoned Hummels, he refrained from advancing further and opted for a direct shot instead. Silvio unleashed a powerful strike from the left side of the penalty area, the ball narrowly grazing the goalpost before soaring out of play. Although the attempt did not result in a goal, it was met with enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Even Xiaomi was captivated by the force behind his kick, though he felt that the hasty shot was somewhat overly ambitious. His teammate has already come up to provide support, allowing him to stabilize his position, potentially leading to a better opportunity. Subsequently, Birki passed the ball to Hummels, who executed a long pass from the backfield, targeting the right flank where Marco awaited. The connection between the two has long been one of Dortmund's lethal strategies, signaling a swift offensive maneuver. Upon receiving the ball, Marco surged forward rapidly along the sideline. Hoffmann and Aubameyang followed closely, advancing toward the penalty area. As Dortmund's primary forward, Aubameyang attracted the majority of defensive players' attention. Marco, meanwhile, was confronted by two defenders, preparing to engage in a double team. After deftly maneuvering past the nearest defender, Marco took a significant stride forward with his left foot, feigning a continuation of his advance. Deceiving the second defender's balance, Marco delivered a precise long pass. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air, heading toward the far post of the penalty area. A yellow whirlwind, initially moving from within the box outward, drew the attention of the opposing defenders. Upon seeing Marco strike the ball, Hoffmann quickly pivoted and returned to the penalty area, skillfully creating ample space for himself. He sprinted towards the ball's landing spot, launching himself into the air with fervor. Thud! A powerful header sent the football crashing against the outer edge of the goal line, ricocheting into the net. 1-0. The announcement from the DJ coincided almost perfectly with the referee's whistle. Xiaomi and his teammates on the bench leaped up in jubilation, embracing each other in celebration. Securing the lead made the remainder of the match significantly easier. The greatest fear was the opponent's defensive formation. Any team finds it exceedingly challenging to penetrate a well-organized defense. Now that a goal had been scored, the opposing team would surely rush to equalize. This would provide Dortmund with a better opportunity for counterattacks, allowing them to extend their lead. Indeed, after Dortmund's goal, Wolfsburger's coach, Kubel, gestured animatedly from the sidelines, urging his players to intensify their offensive efforts. As the match resumed, Wolfsburger launched their attack. However, with the disparity in skill, relying solely on Silvio's efforts in the front line proved insufficient to breach Dortmund's defense. Wolfsburger earned 3 free kicks in the attacking third, but their positions were not advantageous enough to pose a threat. Following Dortmund's goal in the first half, they still created 3 shooting opportunities, yet Aubameyang failed to capitalize on them, sending his shots astray. In the 42nd minute, Aubameyang's attempt struck an opponent's leg, inadvertently granting them a swift counterattack opportunity. Parra's long pass from the back found Silvio in the front line. Upon receiving the ball, Silvio advanced rapidly, leaving Weigl struggling to keep pace. In a moment of desperation, Weigl committed a foul, pulling Silvio down from behind, earning the first yellow card of the match. His sacrifice salvaged Dortmund's defense, granting his teammates crucial time to regroup. The referee awarded a free kick, situated approximately 37 meters from the goal, but unfortunately, the attempt went astray. The final minutes of the first half devolved into mere formality as Dortmund, thanks to Hoffmann's goal, headed into halftime with a lead. After the break, the match resumed with both sides refraining from substitutions. Having traveled a great distance, Hung Si-jong eagerly anticipated another goal from Dortmund. However, within the first 10 minutes of the second half, all of Dortmund's attacking opportunities were squandered by Aubameyang. The fans, unable to bear the frustration, began chanting Xiaomi's name. In the previous friendly match, Xiaomi's performance, coupled with the memorable moment of 2 captains tearing off his shirt to thank the fans, had left a lasting impression. Since Xiaomi was on the bench, the Little Bee naturally hoped for a chance to play. Aubameyang was undeniably strong, yet his recent performances had left the fans decidedly dissatisfied. Hearing the crowd's calls, Xiaomi felt a mix of surprise and encouragement. A teammate with a slick hairstyle nudged him with his arm, chuckling. "You've earned the trust of the fans. Their expectations for you remain high." Xiaomi smiled. He too wished to take the field. However, the head coach had yet to prepare him for play, leaving him to sit quietly. He turned towards the Borussia Dortmund fans, clasped his hands in gratitude, and then returned his gaze to the pitch. As the match reached the 60th minute, Dortmund maintained a high possession rate. Yet the intensity of their offensive efforts was noticeably lacking compared to their opponents. Tuchel approached the substitutes bench and instructed Kagawa and Castro to warm up and prepare. The 2 players nodded in acknowledgement and made their way to the sidelines. Xiaomi watched his teammates with a hint of envy before silently redirecting his attention to the game. Moments later, Kagawa and Castro replaced Hoffmann and Weigl, shifting the formation to a 4-5-1, evidently aimed at bolstering midfield defense to thwart any breakthroughs from the opposition. Only Aubameyang remained on the front line, while the 5 midfielders not only supplied him with passes, but also had to attend to defensive duties. Dortmund commenced a vigorous assault. Yet Aubameyang's performance left both fans and the coaching staff disheartened. despite the multitude of passes directed towards him and an increase in scoring opportunities. He either sent the ball soaring over the bar or missed the target in pursuit of the perfect angle. At the 70th minute, the opposing team substituted a midfielder for the towering Slovenian forward, Tordina, signaling their intent to amplify their attack and equalize the score. Tuchel remained composed, recognizing that with a one-goal lead, maintaining their advantage was key to victory. As the opponents pressed forward, space opened up in their defense, providing Dortmund with additional attacking opportunities, with 2 midfielders remaining back while 3 advanced. By the 75th minute, Gundogan, Marco, and Kagawa orchestrated a fluid offensive play. Aubameyang positioned himself well, merely 6 meters from goal. Kagawa delivered a discreet cross, which Marco cleverly allowed to pass. Such a straightforward opportunity should have been converted, yet Aubameyang astonishingly sent it astray. The buzzing crowd and players on the bench buried their heads in disbelief. Tuchel, ready to celebrate with raised fists, found himself instead cradling his head in despair. Unable to endure any longer, he had hoped this moment would help Aubameyang regain his scoring touch, yet the forward's performance had left him profoundly disappointed. Tuchel turned to Xiaomi, commanding him to warm up. Taken aback, Xiaomi momentarily hesitated until Weidenfeller and Hoffmann urged him to the sidelines to prepare. With little time left in the match, he felt a surge of satisfaction at the prospect of stepping onto the field. Once the warm-up concluded, Tuchel embraced Xiaomi and imparted a single directive. Your only task is to expand our lead, whether through an assist or scoring yourself. Can you achieve this? Xiaomi nodded vigorously, pledging to fulfill the mission. Tuchel firmly patted him on the shoulder as Xiaomi stepped to the sidelines. The 4th official approached to inspect his cleats and check for any adornments. Once assured that everything was in order, Dortmund was presented with a corner kick opportunity. The assistant referee raised the LED board, and Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the number displayed. Chapter 14. The eccentric content creator seizes an opportunity. Little did Xiaomi anticipate that he would be replacing number 17, Aubameyang. He was well aware of the animosity between Aubameyang and Kagawa. Yet this was a rather commonplace occurrence within the team. He had never considered that his presence would inevitably impact Aubameyang's position as the starting forward. The team boasts more than just him as a striker, and he has always believed that he and Aubameyang could seamlessly form a dual forward partnership, thereby rendering the team's formation more versatile. As for Kagawa, he had never intended to forge a close relationship, as national grievances are deeply ingrained within him. He does not harbor animosity towards the mundane days. However, he possesses the right to choose whom to befriend. In his eyes, players who cannot thrive in the Premier League and return to Dortmund are merely ineffectual. Just as he was lost in thought, a long silent voice resonated once more. Mission: complete your debut for Dortmund and score a goal. Accomplishing this task will yield corresponding rewards. Goodness, the system hasn't malfunctioned. It has been waiting for me all along. It seems that not only does the coach have expectations for me, but the system does as well. Is this truly my debut? Regardless, as a man destined to become a striking powerhouse, scoring upon entering the field is fundamental. He harbored a certain anticipation for the rewards upon the completion of his task. For the system's rewards were none other than divine artifacts. Acquiring more rewards would pave the way for a more illustrious career. Meanwhile, Xiaomi awaited Aubameyang on the sidelines, his handsome visage revealing a hint of determination coupled with an insatiable thirst for goals. On the field, Aubameyang, who had been poised to seize an opportunity in the penalty area, was struck with dismay upon realizing he was being substituted. He was already dark-skinned. When asked how I discerned that his face had darkened further, I could only express it in a dialect as like a donkey's face. The coach decided to make substitutions, and even Aubameyang, with a displeased expression, slowly made his way to the sidelines. His sluggish behavior immediately incited discontent among the opposing players, who approached him for a discussion. Aubameyang, expressing his dissatisfaction, shoved one of them. The referee, noticing the potential for conflict, swiftly intervened to issue a warning to Aubameyang. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Aubameyang stormed towards the sidelines, brushing past Xiaomi with his shoulder as he made his way to the bench. Initially, Xiaomi had intended to greet him with a high five, but upon witnessing his demeanor, he could only shake his head in resignation before sprinting towards the opponent's penalty area. During their training sessions, corner kicks and free kicks were integral components of their drills. As Xiaomi took his position, he felt a presence pressing against him. Turning his head slightly, he noted the opponent's number, 18. Their heights were comparable, and as Xiaomi exerted a bit of force to hold his ground. He quickly realized that the strength of this opponent paled in comparison to that of Juventus's defenders. Thus, he chose to remain steadfast in his position. With the substitution complete, Mark raised 2 fingers, signaling a tactic identical to the one used against Juventus, intending to direct the ball to the far post. As Mark retreated, Xiaomi seized the moment to assess the positioning of both teams within the penalty area. The opponents employed a zonal marking strategy, with 4 defenders lined up in the small box and another stationed on the goal line to obstruct incoming passes. Close by, Kagawa was closely marked by an adversary, while only 3 defenders occupied the larger area, interspersed among Xiaomi and his teammates. In the midfield, his teammates formed a triangular formation, effectively encircling the opposing forward, number 8. Silvio. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiaomi spotted Mats at the far post, poised for an aerial challenge. With a clear understanding of the situation, he focused intently on Mark. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Mark began his run-up. With a resounding thud, the ball soared high into the air. In that moment, Xiaomi feigned a move before swiftly shifting toward the inner part of the penalty area. The defender bearing number 18 mirrored his movements. Yet as Xiaomi surged toward the edge of the penalty arc, he felt the momentum shift. Dortmund's corner kick strategy was distinctly defined, with Mats serving as the pivotal player for the far post header. Mats would leap to redirect the ball towards the arc's apex, while the others in the penalty area focused on disrupting the opposition's defense to create shooting opportunities for the forwards. As Xiaomi approached the arc, he remained vigilant, tracking the trajectory of the ball. Mats successfully contested the first header, executing a seamless motion. The ball hurtled towards the arc, prompting Xiaomi to adjust his body accordingly, keeping an eye on the developments within the penalty area. Now was the moment. Xiaomi leaped with one foot, his left leg swinging upward. With a magnificent volley, the ball rocketed toward the goal like a cannonball. The opposing goalkeeper anticipated the direction of the shot, yet Xiaomi's fluid execution rendered the defense futile. Although he anticipated the outcome, the speed of the ball was too swift, and his movements remained sluggish. After tumbling to the ground, he could only helplessly gaze at the rippling net and the solitary football resting quietly within the goal. Beep. The referee pointed to the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. The few spectators, akin to buzzing bees, leaped in unison, waving their scarves and chanting, "Me, me, me." As the excitement settled, Xiaomi stumbled upon landing, losing his balance and falling to the ground. He swiftly rose to his feet, arms outstretched as he rushed towards the stands, embracing the fans who called out his name. As a devoted supporter, I could hardly contain my excitement upon seeing Xiaomi approach, and the cheers grew louder. The goal they had long anticipated was accomplished by this young talent from the East. On the sidelines, the substitutes of Dortmund, including Tuchel, leaped in exhilaration to celebrate. The lad truly did not disappoint him, flawlessly demonstrating the fruits of his training. This goal was more than sufficient to solidify Xiaomi's position within the team. Meanwhile, Aubameyang, who had been sipping water on the bench, abruptly sprayed it out, coughing violently as it caught in his throat. For the first time, he confronted Xiaomi's shot and recognized that this young man possessed a more acute sense of timing than himself. In the same position, he needed to cushion the ball, adjust, and then take the shot, rather than leaping directly into an aerial strike. Despite the opponent's tightly packed defense, Xiaomi managed to seize the opportunity to shoot with remarkable boldness. His instinct in front of the goal was more refined than his own. Aubameyang was reluctant to feel threatened in his position, yet he sensed that his recent performances had not been up to par. Clearly, Xiaomi's talent surpassed his own to maintain an adversarial stance towards such a teammate, rather than fostering a collaborative spirit, seemed rather foolish. He was enjoying a comfortable life in Dortmund, earning a generous salary, when suddenly a callow youth emerged, unsettling his equilibrium. It was evident that the boss had taken note of his petty antics. If he continued down this path, he would undoubtedly jeopardize his position as a key player. He harbored a tinge of regret regarding his initial association with Kagawa, which had inadvertently placed him in a passive position. Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, the prospect of lowering himself to cultivate a friendship with Xiaomi was unequivocally dismissed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. On the field, Matza was the first to rush to Xiaomi's side, the towering figure of 191 centimeters enveloping him in a bear hug. Soon after, Mark and other teammates surged forward, surrounding Xiaomi. Some offered embraces, others ruffled his hair, while one audacious soul playfully slapped his backside. Startled, Xiaomi leapt up, seeking the identity of the mischievous culprit. However, once the celebrations concluded, his teammates dispersed in a jubilant frenzy, leaving Xiaomi perplexed as to who had taken advantage of him. Nevertheless, he understood that this was merely his teammates' unique way of congratulating him on his goal. On the sidelines, Kubel, witnessing Dortmund scoring yet again, refused to concede defeat and promptly made adjustments. Before the match resumed, he substituted the number 24 for the season number 11. Once on the pitch, the veteran conveyed the coach's new tactical directives. As the game recommenced, Wolfsburg relentlessly pressed forward, launching an aggressive onslaught against Dortmund. Meanwhile, within an apartment in Berlin, a soothing low moan resonated as he lay sprawled on the bed, every last ounce of strength drained from his body. In truth, it was nothing significant. Just moments ago, he had concluded a business negotiation worth millions with the enigmatic five-fingered maiden. He lit a cigarette, casually flipping through the channels. By a stroke of fortune, when he landed on the sports channel, he happened to catch a replay of Xiaomi's goal. As the camera zoomed in on the striking young man with short black hair and golden skin, he was captivated. He was taken aback. Was this an Eastern player? Yuan of Dortmund had just stepped onto the field for less than a minute when he executed a stunning volley, aiding Dortmund in extending their lead. The voice of the commentator echoed from the television, causing him to pause momentarily. Yuan? Why did this name sound so familiar, so akin to his own compatriots? He immediately fumbled for his phone on the bed, swiftly navigating to the educational video and directly searching for the official website of Dortmund. The more he watched, the broader his smile became. To his astonishment, it was indeed a player from Dacia who had just signed with Dortmund. How amusing. Who said no one from Dacia plays in the Bundesliga? Here was the perfect material. While keeping an eye on the images on the television, he contemplated how he would edit the footage later. He is a content creator on a modest platform, and although he is studying in Berlin, he has produced numerous videos about his life abroad. However, the meager view counts have left him in a state of silent frustration. On the surface, it appears that he enjoys a glamorous life as an international student in Germany, yet the harsh reality is known only to him. This holiday, he dared not return home and chose instead to remain alone, laboring to make ends meet. Witnessing so many creators earning substantial income, he too embarked on the path of producing short videos, hoping to garner a wave of followers by sharing glimpses of his life and the scenery abroad. Yet, he found himself inundated with disappointment, as he could only harvest a mess of failures, forcing him to continue his relentless pursuit of work to sustain his living expenses. Lamenting his lack of compelling material and witty anecdotes, he has not updated his videos for months. However, after investigating information about the Xiaomi event, he astutely sensed an opportunity for viral success. This is the essence of information disparity, though it is a qualification match for the UEFA League. There will be no live broadcast in his home country. This presents his chance. The sports section of the modest platform is thriving, and uploading this video could yield remarkable results. As he became increasingly engrossed, he paid no heed to the cigarette in his hand, a sudden sting prompting him to flick away the smoldering end. Lighting another cigarette, he began to contemplate the video he would edit later. On the field, the match persevered. With a 2-goal lead secured, the players of Borussia Dortmund retreated entirely into their half. Although the opposing team intensified their offensive efforts, they found themselves thwarted by Dortmund's layered defense, unable to muster any substantial shooting opportunities. Whenever possession was lost, Xiaomi would swiftly break through with the ball. The players of Wolfsburger, amidst the relentless transitions of offense and defense, experienced significant fatigue. The final moments of the match devolved into mere garbage time. Ultimately, the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the game, with Dortmund triumphing 2-0 away from home. Chapter 15. The release of Xiaomi's goal video after conversing with the referee. Matza retrieved the match ball. This was Xiaomi's debut, and scoring with this very ball made it a moment worthy of commemoration in his eyes. There exists a small tradition in European leagues, where players keep the net, the ball from a hat trick, or even a patch of turf. These tokens serve as mementos, bringing good fortune to the players. Following the match, Xiaomi stood dazed on the field. Congratulations, host, the task is complete. However, due to the system's outdated version, rewards can only be issued post-upgrade. What the heck? What is going on? Months without a task, and now that one finally appears. The system version is still too low to be compatible? Is this system treating me like a mere piece of mutton? You merely mentioned an upgrade, yet failed to inform me how long it would take. Xiaomi felt greatly frustrated, yet helpless, forced to bide his time. Just then, he spotted Matza approaching him with a beaming smile, cradling the football. He was momentarily taken aback. Matza handed him the ball as a keepsake. "Thank you, Captain." Xiaomi accepted the ball with a grin, joining his teammates in expressing gratitude to the fans present. To his surprise, a fan threw a jersey his way, requesting his signature. He was somewhat taken aback, having signed over a dozen jerseys before departing with the team. As Xiaomi walked back, he rubbed his arms. The act of signing was unexpectedly more exhausting than playing football. If he had to sign even more, how would he manage? The locker room was quite cramped, lacking even a shower area, so the players quickly changed and returned to the hotel. Upon entering the room, he said to Mark, "You go first. I'll shower after you're done." As Mark was in the process of undressing, a smirk played on his lips as he inquired, "What's the matter? Are you shy or still immature?" Upon hearing Mark's teasing, Xiaomi felt a surge of defiance. He promptly stripped off his clothes and pulled Mark into the bathroom. He certainly does not believe that his development is lacking, and he is unwilling to concede this point. Men can sometimes be rather immature, resolutely refusing to back down in certain respects. Upon meeting in earnest, Mark was utterly astonished. He had encountered Kagawa's brothers before, and in his mind, all Easterners seemed rather similar. This time, he could only lament his own shallowness and clasp his hands in a gesture of respect, acknowledging, "I underestimated you. You are indeed profound and inscrutable." With a triumphant tilt of his head, Xiaomi patted Mark on the shoulder, saying, "It's good that you understand. Making such jokes in the summer, you might get beaten." The two shared laughter as they took a shower and enjoyed a late-night snack prepared by the hotel before retiring early for the night. Meanwhile, in a small apartment in Berlin, a young man finally completed the video editing. The video was quite brief, only 76 seconds long. Titled "The Summer Boy in the Bundesliga, Yuan." After changing his account profile picture to one of Xiaomi, he clicked to upload. Minutes later, the video was approved, and he let out a sigh of relief. It was already deep into the night in Berlin, while in the summer, a new day was just beginning. He not only posted on a lesser-known platform, but also shared on Vblog, driven by a singular purpose, to attract attention. Yet, feeling unsatisfied after these efforts, he switched to an account with a new avatar and began to promote posts vigorously. Only then did he recline with a sense of fulfillment. He planned to check the results the following morning, believing this to be the most significant scoop, of which he was the first to discover. Should the video gain popularity, he would travel to Dortmund to witness the match in person and gather more material. Envisioning a promising future, he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. In the sweltering summer, a new day dawned, marking yet another Black Friday. Early rising workers departed their homes, heading towards their workplaces. Among them, some utilized public transportation, taking the opportunity to catch a quick nap, while others busied themselves scrolling through their phones, engrossed in Vblog or the lesser-known platform. Xiao Wang had successfully claimed a seat, determined to ride from the starting point to the destination. Engaging with his phone was his favored method to pass the time during the journey. As he perused the comments, he stumbled upon a striking profile picture of someone clad in a Dortmund jersey. As a devoted Dortmund fan, he did not hesitate to click on it. The blogger's name was amusing, Season Faux Fan. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by the video uploaded by this Season Faux Fan. After watching, he completely lost awareness of his surroundings on the bus, exclaiming in excitement, "Wow, no way, wow," unable to articulate his enthusiasm more eloquently. Xiao Wang relied solely on his exclamations to express his exhilaration. He was utterly unaware that Borussia Dortmund had, at some point, acquired a diminutive player from the great Xia. Astonishingly, he even managed to contribute such a magnificent goal during the match. He remained utterly oblivious to the peculiar gazes of those around him. After replaying it once more, he unhesitatingly copied the link and shared it in his friends group. "Brothers, please tell me this isn't a dream." Within 2 minutes, a flurry of messages erupted from his friends. "Wang, is the video you sent genuine? When did a player from Dachau ever join the Bundesliga? That's the Bundesliga. That goal was magnificent. He must have just entered the field. Is that all there is? Hurry, does anyone have his profile? Who can break through the wall and find out why there's no news from Dachau? Is he a player from the second team?" Amidst his silly chuckles, Xiao Wang replied, "Don't ask. The answer is simply unknown." The newly enlightened Xiao Wang and his group of friends began to share the video, eager for more fans to learn that the Bundesliga finally had a player from Dachau. The video, showcasing a seasoned yet superficial fan, gained traction as it was circulated among numerous enthusiasts, with its view count soaring past 10,000 by noon. Many netizens left comments seeking more information about the young talent. Meanwhile, the slumbering U-Master remained unresponsive, leaving the online community to indulge in their own excitement within the comments. At 1 p.m., a netizen who had managed to bypass the firewall posted the information they uncovered on their personal account. Previously, Dacia had a fair number of players competing in European leagues, capturing the attention of many fans. However, in recent years, most Dacia players who ventured abroad found themselves in lower-tier leagues. The opportunities for Dacia players to take the field have diminished, compelling fans to turn their attention to world-class stars like Messi and Ronaldo. The decline of Dacia football over the years has left fans disheartened. Initially, it was believed that the players from the 02 generation were merely lucky to qualify for the World Cup due to their lack of prowess. After the 05 Olympic team achieved commendable results, the landscape of Dacia football has offered little worth watching or any players capable of captivating fans' interest. While domestic leagues may be bustling and sponsors fervently promoting them, fans yearn for players who can compete in countries like Europe, where football flourishes. They also aspire to witness their players flourish on the grand European stage, much like their neighboring counterparts. The discovery of a gem like Xiaomi has sparked a sensation among domestic fans. However, both the individual involved and the uploader of the video remain ensconced in slumber. Chapter 16. The business acumen of Prince Suning. The video's popularity has captivated professional media personnel. Among them, a budding intern journalist named He Hui, who has recently joined a sports weekly, stumbled upon this video while browsing the website. As he has yet to complete his internship, he is in dire need of accomplishments. He only needs to identify the sensational aspect of the news to secure his position. Upon discovering a video featuring Xiaomi, he immediately began to search for more information about the company through various channels. After logging onto the official website of the Football Association, he was startled to find that Xiaomi had not registered in the Great Summer. Subsequently, he had no choice but to use a VPN on his phone to seek further relevant information. There was scant news regarding Yuan, and no past experiences to draw upon. However, none of this was of paramount importance. What he urgently required was to compose a press release, aiming for publication in the next edition of the newspaper. The online video platform is currently in negotiations with La Liga, preparing to secure broadcasting rights. A group of executives is convening to discuss the operations following the acquisition of these rights. In the corner, Zhang Kangyang, the heir of the Suning Group, idly scrolls through his phone. He has just completed his studies at Wharton, earning a degree in economic management. His father has encouraged him to join the group to lay the groundwork for inheriting the family business in the future. Zhang Kangyang has always been a devoted sports enthusiast, and he has been contemplating how to merge his passion with his profession. This recent investment aims to establish a foundation for his foray into the sports industry. Having studied abroad for an extended period, he harbors a disdain for the numerous meetings that await him upon his return. What should take mere minutes to discuss often stretches into an entire day of deliberation, as one person speaks a word and another adds a few sentences, leading to a regrettable waste of time. He admired the work ethic abroad, characterized by its simplicity and directness, devoid of excessive procedures. To alleviate his boredom, he began to peruse his phone. Upon encountering a video featuring Yuan, his eyes widened in astonishment. In disbelief, he replayed it twice, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. With a resounding slap of his thigh, he exclaimed, "What a fantastic play!" His outburst rendered the conference room abruptly silent, with every gaze turning towards him, while his father's expression darkened instantaneously. Immersed in the thrill of his newfound discovery, Zhang Kangyang remained unaware of the tense atmosphere and pressed the replay button once more. The elder Zhang Jindong's face, etched with dismay, could no longer maintain its composure. Clap! He slammed the table and bellowed, "Zhang Kangyang, what are you doing?" The fury in his father's voice startled Zhang Kangyang profoundly. He finally lifted his head, gazing blankly at his surroundings, his eyes settling on his father. The elder, once characterized by his steadiness and warmth, now resembled an enraged lion. Zhang Kangyang swallowed hard. Being astute, he swiftly devised an excuse. "Zhang, I sincerely apologize for my momentary lapse of control. My emotions overwhelmed me. I have discovered a promising player from the Dacia team, the number 9 from Borussia Dortmund. I believe that securing the broadcasting rights for the Bundesliga simultaneously would greatly benefit our strategic development." Zhang Jindong furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze fixed intently on his son. He held a profound trust in his son, who had always been remarkably understated and humble, possessing a far-reaching vision and a keen business acumen. However, during a meeting, this young man not only discreetly scrolled through his phone, but audibly declared it. leaving his father's dignity in question. As he pondered how to gracefully extricate himself from the situation, the angel investor, old Joe, cheerfully rose and gently pressed him back into his seat, inquiring, "Young Jean, why don't you elaborate on your thoughts? We have a computer here. You can project your video onto the big screen." Having navigated the business realm for many years, old Joe knew precisely how to provide a lifeline to his old friend. Jean Kenong, relieved by Uncle Joe's timely intervention, exhaled deeply. "All right, Mr. Joe. Please give me a moment." Jean Kenong was astute. He recognized that having opened the floor, he must now substantiate his claims. He sat before the computer, promptly projecting a video onto the large screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold this striking shot from his recently concluded Europa League qualifying match." As the video commenced, Jean Kenong remained industrious, swiftly searching for additional information. The online details regarding Yuan were scarce, predominantly revolving around this particular footage. However, this posed no challenge for him. As he had returned from studying abroad and could effortlessly access foreign websites, he seized the opportunity to directly log onto the official Borussia Dortmund website, where he discovered information pertaining to the player, Yuan. As he just entered the webpage, the video had already concluded, and the conference room fell into a palpable silence once more. He gazed in astonishment at his father and Uncle Joe not far away, their eyes still fixed on the large screen. Jean Kenong cleared his throat twice, ahem. "The player in question is Yuan, a newly signed athlete by Dortmund, who is yet to reach the age of 18 this year." He recited the information he had gathered. "What? Could you repeat that?" Old Joe stood up, not due to a lack of understanding, but rather out of fear of confirmation. After Jean Kenong reiterated the details, the focus of the meeting shifted abruptly from the initial discussion to exploring how to acquire the broadcasting rights for the Bundesliga. Businessmen never overlook any opportunity. Broadcasting La Liga is a testament to its current popularity. With players like Barcelona's Messi and Real Madrid's Cristiano Ronaldo, it has become a hot topic in the football world. This is precisely why they are willing to expend any resources necessary to secure the broadcasting rights for La Liga. In contrast, the Premier League, Bundesliga, Serie A, and Ligue 1 do not offer particularly lucrative prospects, hence they have not been considered. Jean Kenong's discovery represents a significant opportunity for the Dacia market. Although numerous young players have been sent abroad recently, none have truly played in the top 5 leagues. A few years ago, there were players competing in the Premier League and Bundesliga. Back then, online streaming was nowhere near as prevalent, and people primarily relied on state sports channels for broadcasts. Many households even installed satellite dishes to access overseas transmissions. However, in recent years, with the advent of technology, everyone possesses a smartphone, making online streaming the norm and presenting their greatest business opportunity. Although a young player from Greentown recently traveled abroad to play, he joined a Dutch team that is not widely recognized, rendering the acquisition of broadcasting rights worthless. The media had previously sensationalized his story, claiming he set a record for the youngest Dachau player to enter European leagues, heralding him as the hope of Dachau football. Yet, none of this compares to the value of the young talent showcased in the video, who plays for a mainstream Bundesliga team, the only publicly listed club in Germany, renowned for its notorious home ground. If the news were to break in Dachau that Borussia Dortmund was coming to host an event, it could attract hundreds of thousands of fans. The most appealing aspect remains the jersey donned by the player, the number 9 shirt, which is regarded as a critical striker's number in Dachau, even surpassing the prestige of the number 10. Unbeknownst to them, the high-level meeting had lasted an entire day, culminating in Old Joe decisively making a decision. "Xiao Zhang, you discovered this player. You will be responsible for securing the Bundesliga broadcasting rights and liaising with Dortmund." Suppressing his joy, Jean Kenong stood up and glanced at his father, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. With newfound determination, he proclaimed, "Thank you, Chairman Joe, and everyone for your trust. I will do my utmost to see this project through." After Jean Kenong's statement, the meeting concluded with a final summary. Chapter 17. Watching the game from the stands for the first time. At this moment, far away in Europe, Yuan had just landed. After bidding farewell to his coach and teammates, he boarded a small vehicle driven by Karami. Throughout the journey, he animatedly recounted his experiences from the match, while also inquiring about any shortcomings he might have exhibited during the game. Karami, fully aware of the excitement bubbling within Yuan after his debut, patiently responded. As they neared home, the conversation took a turn. A player's success is not solely determined by the goals scored or the victories achieved for the team. One must consistently maintain their form and cultivate harmonious relationships with teammates. The astute Yuan understood the deeper meaning behind Karami's words and humbly nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. I will be mindful of that. Earlier in Berlin, the enthusiastic master awoke and immediately opened only to be left dumbfounded upon seeing the data. He could never have imagined in his wildest dreams that the views on his video would surpass 5 digits, rapidly approaching 6. The number of likes and shares was substantial, accompanied by thousands of comments. His follower count, which once languished in the dozens, has now surged to over 3,000. For this grassroots content creator, it felt as though he had taken flight. He eagerly clicked on the comments section, discovering that everyone was inquiring about Yuan's information and expressing a desire for more videos of him playing football. His hand trembled slightly as he grasped his phone, aware that an opportunity to earn had presented itself. He extracted the last cigarette from the pack and forcefully crumpled the box into a tight ball. He now needs to remain calm, contemplating how to effectively produce the forthcoming videos. The sound of a lighter flickering echoed as he struck it several times. Finally, igniting the cigarette and inhaling deeply. Under the stimulation of nicotine, his mind gradually became clearer, rubbing his face vigorously. He realized he must go to Dortmund to engage closely with the player Yuan. The schedule for the match day in Dortmund needed to be confirmed, and the issue of securing tickets had to be addressed. Reflecting on the tickets, he hastily checked his balance. His entire savings amounted to less than 3,000 euros, making the purchase of a season ticket utterly impractical. The positions for experienced tickets were also unfavorable, rendering attendance at every match an unrealistic endeavor. With no broadcasting of the Bundesliga in his country, he could merely compile highlight reels of the matches. Nevertheless, he was determined to visit Dortmund, seeking ways to connect with Yuan and gather more information. Unconsciously, he finished the cigarette, having clarified his general thoughts. Today, he decided to resign from his part-time job. The daily wage of €8 was insignificant compared to the income from uploading videos. He requires additional time to edit the video and gather more information about Yuan. Due to time constraints, he was unable to attend today's friendly match for Dortmund. However, he can certainly make it to the next UEFA qualification match. Moreover, he might even arrive early at Dortmund's training ground in hopes of capturing some footage or perhaps encountering Xiaomi. Before heading to work, he plans to upload the official Dortmund video along with material about Yuan to a lesser-known platform. With a clearer mindset, he completed his morning routine, descended to enjoy breakfast, and purchased cigarettes before returning home to commence his tasks. Upon arriving home, Xiaomi had lunch and retreated to his room for a rest. There was an afternoon friendly match, and although he did not make it to the roster, he still desired to witness the event live. Having played only a few minutes the day before, he felt he could easily make the trip after a brief rest. After his nap, he called Karami to accompany him to the match. Noticing Xiaomi dressed in a white t-shirt and fitted black shorts without any protective gear, Karami promptly pulled him back. "Do you have a hat, mask, or sunglasses?" Xiaomi paused, nodding in surprise and curiously asking, "Do you need them?" "It's not me who needs them, it's you. Do you think you can quietly enjoy the game looking like that at the stadium? I don't know many people. You navi fool. Do you think Dortmund fans are blind? Hurry and put them on." Xiaomi returned to his room to change his attire before making his way back downstairs. "Is this acceptable?" Karami nodded and promptly grabbed the keys to head out. They soon arrived at the Westfalen Stadion. As a first-time spectator, Xiaomi was taken aback by the throngs of people, feeling a slight tingle at the nape of his neck. It was merely a friendly match. Yet such a large crowd had gathered, which surprised him significantly. They traversed the V corridor, their seats located behind the substitutes bench. The tickets here were internal, seldom made available to the public. The anthems of Borussia Dortmund resonated through the venue, and it was his first experience in the stands. Absorbing the essence of the home atmosphere, the South Stand, adorned with the grand TF0, showcased fervent fans waving their scarves, swaying to the music, and singing passionately. Experiencing such an ambience from the stands for the first time bestowed upon him a unique sensation, given the exclusivity of the location. The surroundings were notably more tranquil for Xiaomi. Once seated, he took out his phone to seek information about Real Betis. The opponent in this friendly match was the newly promoted team from La Liga, Real Betis. The squad primarily consisted of local players, lacking any particularly renowned stars. Observing Xiaomi perusing the details, Kalami provided him with insights. Although they had ascended to La Liga this season, their overall strength should not be underestimated. Many believed that teams promoted from lower divisions were mere pushovers. However, It is often such teams that achieve unexpected success. Their aspirations were modest, primarily focusing on survival in the higher league. With lower expectations, players had greater latitude, and when facing formidable teams, even giants like Barcelona and Real Madrid, they were likely to pull off surprising victories. The competition in the lower divisions was fiercer than in the top leagues, with physical confrontations being more intense. All players in the lower leagues harbored a fierce determination to excel, pouring their hearts into every match. This summer transfer window, they had also recruited several new players. And in this match, their intent was to hone their skills, with the outcome being of little consequence. After listening to Calami's exposition, Xiaomi inquired. They seem to have once played in La Liga, but subsequently faced relegation, correct? Indeed, Calami affirmed. However, this team boasts a century-long history, being one of the traditional clubs in La Liga. Calami recounted the history of Real Betis, along with intriguing anecdotes and rivalries with Sevilla. Time slipped away swiftly amidst their conversation, interrupted by the voice of the on-site DJ, signaling the commencement of the match. To his astonishment, Xiaomi spotted a seasoned Dutch legend, Rafael van der Vaart. He is the recipient of the inaugural European Golden Boy Award and is also the former captain of Ajax, known for his contentious relationship with Zlatan. Van der Vaart is capable of excelling in various positions, including attacking midfielder, central midfielder, playmaker, winger, wide midfielder, fullback, and shadow striker. He exhibits incisive breakthroughs on the field, delivering penetrating through balls with remarkable precision, and possesses an exceptional ability to execute free kicks. His instinct in the penalty area, his prowess in heading the ball into the net, and his exquisite scorpion kick have long been the objects of admiration for Xiaomi. Pointing at Van der Vaart on the pitch, Xiaomi exclaimed with excitement, "When did he join Real Betis? Who are you referring to?" "Van der Vaart. He must have just joined. Didn't you see his profile earlier? I was too engrossed in our conversation to pay attention to the rest." Rafael is indeed a commendable player, possessing formidable skills and set pieces with his left foot. Unfortunately, his discipline has been lacking, and his development has not been favorable since departing from Ajax. Calami is like a comprehensive encyclopedia of European football, providing Xiaomi with detailed explanations on any topic that piques his interest. Not long into their discussion, the match commenced. Borussia Dortmund did not field many of their key players, and the initial exchanges between the two teams felt rather lackluster. It was only after about 20 minutes into the first half that Dortmund seemed to awaken, intensifying their offensive efforts. In the 35th minute, Castro assisted Adrian, who scored the opening goal. Following Dortmund's lead, Real Betis began to ramp up their attack. Yet they failed to breach Dortmund's defenses. After halftime, Dortmund initiated substitutions to realign their tactics. Both sides engaged in back-and-forth play, yet the scoreboard remained untouched. The atmosphere of the match felt somewhat dreary, with Xiaomi anxiously tapping his feet in the stands. Calami, amused by Xiaomi's anxious demeanor, burst into laughter and pulled him back into the moment. "You're more anxious than the players on the field." "Hee, perhaps I'm a bit too invested," Xiaomi admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed as he took a sip of water and resumed watching the game. As the match approached the 85th minute, Kirch successfully intercepted the ball and made a swift breakthrough, resulting in a one-on-one situation. He deftly maneuvered past the goalkeeper and calmly slotted the ball home. Calami remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Both Kirch and Kuba are aging. Their injuries make them ill-suited to remain at Dortmund." "Are they leaving?" "We're still training together. I've heard that final negotiations are underway. Kirch's contract expires this month, and Dortmund has opted not to renew it. Paderborn has shown interest, and he is likely heading to the second division. As for Kuba, he won to secure a starting position at Dortmund, and he may very well be loaned to Fiorentina in Serie A. This match serves to showcase them to potential new clubs." Xiaomi pondered Calami's words, feeling a twinge of concern about his own future. "If I reach their age, will my abilities also decline? Will I be loaned out or find myself without a place to play?" Noticing Xiaomi's unease, Calami chuckled and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "You're still quite young. Don't dwell on such thoughts. The match is about to conclude." Xiaomi has only just realized that his professional journey has merely begun, and contemplating life beyond 30 feels rather premature. He still possesses the innovative prowess of his mentor, and what the future holds remains uncertain. At the very least, he shall not fade away like Balotelli, a fleeting comet across the sky. "Ah, dear mentor, I hope you do not intend to consume my rewards in the process of your ascension. It is indeed a rarity to encounter a system so capricious." akin to fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. As his thoughts soared, the match concluded. Ultimately, Dortmund triumphed over Real Betis with a score of 2-0, both teams exchanging amicable handshakes and jerseys. Xiaomi yearned to rush forward and exchange jerseys with Van der Vaart, yet alas, today he was merely a spectator. After the competition concluded, they departed early. Xiaomi would return to the team the day after tomorrow, as he intended to diligently practice at home over the weekend. Chapter 18. System upgrade completed on Sunday. After concluding a day of training, Xiaomi was swimming in the pool when, suddenly, the long-awaited voice echoed in his mind. Upgrade complete. Rewards distribution commencing. Xiaomi swiftly swam to the edge of the pool, eager to discover the level of treasure he would receive. However, several minutes passed without the anticipated treasure appearing. Instead, a new interface of the system emerged. Task completion reward, training module. Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, then immediately began to explore the upgraded system. The old system featured a singular storage interface, but the upgraded version revealed several new options: shop, training module, points, storage. Xiaomi felt as though he were immersed in a game, and the first option he clicked was the training module. Upon entering, he perused the introduction to the training module. Training module. This module will provide targeted training based on the host's individual circumstances. Upon completion, an assessment will be conducted. If the assessment is passed, the newly acquired skills will become inherent abilities of the host. During training, there will be no detriment to the host's physical capabilities. Note: training can only be accessed during rest periods. Upon reading the introduction, Xiaomi's heart soared with joy. This meant he could access the system for training at any time during his rest. It was akin to leveling up effortlessly with cumulative buffs. By completing daily training and, when fatigued, engaging in training within the system, he could progress without hindering his development. This reward was truly remarkable, akin to a cheat for grinding experience points. He longed to dash back to his room and conduct a test immediately, yet dinner was imminent, compelling him to restrain his impulses and continue exploring the system's new features. He opened the storage compartment and found the previous rewards still quietly resting within, all intact, which brought him a sense of relief. Curiosity piqued. He then clicked on the points system, unaware of its true significance. Upon opening it, he noticed that his point total displayed a solitary score of 1. How had this point been accrued? Could it possibly be a result of the goal I scored in the last match? A question arose in his mind, prompting him to click on the question mark in the upper right corner. Points rules. 1. Complete tasks issued by the system to earn 1 point. 2. Score a decisive goal in a match to earn 1 point. 3. Achieve the title of player of the match to earn 1 point. 4. Provide an assist to earn 0. 5 points. 5. Score or assist twice in a single match to earn 0. 5 points. 6. Score or assist 3 times in a single match to earn 1 point. 7. Score or assist 4 times in a single match to earn 1. 5 points. 8. Score or assist 5 or more times in a single match to earn 2 points. 9. Reach 500,000 fans to earn 0. 5 points. 10. Reach 1,000,000 fans to earn 1 point. 11. Reach 2,000,000 fans to earn 1. 5 points. There was a lengthy list that followed, but he chose not to delve further. He has likely come to understand that the points are akin to currency for transactions within the store. As long as he accumulates a sufficient number of points, he can exchange them for various items. With this thought in mind, he exited the points interface and promptly clicked to enter the store, eager to discover the array of advanced technologies it offered. Upon accessing the store interface, he noted that it was divided into 4 categories: pharmaceuticals, equipment, skills, and others. He casually clicked on the medication to explore, eager to discover the prices of the potions he currently possessed in the shop. However, upon glancing at the prices, he was left utterly stunned. A basic healing potion demanded an astonishing 10 points, while the most expensive advanced potion was priced at a staggering 100 points. As he gazed at the solitary figure in the corner, he let out a deep sigh. Indeed, cutting-edge technology does not come cheap. He pondered how many matches he would need to win and how many goals he would have to score to accumulate enough points to exchange for such advancements. Ultimately, he decided to refrain from further examination. At this moment, it was far more crucial for him to enhance his skills rapidly, as these advanced technologies served as mere aids, simultaneously embodying the original sin of fostering his laziness. He had just powered down the system when he heard Karami calling him to dinner. He swam back to the escalator, donned his bathrobe, and proceeded directly to the dining area for the evening meal. He consumed his meal with remarkable haste today. Upon finishing, he informed Karami, "I shall return to my room for some rest. Tomorrow, I must rejoin the team." "Go ahead. I have other commitments shortly," she replied, with determined strides. Xiaomi returned to his room, and after a brief tactical review, he reclined on his bed. Once settled, he swiftly entered the training module. In the blink of an eye, he found himself on a football field. Before he could fully observe his surroundings, the system's voice resonated. "Welcome to the training module. You will now engage in simulated shooting practice based on your current abilities. 3 matches will ensue, and your team must secure victory in 2 of them to conclude this training. Only through actual combat can one improve the most effectively." As the system's voice faded, he materialized in the locker room, where a virtual coach was expounding on tactics. Xiaomi glanced down and discovered he was clad in a red jersey. It seemed he was on the red team, competing in a best-of-3 format. The players around him were indistinct, their faces obscured, revealing only the color of their jerseys and their assigned numbers. Redirecting his focus, he attentively absorbed the coach's tactical instructions, preparing for the simulated matches ahead. After tidying up, Karami, holding freshly ironed clothes, rapped gently on Xiaomi's door. She knocked for several minutes, yet there was no response from within. "Has he gone to bed this early?" She pondered. "Never mind. I shall give it to him tomorrow." Unbeknownst to her, Xiaomi was deeply engrossed in his consciousness, engaged in the matches. The following morning, Xiaomi stretched languidly and sat up. He silenced the incessantly ringing alarm clock and, after a moment's reflection, realized that despite a night of intense competition, his body seemed unchanged. As he washed up, he recalled the 3 matches from the previous night, each contributing significantly to his growth. In the first match, his lack of synergy with his teammates led to missed opportunities, resulting in a loss. However, in the second match, he finally grasped the rhythm, narrowly clinching victory. In the third match, he collaborated seamlessly with his red team companions, achieving a commendable win. He sensed that the prowess of those virtual teammates was comparable to that of his current companions, and he could even discern echoes of his teammates within them. He was uncertain about the nature of the training that awaited him that evening, yet he found great delight in this method of training. What he needed most at this moment was practical experience, for as the esteemed Tonks said, real combat is the most effective means of rapid improvement. Since returning to the team, he had become increasingly enthusiastic about his training. He needs to strive for more opportunities on the field, both to enhance his skills and to accumulate points. Without surpassing 50 points, he lacks the courage to access the system store. After Wednesday's training session, Tuchel gathered everyone together. Tomorrow is an open training day, and reporters and fans will be present. After the training, Mark, you will have a one-on-one interview, so be sure to prepare thoroughly. After Tuchel finished speaking, he handed Mark a copy of the interview script, to which Mark nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, I'll prepare." Dismissed. With that, Tuchel departed, and the teammates approached Mark, curious about the nature of this interview. However, Mark wore a troubled expression, as he truly disliked dealing with reporters. Xiaomi did not join them and headed straight to the locker room. Recently, he had been retiring early each day. Having grown fond of the extra training he engaged in every night, he was not inclined to join in on the commotion. After changing his clothes, he rode off as usual. Just as he exited the gates of the training facility, a shadow obstructed his path. Chapter 19. Stopping a vehicle on the street startled by the sudden appearance of a person, Xiaomi braked abruptly, his one leg propped on the ground, and asked somewhat irritably, "Who are you?" Upon seeing me Yuan come to a halt, the newcomer felt a surge of delight and clasped his hands in greeting. "Hello. I am your fan. I was quite excited to see you, so." Hearing the other party speak in Mandarin, Xiaomi relaxed slightly, his furrowed brow easing. Observing the individual, who donned a backpack and sported a casual traveler-esque attire while claiming to be a fan, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he was not dealing with a violent individual. Nonetheless, he reprimanded, "What you're doing is dangerous. What if I hit you?" "Hee. The bicycle isn't a problem. I'd just fall over." The other person scratched his head, grinning with joy at the sight of me Yuan. "Did you stop me for an autograph?" Xiaomi, eager to return home, had encountered numerous fans lately, but this was the first time someone had directly blocked his path. Since the individual was a fellow countryman, he thought signing an autograph and taking a photo would suffice. However, the next words from the individual left Xiaomi utterly speechless. "My name is Liang, and I am the creator of a small platform. I specifically traveled from Berlin to interview you. I posted a video. and many domestic netizens are eager to learn more about you. As Li Yang spoke, he opened his account to show Xiaomi. On the screen, there were two videos, both posted by someone named Senior Pseudo Fan. One was a video of his debut goal, while the other was an official announcement video. The first video had surpassed 100,000 views, with over 10,000 comments. The second video also exceeded 100,000 views, but had only a few thousand comments. Although he is unfamiliar with the monetization strategies of Yuzhu, he understands that viewership is paramount. One avenue for increasing system points is through the growth of followers. Indeed, expanding one's influence is an effective method to garner more fans. However, he has never dealt with such matters, and should an interview arise, it would necessitate coordination with the management company and club personnel. He did not open the video. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I need to consult my assistant. A signature is acceptable, but I cannot agree to an interview." "All right, can you contact him now?" Li Yang implored. For this was a battle he could not afford to lose. He had inadvertently discovered that Yuan represented his greatest opportunity for profit. Thus, he had resigned from his part-time job, dedicating himself entirely to the pursuit of Yuan and the creation of short videos. Xiaomi found his request somewhat absurd. Yet after a moment's reflection, she retrieved her phone and called Karami. "Are you still training?" On the other end, Karami was evidently preparing dinner. As the phone was set to speaker mode, allowing Xiaomi to hear the sizzling of the steak. "Karami, I encountered a fan from Daxia who has posted my match video on a domestic website. He wishes to interview me." He instinctively swallowed, feeling a pang of hunger. Karami's culinary skills were commendable. Although he prepared nutritious meals daily, they were never difficult to consume, often surpassing the deliciousness of those created by the team's chef. As Karami flipped the steak, he paused at Xiaomi's words, taken aback. His response was swift and straightforward. "I am preparing dinner for you, and if you don't mind, could you take him to the CAF nearby? I would like to ascertain his needs there." "All right, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Xiaomi instantly felt overwhelmed once again. His bicycle could not accommodate another person, so he suggested walking. With a wry smile, he said to Li Yang, "My assistant would like to discuss some matters with you. Allow me to escort you to a CAF where we can meet." Upon hearing this, Li Yang felt a surge of joy, recognizing the opportunity. However, he noticed Yuan's earlier wry smile and glanced at Yuan's bicycle, suddenly understanding the situation. "Could you provide me with an address? I can take a cab there." He did not expect that a mere slight change in expression would alert him to the crucial detail. "All right, I will give you Mr. Karami's phone number and the meeting address. Do you have paper and a pen?" Li Yang readily produced his notepad and pen, handing them to me. After me wrote down the address and contact information, he looked up and saw Li Yang holding a Borussia Dortmund jersey numbered 9, along with a Dortmund scarf. Smiling at him warmly, he did not hesitate and promptly signed his name. While Xiaomi was signing, Li Yang surprisingly recorded a video with his phone. After the signature was complete, Li Yang captured a close-up shot. Observing Li Yang gathering material, Xiaomi chose to remain silent. Eventually, the two exchanged a handshake and bid farewell, allowing Xiaomi to finally embark on his journey home. Once Karami ended his call with Xiaomi, he immediately reached out to Struthers. He was acutely aware of the potential within the Daxia market and felt compelled to report to his superior without delay. "What is it?" Struthers inquired, clearly preoccupied, as he answered the phone with a direct approach. "Mr. Struthers, a fan from Daxia wishes to interview Yuan. He appears to be a self-media figure from Daxia." Upon hearing this, Struthers paused his work to contemplate the situation. With the Bundesliga yet to commence, he had not increased promotional efforts for Xiaomi. The fact that a Daxia fan had taken notice of Xiaomi so swiftly suggested that he was likely a student or professional residing in Germany. This type of organic promotion, requiring no financial investment, indeed presented a unique opportunity to penetrate the Daxia market. "Karami, there is no issue with the interview, but the content must be meticulously vetted to ensure Xiaomi's image remains untarnished. Furthermore, Xiaomi should not train alone in the future. You must ensure his safety. If necessary, I can arrange for a bodyguard to accompany him." After hearing his boss's directives, Karami recognized his oversight in the matter. While he had considered having Xiaomi disguise himself for attending matches, he had allowed Xiaomi to train independently each day. This was a lapse in my professional judgment. I understand what actions to take now. After concluding the call, he placed the dinner he had prepared for Xiaomi into a thermal container and set it directly on the dining table. After tidying up briefly, he stepped out. Meanwhile, on a different note, it is essential to highlight the key events. After bidding farewell to Yuan, Li Yang could hardly contain his excitement and began to jump joyfully on the spot. Today, he merely ventured to the training facility in hopes of a stroke of luck. To his astonishment, after waiting the entire afternoon, he unexpectedly encountered Yuan. Furthermore, Yuan was riding alone, which led to the dramatic moment of him flagging down her bike. He felt that today was indeed his fortunate day, despite the hurried circumstances that left him without a place to rest. However, the prospect of meeting Yuan, obtaining an autograph, and capturing a video made the journey worthwhile. Soon, he would meet Yuan's assistant. If negotiations went well, he would be the first to acquire information about Xiaomi, presenting him with an exceptional opportunity to earn. A smile remained affixed to Li Yang's face as he summoned a ride through his app. He was not the type of person who traveled abroad for the sake of travel, as his family situation was far from affluent. His opportunity to study in Berlin was made possible through a full scholarship, and he was invited to attend. Although tuition and living expenses are not a concern, modern youth face significant pressures in life, especially individuals like him who come from modest backgrounds. Knowledge has the power to transform one's destiny, particularly when it is gilded with success. Ultimately, however, there exists but one objective: to sustain oneself and to earn a livelihood. He must seize this opportunity. Once he garners sufficient viewership, it is certain that collaborators will soon approach him. The revenue generated from viewership is significant, with the primary source being income from advertising placements. He had long envied the likes of Wang Nima and Wang Dachui, those early creators of video content who had amassed their first pot of gold. They were the targets of his aspirations, even though he lacked a team and catered only to a niche audience. If those who engaged in online gaming could profit, he was certain he could as well. Chapter 20. The faux fan receives an interview opportunity upon entering the vehicle. He gazed out the window, contemplating how he might persuade Yuan's assistant to facilitate his interview. The journey was brief, taking less than 10 minutes to reach the CAF. Upon stepping inside, he surveyed the surroundings in search of an empty seat, only to notice a Caucasian man beckoning him. Striding over, he politely inquired, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Kalami?" Kalami extended his hand, replying, "I am." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Li Yang." After their handshake, they settled into their seats and delved into the matter at hand. "Did you post a video about me on the Dasha website?" "Indeed. I stumbled upon Yuan's performance on the field and edited a video that I shared on a highly trafficked domestic video platform." Kalami's interest piqued, he urged. "Could you elaborate on that?" "Of course. At Dasha, we have numerous platforms available for video publication, and many individuals, like myself, enjoy editing and sharing videos there. Platforms such as Bilibili, Weibo, WeChat, and QQ are among the mainstream social media outlets in our country." Li Yang articulated his thoughts with clarity, explaining the dynamics of the Dasha self-media platform to Kalami. As he elucidated, he simultaneously took out his phone to demonstrate, and their conversation extended for over 2 hours. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement. Yuan would consent to an interview with Li Yang, albeit subject to content approval. Furthermore, should Li Yang wish to film Yuan, he must liaise directly with him, to which Yuan could offer some assistance. However, this arrangement was not without its stipulations. As the first fan from Dasha to discover Yuan, Li Yang was required to promote Yuan indirectly, enhancing his presence on the internet. Yet, he was prohibited from exploiting Yuan's fame to sell related jerseys, memorabilia, and the like without the company's permission. Additionally, at least 50% of the revenue from the exclusive interview would be allocated to Yuan as his rightful compensation. Their subsequent discussions revolved around the intricacies of collaboration and the pertinent legal constraints, with Karami understanding that the foremost priority was to safeguard Yuan's image and interests. Currently, few sought out Yuan, but once the Bundesliga commenced and Yuan garnered recognition, the demand for collaboration would undoubtedly escalate. The young man before him was merely an independent media creator, and the conditions were relatively lenient. Having established a preliminary consensus, they exchanged Twitter handles and email addresses before parting ways. Li Yang then sought accommodation at a nearby family inn, for he had a busy night ahead. He opened his laptop and, after connecting to the internet, began to contemplate the content of the interview. As for uploading the video, that could be postponed, considering there is a 7-hour time difference. As long as the interview content is satisfactory, he could conduct an exclusive interview with Xiaomi tomorrow, which is of paramount importance. When Kalami returned home, Yuan had just finished his training. He prepared a glass of juice for Yuan and recounted his conversation with Li Yang. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi replied, "In truth, I do not wish to enter the limelight of As fanbase so soon, nor do I desire to profit from them. However, it is no longer a matter of desire. You have already become the focal point of As supporters, and this is merely the beginning, as he is the closest to you. Soon, many more fans, merchants, and media from As will turn their attention towards you, and you must be ready. Xiaomi certainly understood that Kalami was not mistaken. It was no longer feasible for him to continue living in obscurity. Well, since it is unavoidable, I can only hope it won't interfere with my training and competitions. This is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. You have become a public figure and can no longer ride your bike to training. I do not wish for today's events to repeat themselves in your life. Yes, I understand. I will rely on you from now on. This is my duty. Get some rest. I still need to report back to the company. After finishing his juice, Xiaomi went upstairs, accepting the situation he could not change. Fortunately, the security at his residence was quite commendable. For the time being, fans would not disrupt his life. But he would indeed need to exercise caution when entering and exiting the training facility in the future. He is aware of the terrifying intensity that his fans can exhibit. He does not wish for his life to be affected. Previously, he had fantasized about becoming a football star, as renowned as Messi or Ronaldo. Yet now that he finds himself in the spotlight, he feels as though he is losing his privacy. He is well aware of the capabilities of the online community in Great Xia when it comes to uncovering personal details, and he hopes to shield himself and those around him from any unwarranted disturbances. After a refreshing shower, he set aside all negative emotions, delving back into his consciousness to commence today's training. After ascending the stairs, Xiaomi placed a call to his employer, reiterating the conversation he had with Yuan. You have done remarkably well. I shall ensure that the legal department prepares the contract and sends it to you. Once you receive the interview content, please forward it directly to Ruth for her review. Struthers swiftly organized the tasks pertaining to Karami, and after hanging up the phone, he lit a cigar. With a smile playing on his lips, he mused how populous Great Xia is, noting that Xiaomi was discovered so quickly. Surely, more would soon join the fray. The increase in the account balance had become merely a series of numbers to him. Yet who would refuse the opportunity to cultivate a superstar from scratch? Who would decline the continual accumulation of wealth? 2 hours later, Karami received 2 emails simultaneously. One was from the legal department, and the other from Liang. He opened Liang's email and began to scan through it swiftly. The email was divided into 2 sections. The first part contained the interview questions, which included inquiries about when Xiaomi began playing football, how he joined Dortmund, his mentors, the duration of his training, and his hobbies. The content was straightforward, primarily focusing on Xiaomi's personal experiences and interests, devoid of any inappropriate material. The second part, however, piqued Karami's interest. Liang wished to follow Xiaomi throughout the day of the UEFA qualification match, from training to the actual game. This intrigued Karami, yet he felt unable to make a decision and promptly forwarded the email to Ruth. After reviewing the contract sent by the legal department, he confirmed that there were no issues and proceeded to print it out. By the time he finished his tasks, there was still no response from Ruth's side. He rose and descended the stairs, beginning to tidy up and defrost the ingredients for the following morning. Inside the small inn, after sending the documents to Kalami, Liang, in an effort to alleviate his impatience while waiting, started editing the video of Xiaomi signing, adding text and music before uploading it online. He opened his email, finding no new messages, which caused him a slight sense of urgency. After taking a drag from a cigarette to calm his nerves, he dashed into the bathroom to take a shower. Having left his home at 7 a.m., he had made the arduous journey from Berlin to Dortmund, only nibbling on a piece of bread for lunch in anticipation of meeting Yuan. He was drenched in sweat and desperately needed to unwind. Upon finishing his shower and returning to his room, he noticed a message from Kalami on Twitter. Tomorrow afternoon is Dortmund's open training day. I will be waiting for you at the training ground entrance at 2 p.m. All right, I will contact you in advance. Liang exclaimed, leaping with excitement. He truly grasped the opportunity. Chapter 21. Open training day. The following day, Xiaomi obediently took Kalami's car to the training facility. Upon nearing the base, he sensed a difference. There seemed to be a significant increase in security today. Kalami's car was registered, allowing them to proceed smoothly to the parking lot. After the open training this afternoon, Liang will conduct a brief interview with you. I have sent the interview questions to your phone. You can review them during your lunch break. Okay, I will go change now. He was pleasantly surprised at his success, hoping there wouldn't be any inappropriate questions. After concluding the morning training session and having lunch, Xiaomi retired to the temporary dormitory to rest. He glanced at the content of the interview and found nothing particularly remarkable, so he chose to disregard it. Liang arrived at the training ground a quarter of an hour early and began filming with his DV camera. After uploading his video last night, he was astonished to discover that it garnered even more views than the previous two, accompanied by numerous requests for signed jerseys. Today, he needed to consult Karami on the most appropriate way to address this matter. Just yesterday, Karami had firmly stated that he was not permitted to engage in the buying or selling of signed jerseys from Xiaomi. This was a boundary he dared not cross. He was capturing the throng of people queuing at the entrance when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning around, he was surprised to see Karami. He promptly paused the recording, greeting, "Good afternoon, Mr. Karami. No need for formality. Here, take this. I will first escort you to sign the contract." Karami handed him a badge to wear, and the two smoothly entered the facility through the employee passage. "Feel free to capture the surroundings. I will take you to the reception area," Karami suggested. "Excellent. I am eager to gather more material," Liang replied, receiving permission and immediately commencing his filming. The subsequent process unfolded seamlessly, with Liang signing a collaboration contract for a season, essentially granting him a prestigious advantage. Although it was only for one season, he felt content. The contract included a clause that ensured priority for future collaborations, provided he performed well. Once the contract was finalized, Karami needed to return it to the company for an official stamp before handing it over to him. After he took a photograph, he handed it to Kalami, inquiring simultaneously. Numerous fans left messages, eager to obtain a signed jersey from me, Yuan. At this moment, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. Allow me to show you around. The public training session commences at 4 o'clock. Regarding this matter, Liang is also aware of the complexities involved. He will not be returning home for the time being, rendering him powerless in this situation. The public training day at Dortmund serves, on one hand, to afford fans the opportunity to engage closely with their beloved players and acquire autographs. More importantly, it allows the media to ascertain the player's condition prior to significant competitions. Oftentimes, fans receive this information and arrive at the Dortmund training facility at least 3 to 5 hours in advance. The reason is simple. The seating capacity in the stadium is exceedingly limited, and arriving late would preclude entry. Typically, the public training sessions are held at the home ground of the youth training team, where fans are permitted entry 2 hours beforehand, while the players arrive at 4 in the afternoon to partake in a regular training session lasting 1 to 1.5 hours. The intensity of these sessions is considerably lower than that of closed training, resembling more of a performance. Kalami guided Liang on a tour of the facility, capturing the entirety of Brackel's external environment. Kalami refrained from taking him indoors for a straightforward reason. Players were training inside, accompanied by media capturing their activities. After the midday break, Xiaomi and his teammates engaged in an hour of physical conditioning in the gym. Today's training left him feeling quite uncomfortable, with numerous cameras positioned around to capture their training moments. He has always held a disdain for matters of formality, identifying himself as an athlete rather than an actor. Today, Kagawa exhibited an unusual eagerness for performance. Typically, during strength training, he would take shortcuts, never missing an opportunity to slack off. However, today was a departure from his norm. He not only increased the weights, but also executed the movements with impeccable precision. This had little to do with him personally. He was diligently adhering to the coach's directives, fully focused on fulfilling his training objectives. After an hour of intense physical training, he reclined on a yoga mat, indulging in a massage from the therapist. As the clock approached 4 o'clock, having enjoyed a brief period of relaxation, he joined his teammates en route to the training ground. Karami and Liang had already arrived, securing a prime spot, while Liang set up a tripod to stabilize the DV camera. The hidden sprinklers beneath the turf began to spray, creating a delicate rainbow on the verdant field under the sunlight. This picturesque scene was promptly captured by him, along with the eager Dortmund fans who had long awaited the players' arrival. As the hour drew near, he pondered the delay of the players, only to be jolted by the excited screams from the stands. Those perched high had a clear view, and the anxious fans finally spotted the players making their way onto the pitch. Liang swiftly adjusted the camera, sweeping across the fans before focusing on the entrance. The players entered the field in small clusters through the iron gate, the first being Coach Tuchel, followed by the captain, Mats. Once most had settled in, Liang finally spotted Yuan, who was leisurely donning a blue training vest. The camera zoomed in, capturing a close-up of his face. From a distance, Yuan could hear the cacophony emanating from the training ground, with fans fervently calling out the players' names. He could even faintly discern his own name being shouted, which brought him a modest sense of fulfillment. Yet, he was perplexed as to why it was the female fans who were calling out. Was it his skill they admired? Or his appearance? Once the players were on the field, the cheers from the fans intensified. Tuchel calmly positioned himself at the center circle, with the players standing before him. All right, everyone gather in a circle. Let's loosen up with a game. The rules are simple. When I say start, you will sing the team anthem while moving clockwise. When I call out a number, you must pair up with a teammate. Those who fail to do so must complete 20 push-ups and will be eliminated. Is that understood? Understood. The players responded in unison, promptly forming an irregular zigzag circle around Tuchel. Begin. Tuchel shouted, and they commenced their circling, keenly observing their teammates. For no one wished to face the consequences. 3. As the players completed 2 laps, Tuchel suddenly called out a number. Instantly, the team became a flurry of activity, with the astute Xiaomi grasping the hands of both his teammates in front and behind him, forming a tight circle. The ever-prominent Kagawa became the first to perform push-ups. The game resumed amidst laughter and joy, and the spectators in the stands were equally amused. Fans delight in witnessing their favorite players in humorous predicaments, and this game perfectly catered to their tastes. The duration of the game was brief, lasting only 10 minutes, during which the circle diminished in size until only 7 players remained. Following this moment of merriment, all the players began their warm-up for the day's training session. The final 7-player match became the highlight of this public training event. Dressed in blue and red vests, the players naturally divided into 2 teams. The assistant coach set up the goal at the halfway line, creating a compact playing field. The red and blue teams each selected 7 players to commence their match on the half field. For half an hour, the players enjoyed themselves while the fans reveled in the excitement. Due to the sweltering heat, sprinklers beneath the turf continuously showered the players to cool them down. As the training concluded, the players approached the sidelines to sign autographs for the fans. Xiaomi followed Mats, and after signing for the fans, he noticed Karami waving at him. He jogged over, only to halt in front of Li Yang's DV. It had already been turned off. There was no need to be anxious. Li Yang quickly explained upon seeing his expression. I'll change my clothes first. Where will the interview take place afterward? Xiaomi turned to Karami, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in his damp attire. We'll wait for you in the garden. Go take a shower. Karami was aware of Xiaomi's tendency to sweat. Knowing he would undoubtedly need a shower, Xiaomi nodded and dashed back to the changing room. Karami accompanied Li Yang towards the garden, which, despite its name, was merely a shaded area with a few trees. Chapter 22. Xiaomi's exclusive interview. Karami and Li Yang arrived at the small garden and selected a spot to set up the DV. As the equipment was adjusted, Xiaomi arrived. There were already resting benches available, and without hesitation, Xiaomi took a seat. Li Yang, aware that Xiaomi was familiar with the interview content, directly asked, Yuan, do you prefer a question-and-answer format, or would you like to share your experiences directly with the fans of Daxia? To avoid arousing Karami's suspicion, he posed the question in English. Xiaomi contemplated for a moment. The question-and-answer format seemed simpler, as speaking freely might lead to mistakes. Let's go with the question-and-answer format. It will be simpler. All right, are you ready? Upon hearing this, Xiaomi glanced at the DV camera, feeling a twinge of nervousness. He has not undergone any formal interviews. The only time he faced the camera was during his last signing, and even then, he was not given the opportunity to speak. Although he does not suffer from social anxiety, he is somewhat reserved. Subconsciously, he straightens his posture, sitting upright and adopting a serious demeanor before the camera. With a slight nod, he declares, I'm ready. All right, I will count down from 3, and then we shall begin. Please greet the fans in front of the camera first. Xiaomi gently inclines his head. He senses his breath becoming heavier, and his heartbeat quickens. Instinctively, he tightens his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the lens. Not only is he feeling the pressure, but at this moment, Li Yang is also experiencing a degree of nervousness, as this marks his first interview and video recording. Despite having made considerable preparations, when it came time to begin the recording, he felt as though his heart had leaped into his throat. With a forceful swallow, he suppressed his nervousness and commenced a dry-voiced countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. His fingers trembled slightly as he pressed the record button, while Xiaomi, still somewhat bewildered, inquired with her eyes if they had indeed begun. Li Yang nodded vigorously, prompting Xiaomi to stiffen momentarily, awkwardly waving at the camera with a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. Hello everyone, I am Yuan. After uttering these words, he exhaled slightly, awaiting Li Yang's questions. To Li Yang's surprise, Yuan's greeting was remarkably succinct, so he hastily posed his question. Yuan, when did you start playing football? Meanwhile, Karami, who had been lounging on the grass, observed from the side. He could not comprehend the Chinese language, yet the expressions on their faces, along with their awkward and stiff conversation, nearly provoked a laugh from him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, covering his mouth with both hands and burying his head in his lap, his shoulders trembling incessantly. He truly did not wish to smile, unless he could no longer contain it. During the initial moments of the interview, Yuan and Li Yang experienced a somewhat rocky start. However, as time progressed, they began to converse as if they were longtime acquaintances. Once the topic shifted to football, a newfound confidence enveloped Xiaomi. With thoughts of the ever-flowing stream of income, Li Yang also immersed himself in the dialogue. The interview lasted for over half an hour before it finally reached its conclusion. Thank you for accepting my interview. On behalf of all football enthusiasts in Daxia, I hope you can achieve greatness on the Bundesliga stage, Li Yang stated, marking the end of their conversation. As Xiaomi stood up, a gentle breeze swept by, sending a chill down his spine. Only after he relaxed did he realize he had broken into a sweat. Karami escorted Li Yang back to the hotel and brought Xiaomi home. The following day, they were set to face Wolfsberger at home. However, due to the public day event, Tuchel had yet to announce the squad list for the match. Upon returning home, Xiaomi merely indulged in a brief swim to unwind. While giving him a massage, Karami inquired about the interview's content. The two engaged in light banter, and after the massage concluded, they played some Pro Evolution Soccer before heading off to rest. Meanwhile, Li Yang returned to the inn, munching on pizza while editing the video. Thankfully, after being single for over 20 years, his fingers moved with remarkable speed. As midnight approached, he finally completed the video editing, having recorded over 4 hours of footage but only managing to condense it to nearly 1 hour of content. This was quite normal, particularly as Xiaomi's exclusive interview had significantly extended the duration. He certainly would not upload everything at once. He meticulously edited a teaser and released the first episode first. Having navigated the online world for years, he understands that quality content must be revealed gradually to garner greater attention. This particular video will be divided into 3 installments for upload. This series of videos is sufficient to attract a significant wave of interest. After completing his tasks, Li Yang can finally take a shower and rest, for tomorrow is the crucial day when he will shadow Yuan for an entire day. He needed to ensure that all devices were sufficiently charged, guaranteeing that there would be no lapses. The following morning, Li Yang was awakened by the insistent ringing of his alarm clock. Groggy and disoriented, he instinctively reached to turn it off. However, at that very moment, a jolt of realization surged through him, propelling him upright. Grasping his phone to check the time, he immediately leaped out of bed. He was granted merely an hour to prepare, for soon Karami would arrive at the hotel to escort him, heralding the commencement of a day filled with recordings. The motivation to earn swiftly extinguished his fatigue like a splash of cold water. After completing his morning ablutions and gathering all his equipment, Li Yang made his way to the small dining area on the first floor, where he ordered breakfast and awaited Karami's arrival in quiet anticipation. While dining, he opened a certain popular website, his heart fluttering with apprehension as he accessed the back end. At the moment he beheld the statistics, he was rendered speechless. The view count continued to surge, astonishingly surpassing 300,000. To his utter surprise, he also discovered over 100 private messages, having often been relegated to the sidelines. He had never before experienced such a remarkable increase in traffic. During his initial upload, he had adorned it with a picture of Xiaomi, actively engaging with comments and replies. Yet, these past few days, he had merely edited videos and uploaded them, and behold, the traffic had swelled so dramatically. He sensed that his rise to fame was imminent. Hastily shoving his breakfast into his mouth as he opened his private messages. Most of the messages were from fans, inquiring about the possibility of purchasing jerseys or asking how to acquire his autograph. These were matters he could not attend to at the moment, so he chose not to respond. His greatest desire was to attract significant figures to approach him, inviting him to incorporate advertisements into his videos. However, rather than such messages, he received a single note claiming to be from the Kuaibao platform, which piqued his interest. He had heard of this software and had previously viewed Riska videos and some humorous clips on it. This was a short video platform, primarily focused on allowing users to document snippets of their lives through photos and brief videos, which lean more towards entertainment due to its brevity. The invitation was to encourage him to join and participate in the testing of live video features. Yuan glanced at it but did not respond, as he was still unfamiliar with the platform. As he continued scrolling, he was overjoyed to see a message from the official account of a popular video site, expressing a desire to collaborate and leaving contact information, eagerly anticipating his reply. He yearned to make an international call immediately, yet he found himself pressed for time, as today's filming was of paramount importance. After breakfast, he waited at the door for Karami and Yuan, his DV camera in hand, poised for action. As Karami departed with Xiaomi, they spotted Liang standing at the entrance when they were merely a few hundred meters from the inn. After greeting Liang, the trio engaged in a conversation, during which Liang began to communicate the specifics of the filming to Xiaomi, reassuring her to remain calm. Xiaomi felt a tinge of embarrassment regarding the interview from the previous day, expressing that as long as she was not facing the camera, they could film as they pleased. The three of them chatted amiably along the way, and as they approached the training base, Liang commenced the day's filming. Chapter 23. Entering the starting lineup. Upon entering the locker room, Yuan greeted his teammates and began to change his clothes, lost in his own thoughts. He felt a sense of unease, uncertain whether he would have the opportunity to take the field that evening. Since his 2 brief appearances as a substitute, he has been fervently yearning for a chance to play. Merely being a substitute for that fleeting moment no longer suffices. He longs to participate for the entirety of the match. Recently, his performance has garnered the approval of Tuchel, yet this does not guarantee him a consistent opportunity to play. He is the youngest member of the team and possesses the least experience on the field, although there are not many forwards within the squad. The presence of Aubameyang signifies that his journey to becoming the primary striker is still a long one. He had just changed his clothes and was about to head to the training ground when he unexpectedly bumped noses with Mark, who had just entered. Startled, he took a step back and finally recognized his companion. "Mark, you startled me. Why do you look so lethargic today?" Mark, equally taken aback, felt a pang of melancholy upon hearing Xiaomi's observation about his lack of energy. With a large hand resting on Xiaomi's shoulder, Mark replied with a hint of resignation. "It's all due to that interview yesterday. You see, the interview was merely the beginning. I've also been invited to a banquet. As you know, at such gatherings, one inevitably encounters acquaintances and ends up having a drink or two. I may have overindulged slightly." As they walked back to the changing room, Mark continued to vent his frustrations. "Mark, don't play coy after having your fun. You must have feasted on abalone last night." Mats cut straight to the point, leaving no room for pretense. Mark, unbothered by appearances, chuckled for a while before suppressing his laughter and feigning indignation. Believe it or not, it was quite the experience. Mats's interest was piqued, and with a mischievous grin, he inquired, "How many abalones did you have?" "From which sea?" "Just a couple of abalones." "All from near the North Sea," Mark replied. Xiaomi found himself bewildered, struggling to comprehend how a discussion about eating abalones could evoke such merriment between the two brothers. He noticed that their teammates in the changing room were all eavesdropping, occasionally chiming in with mischievous chuckles. He immediately comprehended the situation. No wonder they were all seasoned veterans while he remained merely pedaling a bicycle. He was aware that Mark had experienced a period of despondency after his breakup with Caroline. Despite the passage of years and the presence of numerous admirers around him, he remained uncommitted. He had always believed that he had yet to encounter true love. It was only now that he realized that being single is indeed the way to go. Football, fine wine, and beautiful women have always been exhilarating sources of passion. Although he has been in Europe for almost a year, he has yet to assimilate into the local lifestyle, his heart solely set on playing football. Every young person possesses at least 1 terabyte of learning materials, yet lacks even a single terabyte of practical experience. He had never contemplated these matters before. Today, Mark has completely opened the door to a new world for him. Having studied Confucius and Mencius since childhood, he remains somewhat conservative, believing that certain things should be appreciated in solitude behind closed doors. As he chuckled in agreement, he found it difficult to comprehend how they could be so unabashedly open. Observing his teammates in the locker room, laughing heartily and exchanging jokes, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized there was nothing inherently wrong with it. After all, the appetites of humanity are as natural as they are primal. Sometimes, the more one conceals, the more sordid the act becomes, rendering it far better to lay everything bare. With this newfound understanding, he felt a sense of relief. This minor episode had long overshadowed his earlier thoughts about Li Yang's surveillance of him. Upon arriving at the training ground with his teammates, they commenced their practice in an orderly fashion. Given that there was a match scheduled for the evening, the intensity of the morning's training was kept at a moderate level. From the warm-up to the conclusion of the practice session, just over an hour had elapsed. Tuchel gathered the players to announce the roster for the evening's match. Goalkeeper, Weidenfeller. Defenders, Hummels, Piszczek. With each name Tuchel called, someone stepped forward. It was unclear why the boss began with the goalkeeper, but it mattered little to him. As long as he made the squad, that was all that counted. Xiaomi's mind wandered, preoccupied with the assistant coach's guidance from earlier in the training. Suddenly, he felt a nudge from beside him, jolting him into awareness as he glanced at Hoffman, who stood nearby. Yuan. Tuchel called out his name again, prompting him to respond. Here, he instinctively replied, stepping forward. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Tuchel's voice rang out once more. Substitutes, Hoffman, Sven. Xiaomi was taken aback, bewildered by the implication. Am I starting? He widened his eyes, glancing at Hoffman beside him in an attempt to confirm his confusion. All right. At 1:30 this afternoon, we shall convene in the conference room for the pre-match tactical arrangements. Dismissed. Upon concluding his statement, Tuchel promptly departed with the coaching staff, followed in succession by his teammates. Xiaomi stood frozen in place, rendered akin to a wooden figure. Having captured the entire scene, Li Yang promptly pressed the pause button and rushed over with Xiaomi. Congratulations, Yuan. You will be starting. Li Yang's round face beamed with delight. Yet his words struck Xiaomi like a bolt from the blue. Grasping his shoulders anxiously, Xiaomi inquired, What did you say? Who is starting? You. Did you not hear? You are the forward. Xiaomi covered his mouth, his large eyes fixed on Li Yang, struggling to suppress his laughter. Is it surprising to be a starter? Xiaomi, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, found Xiaomi's restrained joy rather endearing. Xiaomi nodded vigorously. Indeed, it was unexpected. I didn't notice earlier, so? Enough of daydreaming. Go change your clothes, eat something, and rest well, Xiaomi urged. Even without his reminder, Xiaomi would have done so. This was his first opportunity to start, and the chance he had longed for to play the full match had finally arrived. He must conserve his energy for the evening, preparing to perform admirably on the field. The morning training concluded rather early, and as he accompanied Xiaomi and Li Yang to the dining hall, the lunch preparations were still not fully complete. Most of their teammates had returned home for a midday rest, with only Xiaomi lazily remaining in the dormitory for a nap. After filming the cafeteria, Li Yang switched off the DV. The three engaged in light conversation until it was finally time to dine. Yuan required his rest, so Xiaomi and Li Yang took the opportunity to enjoy some leisure time. The tactical meeting in the afternoon, of course, could not be recorded. After agreeing on a time to meet later, Li Yang returned to the hotel. This allowed him to clear some memory space and recharge the DV. However, Li Yang had more pressing matters at hand. He needed to familiarize himself with the current collaborative methods employed by the small platform, facilitating his negotiations. Due to the time difference, the workday had long concluded in his home country. He attempted to add a contact via QQ, hoping for a conversation, but if not, it would be no great loss. To his surprise, within a minute, the other party accepted his friend request. Hello, esteemed pseudo-football fan. I am the staff member responsible for coordinating with you. You may call me Xiaomei. Upon reading this message while sipping his coffee, Li Yang nearly sputtered in surprise. It was certainly a customer service representative. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he typed, How do you wish to collaborate with me? When one immerses themselves in work or engaging entertainment, time seems to fly. Once their discussions concluded, Li Yang's stomach growled audibly, reminding him that departure was imminent in just half an hour. He hurriedly packed his gear, neglecting to eat, and rushed downstairs to wait for Karami. Chapter 24, the second match of the UEFA qualification. To immerse Li Yang in the culture of Dortmund, Karami had arranged to meet him at 6 in the evening. At this hour, it was already considered late to be heading to the Westfalenstadion, as many fans, if free in the afternoon, would arrive much earlier. Upon their arrival at the stadium, Li Yang was completely awestruck by the vast sea of yellow. Karami parked the car and, turning to see Li Yang's astonished expression, could not help but chuckle. Li Yang's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly ruffled his short hair. Sensing his own lapse in decorum, Karami tentatively inquired, Have you never witnessed a match live? I have seen games in Berlin, but nothing on this grand scale, Li Yang replied. In Germany, the Ruhr area and Munich are considered the epicenters of fan culture. Do you know what nickname the Westfalenstadion has? Is it the Devil's home ground? Yes, indeed. As they strolled along, Karami shared the history of Dortmund with Yuan, guiding him toward the fan shop. Meanwhile, the well-rested Dortmund players boarded the bus en route to the stadium. This time, Yuan felt much calmer. Once on the bus, he donned his headphones and began listening to Jay Chou's latest album, aptly titled Hey, Not Bad. This album had been released at the end of last year. But Yuan, having been in The Hague, was unaware of it until now. Only upon returning home did he take the time to purchase the entire digital album. It is curious how one's preferences can shift. While in his homeland, he favored foreign songs. Yet, since going abroad, he seldom listened to them. Jay Chou's 13 albums became his most cherished companions in a foreign land. Currently, he was engrossed in a loop of one particular track, mumbling along to the music. In the front row, Mark, who had originally been resting with his eyes closed, became intrigued by Yuan's murmuring and leaned over to snatch away his headphones. After listening for a while, Mark asked with a bewildered expression, "Is the speed of spoken Chinese really that fast? It's quite astonishing. Show me." Initially slightly annoyed by the headphone theft, burst into laughter upon seeing Mark's distressed face. Haha, it's not that fast when speaking. It's just that Jay Chou's lyrics flow so smoothly. After listening for a while, all I could hear was mimimi. I couldn't comprehend anything else. The lyrics of this song don't hold any profound meaning. It's primarily about the melody. As the conversation flowed effortlessly, the brief journey between the two came to an end. They changed their attire, warmed up, and prepared for the match, with all pre-game arrangements proceeding in a well-organized manner. Meanwhile, Yuan in the stands had already set up his DV camera, capturing every moment on the field. Today he was particularly excited, his anticipation palpable. When the television commentator Brown received the list of players, he was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't commented on the previous match, yet he was aware that Yuan had only played as a substitute. Brown was astonished that Tuchel had decided to start the young prodigy Yuan in this match. He quickly searched for information on Yuan, a player he deemed worthy of a thorough introduction during today's commentary. As he perused the details, his partner Carl arrived. "Brown, has the lineup been released?" "Yes, take a look for yourself." Brown immersed himself in the data on Yuan, hardly sparing a moment to converse with Carl. Though they were colleagues, their personal rapport was rather strained. Carl's popularity often bred a subtle arrogance. During broadcasts, he had a penchant for overshadowing Brown, transforming what should have been a mutual interaction into a showcase of his own. "Oh my God, Tuchel is truly bold, fielding such a young player. Does he intend to lose?" Carl expressed his discontent with Tuchel's selection, speculating that this Eastern player would scarcely touch the ball upon entering the match. After last season's dismal performance, he was particularly critical of Dortmund's choice of an obscure coach and the signing of such a young player from the East. As a Bayern fan, he believed only they deserved to stand at the pinnacle of European football. Brown glanced at the self-satisfied Carl, remaining silent while secretly hoping Yuan would perform admirably, thus proving Carl wrong. The voice of the director crackled through their headsets. "Hosts, get ready. The broadcast begins in 3 minutes." Upon hearing this, they adjusted their appearances and awaited the live signal. 3, 2, 1. The director initiated the countdown. And with smiles gracing their faces, Brown and Carl began the broadcast. "Welcome, everyone, to tonight's ARD live coverage. I'm Carl. Good evening, I'm Brown. Tonight features the UEFA qualification match, the second game of Borussia Dortmund at home against Wolfsberger. In their last encounter, Dortmund triumphed 2-0 away, leaving Wolfsberger with the daunting task of securing a significant victory to qualify for the UEFA League. Brown is absolutely right, following the previous defeat. All the pressure rests on Wolfsberger. In this match, they must emerge victorious, not face defeat. Now, let us have Brown introduce the starting lineups. Dortmund retained a 4-4-2 formation for this match, with goalkeeper Weidenfeller starting. As they detailed the starting lineup during the broadcast, both teams appeared in the tunnel. The main referee stood at the forefront, flanked by the assistant referees. As the UEFA theme played, the referee led the players onto the pitch. Upon Dortmund's entrance, the home fans erupted, rising in unison to chant, "Victory! Victory!" The entire Westfalen Stadion ignited with fervor, as the imposing presence of the fans intensified the pressure felt by the newly arrived players from Wolfsburg. Yet, pressure often serves as a catalyst for motivation. They understood the task that lay before them. This match promised to be arduous, but the mere fact that they had journeyed this far, witnessing the formidable atmosphere of a hostile home ground, was a reward in itself. After a brief moment of tension, they found themselves easing into the experience. Standing before the stands, their gazes grew resolute, brimming with an insatiable desire to triumph. As both teams took their positions, the stadium DJ commenced the announcement of the starting lineup. He first read out the roster of Dortmund, and with each name called, the fans erupted in enthusiastic cheers. These devoted supporters rallied behind their team, offering encouragement to the players in this manner. Yuan stood quietly on the pitch, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet internally, he felt quite vexed. The system had not issued any tasks, and he had hoped that this match would present some opportunity for him to earn points. The obstinate system thwarted his attempts to exploit any glitches, leaving him in a state of considerable frustration. During the handshake segment, Xiaomi took a moment to observe the opposing players. The opposition had made minimal alterations to their lineup, maintaining the same formation as in the previous match, opting once again for a strategy of counterattacks. Xiaomi found himself genuinely impressed by the coaching staff responsible for analysis within his own team. The opposing lineup mirrored precisely the tactical discussions held earlier that afternoon. With such a formidable support team behind them, the outcome of the match rested solely on the player's performance on the field. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaomi positioned himself firmly in his spot, awaiting the referee's whistle to commence the match. Chapter 25, Second Leg of the Europa League Qualifiers, Part 2, with the sharp sound of the referee's whistle. Brazilian forward Silvio of Wolfsberger tapped the ball to his teammate, and both teams signaled the commencement of fierce competition. On the sidelines, Tuchel wore an expression of unsurprised anticipation. After suffering defeat in the last match, they had learned from their prior missteps. From the outset, their formation began to compact, with even Silvio positioning himself near the center circle. Only left-footed midfielder Hakov and right-footed Puster occupied the flanks as their fast runners, utilizing these two players with a speed advantage as points for counterattacks. Kubar's tactical intentions were abundantly clear. Dortmund thrived on quick, defensive counterattacks, did they not? The team favors high pressing and interceptions in the defensive third. If you play this way, I shall do so as well, and with even greater fervor. I am keen to witness how you will breach our compact defensive line. Compared to the towering players of Borussia Dortmund, the physically smaller squad of Wolfsberger does not possess a height advantage. However, their stature does not equate to a lack of strength. Their low center of gravity and agility are indeed advantageous. In the opening moments, Wolfsberger's offensive maneuvers posed no significant threat to Dortmund, yet they managed to register a shot on goal. Subsequently, Dortmund's counterattacks encountered substantial resistance. Unable to penetrate the opponent's dense defense, they resorted to passing around the periphery, seeking opportunities for passes and shots. Such attacks may appear lively, but in the realm of football, without goals, even the most dazzling offense proves futile. The opposing players are not mere stationary dummies. They played with fervor throughout the match. Whenever Dortmund players received the ball at the edge, even the slightest hesitation invited relentless pressing from their opponents. Tactics such as pulling and physical challenges were mere childish play, while frequent tackles and disruptions were commonplace. Xiaomi found himself increasingly frustrated. Each time he positioned himself and evaded defenders, ready to receive a pass from his teammates, the opposing players would ruthlessly intervene, resorting to tactical fouls to thwart any potential threats. This aligns with the ancient adage of nipping threats in the bud. After several attempts at speed-based breakthroughs, the opposing team countered vigorously, causing Dortmund's offensive rhythm to falter as they sought to reorganize for an effective strike to break the deadlock. This is their home ground, and being caught in a stalemate while suffering from rapid counterattacks was undeniably humiliating. It is often said that men from northeast China value their reputation, yet they have not experienced life abroad. Observing the demeanor of foreigners provides insight into the true essence of pride. The ostentatious display of gold chains, designer handbags, and luxury brands may seem superficial. Yet, the foreign mindset of superiority is deeply ingrained. They perceive their skin color as the most noble. The globally popular luxury brands, in their eyes, are mere trinkets. While they may appear refined and courteous on the surface, their true motivations are driven by self-interest, which is precisely why Xiaomi hesitates to forge deep connections. Despite their heavy perspiration, they mask it with perfume. Even when struggling to afford a meal, they don tailored suits and adopt the guise of the elite. The opportunistic nature of these foreigners in China, coupled with the sycophantic behavior of the locals, has long been an aversion for Xiaomi. This sentiment is undoubtedly influenced by his father, who instilled in him the belief that foreigners should not solely profit from the earnings of his compatriots. One must learn from their strengths and convert their wealth for domestic use to facilitate the rapid development of the national economy. This is, in fact, one of the reasons he dislikes gaining fame in the Great Xia. He does not wish to profit from his compatriots, but rather to prove a point. Although Great Xia may be a football desert, it does not lack footballing talent. Reflecting on those who speak of the superior air and bluer skies abroad, and the respect they claim to have received, he feels a sense of discontent. Yet, returning to the pitch, the momentum of Dortmund's attack has noticeably waned, and the pace has slowed. The inability to accelerate does not imply that Xiaomi lacks advantages. Over the past few days, he has undergone grueling training in the dog system's training module, enduring inhuman challenges and matches every night. Such scenarios are frequently encountered in the training module, where his skills have been honed through intense competition. Xiaomi actively retreated to the vicinity of the halfway line to receive the ball. Once he obtained possession on the wing, he skillfully maneuvered past the opposing defenders, leaving them in discomfort. However, in executing his dribble, he required the support of Aubameyang in the center. Today, they are positioned as twin strikers, making their cooperation crucial. Previously, it was mentioned that Aubameyang also wished to ease the tension in their relationship. Yet, hindered by pride, their collaboration in practice has been minimal, resulting in a lack of synergy. After Xiaomi's initial breakthrough, he passed the ball to Aubameyang for a shot. However, in a moment of distraction while receiving the pass and preparing to shoot, Aubameyang missed the opportunity, sending the ball soaring away and squandering a chance to score. The reason for his distraction was quite simple. Two individuals, who ordinarily had no intersection in their lives, found themselves on the court where the opponent directly presented him with an opportunity, leaving him bewildered. Shortly thereafter, Xiaomi delivered another pass, which managed to capture his attention. However, his form had been consistently poor of late. Not only did he fail to convert the second pass, but he also misfired on several subsequent attempts to score. The final instance was even more outrageous. Xiaomi, dribbling towards the baseline, found all the defenders preoccupied with blocking his crossing route. In a sudden twist, Xiaomi executed a deft cut inward, maneuvering through a double team, while one defender lunged in from behind to intercept. With a gentle flick of his left foot, the ball soared over the heads of the defenders in front of him. He was ruthlessly knocked down by a defender charging from behind, crashing heavily onto the grass. The football found its way with precision to the head of Aubameyang, who stood poised before the goal. A mere flick of his head would send the ball soaring into the net. However, the towering figure faltered in his aerial prowess, instinctively directing the ball straight into the arms of the opposing goalkeeper, thereby squandering the clever assist delivered with utmost effort by his teammate. After heading the ball, Aubameyang succumbed to inertia and collapsed onto the turf. This time, he truly lacked the courage to rise, pounding the ground in frustration, unable to confront the folly of his actions. The opposing goalkeeper approached, attempting to lift him to continue the match, yet Aubameyang found no dignity to stand. Meanwhile, his teammate, who had been pulled up by an adversary, assessed his own condition. Aside from a slight ache in his rear, he was relatively unscathed. Only then noticing the comically disheartened Aubameyang lingering in front of the goal. Amusement filled his heart as he realized that this towering figure had lost all semblance of pride. He and Mark nearly simultaneously rushed to Aubameyang's side, each lifting the towering figure from either side. Mark, with an irritable tone, remarked, "Are you still rolling around like a child on the grass?" Just as Aubameyang was about to respond, he noticed that the other hand pulling him up belonged to Yuan, causing his face to flush, albeit subtly. Observing his hesitance, Xiaomi casually brushed the grass clinging to his shirt and remarked, "Everyone has off days. I hope you can break your goal drought in this match and regain your scoring form." Aubameyang was taken aback, for Xiaomi had spoken in his native tongue, French. It wasn't merely the fact that he often hurled obscenities in French behind his back, but rather the realization that he genuinely wanted him to reclaim his scoring prowess. At that moment, Aubameyang found himself at a loss for words, rendered utterly speechless. Mark, oblivious to Xiaomi's words, ensured Aubameyang was uninjured before urging him to return to the center circle to resume the match. Mark was the first to move toward the center circle, with Yuan following suit to his designated position. It was only then that Aubameyang came to his senses and called out toward Yuan, "Thank you." His voice was not loud, yet Xiaomi still heard it. A subtle smile graced her lips as she turned to him. "Keep it up." Aubameyang gazed at Yuan's sunshine-like smile, finally releasing all the emotions that had burdened him, revealing a broad smile as he dashed towards his position. Chapter 26. The second match of the Europa League qualifiers, Part 3. In the live broadcast room, Karl unabashedly commenced his performance. He suppressed a smile and spoke with an air of arrogance. The greatest blunder of Dortmund was letting Lewandowski go for a mere 7 million, which pales in comparison to the inconsistent performance of Aubameyang. They released the Bundesliga's top scorer, only to sign a dud. Brown did not respond. He remained fixated on the screen displaying Yuan, curious about what had just transpired between him and Aubameyang. The first half had already progressed for 20 minutes, and with Aubameyang squandering so many opportunities, would he manage to score before the interval? Dortmund's qualification for the Europa League seemed assured, but with the Bundesliga season fast approaching, he was disinclined to witness such a Dortmund commence this season. Just as Karl continued his discourse, Brown suddenly interjected. Dortmund successfully intercepted the ball in their defensive half. Who would Piszczek pass to? On the pitch, Piszczek had already made his move, delivering the ball to Gundogan. Upon receiving it, Gundogan sent a long pass, finding Yuan, who had evaded his marker. Originally positioned on the left, Xiaomi had somehow made his way to the right flank, where he received the ball, evaded his opponent, and executed a long pass. This time, he did not pass to Aubameyang but instead to Mark, who stood just outside the penalty area. Mark, after shaking off his defender, took a long-range shot that sailed over the crossbar. 5 minutes later, Xiaomi once again received the ball on the right and delivered a pass into the penalty area. Aubameyang, attempting to make a header, was unfortunate as the ball struck the crossbar and was subsequently cleared by a defending player. After wasting so many opportunities, they were bound to face repercussions. Despite Dortmund's repeated threats on goal, they failed to score, and the players' mentality began to shift. After 30 minutes of intense play, they had reached the threshold of physical exhaustion, leading to a lapse in focus. Laxity during a match is the most perilous of all, and Wolfsberger seized the opportunity, launching a fierce assault on Dortmund's defense. In the 36th minute, goalkeeper Koval, aided by his defensive teammates, successfully intercepted the ball. He launched a long pass from the backfield, and Hackard outmuscled Kagawa, directing the ball to Silvio. This counterattack caught Dortmund completely off guard, as Piszczek, involved in the right flank offensive, had yet to return to defend. It was an impeccable opportunity for Wolfsberger, with the right side appearing as an open expanse before them. Piszczek gritted his teeth and desperately sprinted back. Hummels quickly advanced to disrupt and obstruct Silvio's attack. Ultimately, Piszczek executed a last-ditch tackle from behind, earning himself a yellow card while also conceding a well-placed free kick to the opposition. Recognizing the opportunity, Wolfsberger was not about to let it slip away. Players from the backline rushed into Dortmund's penalty area as both teams jostled for advantageous positions, resulting in numerous physical clashes. The referee intervened, prompting a slight reduction in hostilities, allowing Dortmund to successfully form a 5-man wall. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their arms crossed protectively over their faces. The free kick for Wolfsberger was taken by Hacko, the sole designated set-piece specialist of the team. He positioned the football meticulously, counting his steps as he retreated while observing the throng of heads within the penalty area. As the referee blew the whistle, Harkov took a running start and struck with precision. The ball sailed over the wall, soaring directly towards the right corner of the penalty area. Schmeichel surged forward, poised to clear the impending threat. His movements were swift, yet his opponent's actions were equally unsatisfactory. He felt an immense force surge from behind, as a powerful hand pressed down on his shoulder, propelling him into the air. Schmelzer looked up to see a shadow looming above, violently striking the football with a fierce header. An ominous thought flashed through his mind, but at that moment, he had already lost his balance and was falling downward. In that instant of despair, a tall and robust figure soared to block the impending strike. It was their captain Mats, the steadfast guardian of their defense. Silvio's header carried tremendous force, crashing heavily against Hummel's chest and rebounding away. The ball did not travel far, and Piszczek quickly intercepted it, sending it out of play. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, Schmelzer hastily rose to check on Mats' condition. During the block, Mats had his hands clasped behind his back, making him vulnerable to injury when the ball struck his chest forcefully. "Mats, are you all right?" Schmelzer inquired with concern. Mats, having landed and now seated, rubbed his chest and, upon hearing Schmelzer's voice, looked up with a smile, responding, "That was a good hit. My pectorals are well trained." The tension among the teammates eased at Mats' words. Schmelzer helped Mats to his feet, and Dortmund swiftly reorganized their formation, preparing for the opponent's next assault. The ball remained in their half, and the threat had not yet dissipated. Fortunately, The opponents were not particularly formidable, had they been a strong Bundesliga team. That shot might have found the net. Hummels, the anchor of their defense, had once again saved Dortmund. Karl remarked with an air of arrogance. Dortmund has had numerous threatening attacks without scoring, while Wolfsberger nearly injured one of their key players with just a set piece. He could not help but note that Wolfsberger's forwards were in far better form than Aubameyang. Casting a glance at Braun, a smile graced his lips as he continued. With such a disparity in strength between the two teams, Tuchel's decision to field youngsters alongside an out-of-form Aubameyang in the attack raises the question. Is he relying on midfielders Royce and Gundogan to secure a goal? Though Braun was somewhat displeased with Karl's tone, he could not deny the reassuring presence of Hummels in the defense. If he does not promptly fill the gap to block the attack, Dortmund's goal will surely be breached. Karl's final remark finally provoked Braun. No. This is merely the first half. I firmly believe that Tuchel and the players on the field possess sufficient strategies to secure victory. Please temper your arrogant intuition. You know little of Dortmund, and even less of its players. Let us not forget where we are. Dortmund shall not be defeated here. Ha. Karl laughed heartily, disregarding his image. Where does your confidence stem from? That summer newcomer? Or is it that underperformer? Karl suddenly turned to Braun, still exuding arrogance. If it were Bayern facing such an opponent, they would have already led 3-0. Mark my words today, Dortmund's qualification for the Europa League is beyond question. However, scoring 3 goals against this Dortmund is simply unattainable. Braun, thoroughly incensed, stood up abruptly. Do you dare to place a bet? Karl was taken aback. Although the two often clashed, they had never confronted each other so directly during a live broadcast. What was this guy on about today? Had he taken the wrong medicine or forgotten to take it? But now that he was here, how could he back down? Bet. What is there to fear? What shall the stakes be? Karl also stood up, their gazes locked in a defiant standoff. Chapter 27, Second Match of the Europa League Qualifiers, Part 4. The director was about to pick up the intercom to intervene when he heard the voice in his earpiece. Do not intervene. Viewership is on the rise. The director paused, immediately grasping the implication, and instructed the fourth camera to capture the confrontation between the two commentators. For the sake of ratings, foreign television stations have far fewer restrictions. They eagerly welcome any trending topics that can draw a larger audience and boost viewership, thus attracting advertisers. Braun pondered briefly and decided to raise the stakes. If Dortmund fails to score 3 goals, I will shave my head live. Do you dare to bet? He was aware that Karl was quite particular about his hairstyle and dared not wager with him. However, Karl, with a dismissive chuckle, scoffed, live shaving is hardly a challenge. If I lose, I shall live stream washing my hair while in an inverted position. Braun was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by such an extraordinary proposition. Yet, he resolutely declared, it is settled then. With so many viewers watching the live stream, we have an agreement. Prepare yourself for a haircut. The audience watching the televised broadcast suddenly found themselves intrigued. Realizing for the first time that this competition had transformed into a platform for commentary and wagers, they eagerly anticipated the final outcome of the match. After a brief moment of distraction, the little bees in the south stand immediately offered their applause to Hummels. His selfless act to extricate the team is commendable. On the sidelines, Tuchel finally released his tightly clenched fists, the palms of which were drenched in perspiration. He instinctively wiped the sweat on his thighs, seeking to alleviate the tension that had just enveloped him. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Kepa's eyes quickly dimmed as he silently returned to the substitute bench. He comprehended the disparity in prowess. He had done all that he could, and now it was left to the players on the field. After Wolfsberger executed a throw-in, they ultimately returned empty-handed under Dortmund's stringent defense. Upon regaining possession, Dortmund once again slowed the pace, with little time remaining in the first half. The continuous transitions between offense and defense necessitated a brief respite. As the match drew to a close, it entered a phase of futility. And when the referee's whistle signaled the end, the players from both sides proceeded towards the tunnel. However, the third camera captured a moment. 2 players, one clad in black and the other in yellow, were engaged in whispered conversation. These two were Yuan and Aubameyang, marking their first encounter together. And they seemed to be enjoying a lively discussion. Soon, another figure joined them, Dortmund's star, Marco. The 3, all covering their mouths, continued their conversation as they made their way to the players' tunnel. The 15-minute intermission felt somewhat brief for the players on both sides. The physiotherapist's massage had yet to fully relax them before they were summoned back to the pitch. As long as the game remained under control, The head coach refrained from unnecessary chatter, focusing solely on strategic adjustments, allowing the players to rest adequately and perhaps consume a banana to replenish their energy. However, this fleeting 15 minutes felt like an eternity for the viewers at home and the fans in attendance. Karami took Liang to procure some German sausages, bread, fries, and sugary drinks. Having indulged in nutritious meals and being an aficionado of high-calorie delights, Karami rarely allowed himself such indulgences. This time, he was fortunate to partake in a little culinary escapade thanks to Liang. While waiting in line, Liang expressed his confusion regarding why Yuan consistently passed to Aubameyang. Fully aware of his subpar form, a player's state can sometimes be quite delicate. If Aubameyang fails to find his scoring touch early in the Bundesliga season, it could pose a significant threat to Dortmund. Yuan was aiding him, but also himself. Liang, perplexed, turned to Karami for clarification, hoping he would elaborate. However, there were matters Karami chose not to divulge, well aware of the dangers of speaking out of turn. Should the media catch wind of such details, they would undoubtedly exploit it as sensational fodder. Yuan's foundation was still fragile, and he wished to avoid ensnaring him in a whirlwind of public scrutiny. As the two returned to their seats, the players from both teams began to take the field once more, and the second half of the match was poised to commence. The moment the players stepped onto the pitch, the previously harmonious chants of the Dortmund supporters, the Bumblebees, soared several decibels higher. They eagerly anticipate Borussia Dortmund's performance in the second half, hoping to witness a more exhilarating contest. The players from both teams have returned to the pitch, and the second half of the match is on the verge of commencing. As the scene resumes, Brown promptly speaks up, urging the viewers at home to pay attention. Neither team succeeded in breaking the deadlock during the first half, and with 45 minutes still remaining, it seems utterly implausible for Dortmund to score 3 goals against Wolfsburger's staunch defense. After Karl's remarks, he glanced at Brown and continued, "Let us soon see if Dortmund can conjure a miracle, as Brown wishes." Unfazed, Brown continued, "Truth often resides in the hands of a select few." Though Dortmund squandered numerous opportunities in the first half, it does not preclude them from achieving the extraordinary in the second. It is well known that in football, the ball is round, and this world is never short of miracles. Time swiftly elapses amidst the spirited dialogue between the two commentators, as the players on the field have exchanged sides and taken their positions. On either side of the kickoff spot, Aubameyang and Yuan stand opposite each other, awaiting the referee's whistle to signal the commencement of the match. The referee places the whistle in his mouth, glancing down at the electronic watch on his wrist. As the numbers tick down from 59 to 0, he blows the whistle. Aubameyang charges forward into the attacking zone, while Yuan passes the ball to Gundogan. As the second half begins, Dortmund swiftly initiates their offensive. Observing Dortmund's momentum, Cue shouts from the sidelines, "Defend. Tighten up the defense." He has already perceived that Dortmund intends to seize the initiative, aiming to launch a lightning-fast attack before the defensive line is firmly established. On the field, Mayen and Aubameyang initiated their first collaboration. After Mayen took the kickoff, he swiftly pursued the ball. The two engaged in a continuous exchange of runs in the attacking third, tugging at the opposing defense. This relentless pressure left the Wolfsburger defenders in a state of distress, prompting them to urgently call for their midfielders to return and reinforce their defense. This strategy was meticulously devised during the halftime discussion among Mayen, Marco, and Aubameyang, and it should not be so easily disrupted. As Aubameyang and Mayen tore at the opposing defensive line, they surged forward with remarkable speed. Behind them, Dortmund's formidable midfield trio, Kagawa, Gundogan, and Marco, seized the opportunity. Gundogan, acting as a pivotal point, received a pass from Xiaomi and swiftly returned it to Hummels before surging forward. Hummels then shifted the ball to the right flank where Kagawa awaited, who, without breaking stride, deftly returned the ball to Gundogan. As Gundogan received the ball, he drew the attention of the opposing defenders, subsequently passing it back to Kagawa. Through this intricate interplay, Gundogan and Kagawa advanced while simultaneously drawing in the opposing defensive forces, with the attention of the opponents focused on the formidable Yuan and Aubameyang. Only a handful of defenders monitored Dortmund's ball carriers. The entire Wolfsburger defensive line was fragmented, oblivious to the lurking shadow striker, Reyes, on the left flank. Chapter 28, second match of the Europa League qualifiers, v. As Kagawa propelled the ball toward the byline, the defenders immediately closed in, attempting to intercept. At this moment, Kagawa's individual prowess shone brightly, As the defenders approached, he skillfully nudged the ball through their legs. The diminutive Kagawa executed a half-turn, positioning himself effectively, and unleashed a low, sweeping pass toward the center. The Wolfsburger players, realizing that the towering 17th player, Aubameyang, was poised to make a run, quickly pivoted and dashed into the penalty area to fortify their defense. As the ball neared Aubameyang, their hearts raced with trepidation. Aubameyang, endowed with height and strength, possessed an innate explosiveness. The retreating defenders gritted their teeth, fixated solely on one thought: to guard the goal and prevent any loss. Aubameyang's powerful momentum combined with his robust physique generated an overwhelming force. Even in pairs, the opposing players found it a futile endeavor to halt his advance. The goalkeeper remained vigilant, fully focused and ready to dive and seize the ball. However, the anticipated scenario never materialized. They failed to notice the ball soaring toward the goal. Just as Aubameyang barreled toward the two defenders attempting to intercept him, he leapt, not to receive the ball, but to draw the defenders away. His intent was not to engage with the ball, but to lure the opposition's defense. The Wolfsburger players, distracted by the action unfolding in the center and on the right flank, remained oblivious to the shadow striker Reyes, who had already sliced into the penalty area from the left side. Surrounding him were no defenders. Those originally positioned to defend had long since surged towards the center to provide support. The players returning to defense had all veered towards the right flank, utterly oblivious to the vacant space on the left. At the moment when the players of Wolfsburger realized that the ball was not at Aubameyang's feet, their hearts momentarily halted. Consumed by a singular thought: surely there could be no striker there, no one at all. As their thoughts began to take shape, the moment of reckoning arrived. A figure clad in yellow appeared like a specter. Royce, having traversed the longest distance, lagged slightly behind Aubameyang. Mayan stood at the forefront of the penalty area, disrupting the opposing defense. Aubameyang shielded him with his robust physique, breaking through the adversary's line and allowing the ball to slip past him. Mark, seeing the ball approaching his feet, acted without hesitation. With a gentle push, he sent the soccer ball into the lower right corner of the net. A hush fell over the Westfalenstadion, only to be shattered by the referee's whistle, which pulled everyone back from the recent spectacle. The little bees erupted in jubilant cheers, chanting Royce's name, reverberating through the night sky as he emerged as the hero who broke the deadlock for Dortmund. In the broadcast room, Brown leaped with excitement, his voice hoarse as he shouted, G0AL. Only when he had completely exhausted his breath did he manage to exclaim, "It's in. Royce has scored." Although the goal came somewhat late, it was not too late. There remained ample time for Dortmund, and I believe more goals would follow in the ensuing moments. Brown, overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily lost track of his words, standing in place, gasping as he gazed at the screen. Although Carl had a wager with him, he could not let that interfere with the commentary. Recognizing Brown's speechlessness, he seamlessly continued, "Congratulations to Dortmund for securing a precious goal just 131 seconds into the second half. Let us review the replay and witness Dortmund's attack." At this moment, the stadium DJ's voice resonated. The scorer is Royce. Dortmund leads 1-0. A roar akin to a tidal wave erupted from the Westfalenstadion. This was their home ground, and Royce was truly their own, the prince of this realm. The few Wolfsburg fans present fell silent. Their numbers were already few, having followed their team here. While they were not surprised by Dortmund's goal, their players had exerted every ounce of strength against the cunning Dortmund. After a brief moment of disappointment, they rose once more, cheering fervently for their beloved team. Go Wolfsburger! On the sidelines, Tuchel expressed his satisfaction with the players' coordination during this play. He yearned for a team that embodied cooperation and unity. During halftime, he refrained from reorganizing tactics and casually told everyone, "You played well in the first half. Adjustments were timely, so rest well." He remained oblivious to the strategy of seizing points and was perplexed by how Aubameyang, with such a stubborn mindset, could deliver such an outstanding performance. After Marco scored, he grasped the Borussia Dortmund emblem on his chest and kissed it passionately before sprinting towards the south stand. His teammates surged towards the sidelines to celebrate with Reyes, enveloping him in embraces. When he and Yuan were locked in a hug, he whispered in Yuan's ear, "Is this the miraculous art of war?" Yuan softly replied, "This is called feinting the East while attacking the West." He deliberately slowed his speech for the last 4 words, articulating them in Chinese. "Haha, I don't understand, but I like it." After a brief celebration, the players resumed their positions. Tuchel made a downward gesture, signaling the team to control the pace. In the broadcast room, Braun had regained his composure, yet the smile on his face remained. This goal was quite remarkable. I believe it is merely a splendid prelude, and Dortmund will surprise us even further. When it came to betting, he admitted to being somewhat impulsive. However, as a devoted Dortmund fan and their dedicated commentator, he felt compelled to face the music even if he lost the wager. His anxiety peaked when Dortmund had yet to score in the first half. Once words were spoken, they could not be taken back. This goal rekindled hope within him. He was well acquainted with each Dortmund player, yet Yuan remained an enigma. Prior to the broadcast, he reviewed Yuan's stats and background. Inspired by Yuan's remarkable performance in the previous match and his knack for scoring whenever he stepped onto the pitch, he was confident that Yuan would find the net in this game. He himself was uncertain as to why he harbored such unwavering confidence in Yuan, considering him to be Borussia Dortmund's most formidable striker this season. Yet, he possessed this inexplicable feeling, this blind faith. Karl, well aware of the implications behind his words, nonetheless remained steadfast in his belief that he would not falter in this match, retorting with conviction. The two forwards had not taken the initiative to score, rather. It was the midfield players who found the net. I believe Dortmund should take a leaf out of Spain's book and adopt a false nine formation. This is a matter of tactical synergy. Without the two forwards creating opportunities for Reyes, that goal would not have come so easily. At this moment, both Braun and Karl were equally stubborn, the tension palpable as they clung to their respective viewpoints. The atmosphere here is lively, and the match has once again entered a tense phase. Chapter 29, Second leg of the UEFA qualification matches, Part 6. Upon the resumption of play, the Dortmund players, adhering to Tuchel's directives, deliberately slowed the tempo. After successfully neutralizing Wolfsberger's attack, Reyes and Jean exchanged positions. The initial 4-4-2 formation transformed into a 4-3-1-2 setup, with Reyes advancing forward while Jean, Weigl, and Kagawa maintained their positions. This strategy had been established prior to the match, following the goal. It allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. The opposition was taken aback by Dortmund's seamless adjustment in formation on the pitch, as they had no contingency plans and could only execute their original tactics. With Reyes's positional shift, Dortmund's offense became increasingly dynamic. Weigl, stationed in a deeper central role, focused primarily on defense while supporting the advancing Reyes. Jean and Kagawa occupied the flanks, both racing down the wings. Consequently, the ball was not merely passed to the center before being distributed to the sides. Instead, it was directly swept across the entire field, facilitating wide-ranging transfers. Both players exhibited commendable technical skills, with a high accuracy in their passing. This tactical alteration rendered the opposing players quite uncomfortable. For instance, when Jean dribbled forward from the left flank, an opposing player attempted to press, but to no avail. With two players closing in, Jean executed a long pass, effortlessly delivering the ball to Kagawa's feet, as they advanced to apply pressure and encircle their opponents. Both Gundogan and Kagawa exhibited commendable organizational skills. They swiftly transferred the ball to Weigl or Reyes, igniting a rapid counterattack. The chaos they unleashed along the flanks left their opponents in a state of disarray, compelling them to frantically respond to the onslaught. Outside the penalty area, Reyes, Aubameyang, and Mkhitaryan were no less formidable. Whenever they touched the ball, a long-range shot was imminent. Reyes's two attempts, though not resulting in goals, were strikingly accurate. After setting aside his animosity towards Mkhitaryan, Aubameyang fully embraced his freedom on the pitch. Upon receiving the ball, he aimed for the net with every strike. Just like in training, the emphasis was on regaining his shooting touch, irrespective of the outcome. Although Mkhitaryan had only one touch of the ball, his audacious lob shot was destined for the corner. Had it not been for the opposing defender's desperate intervention, slightly grazing the ball just before Mkhitaryan struck, it would have been yet another certain goal. Due to his contact with the ball, Dortmund was awarded yet another corner kick as the ball sailed beyond the baseline. This tactical approach employed by Dortmund left them in a state of utter perplexity, akin to a frantic dog scurrying about the field, exhausted and overwhelmed. Human agility pales in comparison to the swiftness of the football, rendering them merely reactive, shuttling back and forth across the pitch to obstruct the play. They remained oblivious to the fact that amidst this relentless pursuit, the originally compact defensive formation began to gradually stretch apart. As their stamina waned, the vulnerabilities became increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, the three elderly gentlemen who had been leisurely ambling in the forefront sprang into action. They keenly sensed that the opportunity had arrived. The three of them sprang into action, and the teammates in the backfield immediately perceived the signal for an offensive maneuver. On the left flank, Piszczek swiftly made his way forward, racing toward the front line. Yuan, as if endowed with a sixth sense, did not hesitate when Piszczek passed him. He effortlessly dispatched a long pass into the space ahead. Upon receiving the ball, Piszczek faced an opponent's defender and executed a feint, adeptly shaking off the challenge. He then lifted his leg as though preparing for a long pass, prompting the defender to instinctively close in, raising his leg in an attempt to intercept Piszczek's delivery. However, the anticipated impact of the ball striking him did not occur as he searched for it. Instead, a flash of yellow surged past him, the ball under control, advancing with great strides. This player was Xiaomi, who initially disrupted the opponent's defensive line from the flank, but upon witnessing Yuan's pass, quickly darted inward. Piszczek, just before the defender could obstruct him, deftly nudged the ball toward Xiaomi. Executing a pass on the field requires not only imagination but also subtlety. There are numerous ways to deliver a covert pass. Lampard favored the technique of gazing in one direction while passing in the opposite. The midfield maestro Pirlo excelled in unexpected deliveries, often positioning his body one way while the ball went another. When discussing disguised passes, one cannot overlook a certain genius who seemingly delivered a cross at a 45-degree angle, only to unleash a vertical pass that pierced the opponent's defense. The aim of such concealed passes is to catch the defensive players off guard. As Xiaomi approached the baseline, the opposing fullback had no choice but to press forward, gesturing to his teammates to mark the inward cutting lanes. Yet, Xiaomi paid no mind to his actions. With a gentle touch of his left foot, he angled sharply into the penalty area. Inside the box, apart from the goalkeeper, a vigilant center back awaited. Upon seeing Xiaomi charge forward with the ball, the defender rushed toward him without hesitation, employing a flurry of gestures in an attempt to disrupt Xiaomi's rhythm. After all, Xiaomi had already entered the penalty area, and any excessive movements could lead to a penalty kick, resulting in a significant setback. The defender, who had just been outpaced by Xiaomi, quickly turned to pursue, eager to reclaim possession. As the opponent's foot extended to intercept the ball, Xiaomi, as if possessing eyes at the back of his head, abruptly flicked the ball aside with his heel, then pulled it back under his control, allowing his body to tumble in the direction of the defender's force. The center back, initially intending to collide with Xiaomi to facilitate a teammate's interception, suddenly lost his balance as Xiaomi fell, nearly stumbling to the ground without a timely hand to steady himself. At that moment, Xiaomi evaded the physical challenge from the center back, half-turning to face the oncoming flank defender seeking to reclaim the ball. He chose not to pursue a reckless breakthrough. Forcing his way through could provoke his opponent into resorting to underhanded tactics. Even with the protection of advanced technology, he was unwilling to endure the tedium of lying in a hospital bed once more. Once he steadied himself, he discreetly nudged the ball forward with his right foot. The football rolled past the small opening of the fullback, slipping behind him. In a moment of distraction, the fullback caught sight of Yuan changing direction as he passed by, and instinctively, he reached out to grasp Yuan's jersey. In that instant, he yanked forcefully towards himself, bringing Yuan crashing to the ground. The referee had already brought the whistle to his lips, preparing to halt the game. Before he could blow the whistle, a flash of yellow darted past him. When he looked up, he saw Dortmund's number 11, Reyes, already in possession of the ball. Reyes did not hesitate, for at the moment Xiaomi was brought down, the opposing fullback had already lost his positioning. Before him lay a flawless trajectory for an assist. Without hesitation, he struck the bottom of the ball with fervor, sending it hurtling violently towards the far corner of the goal. The ball soared with remarkable speed, and the opposing goalkeeper extended his leg in an attempt to deflect its course. Yet, there was someone quicker, someone who yearned for a goal. Desperate to break the drought that had plagued him over the past few matches, he gazed at his teammates reveling in their goal celebration, relegating himself to the role of a mere backdrop. He is indeed the leading scorer for Dortmund. However, he does not relish this joyous football characterized by squandered opportunities in front of the goal. Chapter 30, Second Match of the Europa League Qualifiers, Part 7. He surged forward with remarkable speed, extending his long leg to deftly nudge the ball, which veered at a sharp angle and soared directly into the net. Aubameyang leaped into the air, exulting with a triumphant shout. Releasing the pent-up breath he had held for so long, he dashed towards Yuan instead of celebrating with Mark. When Mark instinctively opened his arms for an embrace upon seeing Aubameyang rushing toward him, Aubameyang abruptly changed direction, charging toward the now-standing Yuan. Yuan, initially curious about the commotion, found himself enveloped by the towering figure of Having, who wrapped him in a bear hug. The sheer force of those massive arms nearly took Yuan's breath away, leaving him on the verge of fainting. In a daze, before he could even glimpse his great-grandmother, he heard Having's excited voice thanking him. "Thank you. I scored. I finally scored." It was only then that Yuan realized it was the imposing figure of Having. Struggling to pat his back, he found that Having only tightened his grip. Though he could not discern the words being whispered in his ear, he felt he was truly gasping for air. If he exerted himself any further, he might just meet his great-grandmother. Fortunately, at that moment, teammates Mark, Piszczek, and Gundogan rushed over. Yuan was finally released from Having's embrace, leaning heavily on his knees, gasping for breath, and breaking into a fit of coughing. Only then did his teammates notice something was amiss, promptly aiding him by patting his back. Having appeared bewildered, but quickly reacted by sprinting to the sidelines to fetch a bottle of water for his teammate. What should have been a moment of celebration, due to Having's overwhelming excitement, turned into an embarrassing incident for Yuan. After a bout of coughing, he finally regained his composure. Under the concerned gazes of his teammates, he sheepishly remarked, "Having's chest is too hard. I couldn't catch my breath." Upon hearing this, his teammates erupted into laughter. As Having returned, puzzled by the laughter, he handed the water bottle to Yuan, looking at everyone with a face full of questions. From some unknown source, the playful crowd began to place their hands on Having's chest, testing its firmness. Just as Yuan took a sip of water, he sprayed it out in surprise. These rascals had no respect for boundaries. Was there no law against such public antics? He would never admit it. Just moments ago, he was nearly choked by the overpowering scent of Having's athletic cologne mingled with sweat. He would rather die than utter such a confession. If asked, he would simply claim that it was his chest that felt too constricted. In the live broadcast, Brown was once again in a frenzy. Goal. This time, he bellowed for a full 20 seconds, a testament to his extraordinary lung capacity. Following the previous goal, Dortmund had failed to score for several minutes, and beside him, Karl was reporting every minute, nearly driving him to rise in exasperation. When Reyes and the others finally concluded their leisurely stroll and began to run, he fixed his gaze intently on the screen. This goal propelled him one step closer to victory, and how could he not be exhilarated? That prolonged roar finally released the pent-up breath he had been holding. Having had scored. He had rediscovered his shooting prowess, breaking his drought. Now, let us review the replay to see how this goal was achieved. Karl, however, would not grant Brown the opportunity to continue. He signaled to the director to cut to the replay. After the referee confirmed the goal was valid, he swiftly approached the opposing fullback who had just fouled Yuan, gesturing for him to come forward. At that moment, Yuan had also recovered. He walked towards the referee with a hint of confusion, standing before him. Without hesitation, the referee produced a yellow card and displayed it to the opposing fullback. He had witnessed the foul committed against Yuan clearly and felt compelled to issue a warning with the yellow card. The opposing fullback understood the repercussions of his actions and offered no objections. After shaking hands with Yuan in apology, he returned to his position. On the sidelines, Huber recognized the inevitability of the situation, yet he could not afford to falter. He adjusted his mindset and began shouting encouragement to the players on the field. He seeks to uplift the players' spirits in this manner, especially considering they are up against a formidable team like Dortmund, making a loss rather unsurprising. Logically, after establishing a 2-goal lead, Tuchel could have comfortably remained on the sidelines. Yet, in an unexpected turn, he continued to stand at the edge of the pitch, seemingly anticipating something. Time remained in the match, and this was not the full extent of Dortmund's capabilities. He awaited the unfolding of a particular moment. Once the game resumed, the players of Wolfsberger swiftly launched an offensive. At this juncture, they found themselves unburdened by pressure, whereas previously they had aimed to secure goals through counterattacks. However, after conceding 4 goals over 2 matches, they had completely abandoned caution. With their entire force advancing, they relinquished their defensive posture, focusing solely on scoring. Instantly, the pressure shifted to Dortmund's half, and Weidenfeller, who had rested for over 20 minutes, finally had his moment in the spotlight. Dortmund's defense had not only allowed their goalkeeper ample rest, but also provided a breather for Hummels and Schmelzer. Their composed response to the opponent's counterattacks posed no threat to their goal. Hummels, with precise anticipation, intercepted the opposing cross, directing the ball away from the penalty area. Outside the box, Weigel skillfully controlled the ball with his chest, laying it off to the flank for Jean Digan, who, even before receiving the pass, had already discerned the positioning of Yuan. He did not pause to control the ball. Instead, with a single, precise long pass, he directed it towards the right flank where Yuan awaited. As Yuan observed the ball soaring towards him, he recognized that everyone else was fatigued, and it was now his moment to shine. After predicting the trajectory of the ball, he swiftly pivoted and charged forward. The opposing defender, who was closely marking him, had just noticed the ball soaring towards them and had not yet prepared for an interception when a gust of wind rushed past, leaving no trace of Yuan. Hastily turning to pursue, they found themselves at a disadvantage, as their initial burst was sluggish, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up. As the soccer ball began its descent, Yuan arrived with remarkable speed. He gently nodded his head, directing the ball in front of him, and with determined strides, he surged directly toward the penalty area. A clear opportunity had arisen. Brown, witnessing this exhilarating moment, leaped to his feet, microphone in hand, fixated on the screen as he began his commentary. Yuan had already dashed into the penalty area, while the players from Wolfsberger were hot on his heels. Would he manage to release the ball before they caught up? At this moment, Carl was too engrossed to compete with Brown for commentary. He was intensely focused on the screen, his heart racing for the very first time. He prayed fervently, this young general of the great Xia, hoping that the adversary would falter in executing the shot, yearning for the opportunity to slip away. On the field, Yuan had already penetrated into the penalty area, while the opposing goalkeeper made a decisive advance, intent on seizing the ball before Yuan could strike. Even at the risk of being struck himself, once inside the box, Yuan remained remarkably composed. He was presented with numerous options. He could deftly bypass the goalkeeper and push the ball into the net, or unleash a powerful shot directly towards goal. Both choices were exceedingly prudent, yet amidst the electrifying cheers from the buzzing crowd, adrenaline surged through him, igniting his spirit. Chapter 31, the second match of the UEFA qualification, Part 8. What to do in such a euphoric moment? He must showcase his prowess, flaunt his skills. Why does Neymar often find himself injured? Is it not due to his flamboyance? Yuan, being merely a teenager, stood before a stadium of 80,000, facing a significant portion of the crowd, and naturally felt compelled to indulge in a display of flair, though it may border on exuberance and even attract some scrutiny. So what? He possessed the skill. As the saying goes, great talent begets great boldness. With only a couple of steps remaining before the goalkeeper, Yuan suddenly came to a halt. He feigned a breakthrough to the left, and at the moment the goalkeeper shifted his weight, he deftly trapped the ball between his feet and tossed it upward. The football traced a perfect arc over the goalkeeper's head, descending like a rainbow behind him. The spectators erupted in astonishment, taken aback by Yuan's composure in front of the goalkeeper, who had been so skillfully outmaneuvered. In the Bundesliga, there are indeed numerous talented players, many possessing remarkable technical skills. However, when confronted with an open goal and an advancing goalkeeper, few can showcase their flair. This illustrates his abundant confidence and a heart of immense fortitude. The goalkeeper, having lost his balance on the pitch, was rendered ineffective. His attempts to reach for the airborne ball utterly futile, leaving him to watch helplessly as it sailed past him. At that moment, Yuan sprang into action, circling behind him to execute a spectacular airborne kick on the descending ball. Thud! The football obediently soared into the net. The spectators could hardly believe their eyes. Less than 5 minutes had elapsed since the last goal, and Dortmund had struck again. Remarkably, it was the smallest player on the field, from the great Xia, who had executed this acrobatic feat, sending the ball into the net with the finesse of a juggler. They erupted in a fervor, their voices rising in a frenzied chant of rice, rice, rice. Xiaomi spread his arms wide, basking in the thunderous applause from the southern stands. After scoring, Xiaomi found himself at a loss for how to celebrate, resorting to this modest display of joy. In truth, he was also waiting for his teammates to rush over, but their pace was too languid. Consequently, he dashed directly into the goal, retrieved the ball, and sprinted towards the center circle. His audacious maneuver left the fans in the stands, the coaches on the sidelines, and his rushing teammates utterly bewildered. Leading the game, did he truly intend to score again? At that moment, Brown in the broadcast booth was beside himself with excitement, repeatedly exclaiming an elongated goal. Goal! Goal! The fervent cries of goal echoed through the homes of all viewers watching the match. Meanwhile, Carl sat slumped in his chair, speechless, fixated vacantly on the large screen. He began to ponder how to wash his hair while inverted. While the act of inverting was not particularly challenging, the actual process of washing his hair posed a conundrum. Brown, now brimming with pride, after celebrating his goal, proceeded to introduce the rising star, Yuan, the player who scored the third goal, wearing the number 9 jersey. Is Yuan, a young talent hailing from the enigmatic eastern realm of Dacia. At merely 17 years of age, he is the prodigious forward recently signed by Dortmund. Previously, he had been nurtured within the youth academy of ADO Den Haag. On the pitch, the goalkeeper of Wolfsberger was seething, feeling utterly humiliated by Dortmund's number 9. He was appalled at being outmaneuvered in such a manner, and as he watched the silhouette of Yuan, he erupted towards his teammates, shouting, "Mind your positions. How are you defending? Do you wish to continue conceding goals? It was our attack, yet we were breached so swiftly." The defenders, upon hearing the goalkeeper's furious outburst, felt a surge of indignation. However, they chose to suppress their feelings and disregarded the goalkeeper. Internally, they were disgruntled, lamenting the absence of world-class technique in their goalkeeper while he possessed the temperament of one. It was he who failed to guard the net, not them. Did they not strive to chase back? They worked tirelessly, yet he directed his ire towards them. What right did he have? Little do they know. This is merely the beginning of a nightmare. Yuan has truly unleashed his exuberance. The players from both sides took their positions, yet Tuchel commenced making substitutions. With victories seemingly assured and further cup competitions ahead, the field is left for the youth to hone their skills. He made a bold decision by substituting 3 players in one breath, replacing Aubameyang, Jean Dogan, and Reyes, completely entrusting the forward line to Yuan, eager to witness his exceptional performance. Soon, Hoffmann, Castro, and Stindl surged onto the pitch. As the match resumed, Wolfsberger initiated a vigorous assault against Dortmund following the restart. However, their efforts proved fruitless. Ultimately, Silvio's long-range shot soared beyond the goal line. The ball returned to Dortmund's possession, who then slowed the pace, maintaining control in the backfield while steadily advancing, enticing their opponents to press forward. Once the opposition committed, Hummels executed a long pass directly aimed at Yuan. As Yuan brought the ball under control, 2 opposing players swiftly converged upon him. He executed a deft cross with a swift kick, delivering the ball to Hoffmann's feet. Upon receiving the ball, Hoffmann was immediately confronted by an opposing defender. With a subtle flick to the left, he artfully deceived the defender and advanced forward. As he perceived the opponent rushing in for an interception, he sent forth a precise diagonal pass. The ball traveled at an astonishing speed, exploiting the defender's blind spot. The defender swiftly turned to pursue the ball, but Yuan was not about to grant them this opportunity. He surged forward like a bolt of yellow lightning. Meeting the ball with an explosive strike, the football zipped through the gaps between the defenders, heading straight for the goal. The goalkeeper barely had time to react, as the net rippled and the ball found its mark. 2 goals. 2 goals. 4-0. The last time Dortmund enjoyed such a significant lead in a competitive match was during last year's Champions League against Galatasaray. Just when we thought Dortmund was descending from their pedestal, destiny bestowed upon us an exceptional striker. Yuan is undoubtedly the most valuable acquisition for Dortmund this season. Dear viewers, bear in mind, he is still under 18. His potential for growth is immense. Should he continue to develop? Could he surpass other strikers and claim the Golden Boot? Brown, overwhelmed with excitement, had lost track of his words and forgotten that Karl had been silent for several minutes. Meanwhile, Yuan, still in a state of bewilderment after his goal, realized that the entire shot had been executed purely from muscle memory. He himself had not anticipated that he would score. Hoffmann immediately rushed over, embracing him with exuberance, even more jubilant than if he had scored the goal himself. Soon, more teammates joined in, and after Xiaomi celebrated with everyone, he returned to the halfway line, having forgotten to celebrate with the fans. Kubo could no longer remain seated. He promptly began making substitutions, just as he had in the previous match, aiming to intensify the offense in the final minutes. Having conceded for goals, he was at a loss as to how to explain the situation to the higher-ups. All he could do now was make a desperate struggle. The Borussia Dortmund fans had not expected to witness such a thrilling display of goals. They spontaneously created a wave in the stands, with more female fans fervently chanting Yuan's name. If anyone claims that women are drawn to football solely because of the sport itself, I must assert that this is utterly mistaken. It is the exhilarating rush of hormones from the players sprinting on the field that captivates them. The allure of the handsome athletes, and the palpable tension following their powerful strikes. On the sidelines, Tuchel was taken aback by Yuan's keen instincts in front of the goal. He had not anticipated that Yuan would strike so decisively. Normally, one would expect to control the ball and make slight adjustments first. The shock Yuan delivered was profound, prompting Tuchel to question his assistant coach beside him. Has Yuan improved again? Has his technique advanced further? He pondered whether the electrifying atmosphere of the match had invigorated Yuan, enhancing his performance. You have a point. He must be a player who thrives in competitive situations, Tuchel rationalized, resuming his focus on the game. Chapter 32, UEFA Qualification Match. Part 2. The mindset of the Wolfsburger players was utterly shattered by that goal. The newly substituted players continuously conveyed the coach's messages to their teammates, urging them to rally. After the match resumed, the fresh players, brimming with energy, caused Dortmund some minor inconveniences. Indeed, just minor inconveniences. The reason was simple. At this moment, Dortmund held a significant lead, allowing them to play with ease and without any burdens, which naturally enhanced their performance. However, their mentality was quite poor. Trailing by a large margin, the pressure from the Dortmund fans had completely crushed them. The only thing that kept them in the game was their dwindling pride. After all, they were a formidable team in the Austrian league, unwilling to return home in disgrace. Under normal circumstances, Dortmund should have eased off and entered garbage time. Yet they were Dortmund, not one of those Serie A teams that defend once they gain a lead. As time progressed, Dortmund unleashed several menacing counterattacks, thoroughly pinning the opposition within their penalty area. By the 83rd minute, the match had become a one-sided barrage from Dortmund. The player displaying the most aggression and shooting was not the newly substituted player, but rather Kagawa. After Yuan scored his second goal, his mentality shifted. There was jealousy, resentment, and a fierce determination to prove himself. In his eyes, such players should not exist in the grand realm of Dacia. The football of Dacia is nothing but a farce. Were it not for their direct entry into the World Cup finals in years past, they would have no rightful claim to participate in the tournament. Over the years, their football and their players ought to represent the pinnacle of strength in the East. Aubameyang has betrayed him, forming an unanticipated synergy with this young lad. He felt as though he had transformed into a jester, becoming the most ludicrous of individuals. He needs to demonstrate his prowess, as he remains one of the most outstanding Eastern players valued at over 10 million. Isn't it merely about scoring goals? He is equally capable. Confronted with the impenetrable fortress of Wolfsburger's penalty area, Yuan has been persistently seeking opportunities to penetrate their defenses. He incessantly maneuvers without the ball, striving to penetrate the opponent's defense and create opportunities for his teammates. His attention is wholly consumed by the match. How could he be aware of the myriad dramas unfolding within Shaorizi's heart? Even if he were to know, he would merely respond with a faint smile. The reason the Pirates are deemed as such is due to their sordid nature. He has now become the focal point of the opponent's vigilant scrutiny, making it exceedingly challenging for his teammates to pass the ball to him. Consequently, he must assume the role of a decoy to draw attention away and provide his teammates with greater opportunities. Kagawa took another shot, but it struck an opposing player and ricocheted out of the penalty area. The ball landed at Piszczek's feet, just as he gained control. The defending players closed in on him. After evading the pressure from his adversaries, Piszczek noticed Yuan emerging from within the penalty area. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly delivered the ball to Yuan's feet. As Yuan emerged from the penalty area, the opposing defender swiftly closed in. Realizing the futility in preventing Yuan from gaining possession, he clung tightly to Yuan's back, obstructing his ability to pivot. Yuan harbored a distinct aversion to these heavily perspiring foreigners. No amount of perfume could mask the odor of sweat following their exertions. His brow slightly furrowed as he turned his back to the opponent, bracing himself. In the fleeting moment when the football approached, he deftly flicked it with the tip of his foot, sending it soaring over both their heads. The ball fell precisely as he desired, landing behind the opponent. Yuan sank his shoulder to the right, skillfully shifting the opponent's center of gravity before pivoting away. Just before the supporting defender could close in, he seized the football. Seeing Yuan gain possession, the supporting defender instinctively extended his leg, attempting to obstruct Yuan's path to break through. He is remarkably intelligent. Although his right leg is elongated, his left leg exerts pressure, preventing the ball from passing through his diminutive gait. Nevertheless, despite his low stance, there remains ample space in the crook of his left leg for maneuverability. Without hesitation, he executed a precise 45-degree pass, targeting a teammate in the central area of the penalty box. There, Hoffman and Kagawa converged, ensuring that at least one would flourish. As the ball was dispatched, he swiftly maneuvered past the opposing player, advancing towards the penalty area to support his teammate. Upon seeing the ball soaring towards him, Kagawa recognized that his opportunity had arrived. He was filled with exhilaration. Despite the presence of two defenders, he leaped high into the air, executing a stunning backward header that made contact with the ball. He exerted every ounce of strength, as heading had always been his Achilles heel due to his stature. Fortunately, the opposing team had few tall players. Otherwise, he might not have touched the ball at all. Under normal circumstances, the force and precision of his strike would have been sufficient to score. However, after being outmaneuvered by Yuan, he remained deeply unsettled. Over the course of a few minutes, Yuan had scored 2 additional goals, further fueling his frustration. He had failed to intercept Yuan's strikes, and now this short, yellow-skinned player dared to breach his defenses? Impossible, absolutely impossible. With an almost divine inspiration, Kofel sprang into action, propelling himself like a spring and striking the ball away with a powerful fist. His action resembled that of a professional volleyball player executing a spike. However, while they employed their palms, he struck with his fists, clad in gloves. Kagawa had already prepared to celebrate, but when he saw his seemingly certain goal being deflected away, he was momentarily stunned. Just as he stood there in disbelief, he witnessed the football soaring into the net, leaving him utterly astonished. It was not until the referee's whistle signaled the validity of the goal and the exuberant cheers of the Borussia Dortmund fans reverberated through the air that he realized Dortmund had scored once again. Who was the scorer? What transpired in those fleeting 3 seconds? Kagawa was completely bewildered, searching for the crowd of celebrators, unable to spot the hero encircled by his teammates. His gaze fell upon the large screen, which was currently replaying the recently scored goal. He witnessed himself overpowering 2 opposing defenders, elegantly executing a backward header that connected with the football. He saw the goalkeeper deflect his certain goal with a single fist, although the clearance was not far, remaining within the penalty area, merely about 6 meters from the goal. As he observed the figure charging in to take a shot at the near post, he was utterly astounded. It was him again, that same young prodigy, me. Why was it him? How could it possibly be him? Regardless of Kagawa's unwillingness to accept it, it remained an undeniable truth. Kofel passed the ball directly to me, who effortlessly dispatched it with a precise shot, once more piercing the net he guarded. Not only was Kagawa left in ruins, but the entire Wolfsburger team was equally devastated. In the live broadcast, Braun leaped onto his chair in excitement, exclaiming, "A hat trick! A hat trick! A 17-year-old prodigy has gifted us with a hat trick." Without a doubt, the man of the match was him, and could only be him, 17-year-old me, the future striker of our Dortmund. Karl had no energy left to commentate. He simply could not fathom it all. He deeply regretted his decision to take such a gamble, particularly the absurdity of performing a headstand while washing his hair. This was a live broadcast. After all, how could one possibly wash their hair in such a manner? Now, his reputation was tarnished throughout Germany, leaving him to ponder how he would navigate public life with any semblance of dignity. In a fit of rage, Kofel unleashed his frustration upon the football, retrieving it from the goal and launching it with tremendous force. The ball soared across the midfield, hurtling towards the sidelines of Dortmund. The ball boy, ever diligent, sprang into action at the sight of the ball veering out of bounds, racing towards the point of its descent. He had scarcely taken a few steps when he felt a gust of wind by his side. Someone was moving even faster than he was, darting directly towards the football. The ball boy was taken aback, astonished at the audacity of someone encroaching upon his role. Indeed, there was someone seizing the opportunity, and that individual was none other than Aubameyang. After he left the field, he remained quite despondent. However, just moments ago, after scoring a goal, he was so exhilarated that he nearly injured Yuan. He was aware that Yuan seemed rather disinclined towards post-match gatherings, and he constantly pondered how best to atone for his previous actions. However, upon witnessing Yuan score 3 consecutive goals, he immediately felt compelled to host a celebration. When he noticed the opposing goalkeeper booting the ball from Yuan's hat trick away, he dashed forward, determined to reclaim the ball as it would serve as the finest memento. As he secured the football and began his return, his mind was flooded with visions of Yuan's expression upon receiving it. The brief celebration on the pitch concluded, and the match resumed. Yet, the jubilant bees in the southern stand remained unsatisfied, their focus no longer on the game. Everyone raised their scarves, singing Borussia anthem and reveling in the collective euphoria of victory. The players from Wolfsberger dared not mount any further attacks. They merely wished for the match to conclude swiftly. After Silvio executed the kickoff, they commenced passing the ball among themselves in their defensive half, devoid of any fighting spirit. The final minutes devolved entirely into garbage time. Yet the Borussia fans remained unfazed. Only Hoffmann and Xiaomi continued to exert pressure in the attacking third, denying their opponents any chances for a counterattack. The remaining time elapsed slowly, with the referee not adding a single second of stoppage time, promptly signaling the end of the match. The Wolfsberger players finally exhaled in relief. Resembling wilted eggplants, and without acknowledging the traveling supporters, they exited the field directly. They yearned to depart at the earliest opportunity, reluctant to linger even for a fleeting moment. Only the fervent supporters of Dortmund remained at the scene, alongside the entire Dortmund team expressing their gratitude to the fans. The UEFA qualification match had concluded, and Dortmund had successfully progressed to the playoffs, taking another step forward. The next challenge awaits in just 2 days with the cup match, followed closely by the commencement of the Bundesliga. In this encounter, Xiaomi secured the jersey, intending to keep it as a cherished memento. Upon returning to the locker room, when Aubameyang presented the football to him with both hands, he was momentarily rendered speechless. He had completely forgotten about this matter. As he took the football in his hands and beheld the signatures of his teammates upon it, a wave of emotion surged within him. He has truly been embraced by his teammates. At this moment, he is genuinely integrated into this community. He uttered 2 words with a slightly hoarse voice. "Thank you." The reason it was merely 2 words was that in his excitement, he instinctively spoke in his native tongue. The changing room was enveloped in tranquility, as everyone else busied themselves with showers and changing clothes. Within the stadium, fans began to gradually exit, yet 2 individuals remained seated in silence, engrossed in the recorded footage. These 2 were, of course, Karami and Li Yong, whose exhilaration now transcended the bounds of language. He struggled to articulate a complete sentence, repeatedly muttering exclamations of disbelief while watching the recorded video. He could only express his bewilderment with a string of exclamations. Luckily, Karami was oblivious to his words. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast booth at the top of the stands, a heartwarming scene unfolded. Following the conclusion of the match, it is customary for the 2 commentators to provide a post-match analysis. However, due to a wager between them, the director had prepared a basin of water in advance. Brown watched with a grin as Karl took an eternity to finally manage a handstand, only to plunge his head into the basin. It was a genuine dunk. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a kind staff member who grasped his leg, Karl would have likely suffered quite a fall. After the basin was overturned and refilled, with the help of the staff, Karl managed to fulfill his end of the wager, awkwardly brushing his head in the water a couple of times. Brown, showing his sportsmanship, addressed the camera for a final summary and farewell. Karl, a commendable host who stands by his word, honored the bet. Today, Dortmund triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory, successfully advancing to the qualifiers. This concludes the live broadcast. We look forward to seeing you in the next match. Yuan declined the invitation for an evening outing, opting instead to head to the parking lot alone. Tomorrow afternoon, they are set to depart for Chemnitz for the DFB Cup match, with Tuchel once again fielding the same lineup as in this match. He needs to return home to prepare thoroughly and certainly will not partake in his teammates' revelries. Congratulations, Yuan, on achieving a hat trick in this match. Could you share your feelings following the goals? As Yuan just got into the car, the dedicated faux journalist immediately shifted into professional mode. It suddenly dawned on Yuan that something had felt amiss throughout the day. He had overlooked this detail. Chapter 33. The ineloquent Li Yong. After a few drinks once settled in the car, Xiaomi continuously rubbed his slightly sore arms, as he had signed far too many autographs to preserve his jersey. The sound of Li Yang's voice genuinely startled him. He habitually took the passenger seat, completely unaware of the presence of a third individual in the vehicle. Feelings? If I were to claim that the subsequent 2 goals were merely a stroke of luck, would you believe me? I myself had not anticipated such a remarkable tally. Both Karami, who was driving, and Li Yong, conducting the interview, appeared utterly astonished, questioning how anyone could label it as mere fortune. If every player is endowed with such luck, who, if not Borussia Dortmund, is destined to claim the championship? Haha, Juan. You exhibit excessive modesty. This is intrinsically linked to your diligent training regimen. Li Yong promptly steered the conversation back on track, continuing with his inquiries. I noticed you have been rubbing your arm. Are you injured? Upon hearing this, Karami immediately tensed, abruptly slamming on the brakes to check on Xiaomi's condition. Fortunately, the seatbelt prevented Xiaomi from straining his back, prompting him to hastily clarify, "No, I am not injured. I simply seldom write and have just signed my name too many times." With this reassurance, Karami finally relaxed and resumed driving. It seems you have been accepted by the Borussia Dortmund fans. You now possess a local following. I wonder when you will return to Dacia, as many supporters there wish to meet you and obtain your autograph. You know, I have just begun my career and do not have any time off, so I cannot return at the moment. When I return is not of great importance. I consider myself an ordinary player with simple aspirations to play well and secure more opportunities on the field. My return would merely be for rest, a personal time for myself. I never perceive myself as a superstar in need of adulation from fans. If individuals are willing to expend their hard-earned money for my autograph, it is not something I desire. I am immensely grateful for the support I receive. If you wish to support me, please focus on my performance on the field and the team I represent, rather than blindly pursuing merchandise associated with me. I am not a football star, let alone a celebrity. I play here to make a living and to demonstrate that individuals from Dacia can indeed play football in Europe. Playing here is my dream, and football is my passion. I believe that turning dreams and passions into reality constitutes the finest life. This passage encapsulates Yuan's heartfelt sentiments. He simply wishes to convey one message. He hopes the fans from Dacia do not become overly fervent. Liang was momentarily taken aback by his words, not expecting Yuan to articulate such thoughts, as opposed to expressing a desire for greater fame, increased income, or grand aspirations of leading Dacia football onto the global stage. Noticing Yuan's fatigue, he judiciously decided to conclude the interview. Yuan expressed his gratitude, stating, "I am honored to have had the opportunity to witness your day South work up close, and to have experienced such an exhilarating match. I believe you will undoubtedly thrive in the Bundesliga, and I hope you score in every forthcoming match." Ha ha ha, scoring in every match. I adore this phrase and shall strive for it. Once Liang ceased filming, Xiaomi finally relaxed, and her stomach audibly protested. "Calamai, I am famished. Just as I was about to inquire what you would like to eat, we could indulge in a deceptive feast tonight." Xiaomi turned to Liang. "How long have you been in Dortmund? Shall we savor the local delicacies together this evening?" Liang felt somewhat hesitant. He was eager to return and edit the video. However, given that Yuan had suggested it, he ought to express his gratitude for Yuan and Calamai's collaboration. "I am not well acquainted with Dortmund, so let Calamai decide. But allow me to treat this meal as a token of appreciation for your support of my work over these past few days." Upon hearing Liang's words, Yuan was not shy about it, saying to Calamai, "Please select a fitting place. The food must be exquisite yet not overly expensive." He then turned to Liang. "Next time you visit, I shall host. After all, I consider myself the local landlord." Initially, Calamai had hoped for Liang to cover the bill. But after hearing Yuan's subsequent remark, he hesitated no longer and accelerated towards the pier. Near Dortmund's pier, there are numerous small eateries still operating at this hour, with reasonable prices and delightful river delicacies. After all, many workers frequent the pier, their modest incomes leading them to gather for a drink after work. Dortmund's pier boasts not only small bars, but also charming establishments offering delicious fare. Germany is a nation that relishes hearty meals and robust drinks, particularly various pork sausages and roasted knuckles, which are beloved by the locals. Aside from the neighboring Bremen, known for its abundant seafood, Dortmund primarily features river delicacies, with the Rhine providing a wealth of freshwater fish. Being close to the estuary, fresh seafood is also quite plentiful. Calamai led the two to a quaint restaurant, where he would take charge of ordering. Yuan abstained from smoking and drinking, not due to age, but because he believed that alcohol and nicotine could adversely affect his health. He had initially assumed Calamai would indulge in a drink, yet Calamai only ordered a dark beer for Liang and abstained himself. Typically, it was Calamai who enjoyed the beer at home, and seeing him forego it puzzled Xiaomi. "I recall that as long as it doesn't exceed 0.5 ml, you can have a drink." "No. Furthermore, consumption of alcohol during work hours is prohibited. I must ensure your safety." Yuan truly admired the Germans' rigidity and meticulousness. To what extent? Can you imagine a balance and an electronic scale residing in Yuan's kitchen? As Calamai prepared the food for Yuan, she meticulously used a scale to ensure precise measurements, even weighing the grams of salt with the utmost accuracy. Kalami's rigorous and methodical demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance in Yuan. With such a person by one's side, one need not worry about any undesirable occurrences. The trio dined swiftly, as Yuan needed to return home for rest. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, Liang was rather loquacious, but fortunately, he spoke in Chinese, a language Kalami did not comprehend. He constantly expressed to Yuan that although the public safety here is relatively satisfactory, it pales in comparison to that of our homeland. Prior to venturing abroad, he held the belief that life overseas would be splendid. However, the reality is starkly different. People tend to embrace only those notions they wish to believe, dismissing the authenticity of what is presented to them, insisting instead that the allure of foreign lands is unparalleled. Yet, over the past 2 years, the experiences I have endured are ones I cannot share with my family. I must feign a life of prosperity upon my return. This predicament epitomizes the agony of maintaining appearances. You see, Europe has become a melting pot of diverse populations, many of whom are refugees from impoverished regions. It is wise to steer clear of them if encountered. On our way back, Liang rambled on about his experiences, which Yuan was fortunate enough to have avoided. It was his first realization of the hardships faced by those who ventured out, and he could not comprehend why they would choose to endure such suffering when they could remain comfortably at home. This perspective stemmed from his rather simple lifestyle, rarely stepping outside. Aside from the unpleasant experience during the competition in The Hague, he had not encountered much danger. Listening to Liang, he recognized his own disconnect, having seldom taken the time to understand the local customs and culture. However, he found himself lacking interest in these matters. His collaboration with Struys was primarily to avoid complications and allow him to focus on playing football. As he lay down in bed, preparing to check his points, he was momentarily stunned. Chapter 34. The Dangers of Praise and Criticism. After the match, he was supposed to earn 5 points for an assist and a hat trick. Yet, upon accessing the system, he was astonished to discover that he had amassed 4 points. This greatly exceeded his expectations, and as he perused the points interface, everything became clear. The additional points were a result of an increase in his fan base, which filled him with a joy akin to finding money. Although the accumulation of system points was painfully slow, it nonetheless provided him with a glimpse of hope. Setting aside other advanced technological items, the potions within the system had already proven to be quite beneficial. Whether domestic fans could engage in rational consumption was not his concern, as he had already entered the training module. Unbeknownst to Yuan, that night, his performance and the peculiar betting in the live stream had gained significant attention. An exceptional forward joins the ranks of the black market. How does Borussia Dortmund consistently unearth talented players? An Eastern prodigy performs a hat trick. Can Dortmund emerge from their slump and reclaim their position? Commentary by Carl. Live streaming while upside down. Carl pays the price for his arrogance. Braun, Dortmund's most formidable commentator. These were the headlines that emerged online after the match that evening. The following day, Yuan's name graced the pages of German newspapers, filled with praise and titles of genius echoing through the streets and alleys of Germany. To say he achieved fame overnight would not be an exaggeration. He had unequivocally become the focus of media attention. German media did not exhibit the fervor of British outlets nor the extremism of the French. If the French favored the art of disparaging brilliance, the Germans preferred to elevate individuals only to later bring them down. What is meant by elevating only to destroy? It refers to the creation of a new star, only to subsequently shatter that image. Many young stars who achieve fame often fade away like a fleeting flower. This phenomenon is inseparable from media hype and the stars themselves losing their sense of self amidst the tidal wave of adulation. No one dislikes hearing words of praise. Often, one can become lost in such commendation, much like believing a lie after hearing it repeated often enough. Balotelli serves as a prime example. Was he incapable of playing football? Far from it. He possessed remarkable talent, with attributes surpassing his peers. The heights to which the media elevated him were matched only by the depths of his subsequent downfall. Do you recall that moment during the European Championship when he triumphed over Germany and removed his shirt? A group of underestimated civilian players astonishingly advanced to the finals of the European Championship. The semi-final clash against Germany proved to be particularly arduous, and it was Balotelli's goal that salvaged Italy's hopes. That night, major media outlets lavished praise upon him. However, following their defeat to a peak-performing Spain in the final, they began to exploit his skin color, even likening him to a black monkey. Such occurrences are a common tactic among the media in European leagues, serving as sensational news that boosts their profits. Who does not relish the allure of lucrative earnings? Europe is hardly lacking in football players. It is well known that domestic critics are numerous, yet Europe harbors an even greater abundance of them. Foremost among the critics are the local rivals, Schalke 04, who do not wish for all attention to be diverted to Dortmund. Schalke 04 once had players from a prominent club, yet their performances were merely mediocre. In the past, the renowned German coach Magath extended an invitation to a player from that club to join Schalke 04, but after a year and a half, he departed in obscurity back to his original team. During that time, he made a mere 19 appearances for Schalke, comprising 14 league matches, 2 in the German Cup, and 2 in the Champions League. Accustomed to playing as a winger, he predominantly found himself positioned in the defense by coaches Magath and Rangnick, which significantly curtailed his potential contributions. He spent the majority of his time on the bench, failing to achieve commendable results. Recently, the media supporting Schalke 04 in the Ruhr region has emerged, vociferously making bold claims. A truly exceptional player should be capable of adapting to any position on the field. Although Yuan is able to score, this is primarily because he was the only forward present at that moment. Summer players often showcase their abilities in inconsequential matches. Yet once they enter the Bundesliga's competitive arena, they may be ridiculed. Statements suggesting that Dortmund, as a commercial powerhouse, seeks to profit greatly in the transfer market, and other similar remarks, have become the subject of lively debate. The question of whether Yuan is a prodigy or merely a fleeting comet has turned into a source of entertainment for German football fans. The German media's fervor has attracted the attention of other EU nations' media, who, as allies within the European Union, are eager to cover the sudden emergence of this Eastern player. Even the youth academy in The Hague has not escaped the clutches of the media, with Marvin and Jason becoming targets for interviews. Dortmund's late nights coincide with the dawn of a new day in summer. Followers of seasoned pseudo-fans eagerly awaited the latest video updates. The prolific output of the U-Master has delighted netizens. Yesterday's interview was only partially released, and they have long anticipated the remainder of the content. In a rather humorous twist, the U-Master captured a moment where Yuan stared blankly at the camera for several seconds. Viewers found Yuan to be the charming boy next door, his authenticity endearing him even more. In a small hotel room, shrouded in smoke, the only source of light emanated from the dim glow of the computer screen. Despite having indulged in alcohol, Liang, upon returning to the hotel, immediately began editing videos and uploaded the latest interview with Xiaomi to a small platform. He is currently brimming with determination, for his recent trip to Dortmund has yielded an abundance of rewards, providing him with ample material to share in the lead-up to the Bundesliga season. Additionally, what fuels his enthusiasm is the revenue-sharing ratio with the platform. Although he did not attain the highest score of 73, a score of 64 is still quite substantial for him. After the settlement next month, he will be able to withdraw his earnings. The recent interview videos he uploaded have garnered even greater success than those prior, and the increase in engagement has correspondingly elevated his income. He now perceives sleep as a squander of life, feeling compelled to edit the recorded video without delay. Meanwhile, another party took action. Zhang Kangyang, seated in his luxurious vehicle, headed straight for the airport. He finally secured an appointment with the German television station. For him, this moment was one of triumph or nothingness. After witnessing the video featuring the renowned star, and with the board's approval, he became engrossed in his endeavors. In pursuit of acquiring the broadcasting rights for the Bundesliga, he reached out to numerous international colleagues to assist him in navigating the pertinent matters. Unlike the domestic landscape, the tempo of work abroad is notably languid. These foreigners, apart from the designated working hours, exhibit little regard for any work-related affairs. He devoted merely a day to preparing the materials and wasted several days arranging a meeting for collaboration. During this period, his circadian rhythm became disordered. Yet in pursuit of success, he had no choice but to persevere. This was his opportunity to prove himself, and he was determined not to falter at the finish line. Although Zhang Kangyang is a scion of wealth, he stands in stark contrast to the ostentatious Wang Xiao. He embodies a more subdued demeanor, possessing a clear understanding of his desires and a well-defined vision for his future. He is well aware of the German approach to work, and this time he has made thorough preparations, determined to secure broadcasting rights before the commencement of the Bundesliga. Chapter 35, Anomaly. Yuan, oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, has paid no heed to these matters. After swimming at home for half an hour in the morning, he began to play games with Karami. Such pre-match relaxation allows him to maintain a superior state during the competition. In the afternoon, he will travel with the team to Chemnitz for the first match of the DFB Pokal. Most people are not very familiar with Chemnitz. This club is named after the city itself. In recent years, the most renowned German footballer associated with Chemnitz is Ballack, who began his professional career in football through the youth training program in Chemnitz. Throughout his illustrious career, he has secured 4 Bundesliga titles and 1 Premier League championship, while also being honored as the German Footballer of the Year on 3 occasions. During the darkest era of German football, he, with unwavering determination and exceptional leadership skills, bore the banner of revival for the sport in Germany. Dortmund and Chemnitz lie on opposite ends of the country, one nestled in the west, steeped in heavy industries such as coal and steel, while the other rests in the east, characterized by its light industries of textiles and chemicals. The disparity in strength between the two teams is considerable, as Chemnitz competes in the 3rd tier of German football, making this match for Dortmund even less challenging than facing Wolfsberger. The DFB Pokal, organized by the German Football Association, is a knockout tournament that welcomes not only professional teams, but also amateur clubs to participate. Since the 2000 to 2001 season, professional and amateur teams have been treated equally, with a draw determining their opponents. The draw consists of 2 pots, the first containing 32 teams from the Bundesliga and 2 Bundesliga, and the second comprising 24 amateur teams along with 4 relegated teams from the 2nd division and 4 promoted teams. The tournament employs a single elimination format, with matches hosted at the home grounds of the lower-ranked teams. Following the conclusion of the initial 4 rounds, the competition progresses to the semifinals, where the DFB Pokal garners significant interest and attention, particularly during this critical stage. For Dortmund, this match presents little difficulty, save for the few hundred kilometers of distance to traverse. The players, already engaged in consecutive matches and facing a long journey, find it challenging to maintain optimal form. In the afternoon, Yuan boarded the bus heading towards Chemnitz in the east. Why travel by bus rather than by train? The reasons are quite straightforward. When traveling by train, although the timing is relatively stable and traffic congestion is avoided, the sheer number of players and staff necessitates the renting of a bus upon arrival, which proves to be quite inconvenient. Typically, for domestic matches where the journey does not exceed 5 hours, Borussia Dortmund provides a bus to transport players to the venue. However, traveling to Munich, located at the southernmost tip of Germany, necessitates the choice of either a plane or a train due to the considerable distance, making the bus ride somewhat boisterous. The last 2 rows of seats serve as the prime entertainment area, where players can engage in card games or video games. The players seated in front tend to either sleep or listen to music and watch videos. Xiaomi, for instance, belongs to the category of those who fall asleep as soon as they board. It is not that he is genuinely fatigued, but rather that he remains attentive to the outside, which evokes unsettling memories. As previously mentioned, his parents departed during a road trip. Despite being able to travel by vehicle now, he would prefer to ride a bicycle if given the chance. The pretext of cycling for fitness is merely that, while it is manageable for short distances, long journeys invariably remind him of that fateful day. This remains his only psychological shadow, and when he will completely overcome it depends solely on himself. The German Autobahn, when free of congestion, allows for swift travel. Departing at 1 in the afternoon, they arrived at the hotel by 5. Mark has completely become his travel companion, and this time they share a standard twin room. After a brief respite, they proceeded to the home ground of Chemnitz, the Stadion an der Gellerstraße, for a field inspection. The match is scheduled for the following afternoon, leaving them with only half a day for preparation. The post-dinner field inspection felt more like a leisurely stroll after a meal. What puzzled Xiaomi was that as soon as they entered the vicinity of Chemnitz, police cars escorted them, ensuring their safety. On the way to the stadium after dinner, the police cars reappeared, providing tight security throughout the journey. The field inspection concluded in a matter of minutes, and they returned to the hotel. On the bus, Tuchel issued a serious warning to everyone. After the match tomorrow, we will return to Dortmund. Tonight, you are all to remain in the hotel, refrain from going out, and certainly do not entertain the thought of seeking amusement. Following this match, there will be a 3-day break before preparing for the Bundesliga. Xiaomi was somewhat perplexed. Having never seen Tuchel so stern, he couldn't comprehend what was amiss. Upon returning to their room, he finally voiced his curiosity. "Mark, why has the B0SS imposed a curfew on us, and why the rush back to Dortmund after the match?" Upon hearing Xiaomi's inquiry, Mark did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a mocha pot to grind beans and brew coffee. Just as Xiaomi presumed, he would receive no answer. Mark completed his specially crafted latte and patted the seat beside him, inviting Xiaomi to come over. After taking a sip of his coffee, Mark began to speak slowly. "You dislike socializing, and therefore, the sights you encounter are few. You are aware of my lineage, right?" "Yes, I know that. Which is why you possess such extraordinary good looks." To alleviate the atmosphere, Yuan made a light-hearted joke. "Nah, this expression is commonly used among German youth." The previously serious Royce finally revealed his characteristic crooked smile. I am unsure of the situation in Dacia. But you should be aware that in Europe, particularly Germany, there are not only the Germanic people, but also minority groups such as the Danes and Sorbs. Following 2 wars, Germany has a significant number of foreign residents, resulting in a complex demographic composition, though it is considerably better than neighboring France. In recent years, while large-scale wars have ceased, localized conflicts have persisted, leading to an influx of refugees into Europe, Germany included. You must be familiar with the Berlin Wall, right? Yuan was surprised that Mark would discuss history with him. He nodded in agreement upon hearing the question. "When I arrived in Berlin, I lived near that area. You must know that the East and West were once part of different camps, and the residents on either side of the Berlin Wall experienced significant disparities in living standards. I'm not well versed in that. My focus is solely on playing football. That is commendable. But you should also be aware of certain fundamental truths to avoid potential dangers while out and about." Due to the substantial income gap between the two sides, protests frequently erupted in the East. Especially since last year, with the massive influx of refugees, right-wing extremists have often caused disturbances. You must have noticed that the police have been providing us with protection for this very reason. Our profession as players means we face many fans. If we were to be attacked, it would make headlines, which is why B0SS has warned us. Yuan was utterly bewildered. How could refugees cause such turmoil? Hadn't the right wing been executed after the war? Chapter 36. The facade of beauty is not necessarily beautiful. It was not that he lacked intelligence or understanding, but rather that it contradicted much of what he had learned, leaving him momentarily incredulous. Mark noticed his confusion and misunderstanding and patted him on the shoulder. "Some things can only be truly understood through personal experience. I share this not to pressure you. Security in Germany is relatively good, so there's no need to be anxious. Compared to the high crime rates next door, as long as you steer clear of certain Turkish and Eastern European individuals, you should be safe." The information was overwhelming. "Yet rest assured, I seldom travel alone, and I will be mindful of my safety." "Indeed, you must be the legendary homebody." After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Mark's coffee undoubtedly exerted a hypnotic effect, prompting him to retire to bed early. He certainly did not neglect his daily training. Realizing that the timing of his practice had no bearing on his ability to rise punctually the following morning. The next day, following breakfast, they proceeded to the field for an hour of training before returning to the hotel. Tuchel convened a tactical meeting prior to the match, finalizing the lineup of players. This time, both Yuan and Kagawa were not included in the starting lineup. It was unclear what considerations influenced the coaching staff's decision, yet Yuan remained unfazed. Observing the game from the sidelines often presented an excellent opportunity to deepen one's understanding of match dynamics. Lunch was served rather early, allowing ample time for the players to rest, and by 12:30, they set off for the stadium. After warming up, Yuan took his place on the substitutes bench alongside his teammates. He surveyed his surroundings. Although the match was scheduled for a weekend afternoon, the number of spectators present was rather scant. Furthermore, construction work was underway at the stadium, seemingly aimed at providing additional shaded areas. He had not noticed this when he arrived the previous night, and during the morning training session, he had been oblivious to the laborers toiling under the scorching sun. Hoffman, observing his gaze wandering, mistakenly assumed he was counting the number of fans in attendance, and remarked, "For a team in the regional league, the club does not boast a large membership, so having this many spectators today is quite commendable. I had thought all matches would attract a sizable crowd." "Haha. You naive boy, that would surely amuse the owner. Ticket sales are a crucial component of the club's revenue." After engaging in casual conversation for a while, the players from both teams took to the field to exchange flags, ready to commence the match. The game began punctually. with Borussia Dortmund immediately demonstrating the prowess expected of a Bundesliga team. Dortmund deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation, adept in both offense and defense, while Chemnitz opted for a 5-4-1 setup, primarily focusing on counterattacks. Following a tentative start of several minutes, Dortmund initiated their offensive. After breaking his scoring drought, Aubameyang exhibited a marked improvement in performance, showcasing greater enthusiasm. In the 25th minute, he received a well-placed assist from Mkhitaryan within the penalty area and scored the opening goal. The trailing Chemnitz, suddenly awakened, launched an aggressive offensive. However, they posed no substantial threat to Dortmund's tightly knit defense. In the subsequent 20 minutes after the goal, Dortmund struggled to create significant scoring opportunities, opting to maintain their lead as they awaited the referee's whistle to conclude the first half. Ultimately, Dortmund entered the locker room with a 1-0 advantage. As the second half commenced, Chemnitz seized every opportunity to counterattack, their offense surging towards Dortmund like a tide. Yet the disparity in strength allowed Dortmund to firmly suppress Chemnitz's advances. In the 60th minute, Chemnitz's attack was thwarted by Yuan, who swiftly transferred the ball to Reyes. Reyes surged forward, pursued closely by an opposing midfielder. Chemnitz's number 13 midfielder, in a desperate effort to regain possession, fouled Marco and received the first yellow card of the match. This awarded Dortmund a free kick in the attacking zone. The distance from the goal rendered a direct shot impossible for Marco, and after the ball entered the penalty area, chaos ensued among the players until a Chemnitz defender cleared it out of play. Unperturbed by Chemnitz's defensive tactics, Dortmund maintained control over the pace of the game. Tuchel began to make substitutions, bringing on Hoffmann and Weigl. In the 76th minute, Aubameyang unleashed a shot that was confidently saved by the Chemnitz goalkeeper. Noticing Dortmund's players positioned high up the pitch, the goalkeeper launched the ball forward to instigate a rapid counterattack. Piszczek, responding quickly, rushed back to defend, committing a foul on an opposing player and receiving a yellow card in the process. This swift counterattack from Chemnitz served as a wake-up call for Dortmund. They had grown overly relaxed, pressing too far forward in their eagerness to dominate the match. Following a Chemnitz free kick, Hummels won the initial header. Clearing the ball from the penalty area, Marco seized the opportunity for a counterattack, racing down the right flank and delivering a precise long pass to Aubameyang. Upon receiving the ball just outside the penalty area, Aubameyang deftly maneuvered past a defender with a feigned movement. After drawing in support from the defensive players, he discreetly distributed the ball to the left side. Mkhitaryan, charging in without breaking stride, executed a right-footed shot into the far corner, striking the post and ricocheting into the net. 2-0. Borussia Dortmund has effectively secured victory in this match, thus advancing to the second round of the DFB Pokal knockout stage. Following Dortmund's goal, both teams made substitutions prior to the resumption of play. Chemnitz brought on two new players, a forward and an attacking midfielder. In contrast, Tuchel opted to replace Marco Reyes with defender Matthias Ginter. Chemnitz transitioned to a 4-3-3 offensive formation, while Dortmund adopted a 5-4-1 defensive setup. In the waning moments of the match, Chemnitz mounted a relentless offensive, yet their efforts lacked potency. The disparity in skill cannot merely be compensated for by sheer determination. The referee ultimately blew the final whistle, prompting Yuan and his teammates on the bench to rush onto the field, dousing their comrades with water to cool them down. Given the summer afternoon's peak temperatures, hydration was of utmost importance, even more so than in their usual matches. After rehydration, the players stood on the pitch, waving in gratitude to the Dortmund fans in the stands. Following their expressions of appreciation to the supporters, they hastily made their way to the locker room, forgoing showers, gathering their belongings, and boarding the bus back to Dortmund, as if pursued. The entire process from the conclusion of the match to the bus's departure took less than 20 minutes. Upon exiting Chemnitz and merging onto the highway, escorting police vehicles sounded their sirens in farewell. A sense of relief finally graced Tuchel's face, as this experience had proven far from pleasant. Yuan reclined in his seat, listening to music, drifting into a light slumber. He finally comprehended a profound truth, that the beauty before him was not true beauty. He also came to understand why Li Yong had so much to say after drinking that day. He truly wished to drag out those who extolled the virtues of foreign lands, those accustomed to subservience, and give them a sound thrashing. Chapter 37. A harrowing history. Upon returning to Dortmund, the hour was already late. As he alighted from the vehicle, he spotted the waiting Karami. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Yuan took his seat in the car. We have 3 days off. How about we go out to sea and fish for herring? Sounds good. But why do you seem so unenthusiastic? Have you encountered difficulties in the competition? Karami noticed Yuan's unusual demeanor. His spirits had noticeably waned since boarding the vehicle. I didn't participate. This trip to Chemnitz was a most disappointing venture. Yuan, true to his candid nature, did not conceal his feelings. Since Karami had inquired, he was eager to learn more about the local culture. Once home, Yuan finally recounted his unfortunate experience. With a deep sigh, Karami responded, these are challenges you will inevitably face in the future. I hope you do not allow these matters to affect your emotions to the detriment of your development. I understand. It's just difficult to accept for the moment. Such extreme behaviors are unheard of in the Great Xia. I have not been to Great Xia, so I cannot speak to it. However, if you wish to understand the land where you will live and work in the future, I would be more than happy to share. Nonetheless, I hope you grant me 10 minutes to warm up dinner and brew some coffee so we can chat while we eat. Of course, I'll head upstairs for a quick shower first. Soon, the two of them sat at the dining table, where Karami began to enlighten Miko about the history of Germany while they dined. This historical narrative can be divided into 3 significant parts, corresponding to the 3 great empires of Germany. The first empire, the Holy Roman Empire, emerged in the latter half of the 8th century and continued into the early 9th century. Following the fall of the Roman Empire, a magnificent empire arose in Europe, the Carolingian Empire, named after Charlemagne. After ascending to the throne, Charlemagne expanded his territories through military conquests, establishing a vast kingdom that extended from the Elbe and Danube rivers in the east to the Ebro River in the southwest, bordered by the North Sea to the north and northern Italy to the south. However, the inevitable decline followed his death as his sons began to fragment the empire, leading the once mighty Holy Roman Empire to fade from the historical stage. The empire ultimately divided into 3 parts: the East Frankish Kingdom, the West Frankish Kingdom, and the Middle Frankish Kingdom, which laid the groundwork for the modern nations of Germany, France, and Italy. From the year 843, following Charlemagne's death, this land was engulfed in turmoil and conflict for centuries, culminating in its dissolution in 1806 under the pressure of Napoleon's forces. The Second Empire, the militaristic German Empire, was established in 1815 with the formation of the German Confederation, primarily led by the Kingdom of Prussia and the Austrian Empire. This loose organization was insufficient to foster swift development or strengthen the region, and unification became a shared aspiration. Under Bismarck's leadership, Prussia successfully orchestrated a trilogy of wars: the Danish War, the Austro-Prussian War, and the Franco-Prussian War, culminating in the unification of Germany. On January 18, 1871, following their victory, King Wilhelm I of Prussia was proclaimed emperor at the Palace of Versailles, marking the establishment of the Second German Empire. Within the vast expanse of Europe, encompassing 10 million square kilometers, there existed 48 nations, inevitably leading to power struggles as they vied for dominance. In pursuit of supremacy, the rulers of the Second Empire allied with the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Italy to form the Triple Alliance, igniting a world war. This, in turn, hastened the empire's downfall, as years of conflict resulted in widespread displacement and familial separation. Fortunately, during this tumultuous period, German industry flourished, ushering the nation into the electrical age and solidifying its status as a global power and economic nucleus. The Third Reich stands as a profound disgrace in German history, characterized by bloodshed and aggression under the leadership of Adolf Hitler. This era is well known globally, and eventually, Germany was divided by the Berlin Wall into 2 halves. It was not until the 1990s that the nation was reunified, paving the way for its current development. As Karami sipped his beer, he continued to enlighten Miko about the origins of contemporary circumstances, attributing them largely to historical legacies. Following the dawn of the Age of Exploration, Europeans began to expand aggressively, invading numerous territories. The rapid advancements of the First Industrial Revolution propelled Europe to the forefront of the world. The underdeveloped nations along the Mediterranean coast became primary targets for colonization. The presence of many Turkish immigrants in Germany can also be traced back to these historical influences. People inevitably gravitate towards the affluent. Due to geographical circumstances, refugees from war-torn North African countries desperately attempt to migrate to Europe. Their motivations often include fleeing conflict and, primarily, the pursuit of a so-called better life. However, once refugees arrive in Europe, their integration becomes problematic. Dissatisfied with their circumstances, many gradually form criminal syndicates engaged in theft and deception, disrupting public order across Europe. Initially, European nations managed to accommodate refugees, but the sheer influx has since placed significant financial burdens on governments. Given that many European countries impose heavy taxation, taxpayers naturally resist the allocation of their funds to unrelated individuals, leading to protests in pursuit of their own interests. Currently, due to economic downturns and ongoing conflicts in North Africa, a large wave of refugees continues to inundate Europe. These so-called allied nations, motivated by self-interest, often evade responsibility, resulting in a plethora of chaotic incidents. Protests, the resurgence of right-wing movements, and the disillusionment with liberal ideologies have become increasingly apparent to him. Miko could not help but observe that while some claim that Russia is a nation of fighters, the entire continent of Europe seems equally inclined towards conflict. These so-called developed nations that advocate for human rights, freedom, and democracy are often rife with internal discord. In their relentless pursuit of power, land, and resources, nations that share a common heritage have fragmented into numerous smaller states. The entirety of Germany is scarcely larger than a province of the Great Xia, which is indeed a matter of some discontent. Nevertheless, this historical account is undeniably harsh. While it may appear as a struggle among empires, it bears striking similarities to the dynastic transitions in the history of Great Xia. However, the people of Great Xia achieved unification as early as 221 BC, far surpassing the achievements of this land. There is no such thing as a tranquil existence. It is merely that some bear the weight for others to advance. This thought suddenly emerged in his mind, filling him with gratitude for being born in a powerful nation that allows him to pursue his dreams without burden. As for the cultural aspects of this place, they hold little significance to him. He merely needs to ensure his safety and play football well. That is sufficient. The so-called developed nations, despite their apparent prosperity, are not as remarkable as they seem. The only aspect worthy of emulation is their advanced scientific productivity and rapidly growing economy. The two conversed late into the night, and Yuan was left with one thought: earn enough money to return home and enjoy retirement. After agreeing to set off for Bremen the next day to go fishing at sea, both returned to their rooms to rest. In the time that followed, Yuan intended to fully savor this holiday and prepare for the upcoming competitions. Chapter 38. The Karami set sail after a long journey and extensive conversation with Karami. Yuan genuinely felt a sense of fatigue. Upon returning to his room, he entered the training module and set aside all concerns. He discovered that the training module had another function. As long as he completed the training tasks, his physical condition would be restored to its prime. The slight fatigue from long journeys was hardly a concern. Early the next morning, he descended the stairs with his fishing gear slung over his shoulder. Coincidentally, the so-called underachiever had an abundance of tools. Although he had never caught a large fish, his equipment was quite complete. There was no alternative, for he lacked knowledge. If Karami suggested it was useful, he would purchase it without hesitation. This entire set of gear was not inexpensive, but it was worth it to him. Ever since he developed a passion for fishing, his cravings had intensified, particularly during the exhilarating moment of striking a fish and the thrill of reeling it in. In his eyes, fishing was, apart from football, the most befitting sport for a man. It was only upon departure that he came to his senses and inquired, "What fishing vessel are we following out to sea?" "Haha, you will know when we arrive," Karami teased, igniting Yuan's curiosity. Despite his intrigue, he was not in a hurry. He reclined his seat and fell asleep. Karami, accustomed to it, drove steadily towards the nearby port of William. William Port is the closest harbor to the Ruhr area and serves as the nearest gateway to the North Sea. This time, unlike previous excursions, they would be embarking on their own sailboat. Karami had opted not to accompany Yuan to Chemnitz precisely for this sailboat. Though called a sailboat, it was not one of those ancient wooden vessels. The modern sailboat was equipped as thoroughly as a camper van, provided they had sufficient supplies. The two of them could drift at sea for a week without issue. Moreover, the price of this small sailboat was quite reasonable, around 60,000 euros. Though it had kept him waiting for over a month. After conducting a trial sail yesterday, he replenished the freshwater and fuel tanks before hastening to pick up Yuan. The provisions for the vessel could only be acquired today. An hour later, Karami parked his car in the parking lot of Kaufland supermarket. He gently nudged the slumbering Yuan, urging, "Rise and shine. It's time for shopping." Yuan, rubbing his eyes and wearing a bewildered expression, inquired, "Shopping? Isn't there any on the ship? We'll be out for at least 2 days, spending the night at sea. Hurry, we mustn't let the fish escape." With that, Xiaomi pulled up a chair, ready to disembark, when a figure adorned with sunglasses and a mask suddenly appeared before him. With such a considerate assistant by his side, Yuan had no choice but to comply. Kaufland, a prominent chain of supermarkets, is quite commonplace in Germany. He is a local warehouse-style supermarket, boasting a comprehensive selection of goods at prices suitable for the general populace. Upon entering the supermarket, Kyalami eagerly pushed a shopping cart, embarking on a frenzied shopping spree. To Yuan's astonishment, Kyalami not only purchased instant meal ingredients but also acquired pots, pans, and a variety of seasonings. It resembled not merely a shopping expedition but rather a housewarming. In no time, the colossal shopping cart was brimming, and Kyalami casually grabbed 2 sleeping bags before heading towards the checkout. Yuan attempted to inquire several times, yet Kyalami swiftly swept into the next aisle, rendering his questions futile. The back of the van was packed to the brim as they made their way to the dock. When they approached a sailboat, Yuan was left speechless. The green hull bore the name Kyalami emblazoned upon it. What could this signify? This vessel belonged to Kyalami. Isn't it beautiful? My goodness. When did you purchase this? Haha. I ordered it long ago. We just completed a trial sail yesterday. No wonder you bought so many items. It turns out we have our own yacht. No. It's merely a small sailboat. Did you not notice the mast? Hurry, let us go aboard. From the dock, the vessel appeared immense, yet once aboard, it measured less than 10 meters in length. The deck featured a chic combination of natural wood tones and white, exuding simplicity and elegance. The stern was open, allowing them to enter without bending down. Yuan took a stroll around the deck before stepping into the cabin. The cabin resembled a compact studio apartment, complete with a kitchen, bathroom, lavatory, living area, and resting space. He was utterly delighted, glancing around and exploring with eager curiosity. How is my boat? It's fantastic. I wish I could reside here forever. Haha, enough of the admiring. Let's tidy up and set sail. All right, Yuan replied eagerly, collaborating with Kyalami as if they were preparing a new home, swiftly organizing their belongings. In less than half an hour, everything was in its rightful place, and they set sail without delay. Kyalami took the helm, while Yuan became a curious bundle of questions. What is the maximum speed we can achieve? Does it have automatic navigation? Can I steer it? He bombarded her with a multitude of questions, while Karami deftly navigated the vessel and provided clarifications. Without the aid of sails, the boat could achieve a swift pace of 25 knots, equivalent to 46 kilometers per hour on land. However, this vessel was limited to coastal waters. Venturing too far would deplete its fuel reserves. Of course, you cannot operate it, as you lack the necessary license, which you must obtain through examination. Observe here, this is the autopilot system. Karami elaborated meticulously, and Yuan listened intently, preparing to pursue his boating license as soon as he turned 18, thereby granting him the freedom to surf the open seas. Throughout the journey, Karami maintained an economical cruising speed, and after more than an hour, they arrived at the busiest fishing grounds of the North Sea. Numerous fishing boats were anchored, diligently engaged in their tasks, compelling them to navigate further in search of a suitable spot to dock and prepare lunch. After more than half an hour of sailing, Kyalami brought the boat to a halt. Let's go fishing. Whether we can enjoy fresh seafood for lunch today depends on you. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi immediately dashed out of the cabin, eager to get to work. Naturally, Kyalami was also to begin preparing the meal. After a busy morning, he was already ravenously hungry. As they set sail, Zhang Kongyang arrived at the ARD headquarters, accompanied by 3 colleagues. In 10 minutes, he was to engage in his inaugural discussion with the management team at ARD. This meeting held paramount significance, determining the potential for subsequent collaboration. With time pressing and tasks demanding, he was acutely aware of the efficiency with which his foreign counterparts operated. He needed to persuade them swiftly to facilitate future partnerships. Zhang Kongyang brimmed with confidence, having meticulously prepared an ample supply of bread and sausages, convinced that this would resonate with his audience. Furthermore, the broadcasting rights he was negotiating online did not conflict with the broadcast of Central 5 and could indeed enhance the viewership and revenue of the Bundesliga in the summer. Zhang Kongyang was casting his bait, employing a different method to reel in his catch. Shortly thereafter, he was ushered into a spacious conference room, standing tall and striding confidently through the entrance. After exchanging a cordial handshake with the venue's manager, He approached the large screen, took a deep breath, and, with a smile, commenced his presentation. Esteemed members of ARD's management, greetings. Today, I wish to discuss the benefits that the future online broadcasting of the Bundesliga in the summer can yield. Two young individuals from the summer, embarking on distinct developmental trajectories on the European stage. Chapter 39, The Disappearance. Yuan utilized the number 6 main line, baiting it with live bait before casting it directly into the water. The location where they anchored their vessel was abundant with numerous reefs. This area was devoid of any significant obstacles, and the sonar revealed a considerable presence of fish, making it an ideal spot for angling. Within 5 minutes of casting his line, the fishing rod abruptly plunged downwards, prompting Yuan to leap to his feet. He swiftly raised his rod to set the hook, only to realize that the sensation was not as he had anticipated. The anticipated struggle was conspicuously absent. He swiftly reeled in his line, and upon spotting the bread crab emerging from the water, a look of sheer delight illuminated his face. The flavor of the bread crab is rather ordinary. Its medicinal properties, however, are far more esteemed. Yet, he could not comprehend why this creature, in the broad daylight, chose not to rest in the sand, but instead ventured forth to pilfer his bait. To his surprise, the first cast yielded no catch, and instead, he was pinched by a crab. He was at a loss regarding how to detach the bread crab from the hook and could only seek assistance. "Calamai, please lend me a hand." Calamai hurried over, initially thinking that he had caught some colossal creature upon hearing his voice. However, upon witnessing the bread crab's formidable claws firmly gripping the fishhook, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. As he smiled, Yuan's expression darkened further. Fixating on the incessantly chattering bread crab, ready to unleash his ire. "You're about to be steamed, and yet your tongue is still so loose. Oh, you dare to retort? You actually dare to insult me. With my volatile temper, I might just devour you in a moment." This was the first time Karami witnessed Yuan's playful side, and he could hardly contain his laughter. "Can you still communicate with it? Can you comprehend what it's saying? Of course. Just look at how it taunts me." At this moment, Karami stepped forward, seized the bread crab, and placed it directly on the deck. With a newfound support, the crab relaxed its claws, and Karami swiftly grabbed it again. "Let us see how you chatter now. Insulting me. I'll have you steamed in no time." With that, Karami shook with laughter, his shoulders trembling as he exited the cabin. Yuan felt a sense of grievance, having encountered a mere crab that only knew how to jabber, which had also wasted one of his bait. The subsequent catch left Yuan even more speechless. Not a single fish was reeled in, yet crabs, lobsters, and squids were plentiful. He seemed ensnared in a peculiar cycle, utterly driving Karami to the brink of madness with laughter. Thankfully, Karami